Even if she had not yet opened herself completely to God's love, she must realize that it was something that would come with time, and the very rituals and services, devotions and chants that she found so meaningless might themselves lead to the belief she lacked, even if at first she did not feel that she partook of them with any faith at all. Just as one might do useful work without fully understanding the job one was engaged in, or even what the point of it was, so the behavior of devotion still mattered to the all-forgiving God. And just as the habitual performance of a task gradually raised one's skills to something close to perfection, bringing a deeper understanding of the work, so the actions of faith would lead to the state of faith. Finally, she was shown the filthy, stinking, windowless cell carved into the rock beneath the refuge, where she would be chained, starved and beaten, if she did not at least try to accept God's love. She trembled as she looked at the shackles and the flails, and agreed she would do her best. She shared a dorm with half a dozen others on the floor beneath the top, looking out in the other direction from the nearby plateau, towards the open desert. These were open rooms, one wall missing, with only a heavy tarpaulin to lower if the dusty wind was blowing in, with stepped floors leading down to a wall that was hidden from the topmost tier. Open rooms, with a view over the plain, desert or grassland, were comforting places. Closed rooms felt wrong, imprisoning, especially for going to sleep in or waking up in. Similarly, being alone was a punishment to an individual from a herd species, so like most normal people, she liked to bed down in a group with at least half a dozen others. She woke the others up with her nightmares too often to be a popular sleep companion, but then she was not alone in having tormenting dreams. She had books to read and other people to talk to, and all she had to do for her keep was to help with the general work required to keep the place in good repair, and add her strength to help pull on the ropes which brought the baskets of water and food, and the very occasional visitor or novitiate, up from the cluster of small buildings at the base of the mesa. The services and chants became just part of the routine. She still resented them, and still thought they were without meaning, but she added her voice to all the others. The weather was warm, without being uncomfortable, except when the wind blew out of the desert and brought dust with it. The water came from a deep well near the base of the mesa, and was still deliciously cold when it arrived, in the big cane-wrapped pottery jars. She stood by the walls over the cliff sometimes, staring down at the land beneath, marvelling at her lack of fear. She knew that she ought to feel threatened by the precipitous drop, but she didn't. The others thought she was mad. They stayed away from the edges, avoided being too near windows over sheer drops. She had no idea how long she would be allowed to stay in the refuge. Presumably until she got so used to life here, it had come to seem normal. Then, when all that had gone before had started to seem like a terrible dream, just a nightmare, and she had convinced herself that this limited but safe and frugally rewarding life was going to continue, then, when she had learned to hope, she would be taken back to the hell. They had done what they could with her memories to make them less raw and livid than they would have been, and when she slept, the nightmares, though still terrible, were somehow more vague than she might have expected. After a year there, she began to sleep quite well. But the memories were still there in some form, she knew. She supposed they had to be. Your memories made you. She could remember more of her life in the real now. Before, during roughly the latter half of the time she had spent in the hell with Prynne. She had come to think that that earlier life, her real life she supposed, had itself been a dream, or something that had been part of the torture, concocted, imposed to make the suffering worse. Now she accepted that it probably had been real, and she had simply been driven out of her mind by her experiences in hell. She had been a real person, a Pavulian academic, involved with the good cause of bringing an end to the hells. She had met Prynne at the university, and between them they'd had the connections and the bravery to get themselves sent into the hell, to record what they experienced there and bring back the truth of it to the world. The hell had been virtual, but the experiences and the suffering had felt entirely real. She had lost her mind and retreated to a belief that her earlier, real life had been a dream, or something invented within the hell to make the contrast between the two all the more painful. Prynne had been stronger than her. He had stayed sane and tried to save her along with himself when the time came for them to attempt their escape, but only he had got through and returned to the real. At the time, she convinced herself he'd only gone from one bit of the hell to another, but he must have got out entirely. If he hadn't, she was sure she'd have been presented with proof of it by now. She had been taken before the king of hell, some ultimate demon who had been frustrated that she had no hope, and so was resigned to the hell, and he had killed her. Then she had woken here, in this hale and healthy Pavulian body, on this strange tall stick of rock, poised between the plateau and the desert. A sun, yellow-white, rose and fell, arcing high over the desert. Out in the desert, lines of tiny dots that might be animals or people moved sometimes. Birds flew in the sky, singly or in small flocks, occasionally landing and calling raucously from the highest roofs of the refuge buildings. Rains came rarely, sweeping in from the plateau in giant dark veils like the trailing bristles of a vast broom. The refuge smelled strange, pleasantly different for a half-day afterwards, and the open rooms and quiet courtyards were full of the sound of dripping. Once she stood and listened to the steady drip, drip, drip of an overflowing gutter, as its rhythm exactly matched that of a chant being sung in the chapel, and marvelled at the simple beauty of both. There was a track that led away over the plateau towards the flat horizon, and from the track's end a steep path zigzagged down floors and ravines cut into the plateau edge until it met the slope of rubble at the foot of the cliff. Far away across the plateau, at the far end of the track, there was a road, apparently, and the road led to a city, to many cities, eventually. But even the closest was many tens of days away, and none of them were good places. They were dangerous and unhealthy, the sort of places that you needed a refuge to get away from. She had never felt any desire to go to any of them, never felt any desire to leave the refuge at all. They would leave her until this all became normal, until it had become all that she really remembered. Then she would be dragged back to the hell again. She never lost sight of this, accepting each day without pain as a blessing, but never taking the next day for granted. She had been there over 2 years before she was asked to help with the copying of the manuscripts. This was what the females of the refuge did to pay for the food they received via the road, and the track and the path, and the buildings at the foot of the mesa, and the rope-hauled cane baskets. They made perfect copies of ancient, illuminated manuscripts in a language that none of them understood. The blank books, pens, inks, and gold leaf arrived by basket, and, a year or 2 later, the completed books were sent back down by basket to start their journey back to the distant cities. You were only alone when you worked on the manuscripts. You were allocated a bare copying cell which had a desk, a manuscript to be copied, a blank book which would become the copy, and a supply of pens and inks. Each cell had a single window which was too high up in the wall to present a distracting view, but which provided plenty of light. Her eyes would start to hurt after a few hours. It was a relief to herd down to the chapel with the others and sing, eyes closed or raised to the resplendent light of the chapel's translucently glowing plaster windows. She had become a good singer, and knew many of the chants by heart. She worked hard at copying the manuscripts, marvelling at their indecipherable beauty. The illuminations were of stars and planets, and fabulous animals and ancient buildings and plants, lots of trees and flowers and verdant landscapes. Even so, she thought, as she carefully traced and then coloured in the illuminations and subsequently copied the mysterious letters, for all she knew, these were instruction manuals for torturing people, and the pretty illustrations were just to fool you. She worked away, filling her days with the silent copying of the words onto the blank pages, and the echoed singing of the chants into the embracing space of the chapel. The books that she was able to read, which came from a separate library and were much plainer and cruder-looking than the ones she and the others copied, all talked only of a time long before she'd been born, and the other females of the refuge also talked solely of a much more simple time. Cities with no public transport, ships with sails and no engines, medicine that was little better than crossing your trunks and hoping, and no real industry at all, just the workshops of individuals. Still, they found things to talk about, the general idiocy of males, the boringness of their diet, the rumours of bandits in the desert or on the plateau, the frailties, jealousies, friendships, enmities and crushes of their fellows, and all the general gossip of a couple of 100 people of the same sex, all cooped up together with a rigid, if generally non-punitive hierarchy. The other females looked at her uncomprehendingly when she tried to tell them what had happened to her. She guessed they thought she was mad. They seemed to have had no life beyond this one, with all the limitations of technology and mores that implied. They had been raised in the distant cities or in rural communities. They had experienced some misfortune and been thrown out of whatever herd community they had been part of, been rescued and brought here. As far as she could tell, They really did believe in this God that they all had to worship. Still, at least this God promised only one afterlife for those worthy. Heaven awaited the pious, while those found wanting faced oblivion rather than perpetual torture. She wondered sometimes how long this was all taking, back in the real. She knew something of the technology and the ratios involved. A year of time in the real could be compressed into a minute in a virtual environment. It was the opposite of a near light-speed experience. Spend what felt to you like half a lifetime away, but come back, a changed, completely different person, and find that only an hour had passed, and nobody had even missed you. Was this quiet, pain-free life running at that speed, or at a gentler rate, perhaps even in real time? For all she knew, she realized eventually, she was living ultra-slowly in this virtual existence, and what felt like a few years here was a millennium back in the real, so that if she ever did get back, she would find everything altered totally, and all the people she had known long dead. So long dead that even in the average and perfectly pleasant afterlife, there would be no trace of them left. Very occasionally, as she stood by one of the cliff-edge walls, she wondered what would happen to her if she climbed over and jumped. Straight back here? Back to the hell? Or nothing? Just oblivion? "You are so fearless," the others told her, when they saw her standing there looking down. But not so fearless she would take the leap and find out. After a few years, she took on some extra responsibilities in the script room, overseeing and checking the work of others. In the chapel, she led the singing often as not. By now, the refuge superior was a wizened old thing with poor back legs. In time, she needed a trolley for her hindquarters and help to ascend the spiral ramp that led to the higher floors of the refuge. She started instructing Che in the running of the refuge, bringing her into its administration. Che was given her own small room, though usually she still preferred to bed down with the others when night fell. She still had nightmares of suffering and torment, but they were duller and even more vague now. One evening, 7 years after she'd arrived, a fire broke out when the hot desert wind was blowing. They all fought it desperately, quickly using up the little water they had. 10 of them perished in smoke-filled rooms, trying to save the manuscripts, finally throwing the precious originals from high windows into the central courtyard and saving all but 2, before being choked by the smoke or caught by the flames. 6 of them died when a whole wing of the refuge, supports weakened by the fire, fell to the desert in a great boiling burst of flame and smoke. Even over the terrible roaring noise produced by the disintegrating brickwork, splintering wood and careening flame, you could hear the screams as they fell. Night had fallen by then, and the wind had gone. She watched the rolling rush of sparks produced by the collapse sweeping upwards, outshining and outnumbering the stars in the clear black gulf of sky. They buried the remains in the small graveyard at the foot of the mesa. It was the first time she had descended from the refuge in all those years. The ceremony was brief, the most meaningful words said impromptu. The chants sung over the graves sounded flat, unechoing. She could find nothing to say, but stood looking at the little piles of sandy earth with their wooden grave markers, and thought of the suffering the dead had endured just before they died. At least it had been brief, she told herself, and when it was over, it was over. Maybe, she reminded herself bleakly. They were still within the virtual. This had all taken place inside a simulation, no matter that there was no proof of this. Who within it knew what had really happened to whatever consciousness those dead individuals had possessed? She stood in one of the burned-out script halls that night. She was one of those on fire watch in case it all started up again, surrounded by the smell of burned wood and rebaked brick. Wisps of smoke or steam leaked into the cool, still night air from a few places. She checked each one, lantern in one trunk, bucket of water at the ready in the other. Under an overturned, burned black table, she found one charred blank manuscript. It was a small one, for the tiniest of the manuscripts they ever copied. She brushed the brown, crisped edges of the pages clear. It would never do to be copied onto now. She couldn't bear to put it back where she'd found it, so she stuffed it into a pocket. She thought back to this later, and knew that she had had no idea at the time what she was going to do with the black book. Maybe just keep it in her copying cell, or on the shelves of her room, a grim and grisly souvenir, a memento mori. Instead, she started writing in it. She would set down the story of her life as she remembered it, just a dozen or so lines each day. It was not something that was forbidden. As far as she could gather, there were no rules covering such a thing at all. But she kept it secret nevertheless. She used worn-out pens, which had become too scratchy to be risked on the manuscript copies. The ink was made from the charred timbers from the fire. Life went on. They rebuilt much of the refuge, took in fresh novitiates. The superior died, and a new one was appointed. Che even had a vote, and she found herself a little further up the hierarchy. The old superior had wanted to be disposed of the old way, left to the elements and the scavenger birds on the refuge's highest tower. Che was one of those accorded the dubious privilege of cleaning up the bits of bone after the birds had picked them clean and the sun had bleached them white. It was nearly a year after the old superior's death, while she was singing one of the most beautiful chants, that she broke down and wept for the old female. Gradually, the chants had brought a sort of beauty and even a meaning into her life, she realized. 20 years later, she was the superior, and had it not been for the book of her life, written in the manuscript blank with the charred page, she might not still have believed that she had had any sort of existence before that. No life as a gifted academic in a free, liberated society with superconductors, space elevators, AIs and life extension treatments, and no few months spent in the utter ghastliness of the virtual hell, accumulating the evidence to present to an unbelieving world, an unbelieving galaxy for that matter, that might help bring about the destruction of the hells forever. She had kept writing her book, continuing on beyond all that she could recall of her life in the real and her time with Prin in the virtual hell, writing down everything that happened to her since, here in this quiet, untroubled existence which she had come to love and believe in, and still expected to be dragged away from, back to hell, every single night. She had become wizened. Her face was lined, her pelt was grey, and her gait had stiffened and become awkward with age. She oversaw the workings of the refuge to the best of her ability, and did all that she could for the novitiates and other occupants. At least once per season, now that she was superior, she had to clamber into a basket and be lowered to the austere cluster of small buildings at the foot of the mesa, to deal and negotiate with the representative of the charity which distributed their manuscripts in the cities. The representatives were always male, so she had no choice but to descend to them. They could not be winched up to come and see her, because it was forbidden. Usually, as she was lowered carefully towards the desert floor, she reflected on how much she had changed. Her old self, the person she had been back in the real, before the brief but traumatizing excursion in the hell, would have wanted to break with that tradition, would have wanted to change things, would have wanted to insist that there was nothing beyond idiotic, absurdly unquestioned tradition stopping males from being brought up into the refuge itself. The person she had become, the person she was now, could see the force in all such arguments, and yet still thought it was right to continue with the tradition. Perhaps it was wrong in some theoretical way, but perhaps not. And if it was, well, it did no great harm. Maybe it was even charming, just eccentric. Anyway, she would not like to have to be the superior on whose shift the tradition was changed. She had always wondered how faithful to a real, changing society and world this simulation was. Did the cities that the novitiates, travellers and charity representatives spoke of and claimed to have come from really exist? Did people within those cities work and struggle and study and improvise as they would in the real? If you left this sim running, would somebody somewhere invent movable type and printing, and so make what they did here in the refuge irrelevant and all its occupants redundant? She kept waiting for one of the charity representatives to turn up for their latest meeting with a regretful look and a copy of something hot off his brand-new thing called a press. However, as she approached what must be the end of her life in this virtuality, the freshly illuminated manuscripts kept on being taken away, and the supplies of writing materials and of food and other necessities kept on being delivered. She realized that she would die, as far as that idea had any meaning here, in the same society she had been born into. Then she would have to remind herself that she had not been born here. She had simply woken up, already an adult. One year, a novitiate was brought before her for denying the existence of God. She found herself saying pretty much what had been said to her by the old superior. Showing the girl the deep-buried cell and the whips and flails gave Che no pleasure, though the dank, lamp-lit dungeon didn't smell as bad as it had when she'd been shown it, she thought. She'd never had cause to use it. That was probably why. Or maybe her sense of smell was going with everything else. Thankfully, the novitiate relented, albeit with ill-disguised contempt, and no further action needed to be taken. She wondered if she could have ordered the punishment carried out if things hadn't gone so agreeably. Her eyesight gradually grew too poor for her to continue to write her life story in her part-charred book. The letters had become larger and larger as her sight had failed. One day, she thought, she would be writing only a single letter per page. Just as well, in a way, as she'd only filled 2/3 of the blank and would die soon with lots of pages unfilled. But writing the bigger and bigger letters made the whole undertaking start to appear ridiculous and self-important, and eventually she gave in and stopped writing altogether. She had long since caught up with herself anyway, and was effectively just keeping a rather boring diary. So she bored the novitiates with her stories instead. She was the superior, so they had to listen. Or maybe young people these days were just very polite. Her voice had almost gone, but still she would be carried to the chapel each day to listen, enraptured, eyes closed, to the beautiful, transcendent singing. Eventually, she lay on her deathbed, and an angel came for her. Chapter 19. The Jalupian heavy cruiser, Ucalegon, 40 times as fast as any ship possessed by the Siciltian enablement, delivered Vepers to Iob Cavern City on Verbetsua in less than 2 days. Verbetsua was the furthest flung of the enablement's planets, lying in a small spiral of stars called the Chunzunzan Whirl, a sparse twist of old stars that also held the Tsung system. Of course I'm serious. Why can't I just buy one?
They are not for sale.
Why not?
It is not policy.
So change the policy.
The policy is not to be changed.
Why is the policy not to be changed?
Because changing policies is not policy.
Now you're just going round in circles.
I am merely following you.
No, you're not. I'm being direct. You are being evasive.
Nevertheless.
Is that it? Nevertheless, and we just leave things there.
Yes.
Vepers, Yaskin, Jingra, half a dozen other of Vepers' retinue, plus the Jalupian's principal aide and a medium-ranking officer from the Ucalegon, were sharing a tethered flyer, making its way through one of the great cast caves that made up Iob Cavern City. The cave averaged 1 kilometre or so across, a huge pipe whose floor held a small, winding river. The city's buildings, terraces, promenades and boulevards rose up from the riverside, increasingly precipitously as they approached the midway point of the cave, where the buildings became sheer cliffs. A few went even beyond that, clinging to the overhanging curve of the cavern's upper wall. The flyer tether rails were stationed further up still, cantilevered out from the cave's roof on gantries like a sequence of giant cranes. A series of enormous oval holes punctured the roof's summit, letting in great slanting slabs of withering Verbetsuan sunlight. Lying close to its slowly ever-brightening star, the planet was cursed with too much sunlight, but blessed with entire continents made mostly of deeply eroded limestone, providing vast cave systems in which its inhabitants, native animals and Siciltian incomers, could hide. You had to travel the very high and very low latitudes to find pleasantly balmy climates. The poles were havens of temperate freshness. Very occasionally, the hills there even got snow. "Jingra," Vepers said, with a sorrowful shake of his head, "you are my trusted business associate, and even a friend in your own strange alien way. But I may have to go over your head here, or carapace."
Carapace, though in our language the expression is, I may have to go beyond your reach.
So who would I have to ask?
About what?
About buying a ship.
No one. There is no one to ask because such things are not covered.
Not covered? Is that the same as being not policy?
Yes.
Lieutenant, Vepers said, turning to the ship's officer, who also floated, 12 limbs neatly folded, on one of the shiny cushions that doubled as chairs and translators. Is this really true?
Is what true, sir?
That it's not possible to buy one of your ships.
It is not possible to buy navy ships of our navy.
Why not?
It is not policy.
Vepers sighed. Yes, so I've been told, he said, looking at Jingra.
Navies rarely sell their vessels, not if they are of the best,
Jingra said.
You're already hiring it to me, Veppers said.
Not the same,
the officer told him.
We remain in control. Sold to you, you assume control.
It'll only be one ship, Veppers insisted. I don't want your whole navy. Really, such a fuss. You people are positively purists.
Veppers had once asked Ambassador Huyn if it was possible to buy a culture ship. She'd stared at him for a second, then burst out laughing. The flyer zoomed, rising to avoid a high bridge barring their way. The craft stayed flat rather than pointing its nose up, the winch bogie travelling the network of flyer tether rails above, reeling in the craft's 4 invisibly fine monofilament lines equally. Iob City had banned flying machines entirely for centuries, then allowed flyers to be used, but suffered 1 or 2 accidents which had resulted in the destruction of several notable buildings and prized historic cross-cavern bridges, so had compromised by allowing flyers but only if they were tethered to tracks in the cavern roofs and controlled automatically.
The best Jalupian ships are of the Jalupian Navy, the lieutenant said. We prefer to keep it that way, for the benefit of not being outrun by civilian vessels. Embarrassment might ensue otherwise. Most governmental entities share this policy. Do the Chaltians sell their best ships to their lessers?
Gingra asked.
I'd give a very good price, Veppers said.
He turned from Gingra to the lieutenant.
Very good. You could even take the weapons off. It's the speed I'm after.
Culture ships are even faster, sir, Yaskin said.
Veppers looked coldly at him. Are they now?
Some are,
the lieutenant said. How much would a ship like the Ukeligon cost? Yaskin asked the lieutenant. If it was for sale.
Impossible to say,
the officer said.
You must know how much they cost, Veppers said. You have to price them. You must have a budget for how many you can build and operate.
Realistic price might be more than the entire gross economic product of Sicholtian enablement,
Gingra said. Veppers smiled.
I doubt that.
Gingra made a chuckling sound.
Nevertheless. Additionally, the lieutenant said, there are treaties to be considered.
Veppers exchanged looks with Yaskin.
Oh, I bet there are.
As responsible members of Galactic Community and Galactic Council, the officer said, we are signatories to treaties forbidding us from overrunning certain technologies.
Overrunning?
Veppers asked, in his best what-the-fuck-does-that-mean tone. He looked from the lieutenant to Yaskin, who shrugged.
Technical term, Gingra said. One may gift or sell technology 1 rung down the ladder of civilizational attainment, but no further.
Ah, that, Veppers said sourly. That keeps us all in our place, doesn't it?
Gingra rocked backwards on his shiny pillow, looking outward from the flyer.
My, is beautiful city, he said. And,
the ship's officer said,
one is behoved to retain control over said technology to prevent it being resold further down relevant tech ladder by rascalish peoples acting purely as middlemen fraudulently. End-user certificates,
Gingra said, agreeing. So we have to wait until we're about to invent something ourselves before we can buy it from somebody else? Veppers asked.
Much like that,
Gingra said. It waved a thin green limb at a particularly slim, high, ornate bridge they were passing over.
See, great elegance of form.
It waved at the road and pedestrian traffic crossing the bridge, not that anybody was looking at them, and anyway, the flyer's bubble canopy was mirrored on the outside.
Such treaties and agreements prevent free-for-all,
the lieutenant said helpfully. Veppers looked unimpressed.
Free-for-alls,
Gingra agreed.
Tch.
The flyer swung round, banking as it turned to enter a side cavern. This new tunnel was about half the diameter of the one they'd been heading down until now. The craft levelled out, but dropped, still level, and flew on into darkness. This cavern had no roof piercings to let in the sunlight, or buildings within. A display on the flyer's forward screen lit up to show what the cavern looked like ahead. Rocky, uneven walls stretched curving away into the distance.
I like free-for-alls, Veppers said quietly.
They sat in a paper boat floating on a lake of mercury, lit by a single distant ceiling hole producing a searchlight shaft of luminescence. Veppers had brought an ingot of pure gold specially. He took his mask off for a moment. "Plop it in," he told Yaskin. Yaskin didn't take his mask off. "You can talk through the mask, sir," he told Veppers, who just frowned, then nodded impatiently. Yaskin slid the soap-bar-sized lump of gold out of his tunic, held it by one end, reached over the side of the boat, and dropped the thick, glossy sliver overboard. It vanished into the silver surface. Veppers took part of the boat's gunwale between his fingers, wobbled it. "Paper? Really?" he asked Gingra, pulling his mask away again. The Jalupian didn't need a mask. Mercury vapour wasn't poisonous to Jalupians.
"Paper,"
the alien confirmed.
"compressed.
It made an expanding, then contracting gesture with its limbs.
Easier disposing of."
The flyer had reached the limit of the cave system's tether rails, had landed, been released from its cables, and flown on through another 2 junctions worth of smaller and smaller side tunnels, until it had reached the cavern holding Mercury Lake, one of Vabetsua's modest number of tourist attractions. The flyer had hovered centimetres off the surface of the lake and let them step straight into the paper boat. They could have walked across the surface of the Mercury, of course, and Veppers had wanted to, but apparently that was forbidden, or at least frowned on, or gave you seasickness or something. The Mercury could have been cleaner, Veppers reckoned. Its surface held dust and grit and swirls of little rock particles like dark sand. The boat was slightly absurd. It looked like a scaled-up version of the sort of paper boat a child might make. Even as a raft, of course, it could have been made from gold or any element with a molecular number lower than mercury. Lead would still sink in mercury, but gold shouldn't. It was 1 number down the periodic table and so ought to float. Veppers looked over the side of the vessel at where his ingot of gold had entered the liquid metal, but it showed no sign of surfacing yet. After dropping them at the boat, the flyer had taken off again, carrying the other 2 Jalupians with it. Apart from showing his importance to the Jalupian Navy, Gingra hadn't needed his aid along with him in the first place, and the Navy itself, while being contractually obliged to bring Veppers here safely, had wanted no part of whatever might transpire or be agreed here. Another, smaller flyer approached. Yaskin watched it on his oculenses. The paper boat lay about 200 metres off the nearest section of cavern wall. Mercury Lake was not natural, though nobody knew who had chosen to place such a huge amount of the metal in an out-of-the-way spot within a natural labyrinth in a planet that was itself quite isolated. The approaching flyer was only about 3 metres by 4. Small for 2 people of different species, Yaskin thought. He had several weapons with him, including one concealed by the cast over his arm. He felt a need to check them again, but didn't. He already knew they were primed and ready. The oculenses were a little confused by the mercury vapour swirling within the chamber. The cavern was roughly spherical, about half a kilometre across. It was a little under half full of mercury, and volcanic activity kept the bottom of the chamber heated, producing, every now and again, gigantic belching bubbles within the liquid metal. Those bubbles produced the gases that made the air in the chamber poisonous to pan-humans and many other biological beings, as well as making it next to impossible to monitor any vibrations through the air by laser or any other form of surveillance. The paper boat kept near but not too close to the centre of the lake, sufficiently distant to ride any waves produced by the sporadic bubbles. The volcanic activity wasn't natural either. Several 100,000 years earlier, long before the Sechultians arrived on the scene to find a happily habitable but sentiently uninhabited planet, a hole had been drilled down through many tons of kilometres of rock to create the tiny magma chamber that heated the base of the cavern and so kept the mercury simmering. Nobody knew who had done this or why. The best guesses were that it was either a religious thing or an artwork. While Yaskin was watching the flyer approach, Veppers looked over the side of the boat and saw the shining lozenge of the gold ingot surfaced again at last. He prodded Yaskin on the shoulder, and he retrieved it. The flyer set down by the side of the paper boat. It looked like a fat bullet made of chrome and coloured glass. It split, opened, and revealed a glistening mass within. Just about discernible inside was a dark elliptical shape, fringed or tentacled at either end.
"Welcome, friend from Flicker,"
Gingra said.
"Good day,"
said an obviously synthesized voice from the opened bullet of the flyer.
"Curious Litor, Functionary General."
"An honour,"
Gingra said, dipping on its floating cushion. "We were expecting you to arrive with the Nautrian negotiator," Veppers said, talking through the mask.
"That is me. I am here,"
said the flyer containing the Flecker, in what was, somewhat counterintuitively, Veppers thought, a more organic-sounding voice.
Though I am not Nautrian, I am of the Nautra Reliquaria. Were you expecting a sample of a feeder species, or making a mistake?
Humble apologies,
Gingra said, extending the limb nearest Veppers towards the man by just enough for the movement to be interpreted as a gesture at all. Veppers had seen, and, reluctantly, kept quiet.
We, a biological species,
Gingra said, putting a laugh into its voice.
In such niceties, matterings err with sporadic effect.
Veppers had to suppress a smile. He had noticed before that Jingra's grasp of language ebbed and flowed quite usefully on such occasions, allowing the Jalupian to present itself as anywhere between razor-smart and hopelessly bumbling as desired. The Reliquarian might have been nonplussed by this. It said nothing for a moment, then,
To introduce, I am 200.59 Rizitsin, Nauta Reliquara Extra-Jurisdictional Service, rank full mediary.
Please,
Gingra said, gesturing.
Onboarding.
The opened bullet shape slid forward, up and over the shallow gunwale of the boat, coming to rest just above the flat interior surface of the vessel's hull.
Most splendid,
Gingra said, and, reaching up with half of its dozen limbs, drew a compressed paper cover right over the whole of the boat's open surface, enclosing them. Gentle glows from the Jalupian's floating pillow and the interior of the Reliquarian's bullet-shaped casing kept them all visible to each other. It was almost romantic, Veppers thought, if your taste ran to weird, inhuman aliens and fanatical machines with a taste for torment. Well, hello to you both, Veppers said to the Fleckian and the Reliquarian. Thank you for coming and for agreeing to conduct our meeting in Siciltian.
It is easier for us to talk down to you than it is for you to aspire to a far more sophisticated language, the Reliquarian said.
Veppers smiled. Well, I have to hope that lost something in the translation. Now, however, I understand we have to do this ridiculous thing with the masks. The ridiculous thing with the masks meant them wearing a sort of helmet, or similar, each, from which a hose led to a central junction chamber. This way, they could all talk and listen to each other without anybody else hearing. It all seemed madly contrived to Veppers, but apparently in this age of summed-state superquantum phase-past encryptography, it was the last thing anybody would be looking for. The Nauta Reliquaria especially thought it was just the greatest thing imaginable, and had insisted on it. It took a while to get everything and everybody set up and adjusted. 200.59 Rizitsin insisted on inspecting both the ingot of gold in Yaskin's pocket and his oculenses, taking some time over the latter, turning them over and over in a maniple field, and at one point seemingly trying to twist them apart, but eventually pronounced them safe and handing them back. Yaskin looked unhappy and carefully cleaned and readjusted them before putting them back on.
To business,
Gingra said, once they were all technically happy and the pleasantries had been dealt with. Its voice sounded at once muffled and echoey, coming through the interlinked set of tubes. All linked up together, barely lit, hunkered down in this crude approximation of a boat, they looked, Veppers thought, like some bizarrely motley set of desperate survivors from some strange and terrible shipwreck. The Reliquarian said,
Introductory statement and opening position of the NR, with superposition of same relevant to Flecker. We have good reason to believe that the anti-Hell faction in the relevant confliction concerning proposed unwarranted intrusions in certain virtual realities grows desperate. They may attempt to intrude within the real. A possible source of intrusion might conceivably come via the Tsungarial disk. We will seek to prevent this happening, and expect our allies and friends to cooperate in this. The cooperation of the Veprin Corporation falls within this definition. To Mr. Veppers of the Veprin Corporation, kindly state your position and intentions.
Veppers nodded. All very interesting, he said. So, we are to take it that the NR representative speaks for the Flecker as well?
Indeed,
the ellipsoid shape within the Reliquarian said.
As stated.
Its voice sounded approximately watery through the linking tubes. And do you also talk on behalf of the GFC? Veppers asked.
The Geseptian Fartesile Cultural Federacy need not be present, the Reliquarian informed him. Their acquiescence is assured and assumed.
Veppers smiled broadly. Splendid.
To repeat, your position and intentions, Mr. Veppers, speaking on behalf of yourself, the Veprin Corporation, and the Siciltian Enablement, to the extent that you are able to answer for it, the Reliquarian said.
Well then,
Subject to a satisfactory negotiatory outcome here, Veppers said. My position is that I fully support the stance and values of our good friends and allies, the NR and the Flecker, and will do whatever is within my modest means to facilitate their strategic goals. He smiled, opened his arms wide. I am on your side, of course. He smiled again. Providing the price is right, naturally.
What is this price?
Cru Sludzor, functionary general for the Flecker, said. I recently lost something very precious to me, Veppers said, and discovered that I had gained something at the same time, something I might not have wished on myself.
Would this be linked to the remains of the culture neural lace which is in one of your servant's pockets? 200.59 Resitson asked.
How well spotted, Veppers said. Yes. I would like to investigate the possibility of replacing the thing that I lost with an identical item, and I would like to have the assistance, even protection, of both the NR and the Flecker, should somebody, anybody, wish to harm me due to any circumstances which might be linked with the neural lace being in my possession.
This sounds a little vague, Kruslidzor said.
I intend to be much less vague when we discuss financial remuneration and technology transfer, Veppers said. What I'm looking for right now is a declaration of goodwill more than anything else.
The Flecker are happy to give this, Kruslidzor said.
There was another inscrutable pause before the reliquarian said,
Similarly, subject to contract, the Fleckian added. Also similarly, 200.59 Resitsin confirmed.
Veppers nodded slowly. Good, he said. We can do details later, but for now I'd like to approach the monetary strand of these talks. Mr. Yaskin here will record our deliberations using his oculenses from this point on until further notice, each of us having a veto. Is that agreed?
Agreed, 200.59 Resitsin said. The principle is allowed, Kruslidzor said, though given that all we ask of you is to do nothing, and the price of inaction traditionally is significantly less than that of action, we might wish that you do not approach such negotiations with too unrealistic a set of hopes.
Veppers smiled. I shall, as ever, be the very soul of reasonableness. Veppers had extensive business interests on Verbetsua, and throughout the rest of that day he attended a series of more conventional meetings, following the one held in the paper boat on Mercury Lake. The Iobe city authorities held a reception for him that evening in a great ballroom complex suspended on cables in the centre of the single greatest circular piercing above the main city caverns. The ceiling was opened to the night. Verbetsua was uncomfortably close to its star, and Iobe lay almost right on the equator. By day it would have been insufferably hot and bright in the ballroom, with the ceiling irised back, but by night the full glory of the stars was displayed. A distant speckled wash of multicoloured lights enhanced by a large waning moon, and the layered, slow and not-so-slow moving sparkle of junk and hab-light as the planet's various halos of artificial satellites rotated overhead. Veppers had been coming to Verbetsua on business for decades, and possessed one of the finest mansions in the inner city. However, it was being remodelled again, and so he had elected to stay in Iobe's finest hotel, his suite of suites and his retinue taking up the 2 top floors. He owned the hotel, of course, so making the arrangements, even at relatively short notice, had been trivial. For security reasons, he slept right at the back of the hotel, where its largest, finest but windowless grand bedroom had been carved out of the rock of the cavern wall. Before retiring for the night, he had Yaskin meet him in one of the saunas. They sat facing each other, naked in the steam. "My, how pale that arm is becoming," he told the other man. Yaskin had taken his cast off and left it outside. Yaskin flexed his arm, clenched his fist. "I'm due to take it off next week." "Mm-hmm," Veppers said. "The reliquarian, did you put something in the oculenses?" "I think so. Probably a tracker. Too small to tell. Do I give it to Gingra's text to check?" "Tomorrow. Tonight you stay here." Yaskin frowned. "You're sure?" "Quite sure. Don't worry about me." "Can't I just leave the oculenses?" "No. and do something memorable. What? Something memorable. Go back out to a club, start a fight, or get two girls fighting over you, or throw a whore into a wine barrel, whatever it takes to be noticed. Nothing so heinous anyone would think to wake me, obviously, but something that'll make it very clear you're still here. Veppers frowned. Yaskin was frowning at him. Veppers looked down at his own lap. Oh, yes, well, just the mention of whores will do that. Better deal with it. He grinned at Yaskin. Meeting over, tell Astil I'll manage by myself tonight, and send Plur up on your way out. The suite's giant circular bed could be surrounded by multiple concentric layers of soft and floaty curtains. Once they were all fully drawn round, and the hidden monofills within the fabrics had been activated and stiffened, it was impossible to tell from outside that the bed had descended into the deep floor and retreated into the rock wall behind and beneath. Veppers left Plur sleeping. The tiny drug-delivered bulb attached to her neck would keep her under for days if necessary. The drug bulb looked just like an insect, which was a nice touch, he thought. He must get Solbazgi to provide more of the things. The bed went back to where it had come from. Veppers walked across the gently lit tunnel and into a little underground car. Not too dissimilar to the reliquarian's bullet shape, he thought, as he swung the door down, switched the thing on, and flicked a button to tell it to go. He was pressed back in the couch as the car accelerated. The reliquaria. Annoying species, or machine type, whatever the fuck they were. Again, though, useful on occasion, even if it was to be little better than a decoy. He punched in the destination code. The private underground car system had various stops, most within Iob City, almost all within buildings and other structures owned by Veppers. One, though, was inside an old mine, way out in the karst desert, 1/4 of an hour and over 100 kilometres from the city outskirts. The stealthed GFCF shuttle was waiting for him, a dark shape like a ragged, shallow dome of night squatting on the serrations of rock. Moments after he'd boarded, it rose silently, kept subsonic, accelerated harder once it achieved space, threaded its way through the layers of the orbiting HABs, FABs and satellites, and docked with a much larger but similarly secretive ship, keeping a little above geosynchronous orbit. The dark, slimly ellipsoid vessel swallowed the shuttlecraft and slipped away into hyperspace with barely a ripple to disturb the skein of real space. He was met by a group of small, obviously alien, but ethereally beautiful creatures, with silver-blue skin, which turned to delicate scales, insect wing thin and iridescent like a tiny lacy rainbow, where most panhumans had head hair. They wore white, wispy clothes and had large round eyes. One came forward and addressed him. "Mr. Veppers," it said to him, its sing-song voice, soft, high and mellifluous. "How good to see you again. You are indeed most welcome back aboard the GFCF Sucker-class contact craft Messenger of Truth." Veppers smiled. "Evening all. Great to be aboard." "And what are you supposed to be?" "I am the angel of life and death, Che. It is time." The thing had appeared in her sleeping chamber in the very middle of the night. There was a novitiate sleeping in a chair by Che's bedside, but Che didn't even bother trying to wake her. She knew in her heart that this was something she would have to deal with or endure by herself. The creature was something between quadri and bipedal in form. Its front legs still looked like legs, but they were much smaller than its rear legs. It had a single trunk and 2 vast, slowly beating wings, which flared from its back. They were impossibly wide, far too big to fit into the chamber, and yet, by whatever logic was supposed to be operating here, they appeared to fit inside quite comfortably nevertheless. The thing, claiming to be the angel of life and death, hovered over the foot of the bed, which was where such things were generally expected to show up, if you believed in that sort of thing. And perhaps even if you didn't, she supposed. She wondered again about reaching out and shaking the novitiate awake, but it would be such an effort, she thought. Everything was such an effort these days. Getting up, hunkering down, bending, standing, eating, defecating. Everything. Even seeing, of course, though she noticed that she could see the self-proclaimed angel of life and death better than she ought to be able to. An apparition, then, a virtuality, or whatever you wanted to call it. After all these years, she thought, finally, some proof beyond her own dimming memories and the fading ink in her charred-page diary that all she had lived through in the real and the hell had been in some sense true, not just figments of her imagination.
"You mean time for me to die?"
"Yes, Jay."
"Well, I must disappoint you. Whatever you are, or might claim to be, by one way of looking at things, I am already dead. I was killed by the king of hell himself."
She gave a bubbling, choking laugh.
"Or at least by some big bugger of a thing. In another way of looking,
Jay, you have lived here, and now it is time to die."
"At things you cannot kill me,"
said Jay, who, as superior of the refuge for many years, had become used to not being interrupted.
"Because in the place I came from originally, I am still alive, or at least I presume I am, and will continue to remain so, no matter what sort of tricks you—"
"Jay, you must be quiet now, and prepare to meet your Maker."
"I had no Maker. My Maker was the universe, or my parents. They were still alive when I entered the hell. Can you do anything useful and tell me how they are? Still alive? Passed on? Well? Huh? No? Thought not. Maker, indeed. What superstitious bollocks are you trying to—"
"Che!" the thing shouted at her. Quite loudly, Che thought, and, what with her failing hearing, that must have meant extremely loudly. Still, the young novitiate asleep in the chair by her bedside didn't even stir. She was glad she hadn't wasted the effort waking the girl up. "You are about to die," the apparition told her. "Have you no wish to see God and be accepted into her love?"
"Oh, don't be ridiculous. There is no God."
It was what she believed, what she had always believed, but still she looked nervously at the sleeping novitiate.
"What?"
the angel cried. "Will you have no thought for your immortal soul?"
"Oh, fuck off,"
Che said. Then she stopped and felt terrible, swearing in front of the novitiate. She hadn't sworn aloud for over 2 decades. She was the superior. The superior didn't swear. But then she was annoyed at herself for being embarrassed and penitent in the first place. What did it matter?
"Yes,"
Che said, while the so-called angel of life and death flapped its impossible wings and stared wide-eyed at her.
"Fuck off. Entirely fuck off, you ersatz cobbled together neither one thing nor the other piece of poor-quality animation. Do whatever it is you have to do, and let's just get this charade over with."
The great, dark angel seemed to pull briefly back, then came forward again, enfolding her vast black wings about the bed, then just around Che, who said,
"Oh, shit, and I bet this is going to hurt."
The ship towered within the shadowy space of its hangar, a little over 350 metres in height, its trim, pale hull girdled about its waist with 5 dark weapon blisters, its sleekly pointed nose housing 3 even longer bubbles.
"It looks fabulously retro," Vepper said.
"What exactly is it?" The alien, who had addressed him earlier, turned to him.
"Technically, to allow for legal challenges based on laws which admittedly do not yet exist, it is a 1.0125 to 1 scale model of a culture murderer general offensive unit," it said.
Veppers thought about this.
"Doesn't that mean it's a model which is bigger than the original?"
"Yes,"
the GFCFian said, clapping its little hands.
"Bigger is better, yes?"
"Well, generally," Veppers agreed, frowning.
They were standing in a viewing gallery, looking out into a cylindrical hangar 1 kilometre from top to bottom and half that wide. The hangar had been carved out of the compacted ice and rock, making up one of the Tsung system's 500 billion or so Oort cloud objects. The lumpy conglomerate of ice housing the GFCF base, and within it this hangar, was sufficiently massive to provide less than 1% of standard gravity. Point your mouth down when you sneezed, and you could take off. The ship they were looking at, Its hull, a lustrous golden hue Vepers strongly suspected had been chosen to resemble as closely as possible his own usual skin colour, sat lightly on its flat, circular rear, its sharply pointed nose spiring towards the hangar's ceiling.
"Its working name is the Joiler Vepers,"
the little alien told him.
"Though it may be renamed anything you wish, of course."
Of course. Vepers looked round the rest of the gallery. They were alone. The other GFCF people had remained on the ship when they shuttled across to the ancient lump of space debris, one of the near uncountable bits of debris left over after the stellar system had come into being billions of years earlier.
"You approve of the ship?"
Vepers shrugged. Maybe. How fast is it?
"Mr. Vepers, this obsession with speed, let us say faster than the original. May we not deem that sufficient?"
What would that be in figures?
I sigh. However, the craft is capable of velocities up to approximately 129,000 times the speed of light.
Vepers genuinely had to stop for a moment and think. That did sound like a lot. He'd have to check, but he was fairly certain the Jalupian ship which had taken him to Verbetsua had travelled slower than that. The ships, which the Veprine Corporation Heavy Industries Deep Space Division constructed, measured their maximum velocities in hundreds of times light speed. This thing was a galaxy crosser. Even so, he refused to look impressed. "Up to?" he asked. The GFCFian was called Bettelskroy Bisp Bliespin III and was androgynous. Bettelskroy held the rank of Legislator Admiral, though, like most people in the GFCF, the little alien seemed almost ashamed of having any rank at all. In fact, officially, Bettelskroy's full title was, and most species required a deep breath at this point, the Most Honourably Heritably Concurrent Delegated Vice Emissary, Legislator Admiral-elect Bettelskroy Bisp Bliespin III of Tow-Entire, Tertiary Demesne, etc. This was the short version, of course, excluding his educational qualifications and military service medals. Certain components of this startlingly grand honorific apparently indicated that Bettelskroy was the trusted, word good as the original, clone of somebody back home who was even more imposingly magnificent, to the point of being too posh even to do anything as vulgar as actually travelling. Bettelskroy looked briefly, very slightly pained.
"The precise operational parameters are still being optimized as the vessel is fitted out," it explained. "As in original, it utilizes hyperspatial aggregation motors and additionally applied induction factoring rather than the more common warp engine technology, which powers the vessels your own society builds. Again, as in the original, of course, the maximum apparent velocity is achievable over a defined period."
A defined period?
Indeed.
What you mean is only in bursts?
Of course. Again, as in the original, though again, as it were, a higher maximum and for longer.
So, what's its indefinitely sustainable maximum? The little alien sighed.
"We are still working that out, but in excess of 10 kilolights assuredly."
Ah. What about the weapons?
"Generally similar to, and in some cases improvements on, and refinements of the originals. In a word, formidable. Far beyond anything the Sitchultian enablement currently possesses. To be frank, so far beyond, they will remain arguably non-analyzable and certainly non-reproducible for the foreseeable near to medium future. This, sir, will be a space yacht capable of successfully engaging entire fleets of vessels representing state-of-the-art technology by Sitchultian enablement standards, and some way beyond. Great care will need to be taken drawing up the, how shall I put this, the generally available component of the use and ownership contract for this to pass muster with, sadly, all too zealous bureaucrats of the Galactic Council's Technology Transfer Oversight Board."
Well, we'll see. It does look terribly retro in style, don't you think?
"It is not styled, it is simply designed. See, the form allows all weapons to point forward, 5 out of the 8 to point rearward, and never less than 5 to point to any side without rotation. In event of field failure, the highly fluid dynamic directional profile outline provides high abrasive environment survivability. The internal component layout and field substrate deployment are generally held to be as close to perfection as it was then possible to achieve, and has not been significantly improved upon since. I beseech you, Veppers, inquire. Such inquiry will prove what I say. The murderer class is rightly regarded as a design classic.
So, it is actually quite old.
Let us say that it is proven. In many ways, it has never been vetted for purposeful elegance.
Still, though, old.
Veppers, my dear friend, the example you see before you is better than the original, and that was the best there was at the time. Warship design has improved only incrementally since, with gradual, though significant improvements to raw speed, crude weapon power effectiveness, and so on. But, in a sense, all the various design teams have ever been trying to do is recreate the design you see here before you for future ages. Any given design produced right now to represent the sum of all subsequent improvements will quickly itself be improved upon and so eclipsed within a relatively short interval. The beauty of the murderer class is that, in a way, it never was improved upon. That legacy is secure, endures, and ensures that its reputation, rather than fade, will likely only grow the brighter.
Accommodation?
The original could accommodate up to 120 humans in, admittedly, relatively cramped conditions. Our improved version requires minimal operational crew, perhaps 3 or 4, and so allows for, say, equal numbers of 20 servant crew and 20 passengers, the latter existing in conditions of some considerable luxury. The exact disposition of the apartments and suites would be up to your good self.
Pepper said. Okay, I'll think about it.
Well said. Like our civilizational inspirates, we worship nothing, but if we and they did worship anything, it would be thought, reason, and rationality. As such, your ambition to think leaves us assured that our offer will be seen as the generous, indeed, generous almost to a fault, one that it is.
Your confidence is an inspiration to us all, I'm sure.
Chapter 20. The Tsungarial disk had been a disappointment the first time Veppers had seen it. 300 million space factories of 500,000 tons or more each sounded like a lot, but spread out around an entire gas giant from within a few hundred kilometres of Regier's cloud tops to over 500,000 kilometres distant from the planet, in a band 40,000 kilometres thick, it was amazing how empty the space around the planet could seem. It didn't help that the Fabricaria were soot black. They didn't reflect, glint, or really show up at all, unless they got in the way of light coming from somewhere else, when they registered as, at best, a spatter of silhouettes. As Regier itself was a fairly dull-coloured planet, mostly dark reds and browns with only a few lighter yellows at the poles, silhouetting the Fabricaria against something wasn't that easy either. They looked much better and far more impressive enhanced, their location signalled by little spots of light, superimposed onto the real view of the system. That gave you an impression of just how many of the fuckers there really were. The GF-CF Sucker-class ship Messenger of Truth swung neatly out of hyperspace with the minimum of fuss, just a few hundred clicks out from the disk's designated initial contact facility, one of the disk's relatively rare habitats rather than a true factory unit. The little spaceport orbited slowly around Regier at a distance of just over 500,000 clicks, and so was about as far out as any part of the disk ever got. The facility itself was a fat, grey, slightly flattened torus, 10 clicks across and 1 in diameter, its sides studded with lights and its outer surface barnacled with dock pits and mooring gantries. Apparently, only 6 of the facility's 25 docking points were in use, though that was still twice as many as Veppers had ever seen on previous visits. Veppers sat in what he judged to be a rather cheesy, over-decorated lounge within the GF-CF ship, sprawled within a recliner seat, having a pedicure performed by 2 giggling naked females, who looked to represent a sort of halfway compromise between Sechultians and the GF-CFians. He'd been told their names, but had lost interest in them after about the 3rd giggle. He sipped on a long drink with pretentious amounts of garnish and a little, allegedly entirely edible, fish swimming around inside. Bettelskroy Bisp Bliespin III sat in a smaller but otherwise similar recliner alongside.
A roughly spherical floating robot device was softly combing the alien's head scales with a gently glowing immaterial field.
"We are just checking in,"
Bettelskroy explained, waving one elegantly formed hand at the screen filling their field of vision in front of them.
"This is what is called the Disk-Designated Initial Contact Facility, though we usually just call it reception."
"I have been here before," Veppers said. He sort of drawled the remark, though he doubted the subtlety would be lost on the alien. "I own 96 of these factories, Bettelskroy, and I dislike being an absentee landlord."
Of course,
the alien said, nodding wisely. Veppers gestured at the screen, where the space station was rotating slowly. "Isn't that a culture ship? The one just coming into view?"
"Indeed. Well spotted. That is the Fast Picket X-Killer Class Limited Offensive Unit, Hylozoist, of the Culture's Restoria section. It has been stationed here for the last standard year or so, supporting the Restoria mission within the disk."
"Isn't it likely to be checking us out as we are, as you put it, checking in?"
"That would be impolite,"
the alien said with a charming small smile.
"In any event, rest assured that the Messenger of Truth is one of our finest ships and easily capable of resisting any attempt by a craft like the Hylozoist to intrusively investigate us without our express permission and, indeed, active cooperation. We can both outgun and outrun the Hylozoist. It is no threat to us or to the actions that may need to be taken in the near future. It has been taken account of, and its presence and, indeed, likely engagement fully factored into our plans and sims. Plus, without giving too much away—"
Bettelskroy's pale facial skin flushed a little, and it held up one delicate hand in modesty.
"I think it is no secret that the Messenger of Truth is not here, in or near the disk alone. It is simply the nominal flagship of our fleet here, and indeed not even the most militarily capable of our immediately applicable assets."
"Any other culture ships around?" Veppers asked, eyeing the Fast Picket suspiciously as it moved slowly round in front of them, nested into its docking pit on the facility's outer surface.
"No,"
Bettelskroy said. Veppers looked at the alien. "You're sure?" It smiled beatifically back.
"We are sure."
It made a graceful, blossoming gesture with its hands.
"There, we are registered, checked in. We have done the polite thing and may now go about our business."
"I take it I haven't been mentioned?" Veppers asked.
"Of course not. We are here ostensibly simply to carry out regular oversight and minor maintenance as required of our monitoring facilities distributed throughout the greater disk. We may go where we please."
"Useful," Veppers nodded.
"Ship,"
Bettelskroy said.
"you may continue on to our destination."
The view on the screen flickered. The space station was suddenly replaced by the gas giant Rogier, its side-lit disk filling a substantial part of the screen, and the locations of the Fabricaria again showing by tiny points of light. The effect was to create a near invisibly fine speckle of bright dust that girdled the banded ruddiness of the gas giant like a haze. The view tipped, then expanded suddenly and dramatically as the ship plunged into the mass of light points. They zipped past the vessel like hail in a ground car's headlights. The view swung again as the ship curved round, partially following the orbits of the displayed Fabricaria. Bettelskroy clapped its hands daintily and sat up, shooing the floating robot away.
"We should make our way to the shuttle," the alien announced.
The shuttle departed the ship on the far side of the disk from the reception facility, ejected into space just as the Messenger of Truth carried out a sudden course correction. This, Bettelskroy explained, should serve to conceal the shuttle's departure from even the most assiduous monitoring equipment. The shuttle drifted, already quite precisely aimed, towards one of the dark, anonymous Fabricaria. Watching on the shuttle screen, Bettelskroy on one side and the craft's pilot on the other, Veppers saw the dark absence of the rapidly approaching object blotting out more and more of the other light points, until its blackness appeared to fill the screen, and it seemed they were about to collide with it. He felt an instinctive desire to push himself back into his seat. For all the good that would do, he told himself. He stared at the darkness, enveloping the screen as though trying to fend off the manufactory's implied bulk by force of will alone. A sudden jolt of deceleration and a longer tug of calibrated slowing pulled them up short, close enough to see hints of detail on the dark satellite's surface. The screen was still superimposing a false view.
The faint wash of radiation coming off the thing was in wavelengths way below what pan-human eyes could register. It was hard to estimate size, though Veppers knew that the average manufactory was a fat disk about a couple of kilometres across and a third of that in height. They varied a little in size, though generally only by a factor of 2. This one looked pretty average-sized, though it was less synthetic-looking, more natural in appearance than was the norm. Its surface looked smoothly lumpy, enough to be a very old and worn comet nucleus. Only a few 2 straight lines and near-flat surfaces hinted at its artificiality. The shuttle flew slowly into what looked like a deep, dark crater. The screen went perfectly black. Then light filtered back. A faint but slowly increasing yellow-white luminescence began to seep in all around, then flooded the screen. The interior of the manufactory was a web-laced space over a kilometre across. The massed, silvery, criss-crossing filaments studded with hundreds upon hundreds of darkly gleaming machines, like giant pieces of clockwork, all discs and gears, shafts and plates, cylinders, spindles, looms and nozzles. The shuttle came to a halt, perhaps 100 metres in towards the centre of the satellite.
"May I show you how this will look when and if we go ahead?" Bettelskroy said.
"Please do," Veppers said.
The screen went into what was obviously a simulation mode, overlaying what the fabricatory's interior would look like when it was operating. The many great clockwork machines ran up and down the network of silvery lines, most retreating to the outskirt walls of the manufactory, while about a 20th of their number clumped in the very centre of the space like a nucleus. The machines flicked this way and that. Some light flickered, and dark lumps of matter rained down from the machines set around the perimeter, falling into the central nexus to disappear. Gradually, the nucleus of machines expanded, and other machines slid in from the outside to join those working in the centre. Whatever they were working on, it grew, taking on a succession of fairly simple shapes, though all implied something roughly twice as long as it was wide and approximately cylindrical. As the shape grew, its surface only rarely visible, and never quite looking like what might be a hull, more and more of the clockwork-looking machines joined in the act of creation taking place. Meanwhile, the network of silvery filaments was bowing out like an expanding lens made of wires, accommodating the roughly ellipsoid shape growing in the centre. All the time, greater and greater quantities of matter, in increasingly varied shapes and sizes, were falling in from those machines still stationed on the outside, and from holes and nozzles dotted around the interior wall of the satellite itself. A couple of minutes after the production process had begun, the filaments had shrunk back almost to the interior walls of the fabricatory, and the great clockwork machines had gone with them and become still. No parcels of matter issued from the machines or from the nozzles, slots and pits on the walls. Sitting in the middle of the space now, there was a ship. It was still very approximately ellipsoidal in shape, maybe 600 metres long, 200 across and 100 in height. Its hull shimmered in the light, seemingly unable to decide whether it was pitch black or hazy silver. Rashed all over its shifting, uncertain surface were round black blisters of various sizes and sets of shallow, perfectly elliptical craters.
"Ta-ra!"
Bettelskroy said, with a shy giggle, then glanced at Veppers and blushed.
"One space warship," it said.
"How fast can it go?"
"Maximum velocity, 2.4 kilolights."
"And it's fully working?" Veppers asked, sceptical.
"Fully,"
Bettelskroy said.
"It would be no match for the vessel we have constructed for you, of course. But it contains a real-time grown medium-level AI substrate, already running all relevant internal systems, maintenance functions, full-spectrum radiative and scheme sensory systems. A primer fusion power unit ready to start manufacturing antimatter for its pre-functional warp drive, and a variety of weapon systems, including thermonuclear warhead missiles and thermonuclear plasma generators. All that would be necessary to activate it would be to transmit the relevant run protocols into its processing substrate. A trivial task, taking minutes at most. It would then be immediately ready for spaceflight and battle, though, obviously, giving it a few days to produce its own AM would increase its utility and power vastly. Equip it with prefabricated AM for its power units and missiles, and it would be even more powerful, even more quickly."
"How long does it all take?" Veppers asked.
"For this size, the whole process to the stage you see here takes between 9 and 15 days, according to the exact specification, sufficient raw material being present, obviously."
That's just the surface layers of the fabric area itself, isn't it? Peppers asked. Again, he wasn't going to show what he was feeling here. He'd had no idea the fabric area could spin a full-size working ship, especially a full-size, tooled-up working warship, so quickly. He'd always known that the fabric area the Veprine Corporation was allowed to use had been reduced in operational effectiveness before they'd been allowed to get their hands on them, but he'd had no inkling by how much. He'd asked, naturally, but everybody involved had been professionally vague. The Veprine Corp fabric area could also produce a ship ready for fitting out in a matter of days, albeit a much smaller, much less sophisticated ship. But the devil was in the fitting out bit. That was where most of the hard work lay. Even disregarding the processing substrates concerned, you always brought them in from other specialist subsidiaries anyway, the sensory, power and engine components were what took all the time to make, not to mention all the other bewilderingly many and arcanely diverse subsystems a working spacecraft seemed to require. Just making the relevant components took months of expensive, high-complexity work, and then fitting them all in place and getting them all working together took almost as long again. Getting all that done in a week or two was almost preposterous.
The outer surfaces of the fabric area traditionally provide the semi-processed raw material initially, Bettlesroy confirmed. For longer-term sequential manufacturing, there are shuttle tugs ready to bring in further truly raw material from other parts of the system, though that would not be an issue here. The point of the exercise is to manufacture a fleet of ships very quickly for effectively instant deployment, rather than to set up a sustainable production process.
How many ships are we talking about? Veppers asked. Bettlesroy made a whistling noise.
Potentially anything up to approximately 230 million.
Veppers stared at the alien. How many? It was hard not to show his astonishment. He'd thought only a few of the Fabricaria would be able or properly primed to build ships. This implied that almost all of them would be able to produce a ship each.
Approximately 230 million, the alien repeated. At most. Fabricaria are capable of being brought together to create larger units themselves, subsequently capable of constructing larger and or more complicated vessels, probably to a point where the numbers of individual craft involved would be reduced by a factor of 30 or 40. No one knows. These are guesstimates. Plus, it is not impossible that slightly greater numbers of the Fabricaria than we are assuming have been corrupted or disabled by the pre-existing smatter infection, or by the measures taken to deal with the infection.
But still up to 230 million.
Approximately.
And already at once?
Better than 99.5% would be. With numbers on that scale, especially as we are envisaging using such ancient facilities, there are bound to be delays, stragglers, failures and incompletes, possibly even calamities. Apparently, Fabricaria have been known to blow up, or aggressively dismantle themselves, or, occasionally sometimes, each other.
Veppers hadn't meant to stare at the alien, but he found that even he couldn't help it. Close to 250 million ships, he said. I am hearing you right. That is what you said. Bettlesroy looked bashful, almost embarrassed, but nodded.
Assuredly.
I'm not missing something here, am I? Veppers said. That is a truly astounding, almost farcical number of ships, isn't it? Bettlesroy blinked a few times.
It's a lot of ships,
it agreed cautiously. Couldn't you take over the fucking galaxy with a fleet that size? The alien's laughter tinkled.
Gracious no. With a fleet of that nature, you'd be restricted to civilizations no more sophisticated than your own. And even then, more sophisticated civs would quickly step in to prevent such shenanigans.
The alien smiled, waving one hand at the image of the warship, now frozen on the screen.
These are quite simple craft by level 7 or 8 civilizational standards. We ourselves would need a substantial fleet to cope with the sheer numbers involved, but it would hardly trouble us. A single large culture GSV could probably cope on its own, even if they all came at it together. Standard tactics would be to slightly outpace them and turn them on each other with its effectors. They'd destroy themselves without the GSV firing a single real shot. Even if they were all magically equipped with hyperspace engines and were capable of performing a surprise 4D shell surround maneuver, you'd bet on a GSV breaking out through them. It'd just brush them aside.
But if they split up and went off destroying ships and habitats and attacking primitive planets, Veppers said.
Then they'd need to be dealt with one by one,
Bettelskroy conceded uncomfortably.
In effect, they would be treated as a high initial force status, low escalation threat, non-propagating, hegemonizing swarm outbreak. But, well, we ourselves have sub-sub munitions and cluster missiles capable of successfully engaging craft like this, and such behavior, unleashing such a pan-destructive force, would be beyond reprehensible. Condemnation would be universal. Whoever was responsible for setting such actions in motion would be signing their own perpetual incarceration order.
The little alien shivered convincingly at the very thought. So, what the hell are we doing even discussing what we are discussing?
That is different.
Bettelskroy sounded confident.
Depending on the locations and distributions of the targets involved, processing substrates and cores, presumably remote from high-concentration habitation, less than 50 million ships ought to be quite sufficient. They would overwhelm the defences round the substrate sites through sheer numbers, effectively on suicide missions. The action would be strictly precision-targeted, mission-end self-destruct limited, and any perceived wider threat would be over before anybody realised it had ever existed. Meanwhile, far from meeting with genuine condemnation, a lot of the galactic in play would be entirely happy that the war had been settled, if not in this manner, then certainly with this result.
The alien paused, looked at Veppers, apparently worried.
Let us be clear. We are talking about aiding the anti-hell side, are we not?
Yes, we are. Bettelskroy looked relieved.
Well then.
Veppers sat back, staring at the image of the ship on the screen. He nodded at it. How confident of that sim we just saw are you? Will it really all happen so flawlessly?
That was not a sim,
Bettelskroy said.
That was a recording. We built that ship a month ago. Then we set micro-drones crawling all through it to check it had been built properly before dismantling it, just to be sure, and then letting the fabricaria reduce it back to semi-processed raw material again to cover our tracks. The ship was entirely as specified, fully working, and the disk object which built it is indistinguishable from its 250 million fellow fabricaria.
You could have beamed this to me in my own study, Veppers said, nodding at the screen.
A little risky,
Bettelskroy said with a smile. It waved one hand, and the ship disappeared, to be replaced with what side readouts by the screen claimed was the real view again of the fabricaria's interior, webbed with criss-crossing filaments studded with what looked like giant pieces of clockwork.
Also, we rather assumed you'd arrive with analytical equipment to let you take a closer look at all this stuff.
The little alien looked at Veppers as though searching his clothing for signs of paraphernalia.
However, you appear to have come unencumbered by both tech and suspicions. Your trust is gratifying. We thank you.
Veppers smiled thinly at the alien. I decided to travel light. He turned to look at the screen again. Why did they build all these? Why so many? What was the point?
Insurance, possibly,
Bettelskroy said.
Defence. You build the means to build the fleets rather than build the fleets themselves. The means of production being inherently less threatening to one's neighbours than the means of destruction. It still makes people think twice about tangling with you.
The little alien paused.
Though it has to be said that those inclined to the fuck-up theory of history maintain that the disk has no such planned purpose and is essentially the result of something between a minor monopathic hegemonizing event and an instance of colossal military overordering.
It shrugged.
Who is to say?
They both stared at the dark network of threat and promise arrayed before them. There is still going to be some degree of blame involved in all this, though, isn't there? Veppers asked quietly. No matter how precisely targeted and quickly over it all is, some retribution will be required.
Good grief, yes.
Bettelskroy exclaimed.
That's precisely why we intend to frame the culture for everything.
She became an angel in hell. Che woke from the black-winged embrace of the creature, which had claimed to be the angel of life and death, to discover that she herself had become something not dissimilar. She opened her eyes to find herself hanging upside down in a dark space lit by a dim red light from below. A faint smell of shit and burning flesh left little doubt where she was. She felt sick. The truth was that despite everything, despite her best intentions, despite her daily renewed promise to herself, she had felt hope. She had hoped that she would be spared a return to the hell, hoped that instead she might be reincarnated once again within the reality of the refuge, restarting her accidental career as a novitiate, or even as something more humble, as long as it meant a life without any more than the average amount of pain and heartbreak. She looked around, still slowly waking. She looked up, which was really down, at her own body. She had become something great and dark and winged. Her feet had become claws big enough to grasp a person whole. She spread her front legs, arms, wings. They opened easily, purposefully, far out to either side. Limbs ready to walk the air, limbs ready to grasp the wind. She folded them back in again, hugging herself. She could feel no pain. She was in a huge hanging space in what smelled absolutely like hell, and she was very aware that her sense of smell was much better than it had been before, both wider somehow and more sensitive, more accurate and refined. But she was not in any pain. Her feet seemed to clutch whatever she was hanging from quite naturally, without conscious will or even any discernible effort. She clutched at the thing. It felt like a great iron bar as thick as a person's leg, and increased her grip until it did hurt a little. She relaxed again. She opened her mouth, a predator's mouth, a long, pointed tongue. She closed her sharp-toothed jaws over her tongue, bit down tentatively. That hurt. She tasted blood. She shook her broad, oversized head to clear it, and found that she had been looking at everything through some sort of membranes over her eyes, which she could sweep back. She did so. She was hanging in what looked like a sort of gigantic hollow fruit, all veined and organic-looking, with a single massive iron bar running right across it, seemingly just so she could hang on it. She lifted first one foot off it, then the other, to make sure that she wasn't shackled to it. Each foot and leg seemed easily capable of taking her whole weight. She was strong, she realized. Her wings folded back in. She hadn't even realized that they'd extended again as she'd tried taking her feet off the bar. Some instinctual thing, she supposed. Beneath her head, looking properly down, there was a sort of frilled opening that looked unpleasantly like a sphincter of some sort. Beyond, she could see what appeared to be drifting red-tinged cloud. She would need to half-fold her wings, she thought, as soon as she saw the aperture. She felt a strange hunger and a tremendous urge to fly. She opened her feet and dropped. Back aboard the Messenger of Truth, powering its way back to Verbetsua, Veppers sat at an impressively large round table with Bettelskroy, the rest of the GFCF people who had first greeted him when he'd arrived, and several projections, holograms of those unable to be physically present. Even these weren't being beamed in. They were present aboard the ship in some form, their personalities housed in the vessel's substrates. This made for better security, increased deniability, in other words. All but one were GFCFian, each as small and beautiful as the other. The only exception was a hologram of another pan-human, a uniformed male called Space Marshal Vatoi. He was a big, grizzled-looking creature, both unmistakably alien and entirely pan-human. To Veppers, he looked barrel-chested with too long a head and freakishly small features. A hero who'd worked his way up through the ranks in the Great War in Heaven, allegedly. Veppers had never heard of the guy, though, admittedly, he'd never taken much notice of the war at all. It had always sounded to him like just a particularly long-winded multiplayer wargame. He had nothing against long-winded multiplayer war games. They were how his ancestors had made the first family megafortune. He just didn't think that anything that happened inside them should qualify as news. He hoped the GFCF knew what they were doing and who they were dealing with here. One of them had witted on at the start of the meeting, singing Vatoi's praises, describing him as a fully accredited member of something called the Trapeze Group of the Strategic Operational Space, or something, and saying how they'd had extensive preparatory dealings with this or that or him, like this was meant to set his mind at ease.
To restate, then,
Bettelskroy said, waving one decorously attenuated limb at Vatoi.
The Space Marshal here, on behalf of those forces known as the anti-Hell side, now taking part in the current confliction, being overseen by the Ishlo-Sinami, requests that we, the Veprine Corporation, and the currently constituted and here configured subsection of the Gaceptian Fardicile Cultural Federacy Special Contact Division, use the facilities of the Tsungarial Disk to build a fleet of warships, currently estimated as numbering between 60 and 100 million, though that is subject to revision, for the purpose of attacking the processing cores running the virtual realities which house the aforementioned hells. The Veprine Corporation will provide the AI operating systems and navigational software subcomplexes for the vessels, suitably groomed to make them appear stolen and modestly improved in a distinctly culture style by our good selves. We also undertake to transport a modest proportion of the vessels as rapidly as possible to more distant parts of the galaxy to be deployed where necessary if required. The anti-Hell forces will provide the expendable combat personalities for the fleet's leadership hierarchy, these command vessels to make up 1/65th of the total. Similar virtual specialists will also make up the direct hacking teams emplaced on certain designated ships which will attempt to disrupt the inter-Hell information traffic by, where possible, temporarily occupying the substrate housings and support systems and physically interfacing with them pre-self-destruct.
There were nods, their equivalents, and other appropriate gestures and noises of assent. Bettelskroy went on.
We, the GFCF, will undertake to present to our friends the culture, in the shape of the Restoria mission presently working in the Tsungarial Disk, what will appear to be a sudden and violent outbreak of the currently abated smatter infection infesting certain components of the disk. Initially, this will distract and tie up the culture assets which we know are present, as well as drawing out and sucking in any other nearby forces within practical rush-in distance. Come the inevitable post-incident investigations, the smatter eruption will begin to look like something the culture itself staged to allow it to take on an aggressively operational role in what transpires subsequently.
You are sure you can keep your own fingerprints off this, are you? Vatoi asked.
We are,
Bettelskroy said.
We have done this before, without detection.
The little alien smiled winningly.
The trick is to do something that the culture would actually quite like to have done itself anyway. That way, any subsequent investigations tend to be more cursory than they might otherwise have been.
Have you taken any actions like this on such a scale before? Vatoi asked. Bettelskroy blushed, looked down.
Absolutely not. This is a significantly greater interference than any we have attempted before. However, we remain extremely confident that it will succeed.
Vatoi looked unconvinced, Veppers thought. Maybe. Always hard to tell with aliens. If the culture decides it's been tricked, used, manipulated, the Space Marshal said, slowly and deliberately, with the air of a man imparting a great and serious certitude, it will move afterlives to get to the truth, and it will not stop until it thinks it's got to the bottom of it, no matter what. And, he said, looking round them all, there will always be forces within the culture who will exact revenge. Again, no matter what. Vatoi paused, looked grim. I think we all know the saying, don't fuck with the culture. Bettelskroy smiled, blushing once again.
Sir, it said, some of the incidents to which I suspect you are referring, the ones which have reinforced that famous saying which I shall not repeat.
Yes, Vatoi said, realizing it was expected. Bettelskroy paused, as though wondering to say what it was about to say or not. Eventually, the little alien said,
"Those were us, not them."
The toy definitely looked dubious now. "Really?" Battlescroy looked down modestly again.
"Really,"
it said, extremely quietly. The toy frowned. "Then do you ever wonder who might be using who?" The little alien smiled, sighed.
"We give it some consideration, sir."
It looked round the other GFCFians gathered round the table. They looked happy as zealots who'd just found a heathen to burn, Veppers thought. That was a little worrying. Battlescroy made a flowing, resigned gesture with its arms.
"We are happy with our current situational analysis and pattern of behaviour."
"And you're happy you can keep the Flecker and the NR in the dark?" Veppers asked. "I'm pinned by my balls at the business end of a firing range if you don't."
"The NR are less concerned than you think,"
Battlescroy said reassuringly.
"They approach their own sublimation more immediately than is known by all but us. The Flecker are an irrelevance, a legacy concern. They are our old mentors, as they are still yours, Mr. Veppers. Their diverse and great achievements, now in many ways eclipsed by those of the GFCF, even if, as a species, they remain theoretically our betters."
Battlescroy paused for a little laugh.
At least, according to the inflexible and, quite arguably, outmoded definitions of the Galactic Council's currently accepted, recognized civilizationary levels framework.
The little alien paused again, and was rewarded with what was, by GFCF standards, a positive storm of rowdy agreement, deep nods, loud muttering, and a lot of meaningful eye contact. Veppers would have sworn some of them even thought about slapping their manicured little hands on the table. Glowing, Battlescroy went on.
"The Flecker will be quietly proud of anything we achieve, and the same vicarious sense of accomplishment will most doubtlessly be applied to the Situltian enablement in turn."
He beamed at Veppers.
In both cases, leave them to us."
Veppers exchanged looks with Vitoy. Of course, you never entirely knew what an exchange look really meant to an alien, pan-human or not. But it felt like somebody had to exercise a little realism here, maybe even a little healthy cynicism. On the other hand, they were pretty much agreed. There was little enough left to iron out. They were going to go ahead with this, doubts or not. The rewards were too great not to. Veppers just smiled. "Your confidence is reassuring," he told Battlescroy.
"Thank you. So, we are all agreed, yes?"
Battlescroy said, looking around the table. The alien might as well, Veppers thought, have been asking whether they wanted to order out for sandwiches or dips for lunch. It was almost impressive. Everybody looked at everybody else. No one raised any objections. Battlescroy just kept on smiling. "When do we begin?" Vitoy asked eventually.
"Directly," Battlescroy said. "Our little pretend smatter squib will go off within the next half a day, a little more than an hour after we deliver Mr. Veppers back to Verbetsua. We start the Fabricaria running immediately we see that the culture forces are fully engaged with the outbreak."
Battlescroy sat back, looking very satisfied.
"All we need then, of course,"
it said thoughtfully,
"is the location of the substrates to be targeted. We can't do anything without that information."
It turned smoothly to Veppers.
"Can we, Veppers, old friend?"
They were all looking at him now. Space Marshal Vitoy was positively staring. For the first time in the meeting, Veppers felt he was finally getting the attention and respect he normally took for granted. He smiled slowly. "Let's get the ships built first, shall we? Then we'll be ready to target them."
"Some of us,"
Battlescroy said, glancing around the table before focusing intently on Veppers,
"are still a little sceptical about how easy it will be to get to a significant number of hell-containing substrates in the limited amount of time that will be available."
Veppers made his face expressionless. "You may be surprised, Battlescroy," he said, "even amused." The little alien sat forward, perfectly proportioned arms on the table surface. It looked steadily into Veppa's eyes for some time.
"We are all very much depending on you here, Joyla,"
it said quietly. Assuming it was a threat, it was rather well delivered, Veppas thought. He'd have been proud of it himself. Despite the apocalyptic nature of everything they'd been discussing, it was the first time, maybe since they'd met, that Veppas thought he might have caught a glimpse of the hardened steel hiding underneath all the alien volute. He sat forward, too, towards Bettelskroy. "Why, I would have it no other way," he said smoothly. She flew over the hell. It smelled, stank, just as it had. The view from this high up, just under the dark brown boiling overcast, was of a rolling, sometimes jagged landscape of ash-grey and shit-brown, splattered with shadowy near blacks, acidic yellows and bilious greens. Red mostly meant pits of fire. The distant screams, groans and wails sounded no different. The place she had woken in really had looked like a giant piece of fruit, a bloated purple shape hanging unsupported in the choking air as though dangling from the bruised-looking mass of cloud. At least in the immediate area it appeared to be unique. She could see no other similar giant bulbs hanging from the clouds. She tried flying up through the clouds just to see. The clouds were acidic, choking her, making her eyes water. She flew back down, took some clearer air, waited for her eyes to clear, then tried again, with lungs full, holding her breath as she beat upwards on her great dark wings. Eventually, just before her lungs felt they might be about to burst, she collided painfully with something hard and rough, slightly granular. She had the air knocked out of her, jarred her head, and scraped the ends of both wings. She fell out of the clouds in a small rain of rusting flakes of iron. She breathed, collected herself, flew on. In the distance, she saw the line of fire that was the very edge of the war within hell, a crackling stitch of tiny red, orange and yellow bursts of light. Something that was part curiosity and part the strange hunger she had felt earlier made her fly towards it. She wheeled overhead, watching waves and little rivulets of men make their slow, breaking surges across the multiply broken, seared and blasted landscape below. They fought with every edged weapon ever known, and primitive guns and explosives. Some stopped and looked up at her, she thought, though she did not want to approach too closely. Flying demons whizzed amongst the arcing, fizzing shells and storms of arrows. Some came up towards her. She experienced terror, and each time was about to beat madly away, but then they turned and dropped away again. The hunger nagged at her. Part of her wanted to land to do what? Was she to be a demon? Was the need she felt the need to torment? Was she supposed to become one of the torturers? She would starve first, kill herself if she could, simply refuse if it was possible. Knowing hell, knowing the way it worked, she doubted that would be possible. The flying demons who had flown up towards her had been smaller than her. She had cruel hooks midway along the leading edges of her wings, where a biped might have had thumbs on its hands. She had sharp teeth and strong jaws, and tree-trunk-crushing claws. She wondered if she could start killing demons. The screams from below, the smells of flesh burned by flames and acid sprays and the rising, choking clouds of poison gas all drove her away after a while. A large, black shape flew across the landscape behind her. She looked back, saw the giant beetle thing following her, catching up, keeping 100 meters or so off her left side. It drew level, wobbled in the air, then peeled away. She flew on, and it came back, repeating the actions. The third time, she followed it. She trod the air, beating her leathery black wings slowly, such that she seemed to stand in the air, level with the face of the enormous uber-demon who had taunted and killed her most of a lifetime ago. Its gigantic lantern head was lit from within, the pulsing flame cloud continually taking on the appearance of different tortured faces. The towering candles at each corner of the creature's squared-off head sputtered and crackled, their gnarled surfaces veined with the nervous systems of the screaming unfortunates embedded within. Below, its vast amalgamated body of reconstituted bone, pitted, sweating metals, stress-cracked twisted sinew and bubbling, weeping flesh, quivered in the heat released from its dull-glowing throne. Wreathed in its hideous fumes and retchingly intense smokes, it created a briefly recognizable face within its glassed-off lantern of a head. Che recognized Prin.
Her heart, massive in her barrel of a chest, pounded harder. A sort of hopeless pleasure filled her for a moment. Then she felt suddenly sick. Prynne smiled at her for a moment. Then his face contorted in pain before the image disappeared. A flat, ugly, alien face replaced Prynne's and remained there, pop-eyed and grinning, while the thing talked to her.
"Welcome back,"
he bellowed. The sound was still ear-splitting, but just about below the level of pain. "Why am I here?" she asked.
"Why do you think?"
"I will not be one of your demons," she told it. She thought about flying at him, claws out, trying to damage the thing. She had a brief image of herself caught in one of its colossal hands, crushed like a tiny fluttering bird inside a shrinking cage of girder fingers. Another image showed her trapped inside the creature's lantern head, beating frantically against the unbreakable glass, wings ragged, jaws broken, eyes gouged out, forever choking.
"You would be a useless demon, little bitch," the thing said. "That is not why you are here."
She beat the air in front of it, of him, waiting. It tipped its head to one side a little. The 4 candles roared, screamed.
"That hunger you feel."
What of it? Sick again. What would it turn out to be?
"It is the hunger to kill."
Is it indeed? She would defy, she thought. She would be defiant, for all the good that ever did in hell. With enough pain, you stopped defying or simply lost your mind. If you were lucky, maybe. Death, real death, is a blessing in hell, she told him.
"That is precisely the point," the creature thundered. "You may kill 1 person per day."
May I now?
"They will die fully. They will not be reincarnated in this hell or anywhere else. They will be permanently removed, deleted."
Why? The thing put back its head and laughed, a thunder spilling over the flames and smokes of the valley below. The candles sputtered furiously, dripped.
"To bring hope back into hell. You will be their angel, whore. They will beseech you to come to them, to deliver them from their torment. They will worship you. They will try to tempt you with supplications, prayers, offerings, any superstitious fuckwittery they'll think might work. You may choose whom to reward with death, pander to their idiocies, or deliberately ignore them. Have the miserable cunts set up fucking committees amongst themselves to decide democratically who should be the lucky little grubsucker who gets to be relieved of their burden of pain. I don't give a fuck. Just kill 1 a day. You can try and kill more, but it won't work. They'll die all right, but they'll come right back. Worse.
And if I kill none at all?
Then the hunger will grow inside you, until it feels like it is something alive, trying to gnaw its way out. It will become unbearable. Also, the wretches will have to do without their chance of release."
What is the point of releasing one soul from this infinitude of suffering?
"It's not infinite," the creature screamed. "It's vast. But it has limits. You have already scraped against the sky, you stupid whore. Beat away, if you want, until you find the iron walls of hell, and then tell me it's infinite. Finite. It's finite. Truly vast, but finite, with only so many tortured souls."
How?
1.25 billion. Does that fucking satisfy you? Go and count them if you don't believe me. I don't fucking care. You are beginning to bore me. Oh, I didn't mention, it won't all be fun for you. With each one you kill, you'll take on a little of their pain.
The more you kill, the more pain you'll experience. Eventually, the pain of the increasing hunger and the pain you've absorbed from those you've released should balance out. You might lose your mind again, but we'll deal with that when it happens. I expect I'll have thought of something even more condign for you by then.
The king of the demons gripped the red glowing ends of the mountainous seat's arms and came roaring forward at her, making her beat back through the air.
Now do fuck off and start killing.
It waved one vast hand at her. She felt herself swallow. A sickness clutched at her belly, and a terrible aching need to fly away seemed to tug at her wings and the bundled muscles in her chest, but she held where she was, beating steadily. "Prynne," she shouted. "What happened to Prynne?"
Who? What?
"Prynne, my mate, the one I came in here with. Tell me and I'll do what you want."
You'll do what I want, whether you fucking like it or not, you dumb, wormed cunt.
"Tell me."
Kill me 1,000, and I'll think about it.
"Promise," she wailed. The enormous demon laughed again.
Promise? You're in hell, you cysted cretin. Why the fuck would I make a promise but for the joy of breaking it? Go, before I change my mind and break your semen-encrusted wings just for fun. Come back when you send 10 times 100 to their undeserved ends, and I'll think about telling what happened to your precious Prynne. Now fuck off!
It brought its vast arms sweeping up towards her, one winging in from each side, hands as big as her entire body splayed out, clawed and clutching, as though trying to catch and crush her. She beat back, fell away, swooped and zoomed, glancing fearfully back as the great demon sat back in his great glowing chair, wreaths of smoke from his recent movements pulsing through the air around him. She killed her first that evening, as the already dull light deepened to a ruddy, sunless gloaming. It was a young female, caught on the rusted spikes of a cheval de frise on a cold hillside above a mean trickle of an acid stream, moaning almost continually, except when she had banked enough breath to scream. Che landed, listened to the female trying to speak, but got no sense from the piteous creature. She hesitated, looking around in case anything appeared familiar, but it was not the same hillside she and Prynne had sheltered on. She was crying as she folded her great dark wings round the female, trying not to tear the thin, leathery membranes of her wings on the cruel spikes. Che felt the female's being move out of her broken, twisted body and into her own, before dissipating entirely, just evaporating away like a little cloud on a warm, dry day. She felt a different kind of hunger, and ate some of the body, tearing through the tough hide to get into the juicy buttock muscles. As she flew back to her distant roost, she wondered how much pain would accrue as a result of what she had done. She hung there, digesting. Later, she was left with a sore tooth. She had become an angel in hell. Chapter 21. When the adults were away sometimes, they could play in the places where the adults played. She had a group of friends who were all about the same age, and they played together a lot when they weren't being taught in the little schoolroom on the top floor of the big estate house. The others could still be cruel to her now and again, when they wanted to get back at her for something, or when she had won something and they wanted to remind her that it didn't matter if she came first in a race or got better marks than anybody else in an exam, because, in the end, she was just a servant, really. In fact, worse than a servant, because at least a servant could just leave if they wanted to, but she couldn't. She was like a mount, or a hunt chaser, or a game hound. She belonged to the estate. She belonged to Veppers. Lideja had learned not to pretend that she didn't care when the other children were like this. It had taken her a while to work out how best to handle this sort of teasing. Crying a lot and running to her mother made it too easy for the children to use her like a toy when they were bored. Press Lideja's button and off she'd race. So that was no good. Not reacting at all, going all stony-faced, that just made them say even worse things, until it ended in a fight,
and she, it always seemed to be her fault, got them all punished. So that didn't work either. The best thing to do was to cry a little and let them know that she'd been hurt, then just get on with things. Sometimes when she did this, she got the impression some of the other children thought she hadn't seemed hurt enough, and they tried to hurt her some more, but then she would just tell them they were being immature. Leave it behind, move on, learn and progress. They were just about at the age when this sort of adult talk could be successfully used. They played in the places they were supposed to play, places where nobody had said they couldn't, and, best of all, in the places where they definitely weren't supposed to play at all. Of the latter, her favourite had always been the water maze, the complex of shallow channels, ponds and lakes where the adults played with big toy battleships, and where they watched the miniature sea battles take place from all the big towers and soaring arches and canals in the air. She had been allowed to watch one of the battles once with her mother, though it had taken a lot of nagging, and her mother had had to ask it as a big favour, and even then it wasn't one of the really important battles with lots of rich and famous people watching. It was just a sort of trying out and testing sort of battle that people from the estate could watch sometimes if they didn't have other duties. Her mother hadn't enjoyed it because she didn't like heights. She kept her eyes closed most of the time, her hands grasping the sides of the little flat-bottomed boats they rode around in on the canals in the sky. Nadejda had liked it at first, but eventually got bored. She thought it would be more interesting if she could be inside one of the battleships herself, rather than have to watch other people working them. Her mother, still without opening her eyes, told her that was a stupid idea. For one thing, she was too small. And anyway, only men were stupid and aggressive enough to want to get inside those floating death traps and be shot at with live ammunition for the entertainment of the spoiled rich. In the distance, Nadejda had seen one of the old dome plinths, busy with people. Teams of workmen with cranes and big vehicles full of electronics were dismantling all the sat domes, 24 of which had surrounded the mansion house in a ring a couple of kilometres across for as long as she could remember. The first time she had run away, it had been at the foot of one of those stone-clad plinths she had been caught. That had been years and years and years ago, maybe half her life. Now the gleaming white satellite domes were useless and outdated and being dismantled. Right there and then, for the first time, she felt herself growing old. They had to wait to be allowed to dock at the little pier on one of the towers, then go down in the coffin-like elevator and through the tunnel that led safely away from the lake and the towers and the channels and the ships. You could hear the guns firing even from the house. She and the other children, well, most of them, too, were too frightened, used to sneak under the fence that went all the way round the water maze. They kept well away from the miniature docks where the ships were maintained and repaired. The docks were usually only busy for the few days around one of the big proper battles, but even on the quietest days, there would be 1 or 2 grown-ups working there. Misty days were best. It all looked very strange and mysterious and bigger somehow, as though the toy landscape of the channels and little lakes had grown to be the right bigness for full-size battleships. She had an old faux metal plank for her ship. The others used various bits and pieces of plastic, faux metal and wood as theirs. They learned how to tie and glue extra bits and scraps of other stuff that floated to their ships, or plastic bottles or that sort of thing, to make them float better. They hid their ships in the reeds so they wouldn't get caught. They had their own races, battles and games of group tag and hide and seek. When they had proper battles, they threw lumps of earth and mud at each other. One time, it was almost dark before they heard adults calling for them. The others said she only won that one because she was black as the night. A couple of their ships were found one time when somebody doing something to one of the flat-bottomed boats in the Sky Canal saw them playing. Those 2 ships were taken away, and they all got a lecture about danger and unexploded munitions. They solemnly promised not to do it again, and watched as the hole in the fence they'd got in through was wired up. It was okay, because they'd already found another hole further round. After that, they were supposed to carry comms, kid phones, that told the adults where they were at all times. But a couple of the older kids had shown everybody how to turn them off completely, or make them give out signals that said they were 100 metres away from where they really were. The last day they played in the water maze, it was very bright and sunny, though they only got to play there as the sun was going down after school. All the adults were very busy because Mr. Veppers was coming back after a long time away on a business trip, way out in the stars, and so the house and the whole estate needed to be made to look as pretty and clean as possible. She didn't like hearing that Mr. Veppers was coming back, because he was the man who owned her. She didn't see him very often when he was in the big estate house, Their paths seldom crossed, as her mother put it. But just knowing he was in the place made her feel funny. It was like being breathless, like when you fell on your back and hurt yourself, but worse than the getting hurt was the not being able to draw a breath. It was a bit like that, except all the time when Mr. Veppers was at home. Lededja hadn't run away for a while, though she still thought about it sometimes. She was thinking about running away the next day, the day Mr. Veppers came back, but for now she wasn't thinking about it at all, and was just having fun in the last insect-buzzy heat of the day under a sky that was all red and yellow. She paddled along, lying on her front on her old ship, the trusty battleship, made from the length of foam metal that had been an offcut from one of the dock pontoons. She'd shaped it a bit over the years to make it more aerodynamic in the water. It had a point at the front, and it bent over at the back where you could brace your foot. Actually, hers wasn't a battleship at all, because battleships were big and heavy and slow, and when she was on her ship, she wasn't any of those things. She was light and quick, and so she decided she was a light cruiser. They were playing group tag. She hid in the rushes, close by one of the wading points between islands as the others slid quietly or splashed noisily past. Most of them were calling out her name and Hino's. Hino was the second youngest and small like her, and he was very good at tag and hide-and-seek, also like her. That meant that probably they were the last two to be found and tagged. She liked that. She liked to be the last to be caught, or not to get caught at all. Sometimes they heard the adults calling them, or one of the older kids got a comms call they couldn't ignore, and so they had to give up on the game, and that meant whoever still hadn't been caught by then had won. Once she had fallen asleep on her light cruiser board in the sunlight, and discovered that all the others had got bored and hungry and just gone off, leaving her there alone. She decided that counted as winning too. Stuck into the mud near where she was hiding was a metal and plastic shell. You rarely saw these because they had locator things in them, like the kid phones did, that meant they could be tidied up after each battle. But here was this one lying, with a badly dented nose that must have doinked off the armour of one of the ships. She picked it up carefully, just to look at it, holding it in 2 fingers like it might explode at any moment. It looked very old and dirty. There was writing on it she couldn't make out. She thought about putting it back where she'd found it, or throwing it onto the nearest island to see if it would explode, or dropping it in one of the deeper bits of the lakes. She even thought about leaving it where it would be found really easily by one of the maintenance people. But in the end, she kept it, making a little mud nest for it right at the front, the bow, of her foam metal light cruiser. Leaning over to scoop up the mud to do this must have caused ripples, because next thing she knew, there was a loud shout from alarmingly nearby, and Perdil, one of the bigger, older boys, was almost on top of her, powering his plastic warship towards her along the channel using both hands, raising a breaking bow wave that shone in the red rays of the setting sun, as he turned to head straight for her through the reeds. She struck out as hard as she could, angling out and away through a gap in the swaying stalks, but she knew she would never make it. Perdil was going too fast, and she could never outpace him anyway. Perdil was a bully who sometimes threw stones instead of mud when they had proper battles, and was one of those who most liked to tease her about her tattoo and her being owned by Mr. Veppers. So the best she could do would be to get out into the channel and hope at least she'd get caught by somebody else. She flattened herself on the board and started paddling desperately, both hands digging deep into the warm water, raising clouds of mud towards the surface. Something flew over her head and splashed just ahead of her. Perdil was shouting and laughing close behind her. She could hear the dry, rattling sound of the reed stems being pushed aside and under by the curved prow of his plastic ship. She got into the channel and almost collided with Hino, who was being pursued by 2 of the others. They both manoeuvred to avoid hitting each other. He sat up when he saw it was her, and was struck in the face by a clod of earth with some broken reed stems still attached. Hino nearly fell off his board, which curved back round, blocking Lededja's course. She'd never get past him now. She started to pull up, using both hands to slow herself as the front of her craft slid in towards Hino. Oh, she thought. She hoped the shell she'd found didn't blow up when her ship hit Hino's. It didn't. Phew, she thought. Hino wiped the mud off his face and glared past her at Perdil. Led felt Perdil's craft smack into the back of her own, just as Hino reached out to the little lumpen nest of mud she'd put the shell in, at the bows of her ship. She saw him pick up the muddy shell and throw it in one quick movement. Lededja had time to draw breath. The shell tore past her, 1/2 a metre away. The explosion seemed to slap her once right across the back. It made her head ring. Sound seemed to go away. She was still looking forward at Heino and raising her hand to try to say, "No!" She felt the ringing noise everywhere in her body. She saw Heino's face go pale as fast as clicking your fingers. The 2 other kids behind him wore the same expression. It was those expressions she would never forget. They were worse than what she saw when she looked round. Their faces, the 3 of them, staring open-mouthed, eyes wider than she thought eyes could go, all blood draining from their faces. She pushed herself up and turned to look behind her. It seemed to take a long time to do this. She looked away from Heino and the other 2 children, away from the channel behind and the setting sun and the reed beds stretching alongside. As she turned, she saw the low hill of the miniature island forming one bank of the channel. Above was the arch and spire of a sky canal, and a tower above that. She glimpsed something red. What was left of Perdil was still just about sitting on his plastic board. Most of his head had gone, though she only had a little while to see this as he fell forward and crashed down, part onto his board and part into the water. It was only then that they all started screaming.
"No backing up, then?"
"Of course not. We don't do that. We can't do that. We're not you." Lededja frowned at Demyson. The 2nd or 3rd most traumatic thing in her life, and the ship's avatar seemed almost unconcerned.
"So," Demyson said, "properly dead?"
"Yes, properly dead."
"What happened to Heino?"
"We never saw him again. He was taken to the city for the police investigation, and then had intensive post-traumatic counselling.
Why? What did the police do to him?"
"What? Nothing. There had to be a formal investigation, that's all. Of course they didn't do anything to him. What do you think we are?" Lededja shook her head. "The post-traumatic counselling was because he'd thrown what he thought was a rock and blown a kid's head off."
"Ah, right, I see."
Heino's father was a consulting landscaper who was only due to be on the estate until the end of that year anyway. So by the time he was fit to be seen in polite company again, Heino was on the other side of the world, while his dad sorted out some other rich man's problematic mansion sightlines.
Demyson nodded, looking thoughtful. "I didn't realize you had foam metal."
Lededja glared at him, eyes narrowed. "I can't believe that hasn't come up before," she said through gritted teeth. "What was I thinking of? I ran away the next morning and nearly died of exposure. Thanks for asking."
"You did?"
The avatar looked surprised.
"Why didn't you mention that?"
"I was coming to it," Lededja said icily. They were sitting in the outer 2 of the little shuttlecraft's pilot seats, their feet up on the seat in the middle. The falling outside the normal moral constraints was just about to enter enablement space, and Lededja had thought to tell a little more of her life story to the ship as she came back to the place she'd been born and brought up. Demyson nodded.
"I'm sorry," he said. "That was insensitive of me. Of course, it must have been traumatic for you as well, and the other 2 children, not to mention the various parents involved. Were you punished, either for being in the battle area, or for your part in providing the unexploded shell, or for running away?"
Lededja let out a breath. "All of the above," she said. She was silent for a moment. Eventually she said, "I don't think Veppers was very happy about having his big, triumphant homecoming spoiled by a runaway brat and a security kerfuffle over his toy battleships."
"Well," Demyson said, then paused in a most un-Demyson-like manner.
"What?" Lededja asked. The avatar swung his legs off the seat between them, turning and pointing at the main screen, which flashed into life, showing a slowly retreating starfield.
"Now, there's a strange thing," Demyson said,
almost as though not talking to her at all. He glanced at her, nodded at the screen.
"See that?"
Lededja looked, peered, squinted. "See what?"
Demyson said,
and the image on the screen zoomed in, altered in colour, and what appeared to be texture. In theory, it was a hollow display, but everything being shown was so far away there was no real sense of depth. Side screens filled with coloured graphs, numerals, bar and pie charts described the image manipulation taking place.
"That," he said,
nodding and sitting back. There was a strange granular quality to the centre of the screen, where the darkness seemed to flicker slightly, oscillating between two very similar and very dark shades of grey. "What is that?" Lededja asked. Demyson was silent for a couple of beats. Then, with a small laugh, he said, "I do believe we're being followed." "Followed? Not by a missile or something?" "Not by a missile," the Avatar said, staring at the screen. Then he looked away and turned back to her, smiling. "I don't know why I'm making this thing stare at the fucking module screen," he said, as the screen went blank again. "Yes, followed by another ship." Demyson put his feet up on the seat in between them again, cradling his head in his fingers against the seat's headrest. "I thought you were supposed to be—" "Fast, I know, and I am, but I've been slowing down for the last day or so, reconfiguring my fields, sort of, just in case this happened," he said, nodding at the blank screen. "Why? Why look like what you are when you can fool people by looking like what you're not?" The Avatar's smile was dazzling. She thought about this for a moment. "I'm glad I've been able to teach you something." Demyson grinned. "That thing," he said, as the screen flashed on again, still showing the curious grey pixelation at its centre, before it clicked off once more, almost before she could register what she'd seen, "doesn't know what it's following." "You sure?" "Oh, I'm positive." The Avatar sounded smug. "So, what does it think it's following?" "A lowly torturer-class rapid offensive unit from the days of fucking yore," Demyson said, with what sounded like relish. "That's what it thinks it's following, assuming it's done its homework properly. Encasement, sensory, traction, every field I'm currently deploying right now looks convincingly like a very slightly and extremely plausibly tweaked version of the classic torturer-class signature profile. So it thinks I am a mere dainty pebble amongst modern spacecraft. But I'm not. I'm a fucking rock slide." The Avatar sighed happily. "It also thinks there isn't the slightest chance that I can see it, because a torturer couldn't." "So what does it look like? The thing that's following us?" The Avatar made a clicking noise with its mouth. "No idea. It looks like what you saw on the screen. I'm not seeing much more than you. I'm only just able to see it's there at all, which at that range means it's probably level tech, an L8 Civ or a high-end 7. "Not an enablement ship, then?" "Nope. At a guess, could be Flecker, NR, Jalupian, maybe GFCF if they've been paying especially diligent attention to the proceedings of the Institute of Wizzo Spaceship Designers newsletter recently." "Why would any of them be following you?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Demyson said. "I presume to see what I get up to." He grinned at her, "and to see what I might be carrying. The question they'll be asking themselves and might want me to answer is, what am I doing here?" Lededja hoisted one eyebrow. "Thought up anything plausible?" "Oh, I had concentric layers of cover stories prepared," the Avatar told her, "though in the end I'm a borderline eccentric and very slightly psychotic Abominator-class picket ship, and I don't really have to answer to any fucker. However, most of my alibis are for a humble tramping torturer class, and one involved being vaguely interested in the Tsankarial disk, or having some connection with somebody or something in the culture mission attached to it. An unnecessary ruse, in a sense, as it turns out, because the mission is actively calling for a bit of help following a smatter outbreak. Any culture ship pulling up here now has a perfect excuse." Lededja shook her head. "I have no idea what a smatter outbreak is." "Runaway nanotech, swarmata, remains of an MHE, a monopathic hegemonizing event, sometimes known as a hegswarm." Your eyes have gone glazed. "Anyway, some of that stuff got into the disk. You do know what the disk is?" "Lots of abandoned alien ships no one's allowed to use, isn't it?" "Lots of abandoned alien factories no one's allowed to use, mostly," the Avatar said, nodding. "Anyway, the smatter got into the disk sometime in the dim and distant, and one of our infuriating, well-meaning, can-we-help teams has been in there sitting on top of it for probably longer than's really been necessary. You know, one of those jobs you make sure you never quite finish because you like being where you are. Except now it does rather seem to have blown up in their faces, and all of a sudden our chums have a properly serious runaway event on their hands." Demyson paused and got that far-away look Avatars sometimes did when the vastly powerful thing they represented was watching something utterly fascinating going on in mysterious high-definition realms inaccessible to mere mortal biologicals. The Avatar shook his head. "Hilarious!" "So, you're going to go and help?"
Ladeja asked. Good grief, no, de Meissen said. Pest control problem. They took the decision to spin this out. They can fucking deal with it. He shrugged. Though, having said that, I may have to pretend to go and help, I suppose, or whoever's following us might see through my magic cloak of plausibility. We are heading straight for the Tsung system. It's just I hadn't intended to stop. The Avatar clicked his fingernails on the console beneath the screen. Annoying, he sighed. Also, interestingly, this is, maybe, not the first odd thing to happen in this neck of the woods either. There was an ablationary plume 9 days ago, not a million clicks away from that rendezvous they were trying to get you to make in the Semserheim Wisp. She shook her head. You'd make a great teenage boy, she told the Avatar. Beg your pardon? You still think girls get moist when they hear arcane nomenclature? Sweet, I suppose. What? You mean an ablationary plume? Yes. What the fuck is that, now? Oh, come on. This is just the stuff I have to deal with, an emergence from the weird shit space I have to pass my days in. If Ladeja had known better, she might have thought the Avatar was hurt. An ablationary plume, he said, sighing. It's what happens when a ship tries to hit the ground running and fails, in E-grid terms. Its field engines are unable to connect efficiently with the grid and, rather than blowing up or being flung out, wrecked to coast forever, its engines ablate a part of themselves to cushion the energy blow. Slows the ship, though at great cost. Immediate total engine fit required. The point is that the resulting plume's visible from far away in E-grid terms, so it can work as a sort of emergency distress signal. Embarrassing enough during peacetime, and likely fatal in a war. The Avatar fell silent, seemingly contemplating this odd turn of events. E-grid? Ladeja asked tentatively. Oh, come on, de Meissen said, sounding exasperated. Did they teach you nothing at school? Somebody was calling her name. Everything was a bit fuzzy, even including her sense of who she was. Her name, for example. There it was again. Somebody saying it. Well, they were saying something. Her first thought was that they were saying her name, but now she thought about it, she wasn't so sure. It was as though the sounds meant something, but she wasn't sure what. Or maybe she knew what they meant, but couldn't be sure what the sounds actually were. No, that wasn't what she meant. Fuzzy. Iain. That was her name, wasn't it? She wasn't entirely sure. It sounded like it was supposed to mean something pretty important, and it wasn't an ordinary word that she knew which meant something. It sounded like a name. She was pretty sure it was a name. Chances were it was her name. Iain? She needed to get her eyes open. She wanted to get her eyes open. She wasn't used to having to think about opening her eyes. Usually it was something that just happened. Still, if she was going to have to think about
Iain, can you hear me?
She'd just have to think about it. There it was again, just there while she'd been thinking about getting her eyes open, that feeling that somebody or something had said her name.
Iain?
Said a tiny high-pitched voice. It was a silly voice, a pretend made-up voice or one belonging to a child who just sucked on a helium balloon.
Iain! Hello? Iain!
The squeaky voice said. It was hard to hear at all. It was almost drowned out by the roaring sound of a big waterfall, or something like a big waterfall. A high wind in tall trees, maybe.
Iain, can you hear me?
It really did sound like a doll. She got one eye open and saw a doll. Well, that fitted, she supposed. The doll was standing looking at her, quite close to her. It was standing on the floor. She realized that she must be lying on the floor. The doll was standing at a funny angle. Being at that angle, it should be falling over. Maybe it had special feet with suckers on them or magnets. She'd had a toy that could climb walls once. She guessed the doll was the usual doll size, about right for a human toddler to carry and cuddle, like an adult would a baby. It had glowing yellow-brown skin, black, intensely curled hair, and the usual too big head and eyes and over-chubby limbs. It wore a little vest and pants set, some dark colour.
Iain, can you see me? Can you hear me?
The voice was coming from the doll. Its mouth had moved as it had spoken, though it was a little hard to be sure because there was some stuff in her eye. She tried to bring her hand up to her face to wipe away whatever it was in her eye, but her hand wasn't cooperating. Her whole arm wasn't cooperating. She tried the other arm-hand combination, but it wasn't being any more helpful. Signals seemed to be piling up inside her head from both arms, both hands, trying to tell her something, but she couldn't make sense of whatever it was. There were a lot of signals like that, from all over her body. Another mystery. She was getting tired of them. She tried to yawn, but got a strange grating feeling from her jaw and head. She opened her other eye and saw 2 dolls. They were identical, and both were at the same strange angle.
Iain, you're back with me. Good.
Back, she said. She had meant to say back, but it had come out wrong. She didn't seem to be able to get her mouth to work properly. She tried to take a deep breath, but that didn't go too well either. It felt like she was sort of jammed, as though she'd tried to squeeze through a really tight gap, and it hadn't worked, and she got trapped.
Stay with me, Iain,
the doll squeaked. She tried to nod, but no.
Okay,
she said. There was only 1 doll, she'd worked out, not 2. It was a focusing problem. The doll was too close. There was stuff, black stuff, in her eyes, and everything was at an odd angle. The ceiling, if you were going to call it that, seemed awfully close to the doll's bubble-haired head, and the doll's glowing skin seemed to be the only light within this cramped, shadowy space. Where the hell was she? She tried to think where she'd been last. She'd been standing under the ship, being briefed, looking at images of stars and clusters and systems, the vast dark bulk of the ship directly above. No, she'd been walking out from underneath the ship into rain, with the blunt snout of the ship like a black glass cliff poised above, a giant flat knife for cutting through to the underneathness of the universe.
Iain!
Something squeaked. She got one of her eyes to open. Oh yes, this weird little doll thing standing in front of her. Funny angle.
What?
What?
Don't do that. Stay with me. Don't drift off like that.
She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Drift off? How? To where? She was trapped here, caught. The doll wobbled towards her, its gait made awkward by its short, thick legs. It had something in its hand, something like a needle with a single slick-looking thread trailing behind it. The thread disappeared into the slanted, narrow darkness behind the doll. She thought there was something familiar but wrong about the 2 very close-together surfaces behind the doll. The doll had something in its other hand, too. The toy waddled so close to her head she couldn't see it properly anymore. She could feel it, though, feel its little clothed body squeezing against the side of her head.
What's it doing?
She asked it. Something cold was pressed against her neck. She tried to move. Anything. Eyelids, they worked. Mouth, a bit. Her lips didn't seem to be too keen on pressing together. Facial muscles, mostly. Tongue and throat and breathing, a bit. Fingers? No fingers. Toes? Toes not responding. Bladder muscles? Something there. Great. She could pee herself if she wanted. She could not move her head, or body, or limbs at all. Suddenly, the slanted narrow space made a sort of sense, and she realized she was still in the ship, still in the lounge she'd been in earlier, when it had been accelerating. Accelerating? Did ships accelerate? This was the floor, folded over and pressed up against the wall. She was lying on the wall, and the floor had come up to meet the wall, and she was lying crushed between the 2. This would account for her not being able to move.
What?
The doll squeaked, clambering lightly over her face as it moved to the other side of her neck.
What you doing?
She repeated.
I'm putting a micro-med pack on you and hooking you up to distant delivery med pack that's as close as I can get it, a couple of meters away.
And I trapped?
Are you trapped?
The doll repeated, fiddling with something just outside of sight.
Yes, Iain, I'm afraid you are.
She felt, and half saw it flick the long silver line, then felt something cold on the other side of her neck. She sensed a needle sliding into her flesh, but there was no pain at all, not even the slightest, which was surprising. She was sure you were supposed to experience a tiny bit of pain with anything the body experienced as an injury, before the pain relief system kicked in, unless your whole body was basically in screaming agony, and therefore your brain was so flooded with pain relief secretions coming from the appropriate glands and just ignore it signals coming from the relevant brain bits, that something as trivial as a needle sliding into your flesh just didn't register at all. That must be it. She was crushed, immobile, inside the crippled ship, barely able to breathe, and her body was probably really badly smashed up. Made sense. She was taking all this very calmly, she thought. Well, There wasn't much point in panicking. She swallowed, then said,
"Oh, the suck hand."
"What the fuck happened?"
the doll said, finishing what it was doing and climbing back out from beside her neck and standing in front of her again. It stood a little further back now so she could see it better.
We got clobbered by something very powerful. Either the Bulbician itself displaying hitherto unknown martial prowess, or an Equiv-Tech ship that was nearby. We only just got out of the Bulbician's environment sphere. I had to go into hyperspace before I cleared the sphere, or we'd have been smeared. It was a rough old transit, and we were still getting attacked. Got off some retaliation, but no idea if I hit anything. More frazzling ensued before I could get us away. Knocked myself to bits. Firing off burst units like missiles and beat-jammers like mines. Lost 4D directional and had to traction plough the grid to stop us at rupturing. Now we're drifting, decoupled.
Just avoiding saying you're sucked.
No, I'm not,
the doll squeaked.
We are fucked. In the sense we're both in a very bad way. But on the other hand, we are alive at the moment, and we have a substantial chance of getting out of this alive.
You do?
We do. Thanks to my efforts and your body's own emergency systems, we can keep you stabilized and even start some repairs. Meanwhile, I seem to have shaken off our attackers. My own repair systems are running at maximum, and the distress calls I got out before losing my signal fields, plus the ablation plume itself, should have been sufficient to summon help. I expect it is on its way, even as we speak.
She tried to frown. It was just possible.
A doll.
All my other remotes are compromised, too big or otherwise engaged. The doll dates from when I once had some children aboard. Rather than recycle it, I retain it in this form for sentimental reasons. I'll leave it here to keep you company if you want to stay awake. Though it might be better to let you sleep now we've got you hooked up. Going to be a while before I can get you unstuck.
She thought about this.
Silly,
she said. Just before she slipped under, she thought, wait, there had been something important she'd really meant to remember. But then it all went away from her. That thing's coming up on me, Demyson said, frowning. What the fuck does it think it's trying to do? Overtake? You sure it's not a missile? Lededja asked. She'd got the ship to put the image back on the module screen again, so she could at least see something what was going on immediately behind them. The granular two-tone greyness in the screen centre looked just as it had. Whatever this thing is, I doubt it considers itself single-use expendable, so not a missile by the standard definition, the Avatar said. But it is coming straight up behind us, which is a semi-hostile manoeuvre. When does it become a totally hostile manoeuvre? Demyson shrugged. When it reaches a point where a torturer-class ROU would normally catch sight of something immediately behind it. At the moment, it thinks I can't see it, so in a sense I've no business assuming it's hostile. As soon as, or slightly before it reaches the point where a real torturer class would spot it, it should hail us. When does that happen? As things stand, if nobody alters power, about 2 hours. The Avatar frowned. Which is shortly before we'll get to the Tsung system where the disk is. Now, isn't that a coincidence? The Avatar plainly didn't expect an answer, so Lededja didn't attempt to provide one. Demyson tapped one fingernail on the front tooth. One slightly worrying nuance here is that it expects me to see it about halfway into my approach. It's assuming that I'm stopping at Tsung, which is not unreasonable. The Avatar was more muttering than talking now. Lededja remained patient. But I'll be slowing down halfway to dead stop when it expects to pop up on my sensors, Demyson said quietly, staring sideways at the screen. And if you were being paranoid about it, that's almost a hostile act in itself, because that sets our chum up for an attacking pass, unless he slows too or peels away. The Avatar laughed, raised his eyebrows at her. Golly, what shall we do, Lededja? She thought. The smartest thing? She suggested. Demyson clicked his fingers. What a splendid suggestion, he said, swivelling round in the seat to look at the screen. Naturally, we have to ignore the awkward fact that the smartest thing is all too often only obvious in hindsight, but never mind. He turned to look at her. There is just a very small chance that this could get awkward, Lededja. I might actually get in a proper firefight here. The Avatar grinned at her, eyes bright. A prospect that patently fills you with horror. Demyson laughed, might almost have looked embarrassed. Thing is, he said, big space fights between grown-up ships ain't no place for a young slip of a girl such as yourself. So, if that's what looks like happening, I'll try and get you away. Right now, you're safest here, inside me, but that could change in an instant. You might find yourself inside the shuttle inside one of my subsections, or just inside the shuttle alone, or even just in a suit, or even a gel suit, with scary empty space only millimetres away, all with no warning. Actually, be better even if you still had a lace. We could back you up and make you nearly as shockproof as me, but never mind. You ever worn a gel suit? No. Really? Oh, I suppose not. Never mind. Nothing to it. Here you go. Just to the side of Lededge's seat, a silvery ovoid swelled, popped and disappeared, depositing what looked like a cross between a large jellyfish and a thick condom the size and shape of a human onto the floor. She stared down at it. It looked like somebody had had their skin turned transparent and then flayed. "That's a spacesuit?" she asked, aghast. In her experience, spacesuits looked a little more reassuringly complicated, not to mention bulky. "You'll probably want to empty your bladder and bowels before putting it on," Demyson told her, nodding back to where the shuttle's living area was already reconfiguring to its shiny high-tech bath shower toilet aspect. "Then just strip off and step in. It'll do the rest." She picked the gel suit up. It was heavier than she'd expected. Peering at it, she could see what looked like dozens of thinner-than-tissue-thin layers within it, boundaries marked out with a hint of iridescence. There were some parts of it that looked a little thicker than others, and which were sort of mistily opaque. They made the thing appear a little more substantial than it had at first glance, but not by much. "I suppose I'd only be exposing my hopeless naivety if I asked if there was some alternative to this." "It'd be more of a hopeless inability to come to terms with reality," the Avatar told her. "But if it appears a bit flimsy, don't worry. There's an armoured outer suit that goes over the top. I'm getting one of those ready too." He nodded at the now fully formed bathroom. "Now, do your business like a good little biological and don't tarry." She glared at the Avatar, but he was staring at the screen. She wheeled out of the seat and stamped to the bathroom. "Do you need to pee and poo?" she called from inside the bathroom. "In your human form there?" "No," the Avatar called. "Not biological. Can do, though, if I've been eating or drinking for what you might call social effect. Comes out just like it went in, though chewed, obviously, in the case of solids. Edible and drinkable. Well, unless I've kept it inside long enough for any airborne or already present organisms to start to break it down. So I can do convincing, if very delicate, belches and farts. Some human people actually like to eat what comes out of avatars. Very odd. Still, that's people." "Sorry I asked," Lededge muttered, starting to strip off. "Ha! Thought you might be," the Avatar called back cheerily. Sometimes she forgot how good its hearing was. She had a token pee, and then laid the gel suit out on the floor. The mistily opaque bits were mostly on its back, or front. It was impossible to tell. They tapered smoothly, looking like long, nearly transparent muscles. She looked at herself in the reverser. The tattoo was a frozen storm of swirling black lines scrolled across her body. She had spent a lot of the time over the days since they'd left the GSV learning how to use the tat's own controls to influence its display. She could thicken and thin the lines, alter their number, their colours and reflectivity, make them straight, wiggly, curled or spiraled, turn them into circles or squares or any other simple geometric form, or choose from any one of thousands of tweakable patterns. She frowned at the silvery ring on her left hand. "What about the terminal ring?" she called. "Don't worry, the suit will adjust." She shrugged. Oh well, she thought. She stepped onto the footparts of the suit. There didn't seem to be any holes to put her feet into. Just when she thought nothing was going to happen and that maybe she ought to reach down and see if she could pull it up somehow, the thing suddenly rippled and rose, clumping round her feet, then flowing upwards, climbing up her shins and thighs, enveloping her torso, and flowing down her arms as it gathered in a sort of ruff round her neck. It moved faster than the tattoo had, performing its roughly similar trick. It felt like it was at blood heat. Like the tat, she could hardly tell it was there. "Stopped at my neck," she called out. "That's standard," Demyson shouted back. "It'll go complete if there's any threat or if you tell it to." "How do I tell it to?" Saying helmet up or just eek usually works, I'm told. It's intelligent, she said. It came out closer to a screech than she'd intended. Dumber than a knife missile, the Avatar told her, sounding amused. But it recognises speech and it can hold a conversation. Things supposed to react to perceived threat even when you're asleep, lad. Can't be totally stupid. Her eyes went wide and she sucked in a breath. She felt herself rise on her tiptoes. It's also just given me what feels like a butt plug and a pessary, she said, aware that her voice had risen a couple of tones. That had better be entirely fucking standard. Yep, you can adjust that too. For all that stuff, you can talk to it or use the controls on either forearm, or the finger pads, just like the tattoo. Got colouring and camo functions. You can use them to give it modesty panels if you're shy. She looked at herself in the reverser. The gel suit didn't even reflect the way she'd have expected it to. She could still see the tat. It was almost like the gel suit wasn't there at all, except at the edges of her body, as they appeared in the image, where it looked like she had a thin grey line drawn right round her. So it can talk, she shouted. Mm-hmm, the Avatar replied. You going to introduce us then? She asked. Seems only right, she muttered. It was being polite, waiting to be spoken to, Demyson said. Say hello, suit. Hello, the suit said, making her jump. The smooth, cool, androgynous voice came from just under each of her ears. Well, hello, she said, and realised she was smiling like an idiot. Muzzy Breck, I understand, the suit said. Hello there, she said, probably louder and more heartily than was strictly necessary. May I suggest I introduce minor filaments into your ears to allow me to speak to you directly? That necessary? She said. She found she was whispering for some reason. It is preferable, the suit said. The collar components are already able to comprehend subvocalizations. This means we may converse without appearing to. Right, she said. Okay, then. There was a pause. She didn't feel anything happening, then felt a brief, tiny tickling feeling inside both ears. That it? She asked. Yes, the suit voice said, sounding slightly different. Testing. Left. Right, it said, the source of its voice shifting appropriately before centering in her head again. Does that sound correct to you? I suppose, she said. Another pause. No, couldn't hear a thing, suit, Demyson said. Lededja took a breath. Suit, put the helmet up, please. The helmet component flipped up over her head almost before the last syllable had been uttered, unrolling from the neck ruff with a whoosh of air. She was aware there was something around her head, but she could still see perfectly well, and she could blink. She put her fingers tentatively up to her eyes and found what felt like invisible bulges over each eye. She flexed her jaw, stuck out her tongue. A shallow bulge had opened over her mouth and extended outwards when she stuck her tongue out. Her nose had tiny bulges under each nostril. What am I breathing? She asked quietly. Air, I imagine, the Avatar shouted. Ambient air, the suit told her. I am charging back unit components with pressurized ambient air as a precaution. However, for long-term use, I can continually reconstitute oxygen from carbon dioxide with my reactor. Reactor? Lededja said, slightly alarmed. Chemical processing reactor, the suit told her. Ah. Oh, it's got what you'd think of as a real reactor too, Demyson shouted. She got the impression he was enjoying all this. A standard microform matter-antimatter unit, the suit told her. Lededja rolled her eyes. Helmet down, she said. The helmet flipped instantly back to become a neck ruff again. Can you go all black, she said. The suit turned matte black. Now make the bit over the tat controls go transparent. The area over her left forearm went transparent again. Touching there, it felt like the suit surface under the pads of her fingers had gone sub-millimetre thin, allowing her almost full sensitivity. She dialed the tat lines to thick, and her face darkened. Satisfied, she marched out of the bathroom. All right, she said. I'm seated up. Now what? She stopped a couple of steps from the seats. What the fuck is... she started to say, then... Oh, the armoured bit. Sitting in the shuttle's middle seat was what looked like an armoured warrior. The suit was mirror-shiny and smooth, maybe 3 or 4 times as thick as the gel suit. The head section looked like a blank-visored silver version of the sort of thing you were meant to wear riding a motorbike. The armoured bit, Demyson agreed. He glanced at her. Very fetching, he said. Mm-hmm. She sat in her seat again. The image on the screen looked just the same as before, disappointingly. Now what? She said. Now you get into the armoured suit, the avatar said. She looked at Demyson. Just a precaution, he said, waving his arms. She got up. The armoured suit rose too, more smoothly, she suspected, than any mere human ever had. It stepped down and stood facing her on the floor. Then it just peeled apart, splitting centrally down every part nearest her. Its legs, torso and arms spread almost flat out to each side, doubling its profile. She stepped down too, faced it. She looked at its shiny inside surface and felt herself swallow. She glanced back. Demyson was still staring at the screen. He seemed to become aware of a delay and looked round at her. What? You... she began, then had to stop. She cleared her throat. You really wouldn't hurt me, would you? She hadn't meant to, but then she found herself saying, You did promise. The avatar looked at her, expression uncertain, then smiled. Yes, I promised, Led. She nodded, turned, stepped backwards into the suit. The suit closed calmly around her, pressing gently in on the gel suit, but seeming to add no weight. The helmet didn't close completely. The visor slid away above, leaving her an unrestricted field of vision. Walk normally, Demyson said, not looking back at her. She walked normally, expecting to be dragging the suit with her, or maybe to fall over. Instead, the suit felt like it was walking with her. She got back into the seat again, highly aware of her silvery bulk. I feel like I'm a fucking space warrior, she told the avatar. Well, you're not, Demyson said. I am. He flashed a smile. Hurrah for you. So what now? Now, we try focusing what'll look like the track scanner of a torturer class straight back. That'll pick up our overtaking enthusiast. Won't that look suspicious? Not that much. Ships, especially warships, and especially old warships, do that kind of thing every now and again, just in case. How often would you find something? Practically never. Are all old warships that jumpy? The ones that survived are, Demyson said. And then some of us are just paranoid. I've been known to backflip and point my primary ahead scanner directly backwards, just to make sure there's no fucker tagging quietly along behind. Well, not for long, of course. It's a bit scary, like running backwards in the dark. The avatar laughed, though not as scary as thinking you're sneakily pursuing some unsuspecting ship and then suddenly finding yourself all lit up and blinking in the glare of an Abominator class's forward scanner. The avatar looked amused at this. Anyway, here we go. Lededja watched the screen. The granularity in the centre of the image resolved into a shape. It looked like a sort of rounded black snowflake with eightfold symmetry. There was a pause. Demyson's eyebrows went up. Yes, Lededja said, after a few moments, when the avatar hadn't said anything. And? What's happening? Fucking hell, Demyson said. They're speeding up fast. Lededja stared at the screen, but nothing seemed to have changed. What are you going to do? She asked the avatar. Demyson whistled out a breath. Ooh, I am so tempted to just sprint off and leave the fucker standing, or do the backflip scanner thing with full targeting component and shout, Hello there, fellow spacefarers, can I help you? The avatar sighed. But we'll learn more if we stick with the innocent little torturer class disguise for a bit. They'll be on us in about 40 minutes. Demyson looked at her, with what was probably meant to be a reassuring look. He wasn't very good at it. You must understand that this is almost certainly still nothing, and you can climb out of that suit quite soon. It's very comfortable. Is it? Good. Good. So I understand. Anyway, just to be on the safe side, I'm spooling up to full operational readiness. Battle stations? She asked. Demyson looked pained. Terribly old expression. From so long ago, ships had crews, or crews that weren't just along for the ride, but yes. Anything I can do? He smiled. My dear girl, in culture history alone, it has been about 9,000 years since a human, marvellous though they are in so many other ways, could do anything useful in a serious big-gun space battle, other than admire the pretty explosions, or, in some cases, contribute to them. Contribute? Chemicals, colours, you know. Chapter 22. Anyway, more help is on the way. It is. Well, hippity-hee for us. What is it? Who are they? Some old torturer class. What a proper ship. A proper warship. Though old, like I say, here in a couple of hours. So soon? That's unannounced. That's old warships for you. Tramp around, don't tell anybody where they are or what they're up to for years, decades or longer, but then every now and again one of them finds itself in the right place at the right time to do something useful. Breaks the monotony, I suppose. Well, let's come to the right fucking place to do that. Ooh, getting frazzled, are we? No more than you call. That's est call to you. Let a few kilo more of these graveler fucks, and you might just pretend to the level of esteemed colleague. Until then, you're only provisionally even a colleague call. Golly, terrible how we flirt, isn't it? Oh my, yes, Aopi Unstrill said, grinning, even though this was a sound-only comm. Gets me all scale flushed up. Any other news? Our ever-helpful est calls in the GFCF report, they're just about containing the outbreaks they've come across. Lanyara's Tessitia, colleague and lover, told her. Like us, they keep thinking that it's dealt with, under control, then another bit flares up. Mostly, though, they seem to be spending their time, like they said, checking out all the other fabricaria. I suppose we should be grateful they seem to be coping so well. And that they had so many ships that close. Yeah, makes you wonder what they were all doing hereabouts in the first place. You really have it in for the little cute guys, don't you? Is that how it sounds? Yes. Good. I don't trust those little fucks. They speak very well of you. They speak very well of everybody. That's so bad? Yes, it means you can't trust them. You're so cynical. And paranoid. Don't forget paranoid. You sure you wouldn't have done better in SC? No, I'm not. What about the Hylo? The fast picket Hylozoist was on the far side of the disk from where they were. Bamboozlingly, an almost simultaneous eruption of smatter had taken place alarmingly near to the disk's initial contact facility, the principal, indeed by treaty terms mandatory, base for all the species currently taking an active interest in the Tsungarial disk. If anything, that infection was worse than this one, with fewer but more sophisticated machines emerging like hatching larvae from a scatter of fabricaria clustered about the facility itself, and taxing the long-disarmed Hylozoist severely. It was just about coping in its own theatre, but it had no more resources to spare for the outbreaks Aopi and her friends were trying to handle. Same, still struggling to cope with its share of the fun. The GFCF were already talking darkly about some sort of plot. These two outbreaks, so close together in time but far apart in terms of disk geometry, looked suspicious, they reckoned. They suspected dastardly outside interference and would not rest until the culprits were unmasked. In the meantime, they would fight valiantly alongside their esteemed culture comrades to contain, roll back, and ultimately extinguish the smatter outbreak. They were sending their ships all over the disk, ensuring that the infection was spreading no further, while leaving their more martially oriented culture cousins to do the equivalent of the hand-to-hand stuff, a play to one's strengths and all that. Even trying to avoid the truly vicious stuff, they were still stumbling across bits of it now and again. They were doing their best to smite with the best of them, which meant the culture, obviously, even though this was not really in their nature. Okay, so what's the news with you personally, lover? Missing you. Otherwise okay, keeping busy. Oh, aren't we all? Well, I better go. More swarmers to waste. Got another cloud coming out of one of the mid-L7s. Off I go to blit. Blit away, don't get blitted. Ditto to you. Till next... You forgot to say missing you too. What? I did, didn't I? What a crap girlfriend. Miss you, love you. Love you too. Back to the fray, I guess. Hold on. We have a name for that torturer class. Oddly, no. Probably means it's one of the particularly weird ones. Want to bet it's a vet of the Eye War, still troubled and trying to deal with its issues after a millennium and a half. Oh, fuck. A weirded-up geriatric warship getting piled into the current mix. With our luck, I'll have come to join the fucking outbreak, not help us jump up and down on it. There now. Cynical, paranoid, and pessimistic. I think that completes the set, doesn't it? I'll use at least part of the next 4 hours thinking up fresh negatives to display for you. Good hunting. Spoiled for choice out there. You too. Off. Later. Off. Aopi Unstrill muted comms, glanded a little more edge, and took a deep breath as the drug coursed through her. The displays seemed to sharpen and brighten, Their 3D qualities appeared enhanced, and all the other signals coming into her sort of freshened, whether they were auditory, tactile, or anything else. And there was a lot else. She felt very alert and raring to go. "Junkie?" said the ship. "Yep," she said, "enjoying it too." "You worry me sometimes." "When I worry you all the time, we may have started to reach equilibrium," she told it, though it was more just the sort of thing you felt you had to say when you were riding an edge buzz than what she actually felt. The ship didn't really worry her at all. She worried it, just as it should be. She enjoyed that feeling too. The ship wasn't really a ship, too small, and so didn't have a proper name. It was a fast fleet liaison module with emergency weaponization ability, or something, and all it had was a number. Well, it had been thoroughly weaponizationed, all right, and it had room inside for a human pilot, so, like the dashingly gorgeous Mr. Lanyara's Tessatia, colleague and lover, she'd been determined not to let the machines have all the fun, dealing with the unexpected, semi-widespread and bizarrely uncontainable smatter outbreak. She decided to call the ship the Bliterator, which smacked even her as a bit childish, but never mind. Aopi and the ship blittered the fuck out of whatever elements of the Heg Swarm outbreak they got to point themselves at, just blowing the selfish dust out of the skies. She was genuinely in mortal danger, hadn't slept more than a few minutes at a time for, well, offhand she couldn't remember how many days, and she was starting to feel more like a machine than a fully functioning and quite attractive human female. Didn't matter, she was loving it. There were immersive shoot games as good, arguably better in some ways than this, and she had played them all, but this had an advantage over all of them. It was real. One unlucky collision with a boulder, stone, gravel granule, or maybe even sand grain-size bit of the current infection, and she'd be lucky to live. Same applied to the weapons that some of these later Outbreakians were coming equipped with. That was worrying in itself. The Heg Swarm getting gunned up too, developing. So far the weapons themselves were nothing to worry a properly prepared, tooled-up piece of culture offensive kit, like the one she was in, humble civilian transport origins or not, but, again, an unlucky combination of events, and she'd be plasma, meat dust, a highly distributed red smear. She, Lanyara's and the others, had agreed that knowing that fact added something to the whole experience. Terror, mostly, but also an extra level of excitement, of exultation, when you came out the other side of an encounter still alive, plus a feeling after each engagement that you never really got in a sim, that of having genuinely done something of accomplishment. There had been over 60 humans in the Restoria mission to the Sungariel disk when the outbreak began. They'd all volunteered to get involved. They'd drawn lots for who got to pilot the 24 microships they could field. So far, 2 of the drone ships had been damaged, but had managed to get back to base for repair. None of the humans had ended up dead, missing, injured. The humans had all run their own sims and looked at old scenarios and reckoned that they had about a 4-to-1 chance of getting through this unscathed, if the outbreak ran the way it had been expected to. Only it hadn't. They didn't even think to report it immediately, because the original little smatter burstlet had been interesting, something worth studying. Then, a day later, when they'd realized it was the real thing, they'd still confidently assured superiors and distant offers of help that they could handle it. It'd be over before anybody more than a day away got there, and there was nobody anywhere near a day away. It went over that first one-day prediction, but by then they were even more confident they had worked it out and knew how to deal with it. It'd be over in a couple of days. Well, 4. OK, definitely 6. Now they were on day 8 or 9. The fucking outbreak wasn't letting up. In fact, it was showing signs of developing. Those weapons, crude or not, and they were all starting to get, as Lan had put it, frazzled. Plus, their pooled, averaged, constantly updated, should-be fairly reliable sims had, over the last few days, gone from giving them a 4 out of 5 chance of surviving without casualties to odds of 3 out of 4, then to a 2 out of 3 chance, and then, inevitably, it felt like, to a 1-to-1 likelihood. That had been sobering. It was only a sim, only a prediction, but it was still worrying. That last estimate had been good up to about 5 hours ago. By now, they must be well into negative odds, unless the outbreak just stopped or even just tailed away unfeasibly rapidly, or they were ridiculously lucky. They were going to lose somebody. Well, maybe they were, but she wasn't going to be the one. They might lose more than one. She wasn't going to be the first. Fuck it, maybe they'd all die. She wanted to be the one survivor, or the last to go down. A ferocity Aopi would never have guessed resided in her, rose and burned in her chest and behind her eyes when she thought about this sort of stuff. Yeah, natural warrior, that was her. She could hear Lanyarez laughing at her already. Glanded too much edge, spurk, quicken, focal, drill and gung, young lady. Still, though, that lust for destruction, glory, even glorious death, was a sort of extra emergent drug in itself. A meta-hit that spoke to something deep buried, long veneered over but never entirely expunged in the pan-human bioheritage. She was armour-suited, plugged into a gel-foamed brace couch with at least 4 meters of high-density gunned-up, much-beweaponed fast fleet liaison module between her and the vacuum, 12 meters of pointy armoured ditto measuring from the front, and she had an arsenal of weaponry, 1 main laser, 4 secondaries, 8 tertiaries, 6 point defence high-repeat shrapnel laser cells, a couple of nanogun pods, currently 7/8 depleted, so it would soon be time to get back to base to rearm, and a heavy, slowing, bulky, but useful hull-slung missile container with an assortment of sleekly deadly lovelies inside. That was only half depleted, which the ship still maintained meant she was being too miserly with the missiles. She saw it as just being careful. Be tight with the stuff that could get depleted, and extravagant with what seemed never-ending, her own desire to fight and destroy. She was almost ashamed to be backed up. A real warrior shouldn't be. A real warrior should face the certainty of death and oblivion and still be fearless, still treat their life as something just to be gambled with against the odds of fate as effectively as possible. Fuck it, though. The warriors of old had thought they were effectively backed up too, sure in themselves that they were bound for some glorious martial heaven. That it was nonsense wasn't the point. Some of them must have had their doubts, but they'd still behaved as though they didn't. That was fucking bravery. Or stupidity, or gullibility, or a kind of narcissism. What you thought it was depended on what sort of person you were, what you might have felt and done in the same situation. Would they have taken the offer of being truly backed up, had they been able? Leapt at it, she'd have bet. And never forget, they would be killing other people. Not dumb matter smartened up a couple of notches to the point it became annoying. That was where the analogy with game playing became something even closer. You could waste matter with exactly the same moral abandon as something whacked in a shoot-up game. Anyway, she was backed up, and popped out of the fray every 4 hours or so like the others to draw breath, find out what was happening, and transmit the latest version of her all-too-mortal soul to the Restoria mission control hub on the inner fringe of the disk, only 1,000 clicks above the cloud tops of the gas giant Rogier, where she'd be heading shortly to rearm. Doubtless, extra copies of her mind state would then be passed on to whatever the nearest Restoria ship was, and beyond that, probably, to other substrates overseen by different minds, quite possibly on the other side of the big G, or even further afield. Backed up, tooled up, riled up. Time to waste something. She used the stare focus function to zoom in on the cloud of boulders coming out of the mid-disk Level 7 fabricary. The front of the cloud was less than a minute old. Most of it was still bursting out of the ancient space factory through round ports in the fabricary's dark surface. It looked a lot like a giant seed pod releasing spores, which was fairly appropriate, she supposed. 2.8 minutes away, she said. She took a sweep about, scanning right around, right to left and back to forward, and then looking everywhere at once just to get the local feel. She could just about remember how that had felt the first time it had been demonstrated to her. She'd almost thrown up. Looking in 2 contra-rotating directions at once, and then in all directions at the same time, just wasn't the stuff the ancient human brain systems were able to cope with. Processing the results kind of confused the frontal cortex, too. She'd thought she'd never get the hang of it, but she had. It was routine now. Anything closer, smaller, nastier, or further but worse? If there is, I'm not seeing it. Agree, the ship said. It had already started powering up its engines, and pointed them at the offending fabricary and the cloud of smart boulders pouring out of it. Numbers? 26K and counting. Better than 400 per second from about as many ports. Stable issue rate. Just over 100,000 by the time we get there, and estimating as many to come. Where are the fucking GFCF and their infab intervention teams? Not in that one, at a guess, the ship said. I'm sending its ident to the initial contact facility so they can come sanitize it later. Never mind. Let's go get the fuckers. The ship hummed around her. She felt it accelerate, and felt, too, her body adjust to the force. Most of the Gs they were pulling were being cancelled, but they could go faster if they let some leak through. The ship went tearing through the field of disk components, heading inward for the middle of the torus, flashing past the dark shapes of the Fabricaria, She wondered how many more held infestations of the smatter, how much longer they could keep whacking everything that appeared. There was another way, of course, for her, Lan, and the others not to get killed. They could just stop fighting and leave it all to the machines. There were another 20 drone or self-controlled microships, similar to the one she was in, all desperately trying to contain the outbreak. If the humans just stopped taking part in the fight, the ships they were in would keep on operating regardless, once they'd offloaded their single crew person. They'd be able to accelerate and turn faster without their biological component aboard, and they would hardly suffer in the heat of battle. The ships took advantage of useful aspects of the human brain's behaviour, like its intrinsic pattern recognition, on-target concentration and flinch responses. So their wired-in human charges genuinely did some useful work alongside the AIs. But in the end, everybody knew this was really just one set of machines against another, and the humans were only along for the ride. Participant observers, taking part because not to do so would be dishonourable, ignominious. In the big, long picture, this was just another tiny instance that told anybody who was interested that the culture was not just its machines. Ayapi didn't care. Useful, useless, big help or hindrance, she was having the time of her life. She hoped she'd have great-great-grandchildren to dandle on her knee one day, so she could tell them about the time she'd fought the nasty, cancerous breeding machines of the Tsungorial disk, armed only with a highly sophisticated little weaponified microchip and an on-board brain-linked AI, and more exotic weaponry than you could shake a space stick at. But that was for another time. What would feel, no doubt, like another life altogether. For now she was a warrior, and she had stuff to blit. She wondered what the incoming torturer-class ship would bring to the fray, and almost wished it hadn't come at all. They came for him, as he'd known they would. He'd expected they'd find a way eventually. Representative Phil-Hin, her aide Kemracht and the others, many others, it had turned into quite a big operation, had done all they could to keep him safe, away from interference and temptation. They had spirited him away from the Parliament building after the hearing where he had spoken out, and they had kept him mobile, moving him from place to place almost every day over the ensuing weeks. He rarely slept in the same place twice. He'd stayed in vast skyscraper apartments belonging to sympathizers, budget hotels off buzzing superhighways, houseboats on shallow lagoons near the sea, and, for the last 2 nights, in an old hill station in the mountains, a leafy summer retreat for the upper and upper-middle classes of centuries ago, before anybody had invented air conditioning. A little narrow-gauge railway had brought them up here, him and his 2 immediate companions, and the small team of less obvious helpers and guards that nowadays always travelled with him. The lodge sat on a shallow ridge, looking out over unbroken slopes of trees stretching to the gently undulating horizon. On a clear day, they said, you could see the plains and some of the great ziggurats of the nearest big city. Not this weather, though. It was cloudy, misty, humid, and great snagging strands of clouds drifted above and around the lodge, sometimes wrapping themselves about the ridge like insubstantial, too easily torn veils. They had been due to move to a different travellers' lodge that morning, but there had been a mudslide overnight and the road was blocked. They'd move tomorrow. However reluctantly, Prin had become a star. It was not something he was comfortable with. People wanted him. They wanted to interview him. They wanted to change his mind or show him the error of his ways. They wanted to support him. They wanted to condemn him. They wanted to save him. They wanted to destroy him. They wanted to help him, and they wanted to obstruct and hinder him. Mostly, they wanted access to him to accomplish all these things. Prin was an academic, a law professor who had devoted his life to the theory and the practice of justice. The theoretical side was his professional life. The practical part had drawn him into worthy causes, campus protests, underground semi-legal net publishing, and, finally, into the scheme to infiltrate the hell that everybody either denied existed outright or sort of knew was there but liked to pretend wasn't because they sort of half agreed with the idea behind it, to punish those who deserved punishment. Hell was always for other people. He'd known something of the grisly reality of it from officially published and illegally disseminated accounts, and he and one of his junior colleagues had taken the decision to be the ones who went into hell to experience it firsthand and bring back the truth. The very fact he and Che wouldn't have been anybody's first choice for such a bizarre and frightening mission they hoped would make them more credible witnesses if and when they returned. They were not fame-obsessed attention-seekers, not journalists trying to make a reputation,
not people who had ever had much obvious interest in doing anything which would bring them the amount of attention such an undertaking might result in. Then, when they were doing what training they could for their undercover mission, training that to them just meant doing lots of reading about the subject, though others in their little cell of subversives had insisted include psychological hardening that involved experiences a lot like the sort of stuff they were going in there to denounce, they had become lovers. That had complicated things a little, but they had discussed it and decided that if anything it would be an advantage. They would be more committed to each other as a team when they were in the hell, now that they were something more than colleagues and friends. He looked back on their pathetic preparations and their terribly earnest discussions with a mixture of embarrassment, fondness, and bitterness. What could prepare you for such horror? Not all their days of hardening, enduring small electric shocks, the start of suffocation, and a lot of being shouted at and verbally abused by the ex-army guys who'd agreed to help, had amounted to a minute's worth of what they had experienced in hell right from the start, from day one. Nevertheless, despite being caught up in the horrifying vortex of violence and sheer hatred that had enveloped them instantly on their arrival, they had stayed together, and they had, in some sense, accomplished their mission. He had got out, even if Che had lost her mind. He had been able to be the sober, sensible, unruffable witness that he had meant to be right from the start, when they had first started talking about the mission with the relevant programmers, hackers, and ex-government agency whistleblowers who'd originally been put in touch with their little underground organization. But he had had to leave Che behind. He'd done what he could to get her through as well, but he hadn't made her his first priority. At the last moment, as they'd hurtled through the air towards the glowing gate that led back to reality and a relief from pain, he had twisted, led with his own back rather than with her, held in his limbs, literally putting himself first. He had hoped they would both make it through, but he had known that it was unlikely. And what he had to ask himself, what he had been asking himself ever since, was this. If Che had been of sound mind at the time, would he have acted any differently? He thought, he hoped he would have. That being the case, he was sure she would have made just as good a witness as he had. Then he could have done the decent, chivalrous, masculine thing and saved the girl, got her to safety, and taken whatever extra punishment the mephitic bureaucracy of hell decreed. But he could only have done that if he'd thought she would get back to the real as anything other than a broken, weeping wreck. She had denied the real while she'd been in hell, to preserve what was left of her disintegrating sanity. How could he be sure she wouldn't have denied the reality of hell once she was back in the real? Even that presupposed that she'd have made a considerable recovery from the pathetic state she'd been in towards the end. Well, the end for him, because he got out. Probably just the start of fresh torment and horror for her. Of course, he had nightmares, and of course he tried not to think of what might be happening to her back in the hell. The pro-hell parts of Pavulian society, headed by people like Representative Erin, had been doing everything they could to destroy his reputation and make his testimony look like a lie, or grossly exaggerated. Everything from a school-days girlfriend who'd felt she'd been dumped too harshly, to a fine for being disruptive in a university bar when he was a first-year student, had been dragged out to make him look unreliable. That such trivial misdemeanours were the best the other side could do had been treated as a great and unexpected victory by Rep. Philhin, who had become a trusted friend over the months since he'd first testified at her side. They saw each other only rarely now. It would have made him too easy to trace. Instead, they talked on the phone, left messages. He could watch her on the screen most evenings, too, on news coverage, magazine programmes, documentaries or specialist feeds, denouncing the hells and defending him mostly. He liked her, and could even imagine something happening between them, if that idea wasn't in itself a wild fantasy, if things had been different, if he wasn't forever thinking of Che. It was assumed that the Pavulian hell was running on a substrate far away from Pavel itself. For decades, people have been searching for any sign of it being in any sense physically on the planet itself, or even anywhere near. The relatively anarchic habitats of the planet's inner system were particularly favoured as locations. But without having found any evidence at all, most likely, Che's being resided tens, hundreds, maybe thousands of light-years away, deep buried inside the substrate of some unknowably alien society.
He looked up at the stars some nights, wondering where she was. Don't you feel guilty about leaving her? Do you feel guilty that you left her? How guilty do you feel abandoning her there? Do you sleep well with all that guilt? Do you dream about her? You must feel so guilty. Would you do the same thing again? Would she have abandoned you there? He'd been asked the same question, in many slightly different guises, many times, and answered it as honestly as he could each time. They had tried to get at him through her, tried to get her, the Che who had been woken up on the houseboat, the Che who would never have the memories of their time together in hell, to denounce him for abandoning her. But she hadn't let them use her. She said she'd felt hurt initially, but thought he'd done the right thing. She still completely believed in what they'd done. She supported him fully. She wasn't saying the things the media, especially the hostile pro-hell media, wanted her to say, so they quickly stopped asking her how she felt. And the pro-hell side, the errands of their world, the people who would keep hell, had started trying to reach him through their public pronouncements, hinting at a deal that would let Che go if he would retract his earlier testimony and agree not to testify again. Prynne had given Philhin and Kemracht permission to try to shield him from this sort of temptation, but there was only so much he could do, especially when journalists, granted interviews and calling in remotely, asked him for his response to such vicariously delivered overtures. And now, a week before he was due to testify before the Galactic Council, the pro-hell people had tracked him down. He knew something was wrong even before he fully woke up. The sensation was like knowing you had gone to sleep on a narrow ledge high on a cliff, and woken in darkness to find there was the hint of an edge under your back, and nothing there when you stretched out to one side. His heart thumped, his mouth felt dry, he felt he was about to fall, he struggled to consciousness.
Prynne, son, are you all right?
It was Representative Erin, the old pro-hell campaigner who had tried to stop him giving any evidence at all in the Parliament 2 long months earlier. Of course, now it felt like he'd known from the start it would be Erin they'd send, but he told himself it was just a lucky guess, a coincidence. Prynne woke up, looked around. He was in a fairly grand, rather cluttered, comfortable-looking room that might have been modelled on Representative Erin's own study for all he knew. So, he'd not really woken up at all, was not really looking round. They had found a way into his dreams. They would tempt him here, then. He wondered how they'd accomplished this. May as well just ask. "How are you doing this?" he asked. Erin shook his head.
"I don't know the technical details, son."
"Please do not call me son." Erin sighed.
"Prynne, I just need to talk to you."
Prynne got up, walked to the door of the room. The door was locked. Where windows might have been, there were mirrors. Erin was watching him. Prynne nodded at the desk. "I intend to pick up that antique lamp and attempt to strike you across the head with it, Representative. What do you think will happen?"
"I think you should sit down and let us talk, Prynne," Erin said.
Prynne said nothing. He went to the desk, picked up the heavy oil lamp, gripped it in both trunks so that its weighted base was upright, and walked towards the older male, who was now looking alarmed. He was back in the seat, sitting facing Erin again. He looked at the desk. The lamp was where it had been. The representative appeared unruffled.
"That is what will happen, Prynne," Erin told him.
"Say what you have to say," Prynne said. The older male hesitated, wore an expression of concern.
"Prynne," he said, "I can't claim to know everything you've been through, but—"
Prynne let the old one witter on. They could make him stay in here, stop him from leaving, and stop him from offering any violence to this dream image of the old representative. But they couldn't stop his attention from wandering. The techniques learned in lecture theatres and later honed to perfection in faculty meetings were proving their real worth at last. He could vaguely follow what was being said, without needing to bother with the detail. When he'd been a student, he'd assumed he could do this because he was just so damn smart and basically already knew pretty much all they were trying to teach him. Later, during seemingly endless committee sessions, he'd accepted that a lot of what passed for useful information sharing within an organisation was really just the bureaucratic fatigue of people protecting their position. Looking for praise, projecting criticism, setting up positions of non-responsibility for upcoming failures and calamities that were both entirely predictable but seemingly completely unavoidable, and telling each other what they all already knew. The trick was to be able to re-engage quickly and seamlessly without allowing anyone to know you'd stopped listening properly, shortly after the speaker had first opened their mouth. So, Representative Erin had been blathering on with some homely, folksy little speech about a childhood experience that left him convinced of the need for useful lies, pretend worlds, and keeping those that made up the lumpen herd in their place. He was coming to the end of his rather obvious and graceless summing up now. Reviewing it with his academic hat on, Prynne thought it had been a rather pedestrian presentation, capable but unimaginative. It might have merited a C plus if one was being generous. Sometimes you didn't want to re-engage quickly and seamlessly. Sometimes you wanted the student, postgrad, colleague or official to know that they had been boring you. He gazed expressionlessly at Erin for a moment too long to be entirely polite before saying, I see. Anyway, Representative, I assume you're here to offer a deal. Why don't you just make your offer?" Erin looked annoyed, but with an obvious effort controlled himself.
"She's still alive in there, Prynne. Jay, she's still in there. She hasn't suffered, and she's proved stronger than people in there thought she was, so you can still save her. But their patience is running out, both with her and you."
"I see," Prynne said, nodding. "Go on."
"Do you want to see?"
"See what?"
"See what has happened to her since you left her there."
Prynne felt the words like a blow, but tried not to show it. "I'm not sure that I do."
It's not that unpleasant, Prynne. The first, longest part isn't even hell at all."
"No? Where, then?"
"In a place they sent her to recover," Erin said.
To recover? Prynne was not especially surprised. Because she'd lost her mind, and the mad don't suffer properly?
"Something like that, I suppose. Though they didn't punish her after she seemed to get it back, either. Let me show you."
"I don't—" But they showed him anyway. It was like being strapped into a chair in front of a wraparound screen, unable to move your eyes or even blink. He watched her arrive at a place called the Refuge in some medieval place and time, copying manuscripts in an era before movable type and printing. He heard her voice, saw her threatened with punishment for voicing doubts about religion and faith, saw her acquiesce and conform, saw her work diligently through the following years, and watched her work her way up the shallow, arthritic hierarchy of the place, always keeping a journal, until she became its chief. He saw her sing their chants and take comfort in the rituals of their faith, saw her admonish a novitiate for lack of faith, just as she had been admonished years earlier, and thought he could see where this was going. But then, on her deathbed, she revealed she had not changed, had not let the behaviour of piety become the reality of internalized faith. He wept a little, and was proud of her, even though he knew such vicarious pride was mere sentimentality, arguably just a typically male attempt to appropriate some of her achievement for himself. But still. Then he watched her become an angel in hell. One who delivered sufferers from their suffering, ending their torment, one per day, no more, and taking on a fraction of their pain with every merciful snuffing out, so that to the extent that she suffered, she did so of her own volition, and meanwhile became an object of veneration, the centre of a death cult within hell, the miracle-working messiah of a new faith. So she was being used to bring a little extra hope to hell, removing one lucky winner per day, as though in some fatal state lottery of release to increase the suffering of the vast majority left behind. Prynne was moderately impressed. What an inspired, diabolical way to use one who had lost their mind to stop others losing theirs, the better to torment them more efficiently. A blink, and he was back in Erin's study. "Taking that all at face value," Prynne said, "it provides a fascinating insight into the thought processes of those concerned. And so, this deal?" The old male stared at him for a moment, as though nonplussed, before he seemed to gather himself.
"Don't go humiliating your own society at that hearing, Prynne," he said. "Don't presume to know better than so many generations of your ancestors. Don't give in to that desire to posture. Don't testify. That's all we ask. And she will be released."
"Released? In what sense?"
"She can come back, Prynne. Back to the real.
There already is a Chairlies Hifhorn's daughter here in the real representative.
I know, Erin nodded, and I understand there is probably no way of reintegrating the two. However, there will be nothing to stop her from living on in an entirely pleasant afterlife. I understand there are hundreds of different heavens, enough to suit every taste. There is, however, another possibility. A new body could be found for her, grown for her, indeed created specially just for Che.
I thought we had laws about that sort of thing, Prynne said, smiling.
We do, Prynne, but laws can be amended.
It was Erin's turn to smile.
That's what those of us lucky enough to serve as representatives do.
He looked serious again.
I can assure you, there will be no obstacle to Che being re-embodied. Absolutely none.
Prynne nodded, and hoped that he looked thoughtful. And either way, he said, whether she ends up in a heaven or a new body, there will be no trace left of her being, her consciousness left in hell? Prynne asked. Immediately he felt guilty. He, not the senator, already knew how this was going to play out, and giving the old male false hope was a little cruel. Only a little cruel, of course. Within the context they were talking about, it was trivial to the point of irrelevance.
Yes, Erin agreed. There will be no trace of her consciousness left in hell whatsoever.
And all I have to do is not testify.
Yes.
The old male looked avuncular, encouraging. He sighed, made a tired-looking gesture with both trunks.
Oh, in time you might be expected to take back some of what you've already said in the past, but we'll leave that for the moment.
On pain of what? Prynne asked, trying to sound merely reasonable, pragmatic. If I didn't, what then? Representative Erin sighed, looked sad.
Son, Prynne, you're smart, and you're principled. You could be set to do very well within the academic community, with the right people taking an interest in your advancement. Very well indeed. But if you insist on being awkward, well, the same trunks that can help lift you up can keep you pressed down, keep you in your place.
He held up both trunks in a defensive gesture, as though fending off an objection Prynne had not voiced.
It's no great conspiracy, it's just nature. The people are liable to help out people who've helped them. Make life difficult for them, and they'll just do the same for you. No need to invoke secret societies or sinister cabals.
Prynne looked away for a moment, taking in the view of the carved wood desk and the highly patterned carpet, wondering idly how deep the level of detail went in such dream realities. Would a microscope reveal further intricacy or a blurred pixel? Representative, he said, and both hoped and suspected he sounded tired. Let me be frank. I had thought to string you along, tell you that I'd think about it, that I'd let you know my answer in a few days. Erin was shaking his head.
I'm afraid I need your...
he began. But Prynne just held one trunk up and talked over him. But I'm not going to. The answer is no. I will not deal with you. I intend to make my statement before council.
Prynne, no,
the old male said, sitting forward in his seat.
Don't do this. If you say no to this, there'll be nothing I can do to hold them back. They'll do whatever they want to do to her. You've seen what they do to people, to females in particular. You can't condemn her to that. For God's sake, think what you're saying. I've already asked if there's any leniency I can ask for, but...
Shut up, you foul, corrupt, cruel old male, Prynne said, keeping his voice level. There is no they. There is only you. You are one of them. You help control them. Don't pretend they are somehow separate from you.
Prynne, I'm not in hell. I don't control what happens there.
You're on the same side, Representative. And you must have some control over hell, or you couldn't offer this deal in the first place. Prynne waved one trunk. But in any event, let's not distract ourselves. The answer is no. Now, may I resume my sleep? Do I get to wake up screaming? Or do you intend to subject me to some further punishment in this strange little virtual dream environment we're inhabiting? Erin stared at him wide-eyed.
Do you have any idea what they'll do to her? He said, voice raised, hoarse. What sort of a barbarian are you, that you can condemn somebody you purport to love to that?
Prynne shook his head. You really can't see that you've made a monster of yourself, can you, Representative? You threaten to do these things, or, if we are to accept your naive attempt to distance yourself from the grisly realities of the environment you so readily support, to let these things happen to another being unless I lie in a manner that suits you, and then you accuse me of being the monster. Your position is perverse, farcical, and as intellectually demeaning as it is morally destitute.
You cold-hearted bastard!
The representative seemed genuinely upset. Prynne got the impression the old male would be out of his seat and attacking him if he'd been younger, or shaking him by the shoulders at the very least.
How can you leave her there? How can you just abandon her?
Because if I save her, I condemn all the others, Representative. Whereas, if I tell you to lift your tail and insert your deal where only a loved one will ever get wind of it, perhaps I can do something to end the obscenity of the hells, for Che and all the others.
You conceited, presumptuous little shithead! Who the fuck are you to decide how we run our fucking society?
All I can do is tell the...
We need the hells. We're fallen, evil creatures.
Nothing that requires torture for its continuance is worth...
You live on your fucking campuses with your heads in the fucking clouds and think everything's as nice as it is there and everybody is civilized and reasonable and polite and noble and intellectual and cooperative as they are there, and you think that's the way it's everywhere and how everybody is. You've no fucking idea what would happen if we didn't have the threat of hell to hold people back.
I hear what you say, Prynne told him, keeping calm. Noble, civilized, reasonable. Clearly Aaron had never sat in on a faculty annual performance, remuneration, seniority and self-criticism meeting. It's nonsense, of course, but it is interesting to know that you hold such views.
You pompous, egotistical little cunt!
The representative screeched. And you, Representative, are typical of those with ethical myopia, who feel only for those nearest them. You would save a friend or loved one and feel a glow of self-satisfaction at the act, no matter to what torment that same act condemned countless others.
You self-important little fuck!
Aaron growled, talking at the same time as Prynne. You expect everybody else to feel the same way, and deeply resent the fact that some might feel differently.
I'll make sure they tell her it's all your fault when they're fucking her to death every night, 100 at a time.
You are the barbarian, Representative. You are the one who thinks so highly of himself he assumes everybody who means something to him ought to be elevated above all others. Prynne took a breath. And really, listen to yourself, threatening such depravity just because I won't do as you demand. How good do you expect to feel about yourself at the end of this, Representative?
Fuck you, you ice-livered, self-satisfied intellectual shit! Your moral fucking high ground would be high enough to escape her screams every night for the rest of your life.
You're just embarrassing yourself now, Representative, Prynne told him. That's no way for an elderly and respected elected officer of the state to talk. I think we ought to conclude this here, don't you?
This does not end here,
the old male told him, in a voice dripping with hatred and contempt. But end it did, and Prynne woke sweating, but not jerking upright screaming, which was something, with a sort of cold dread in his belly. He hesitated, then reached out, tugging on the antique bell pull for help. They found something called a thin-band cerebral induction generator. It had been stuck, a little lopsided, as though it had been done very hastily, to the back of the bed's headboard. A shielded cable ran from it through the wall to the roof and a satellite dish disguised as a tile patch. This was what had allowed them to take over his dreams. None of it had been there the day before. Kemracht, Representative Filhin's aide, looked him in the eye as the all-wheel drive bumped down the road in the darkness, taking them to the next hideout. The lights of the second vehicle, following behind, cast wildly waving shadows about the passenger compartment. You still going to testify, Prynne? Prynne, who could not be sure that Kemracht was not the traitor in their midst, those faculty meetings also taught you to trust no one, said, I'll be saying what I was always going to say, Kem, and left it at that. Kemracht looked at him for a little while, then patted him on the shoulder with one trunk.
It was like diving into a blizzard of multicoloured sleet, a disturbed, whirling maelstrom of tens of thousands of barely glimpsed light points, all tearing turmoil towards you against the darkness. Ayapi Unstrill had glanded everything that was worth glanding, slipping into the zoned-out state of steady, unremitting concentration such engagements called for. She was entirely part of the machine, feeling its sensory power and weapon systems as perfect extensions of herself, and connecting with the little ship's AI, as though it was another, higher, quicker layer of tissue laid across her own brain, tightly bundled, penetrated and penetrating via her neural lace and the network of human mind-attuned filaments within the ship's dedicated pilot interface suite. At such moments, she felt she was the very heart and soul of the ship, the tiny animal kernel of its being, with every other part, from her own drug-jazzed body out, like force-multiplying layers of martial ability and destructive sophistication, each concentricity of level adding, extrapolating, intensifying. She plunged into the storm of swirling motes. Coloured sparks against the black, each was a single truck-sized boulder of not quite mindless smatter, a mixture of crude rocket-powered ballistic javelins, moderately manoeuvrable explosive cluster munitions, chemical laser-armed microchips, and the mirrored, ablation-armoured but unarmed breeder machines that were the real prize here, the entities amongst the lethal debris that could start other smatter infections elsewhere. At the start of the outbreak, all those days earlier, the breeders had made up 19 out of 20 of the swarming machines. Immediately swept and evaluated by the ship's sensors, they had shown up as a cloud of tiny blue dots, speckling the dark skies around the gas giant Rajier, as though the great planet had birthed 1 million tiny water moons, with only a few of the other types of swarmers dotting the outpouring clouds of smatter. In retrospect, those first few days, when the blue dots made up vast near monochrome fields of easily tracked targets, had been the days of happy hunting. Then, however, the machines, the infection, had learned. It was getting nowhere with its original mix of production. Signals coming back to where the machines originated, in the infected manufactories, told it that nothing was surviving. So it had switched its priorities. For 5 or 6 days now, the blue dots had been steadily reducing in number, until for the last day or so they'd become lost in the billowing masses of green, yellow, orange and red points, all indicating swarmers with offensive abilities. Gazing into the cloud around her, Ayapi could see that this latest outbreak was composed mostly of red dots, indicating that these were the laser-armed variety. Red mist, she thought, distantly, as she and the good ship Blitterator plummeted further into them. Like a spray of blood. Good sign. Natty omen. Here we go. Together, she and the ship registered the near 90,000 contacts and prioritized by type, designating the 1 in 100 blue contacts as their initial targets. This made the targeting easier in some ways. Even drugged to her scalp, neural-laced brain running at a near-to-AI speed as beyond humanly possible, targets running into the high fourth power meant a lot to take in with one look. Only 90,000, though. Odd, she thought. They'd been estimating more. Usually the estimate was easy to make and reliable. Why'd they got it wrong? She ought to feel glad that there were 10 kilos fewer to blit, but she didn't. Instead, she got a feeling something was wrong. Combat superstition, maybe. Embedded in the cloud of red dots, still naively ignoring the Blitterator because it hadn't shown itself as hostile yet, the few blue dots were all located some way in, with none towards the surface of the emerging cloud. The ship wove a suggested route from them to the best place, deep inside the cloud, to start firing. "Let's bend past those 2 blues and mine them with missiles, dormanted till we open," Aope sent to the ship, reaching out with a sort of ghost limb sense to adjust the ship's sketched-in course. "Okay," the ship sent. They swung, curving round to take in the 2 blue contacts she'd outlined, jinking this way and that to avoid running into the swarmers. She still found this bit weird. Tactically, logically, this made sense. Get to the centre and start laying waste from there. But even though the sim said this was the most destructively efficient approach, she still yearned to be firing now. In fact, to have started firing as soon as they'd come into range of the first swarmers. But then, another of her instincts just wanted to blow the Fabricaria out of the sky. Why treat the symptoms when you could attack the disease at the source? But the disc, the Fabricaria that made it up, was what they were all there to protect. Ancient fucking monument, wasn't it? Couldn't touch that. That'd be uncivilized. It was right. She agreed with this, of course she did. She hadn't joined Restoria to blast smatter. She'd joined because she was fascinated in ancient tech, and especially ancient tech that had this rather childish desire to turn everything about it into little copies of itself. But after a 9-day haul, with almost no breaks, pounding the only arguably living crap out of any glowing blue dot that presented itself in her ship-shed sensorium, you kind of got to thinking like a weapon. To a gun, all problems resolved in what could be shot at. The Fabricaria were the source of all this hassle, ergo. But no. Aside from the small matter of not getting one's own self blitted, preserving the Fabricaria and the disk was what mattered most here. She felt the missiles go, programmed to initiate when the ship started brightening up its own immediate whereabouts. The missiles would prioritize the Blue Echo breeder machines and then start setting about the rest. "There's a lot of these red Echo laser fuckers," Ayapi said to the ship. "Let's loose all the missiles, get this over fast, and jump to the rearm immediately after, yes?" "Yes. Agreed. Suggest missiles to these locations. Leaves half. Okay? Gone?" "Gone." "Beautiful spread." "Thank you." "Right, we're about there, yes?" "Centred in 1/10. "Warm them up. Get spinning and a-tumbling, and let's light the fuckers up."
"Nearly there. Come on, come on, come on." "Oh, close enough, I suppose. On yours. Whoop-de-doop."
Ayapi felt like she had a trigger beneath more digits than she possessed, as though each finger and toe was somehow curled round a little grouping of firing filaments, every one individually launchable, according to the amount of squeeze she applied. She double-swept her gaze around the feast of targets, gloried in the sheer luxuriousness of it, and clutched the triggers smoothly to her, firing everything, loosing everything, lighting up every priority one target in view at once. The space she lay in sparkled all around like a diamond ball bathysphere, lowered into the sort of planetary depths where every organism made its own light. Rosettes, florets, side-slanted bursts, little spears and dirty flurries of light erupted on every side, filling her eyes with sparks. Whirling within the scene cacophony, the spinning, tumbling ship was already flagging up the next array of targets. She swung and spun with it, untroubled by gyrations that would have had her throwing up pre-training. "What are the grey blobs?" she asked the ship, as the lasers and their collimators locked into the aiming grids of the ship's primary sensors. "Indicates swarmer type unclear," the ship told her. "Fuck," she sent, before loosing another fusillade to strew another 100+ bright scratches across the sky. Unclear? They hadn't had any unclear before. What the fuck was this? She could see the missiles popping open their own little pockets of destruction, two behind them, down the course the ship had taken towards the centre of the cloud, and others further away, some still just starting to fire. Meanwhile, the smatter had woken up to the fact that this racing, wildly tumbling thing in its midst did not wish it well, and some of the truck-sized laser swarmers were starting to turn their single-mouth long axes towards them. The ship took a hit almost immediately, as one swarmer found itself fortuitously pointing right at them and at the right stage in its charging cycle. The beam struck, slid off, bounced away by the little craft's mirror field. "Proportion unclear," she sent, as the next layer of targets snicked into the aiming grids. "About 1%. Hitting some with they fired, flicking destruction across the darkness. This salvo," the ship continued, devoting sensory resources to analyze debris result. They were close enough to the Fabricary now to have to take it into account when they targeted. This close to what they were aiming at, and with such relatively slow-moving targets, there was almost zero chance of just plain missing and a stray shot heading straight at the Fabricary. But it was possible for a blast from the main laser to go straight through one of the swarmers, and some of the latest versions had semi-serviceable laser coatings capable of deflecting at least part of a bolt from one of the secondary or tertiaries. Plus the ship, thankfully, had to think about post-destruction main remaining body direction vectors and shrapnel debris scatter profiles. Ayapi was glad she didn't have to think about that sort of housekeeping crap. Let her concentrate on just blasting stuff. They swung again, retargeted. A few more incoming hits registered, small caliber nuisance against the heavy armour of the ship's reactive mirror field. "So?" she sent. The latest targets had blossomed, so the ship would have had time to analyse the relevant debris signatures. "Zip," the ship sent. "All still there. Hitting nearest grey, unclear with full main." As the ship sent this, over 20 of the contacts they'd been aiming at suddenly weren't being targeted anymore, just blinking out. Fuck! Such was the weapon's power, and the swarmer's relative vulnerability, The ship's main laser usually got multiply collimated into anything up to 24 separate, independently aimed beams. Devoting the whole beam on full power to a single object had been unheard of overkill until now. Nanoguns exhausted, the ship told her, confirming something she could already see from her own displays. She squeezed off another salvo at the truncated target list. The mains was obvious, the impacting bolt lighting up whatever was around the target itself with splash-out, freeze-framing the pelting swarmers nearby as though in a flash photograph. The ship would be watching in greater detail than Ayapi, but even she could see umpteen tiny glowing traces burst glinting from the aim point. That got it, the ship sent. Everything wheeled again, the ship continuing to gyrate wildly, carving a gradually increasing hollow space of smatter debris out of the centre of the cloud of swarmers. Multiple incoming registers as pops and clicks, ringing the mirror field. Meanwhile, Ayapi had been loosing missiles into the depths of the swarm, sending them off to start their own spreading blossoms of destruction. 2 grey on half main each, she suggested. Doing, the ship agreed, and the depleted grids lit up, firmed again. She flexed, distributing unseen rays like benedictions. She concentrated on the 2 foci of the main armament. A single unsullied brightness flicked on in each, then faded neatly. The other swarmers being engulfed in glowing debris clouds all happened elsewhere, unworthy of notice. Further afield still, the missiles careened about their own little patches of sky, dispatching all they could. No? She asked. No, the ship said. Another wild twisting about the skies, and Rajir the gas giant was suddenly there, filling the view, its banded face instantly rashed with the aim points. The ship's main armament had resumed targeting a full power blast on individual grey targets. Motherfucker! Analysis? Bigger than average, non-ablating reflectivity, moving quicker. Complicated. Lot of wreckage, accounting for fewer total targets. There, she thought. She'd known there was something wrong about there being only 90k swarmers when they'd been expecting more. The fucking outbreak was switching production mix again, going for complex survivability rather than sheer numbers. Grown-up power signatures, the ship continued, as Ayapi unleashed another salvo. The incoming laser hits sounded like hail on a glass roof. Another hurried tumble, one more array of targets snapping into focus, caught and steadied in their aiming grids. Even as she readied to fire, Ayapi was scanning for the grey contacts preferentially now, picking out where they lurked in the red sleet storm of other contacts. Tiny patches of the sensor view were outing briefly now, as the sheer weight of laser bursts incoming forced the mirror field to occlude the sensors, producing little hexagonal pixelations like clutter. They came and went almost before she had time to register them. She flung out the latest manic light burst, like shaking water droplets from her fingers. With the main armament taking one target at a time, it was possible to up the collimation on the secondaries for short and medium-range targets, bringing their salvo total back up again. There might be a few more wounds rather than outright kills, but that was acceptable. That one just took off, the ship said, indicating one of the 2 grey targets they'd tried to waste 2 salvos earlier. And there goes the other one. See them? Ayapi sent. They're fast. She had another reduced set of targets sliding across the view. She let fly at them. The 2 fleeing grey contacts would be out of range in seconds. Any missiles we can put in their way? Not the first one. Second, yes. Get the other missiles to concentrate on the greys, she suggested. She wanted to fire a lot more missiles, everywhere, but they were out of missiles now, too. Shit, we powered them. The ship sounded upset. Didn't know you swore, ship. I didn't know swarmers could use incoming laser to power them to that sort of speed, the ship replied, fixing an unlikely-looking vector line across the points representing where one of the grey contacts had been when they'd hit it and where it was now, still accelerating. We need to chase those, she sent. You think so? It's prioritizing them. Another small set of targets, swiftly dispatched, while another slotted instantly into view. The weaponry was falling out of phase now, as the differences between the varying recharging intervals started to add up, and the additional collimating on the secondaries introduced its own slight delay. Maybe it wants us to do the same, the ship suggested. The incoming sounded like drumming heavy rain now. The pixelation outings were spattering across the view like manically invasive subtitles in an unknown language. I don't think it's that smart. You want to chase? Yes, that one. She indicated the first one to set off out of the cloud of contacts at the same time as loosing another half salvo and marking a swathe of fresh targets across the red cloud around them. Okay. The view tumbled one more time. Another set of targets highlighted across the wash of contact-strewn space. Then, even as she triggered the weaponry again, they set off. Their slow, near-centered drift composed of many lightning-fast tumbles and gyrations, turning into a single darting vector aimed at where they reckoned the grey they were targeting would be. She kept on firing, micro-salvo after micro-salvo, at the sleet echoes of red targets as they pursued, triggerings becoming almost continuous as the firing patterns diverged. Red sleet turning fire-bright. They must be leaving a tunnel of ravaged, fading debris behind them through the swarmer cloud. The ship itself a sleek spear point, glittering with reflected light as the red-flagged laser element swiveled, following it and firing. So many reds, so many. It's accelerating hard, the ship sent. Shit, she thought. We powered it by hitting it, she sent to the ship. Yes. With the laser? Yes. Oh. They're not all just to hit us with. They're there to power the greys. That's a departure. That could be a lot of fucking departures. Those grey fuckers are ships. Micro-ships. The outburst has halted, the ship told her. The last swarmer just exited the infected fabricary. Aopi and the ship were picking out double handfuls of targets constantly now, as they charged through the mist of contacts becoming targets, delegating the fire commands to the sub-AIs, effectively letting the weaponry make up its own mind when to initiate. Hundreds of the laser swarmers are firing at the grey we're pursuing, the ship sent. I can see the backscatter. Other laser swarmers starting to pattern themselves around each of the greys. They're going to power them up too. We aren't going to be able to cope, she sent. This needs mayhem weaponry. What we've got's far too polite and pinpoint. Or a serious effector. Job for our inbound torturer class. I think we should suggest just that. Okay, we're in range. Aopi squeezed off the single main armament shot at the fleeing swarmer, blasting it across the skies in a pulsating detonation of light. Fragments incandescing in the pulses of laser still coming in from the swarmers which had been helping to power it. Their own incoming increased again as the swarmers switched from powering the now destroyed microship to just plain shooting at the obliterator and Aopi. The ship was swinging, powering away, curving round, lifting away from the debris field it had just created. How many more greys? Aopi asked. 38. We'll never get them all. As many as we can, then. Any heading for the planet? That had always been one of the nightmare scenarios. The swarmers turning properly feral and plunging into the gas giant to start trying to tear it apart. So far they hadn't shown any desire to do this. None. Mostly sticking to the system plane. Few straight up and down. Nearest? This one. The ship highlighted one of the microships, seemingly headed straight for another fabricary, its rear end lit up by the laser swarmers helping to propel it. Signal Lan and the others, she sent. Get base to contact the torturer class and suggest it gets stuck straight in with its effector. Only way we're going to cope here is by turning these fuckers on themselves. Agree. Done. They left the missiles to deal with the blue-tagged breeder swarmers while they went after the microship. This one loosed its own tail laser at them, redirecting some of its vicarious propellant laser fire back at its pursuer. The obliterator's mirror field blanked their sensors for an instant to cope. Oh, that's not funny, she sent. Range, the ship replied. Take that with your fucking arselight, Aopi sent as she triggered their main armament. The weapon was wound up to frequencies there was no way the target ship's own mirror armor could counter. The swarmer erupted brightly. Way in the distance, the obliterator was already curving away hard, picking out their next target. They ran down 10 more, the intervals between growing greater as the fleeing swarmer ships moved quickly away from the initial outbreak point. They passed the time, frazzling as many of the cloud of laser swarmers as they could get near, dipping into the still slowly expanding cloud of contacts like a predatory fish into a bait ball. The next grey was taking them way out of the original infection outbreak volume, zipping past other dormant fabricaria as they tore after the rear-lit microship. This one's accelerating harder than the others, given its distance from the laser swarmers powering it, the ship told her. Thought it was taking a while. May mean it's learned something about using that rear absorption deflector set. We in any danger? Shouldn't be. Mirror field's been unstressed so far. The ship sounded unworried. Range? She fired. The resulting explosion didn't look right. Too small for a start. A partial, the ship sent. Just wounded. Wow, our first partial. Still accelerating, though slower. 70%. Course change, too. heading straight for that fabricary, collisionary. The ship highlighted one of the great, dark, slowly orbiting shapes, sitting less than 1,000 kilometers ahead. Collisionary, ARP sent. Oh, fuck, she thought. Just what they needed. High-speed swarm of fabricary collisions. Ready, the ship told her. Hit it again. She did. Still too small a result. The swarmer had got harder, smaller, more reflective. 45% of original acceleration, the ship reported. Still picking up speed, though. Come on, you fucker. Fucking die! They whizzed through the debris field from their first partial hit. The ship scanned the still hot cloud as they flashed through it, shields taking tiny impacts that made the ship judder. Interesting materials profile, the ship said. Definitely learning. Same course. Yes. Swerved back to it after we knocked it off. Impact. 3 seconds. They had time to hit the swarmer twice more. By the time it collided with the fabricary, it had stopped accelerating and been reduced to the status of something more like a tight cloud of debris, all travelling in the same direction rather than a ship, though it was still making sufficient speed to create a substantial flash when it hit the dark, 3-kilometre-long lump of the fabricary. Fuck, ARP sent, watching the debris bloom and expand. Agree, the ship replied. They cruised in after it, already turned about and decelerating hard as the engines readied them to go back the way they'd come, still heading backwards on their earlier course through sheer momentum. Unexpected impact signature. The ship sounded puzzled. Oh, fuck. Has it broken it? She asked. The debris had hit at over 30 clicks a second. It had ended up being a glancing blow rather than head-on, but it had blasted a hole in the fabricary and set it spinning and tumbling. It was already spiralling out of its orbit and drifting fractionally inwards towards Regier. Uncorrected, it would eventually head right down into the gas giant's atmosphere to burn up. In theory, the disk ought to remain stable forever. In practice, passing comets and even near-passing stars could disrupt it, and the Fabricaria each had automatic systems that could vent gas to keep them on station. It was one of the responsibilities of whatever species was in charge of the disk to keep those automatics charged and working. The systems were designed to nudge the Fabricaria back into place when their orbits were ruffled by tiny fractions, though, even if they'd survived the impact undamaged, the gross effect of the swarmer remains slamming into it would be orders of magnitude beyond anything the automatics could deal with. It's as though, the ship said, sounding hesitant, probably waiting for additional detail to accrue via its sensors. The surface had been hollowed out. The outer shell should be solid, protecting the Fabricaria itself and providing raw material for when it's producing something. But instead, it's like the debris hit a thin outer crust and then partially went through, partly collided with some sort of minimal structure underneath. They had almost drawn to a stop now, still approaching the damaged fabricary, but increasingly slowly as the engines, still at full power, cancelled their earlier vector. Cut engines, she sent. Backflip. Take us in for a look. You sure? The ship cut its engines, a half-second or so before they would have started pulling away from the hold, slowly cartwheeling fabricary. They were nearly stationary, still drifting slowly towards the impact site. No, not sure, she admitted, but okay. The ship turned about, fired its engines briefly, turned, fired them again, and, with a little finessing, got them locally stationary relative to the 100-metre-long, raggedly ellipsoid breach in the giant, slowly tumbling fabricary. Aopi and the Obliterator found themselves looking straight into the torn open interior of the thing. The view was edged all around with sections of its still glowing outer surface, which must have been largely hollowed out to leave only a thin outer skin, supported by a fragile-looking network of skinny girders, cables and beams that lay between that impromptu hull and the wall of the fabricary proper, about 20 metres deeper inside. That, too, had been breached by part of the swarmer's wreckage cascade, so they could see all the way inside, to where the ancient stuff-making machinery and associated paraphernalia lay. This was the antique alien apparatus that was not meant to have been touched or used for a couple of million years. It was supposed to be lying there, metaphorically cobwebbed in a cavern which was otherwise completely empty. Unasked, the Obliterator described a small circle around the main breach, so that they could see into different parts of the fabricary interior through the smaller secondary hole in its hull, so building up a larger picture. The ship displayed the results. Some bits were blurred, because despite the damage, there was some sort of movement taking place inside the fabricary, but the main image was clear. What? ARP sent slowly.
The holy fuck is that? Chapter 23. She woke up. She looked around. She was in a standard-looking medium dependency medical pod, in a standard-looking medical facility. Could be anywhere. Shipboard, on an orbital, anywhere. She felt okay. She was physically whole, wrapped in light compression foam over almost her entire body, and she had some sort of movement-restricting bandages around her head. Pain indicators minimal. Bodily damage assessment said she was recovering fast from multiple fractures of most major bones. No brain damage, little major organ damage, widespread tissue damage healing fast. She would be on her feet in 2 days, in fragile good health the following day, and back to normal a day or two after that. She could flex her toes and move her arms. Both her hands were free of the recovery foam. She could waggle them and feel the liquidic texture of the pod covering. Raising her right arm, she could sense the compression foam taking the physical strain, letting her muscles flex, but leaving her knitting bones unstressed.
"Okay," she said. "Now, where are we?"
"Mizensaki," a voice said.
It sounded like the ship, or a ship, or at least like something non-human trying to be reassuring. A ship drone, bulbous and smooth, like a giant pebble swung into view.
"Welcome aboard. I am the culture vessel. Me, I'm counting."
"Oh," Iain said. "Well, I was looking for you, but now you've found me. What of the Bodhisattva?"
"Severely damaged. Its remains are being held within my own field structure. I intend to leave it with the first GSV we encounter. The extent of the damage it sustained is such, I suspect, it will make more sense to rehouse the mind in a new ship. Frankly, the main fabric is mostly fit for recycling. In any event, a point may come shortly when I may have to suggest that the mind of the Bodhisattva abandon ship and throw in its lot with me, allowing me to abandon the rest of the remains and so resume my habitual field structure and hence operational fitness."
"Why would that be?"
"Because, Mizensaki, we appear to be heading into what will shortly become, if it is not already, a war zone."
Over the many, many years of his sexually active life, Veppers had worked out how to manage the rhythms and stages of a sexual encounter, all with a view to maximizing his own pleasure. It was definitely a skill worth having. He thought of mundane, non-sexual things when he wanted to hold himself back, and of particularly exciting moments from earlier sexual escapades when he wanted to bring on his orgasm. One of the downsides of becoming very old was that the remembered stuff was generally always better than the sex you were actually having right there and then, but that was a small price to pay, he reckoned. That evening he was fucking Diamal, another of his fabulous harem troop girls, in the master bedroom of the Ubruata townhouse, while Son looked on. Son was the other girl besides Pleur who was an impressionist, able to take on any appearance. Currently, she looked like a very famous actress. He was already looking forward to fucking her next. Right now, though, sweating a little, his long blonde white hair tied back in a ponytail, he was concentrating on holding back, aiming for an orgasm in about a minute's time that ought to be a good one. This was no more than he deserved, he thought. He'd only arrived back that morning from his trip to Verbetsua and beyond, and was intent on making up for lost fucking time. The air in the room changed. There was a massive bang, and he was stopped in mid-stroke, still holding Diamil's perfectly formed hips, while the girl herself, until that point yelping and moaning with possibly pretended pleasure, stared straight ahead at a small, rather beautiful-looking alien creature with large eyes and milky, slightly pink-tinged skin, most of it hidden by a slim-fitting grey uniform. The creature had materialized where some of the great bed's plumper pillows and cushions had been, and had caused several of them either to split or to disintegrate, either way spilling bounteous amounts of feathers and almost air-light stuffing into the air. The alien looked like it was emerging from its own small snowstorm. It flapped ineffectually at the feathers and stuffing, gaze darting this way and that. Diamil screamed. Internally, as it were, this was quite a pleasurable experience for Veppers, not that it made the slightest bit of difference to his sense of shock, violation, and even betrayal. Son fell forward, fainting on the bed in a dead weight, her forehead thudding into one of Diamal's splayed calves. Diamal was whimpering now. Veppers let her go. She pulled a deflated cushion cover around her and jumped off the bed,
stood there quivering, staring at the little alien. She coughed suddenly, spitting out feathers. The creature wobbled in the midst of the slowly falling debris, then seemed to find its balance, composing itself. It was one of Bettlescroy's immediate underlings.
"Mr. Veppers,"
it said. It looked first at his face, then down at his engorged penis.
"Gracious,"
it said. It looked back at his face.
"Over-Lieutenant Vrept,"
it told him, nodding once.
"Answering directly to the Honourable Bettlescroy Bisp Bleespin III himself."
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
Veppers said. This was not funny, not forgivable.
"I have information. We must talk,"
the GFCFian said. It glanced at the sprawled, still fainted form of Son and the no longer quivering, merely gulping Diamel.
"Send these persons away."
"Sir?" Yaskin's voice came distantly from the bedroom's main doors. The locked handles were turned from outside, then released. The door thudded to knocks. "Sir!" Veppers pointed back towards the doors. "Just before I have my chief of security take you away for—"
"Information. Talk immediately,"
the little alien said.
"No further delay. I have orders."
"Sir!" Yaskin shouted from beyond the doors again. "Are you all right? It's Yaskin with 2ZI."
"Yes,"
Veppers shouted.
"Wait there."
He turned to Diamel. "My robe." The girl twirled, scooped his robe from the floor. Veppers lifted Son's head up by her long golden hair and slapped her across the face a couple of times, bringing her round. She sat back, looking woozy, cheeks reddened.
"Both of you, out,"
Veppers told the women, as he wrapped his robe around himself. "Leave the door unlocked, and tell Yaskin and the ZI to wait where they are. Let him know what's happened here, but nobody else." Diamil wrapped herself and Son in sheets and helped the other girl to the doors. Veppers heard Diamil saying something to Yaskin, then the doors thudded shut again. Veppers turned to the small creature.
"Are you familiar with the phrase, 'This had better be good,' Over-Lieutenant Vrept?"
he asked, knee-walking his way up the bed towards the sitting alien, then looking down, towering over it.
"I am," it told him. "This is not good, though. This is bad, hence the urgency. My commander, the aforesaid Honourable Bettlescroy Bisp Bleespin III, bids me inform you that there has been a security breach in the Tsungarial disk. One of the currently ship-constructing fabricaria was damaged during the ongoing diversionary smatter outbreak containment action, and a light spacecraft belonging to the Culture Restoria mission caught recorded sight of the extemporized ship being built within said fabricary. Signalling this information to the rest of the Culture mission within the disk, which has concomitantly relayed said information beyond to other Culture units, while at the same time investigating other fabricaria to discover whether others amongst them are also building ships. The result of this investigation being positive, of course. Those steps have been and are being taken to neutralize the Culture mission's abilities. In sum, it is now known within the Culture, and feasibly beyond, that certain of the disk elements are manufacturing a war fleet. The fleet is still a day and a half from earliest completion, excluding AM fueling. Several Culture ships are approaching the disk. The NR seem not to have been informed of the full substance of the aforesaid intelligence. However, they have expressed strong interest in knowing what precisely is going on in the matter of the Tsungarial disk, and unconfirmed reports suggest they may be moving militarily relevant assets into position. That is the initial substance of my message. Any questions, good sir? Or, and also, you may wish to enlighten the aforesaid Honourable Bettlescroy Bisp Bleespin III regarding the previously discussed but still unspecified targets pertaining to the still being built ships. That would be appreciated."
Veppers stared open-mouthed at the little alien for at least 2 heartbeats, then wondered if he too was about to faint.
"Well, happy fucking day,"
Demyson said. He turned to Lededja with a grin that extended into a broad smile. She looked at him. "I have the feeling that what you think of as good news might not strike everybody else as being quite so smashing."
"Some nutter's building a bunch of ships in the Tsungarial disk."
Demyson sat back in the seat, staring at the module screen, still smiling. "How is that good news?"
"It's not. It's a fucking disaster," Demyson said, waving his arms. "This'll end in tears, mark my words."
"So stop smiling."
"I can't. There are natural—" "Okay, I can,"
the Avatar said, turning to her with a look of such abject sadness she instantly wanted to take him in her armour-suited arms, pat his back, and reassure him everything would be all right. Even as Lededja realised quite how easily she was being manipulated and started to feel furious at herself as well as Demyson. He dropped the sad look and went back to looking quite gloriously happy.
I can help it, he admitted. I just don't want to help it.
He waved his arms again.
Come on! This avatar naturally recognises my own emotional state and reflects it, unless I'm deliberately trying to deceive. Would you rather I lied to you?
Then what? Lededja asked, trying to keep her voice cold and not get caught up in the avatar's obvious enthusiasm. Is making you smile about a disaster?
Well, first, I didn't cause it. Nothing to do with me. Hands clean. Always a bonus. But it's looking clearer and clearer. There's going to be some heavy fucking messing hereabouts very shortly, and that's precisely what I'm built for. I'm going to get to strut my stuff. I'm going to get to be me, girlie. I tell you, I can't fucking wait.
We are talking about a shooting war, she said.
Well, yes,
Demyson exclaimed, sounding borderline exasperated with her. He waved his arms again. He seemed to be doing this a lot, she noticed. And people are going to die.
People? Very likely even ships.
She just looked at him. Lededja, the avatar said, taking one of her armour-fat hands in his own.
I am a warship. This is my nature. This is what I'm designed and built for. My moment of glory approaches, and you can't expect me not to be excited at the prospect. I was fully expecting to spend my operational life just twiddling my metaphorical thumbs in the middle of empty nowhere, ensuring sensible behaviour amongst the rolling boil of fractious sieves just by my presence and that of my peers, keeping the peace through the threat of the sheer pandemonium that would result if anybody resurrected the idea of war as a dispute resolution procedure with the likes of me around. Now, some sense-forsaken fuckwit with a death wish has done just that, and I strongly suspect I shortly get a chance to shine, baby.
On the word shine, Demyson's eyebrows shot up. His voice rose a tone or two and increased markedly in volume. Even through the armoured glove, she could feel the pressure of his hands squeezing hers. Lededja had never seen anybody look so happy. And what happens to me? She asked quietly.
You should get back home, the avatar told her.
It glanced at the screen, where the black snowflake with too many limbs still filled the centre of the image.
I'd chuck you overboard in this shuttle right now and let you head for Sitchold, but whatever the fuck that is might mistake you for a munition or just waste you for the target practice, so I'd better deal with it first.
The avatar looked at her with a strange, intense expression.
Necessarily dangerous, I'm afraid. No getting away from it.
Demyson took a deep breath.
You afraid to die, Lededja Ibrek?
I've already died, she told him. He spread his hands, looking genuinely interested.
And?
It's shit.
Fair enough, he said,
turning to face the screen and sitting back properly in the shuttle command seat.
Let's put that one down as a mistake and try to stop it turning into a habit.
Lededja watched the seat contort itself around the avatar, securing his body in place with padded extensions of the chair's own legs, arms, seat and back. She felt movement around and beneath her and realised her seat was doing the same thing, enclosing her one more time, another layer of confinement beyond the gel suit and the armoured outer suit. She was pressed and shuffled backwards until everything fitted snugly against the contours of the seat.
Now we get foamed, Demyson told her.
What? She said, alarmed as the suit's visor swung smoothly over her face. The shuttle's interior went dark, but the visor showed some sort of compensated image that gave her a clear view of what looked like red, glowing, bubbling liquid filling up the space she'd been living in for the last 20-plus days, rising quickly in a dark red tide around the base of the chair, flowing up and over her armoured body, and then foaming all about her, rapidly covering the visor and leaving her briefly blind in the darkness, before she heard the avatar speak again.
Space view, or some screen entertainment to while away the time?
Suddenly, the visor was showing her the same view the screen had, but wraparound. The wrong-looking, 8-limbed black snowflake was still centre image. You might have done better to ask whether I was afraid of forced immobility and confined spaces, Lededja told the avatar.
I forgot, of course. The suit can just put you under for the duration of, well, whatever.
No thanks.
So, make your mind up. Real space view with potential scariness or some screen. Gentle, feel-good, wistful comedy, razor-sharp witterage, outright slapstick hilarity, engrossing human drama, historical epic, educational documentary, ambient meanderance, pure art appreciation, porn, horror, sport, or news.
Real space view, thanks.
I'll do my best. Might all happen too quickly if anything happens at all, though prepare for disappointment and anticlimax. Chances are still that this particular encounter will be resolved peacefully.
Bastarding things usually are. You are astoundingly bad at hiding your feelings in such matters, she told the ship. I hope your space battle tactics are more subtle. The Avatar just laughed. Then everything went quiet for a moment. She could hear her own heart beat distantly. There was a noise just like a single indrawn breath, and then the Avatar's voice said, quietly, "Okay." On the screen before her eyes, the black snowflake image flickered. There came a time when she found the shallow valley with the iron cages, where the acid rain fell to torment the howling inmates, and each day the demons dragged them screaming to the canted slabs where their blood was spilled to form the gurgling stream at the valley's foot, which flowed glutinously into the header pond just upstream from the little mill. She beat her great dark wings over the scene, watching as a giant flying beetle machine arrived to disgorge the latest batch of the badly behaved who'd been appropriately terrified by their tour round hell. The beetle landed in a storm of dust, caking the mill and adding to the patina on the black, dark blood pond. On the side of the mill, the wheel revolved ponderously, eliciting screams and groans from the still-living tissues, sinews and bones from which it was made. Every beat of her wings caused her a tiny twinge of pain. Che had killed her 1,000 souls, enveloping them to release them into oblivion. This had happened some time ago. She still had no idea how quickly time moved within the virtual environment of the hell. For her, it had been over 1,300 days, nearly 3 years in Pavulian terms, back in the real. With every death, she took on a little more pain. The lantern-headed uber-demon had not lied. An aching tooth here, a stabbing feeling in her gut there, a persistent headache, what felt like a trapped nerve in one hip, a twinge every time she clenched her talons, a cramp when she flexed her wings in a certain way. 1,000 almost infinitesimal little pangs and stings and sprains and strains and ulcers and chafings, either adding incrementally to some established hurt or starting a fresh sight. She had long since stopped assuming that there were no bits of her great dark body left to experience pain. There always were. She remembered being the old superior, near the end of her life in the refuge, filled with aches and pains. At least there, death was always on its way, a release from suffering. No single ache dominated, and even when taken together, the sum of them was not utterly debilitating. But they all nagged, all had their effect, filling her days with the grumbling torment of continual, grinding misery. All the worse on those days when she was feeling sorry for herself, for being self-inflicted. Still she beat on, though. Still she flew across the calamitous geographies of hell, watching, witnessing, and worshipped. She didn't wonder that she had become part of this constructed world's emergent mythology. Had she still been a lost soul wandering these reeking morasses, denuded, fire-blacked forests, crater-pitted concrete aprons and blasted, cinder-strewn hillsides, so traumatized she had started to believe there never had been a real in which she'd lived, she too might have worshipped something like herself, praying to the half-fabled, occasionally glimpsed angel of death for a release from her torments. She had toured the hell to its limits, many tens of days' flight away, and beating upright by those iron walls, talons scrabbling at their vast, unyielding extent, accepted that this was indeed not an infinite space. It had its boundaries, distant though they may be. She established a sort of mental map of the place. Here were the scorched plains, the poisoned marshes, the arid badlands, the steaming swamps, the bleached salt pans, the alkali lakes, acid ponds, bubbling mud craters, and sintered lava flows, amongst all the other bewilderingly varied wastelands of the place. Here were the tremendous peaks of iron-frozen mountains, the glaciers red with blood. Here the encircling sea of hell, which lapped at the foot of the boundary wall and teemed with voracious monsters. Here were the great valved doors that admitted the newly condemned. Here were the roads the towering juggernauts of dead and dying trundled down, delivering their grisly cargoes to the vast prisons, camps, factories and barracks of the place. Here the damned were set to their slave labour within the munitions factories, or condemned to wander the ruins in the wilderness, or were chosen to fight in the everlasting war that consumed, recycled, and reconsumed lives by the thousands and tens of thousands, each and every day by both sides. Because there were two sides to hell, though you'd have struggled to spot the slightest difference if you'd simply found yourself set down in the midst of either.
The unfortunates delivered into hell were allocated sides before they even entered the place, generally half going to one and half going to the other. There were 2 sets of the great valved doors, only admitting, impossible to exit through. 2 vast sets of boulevards paved with racked backs and splintered bones. 2 whole sets and systems of prisons and factories and camps and barracks. 2 hierarchies of demons. And, she'd been surprised to find, 2 of the colossal king demons. They fought over the centre ground of hell, throwing forces into the fray with a sort of manic relish, uncaring how many fell, because they would always be resurrected again within days for fresh punishment. In the rare event that one side established military superiority over the other through simple luck or an accident of good leadership, threatening the balance of territory and forces and so the continuance of the war, extra recruits would be funneled to the temporarily losing side by the simple expedient of shutting down one of the sets of gates, channeling all the new arrivals to the disadvantaged side, gradually restoring balance through sheer weight of numbers. She thought of the gates she and Prynne had entered through as the eastern gate, for no particularly good reason. So they had been on the east side, but basically every aspect of the east side in this vast dispute was replicated in the west as well, and the 2 appeared identical in their gruesomeness. From a distance, anyway. She was not welcome in the west. Smaller winged demons came up to mob her when she overflew too far beyond the front of the everlasting war. So she had to keep away entirely, or fly so high that the detail of what went on was denied her. Still, she had flown to see the opposing western gates, soared above the scattered dark clouds of the western hinterland, and even landed on occasion, usually only for a few minutes at a time, on certain jagged frozen peaks, well away from the most intense fighting and the greatest numbers of enemy demons. Whether in the west or the east, she looked down from such high crags, wrapped from the cold in her own gale-fluttering wings, and watched the scudding shreds of bruise-coloured clouds move over the distant landscapes of terror and pain, with a sort of horrified amusement. When she had killed the 1000th soul, she had taken the half-eaten body and dropped it at the feet of the great lantern-headed demon sitting in his red glowing iron throne, looking out over the vast reeking valley of smokes and fumes and screams.
"What?"
the colossal creature boomed. With one enormous foot, it kicked aside the husk of body she deposited in front of it. 1,000 souls, she told it, treading the air with deep, easy sweeps of air, keeping herself level with its face, but too far away for it to swipe at her easily. 1,000 days since you told me that once I'd released 10 times 100 souls, you'd tell me what happened to my love, the male I first came here with, Prynne.
"I said I'd think about it,"
the great voice thundered. She stayed where she was, the black, leathery wings fanning some of the valley's noxious fumes towards the uber-demon's face. She gazed into the gaseous impression of a face writhing and billowing behind the house-sized pane of glass, trying to ignore the 4 fat, dripping candles at each of the lantern's 4 corners, their carbuncled surfaces veined with 100 screaming nerve clusters. The creature stared back at her. She kept station, refused to move. "Please," she said at last.
"Long dead."
The vast voice burst out across her. She heard the words with her wings.
"Times move more slowly in here, not faster. He is barely a memory. He died by his own hand, ashamed, penurious, disgraced, and alone. There is no record of whether he remembered you at the end. He escaped being sent here, more's the pity. Satisfied?"
She stayed where she was a while longer, upright in the air before it, beating her cloak wings like slow, mocking applause. She said at last, then turned, dropping, swooping only to zoom again, beating away up and across the valley slope to its furthest ridge.
"How are the pains, bitchlet?" she heard the demon shout after her. "Do they grow?"
She ignored it. She waited until they came back out of the mill, the 3 demons and the one sad, screaming soul who had not been released after his tour of hell. The demons held the howling, frantically struggling male between them, one holding both feet, one each at the rear legs. They laughed and talked, taunting the screeching male as they carried him back to the beetle-shaped flyer. She stooped upon them, slaughtering the 3 demons easily, the 2 at the rear with a single pinch of one of her great talons. The unfortunate male lay quivering on the scaly ground, watching the demon's blood pool dustily in towards him from 3 different directions. The beetle tried to take off. She screamed at it, and with a 2-legged blow ripped one of its wings right off, and then tipped it over onto its back. It lay making clicking, cheering noises. When the pilot crawled out, she wanted to rip him apart too, but instead she let him go. She picked the trembling male up with 1 talon, and stared into his petrified face while he voided his bowels noisily on the ground beneath. "When you left the reel," she said to him, "what date was it?" "Huh?" She repeated the question. He told her. She asked him a couple of other questions about banal things like current affairs and civilizational status. Then she let him go. He scurried away along the road leading from the mill. She might have killed him, she supposed, but she had already released 1 soul from its torments that day. All this had been a sudden inspiration, brought on for some reason when she'd come upon the mill. She trashed the building too, scattering its screaming, protesting components across the valley's slope, throwing wreckage splashing into the mill race and the header pond, displacing sloshing tons of blood while the building's operators ran scampering for their lives. The blue glowing door was not glowing at all, of course. It was just a plain, rough wooden door, now hanging off its hinges, a doorway to nowhere. Oddly satisfied, she swept back into the grim skies with a single great clap of her wings, then beat off across the valley. She dropped the massive lump of wood that had been the door's lintel towards the fleeing figures of the mill operators as they ran away, missing them by less than a metre. She wheeled once above the valley, just a collection of pains and sundered lives, then struck out, cloudward, rising all the time, heading for her roost. Always assuming the hapless male had been telling the truth, the uber-demon had lied. Barely a quarter of a year had passed in the reel. Vatoy was hanging upside down. He wondered absently if there were any circumstances when this could be a good sign. He appeared to be inhabiting a physical body. Hard to tell whether he'd actually been embodied in a real one, or this was just a full sensory spectrum virtuality. He was in no pain, but the blood roared in his ears due to the gravitational inversion, and he felt distinctly disoriented, beyond the obvious fact that he was the wrong way up. He opened his eyes to see a creature like a giant flying something or other staring straight back at him. It was also hanging upside down, though, unlike him, it appeared to be entirely happy with the situation. It was human size, had a long, intelligent-looking face with large, bright yellow eyes. Its body was covered in soft folds of golden-grey fur. It had 4 long limbs with what looked like thick membranes of the same soft fur linking the limbs on each side of its body to each other. It opened its mouth. It had a lot of very small, very sharp teeth.
"You are Vatoy?"
it said in a thick accent. "Vatoy," he corrected it. Looking away from the creature, he seemed to be hanging in the blue-green foliage of a great tall tree. Further away, he could glimpse the trunks of other tall trees. The tree he was in was nothing like the size of the impossible tree, where he had spent many a happy holiday, winged and flying, but it was still too big for him to be able to see the ground. The branches and trunks he could see looked substantial. His feet, he noticed, were tied together with what looked like rope, while another length of rope ran through the noose his feet were in, and then right round the metre-broad branch he was hanging from.
"Vatoy,"
the creature said. "Close enough," he conceded. He felt he ought to know what this creature was, what species it was part of, but he had no internal access to any remote networks here. He was effectively just human, just meat hanging here. All he had to rely on was his own all-too-fallible memories, such as they'd survived all the transcriptions they'd had to undergo over the years and regenerations, plus whatever unexpected intervention had led him to being here. His memories were anyway suspect, jumbled by 100 different reincarnations in as many different environments, the vast majority virtual, unreal, militarily metaphorical.
"Lagorna,"
the creature beside him said, thumping itself on the chest. "Yeah, hello," Vatoy said cautiously. "Pleased to meet you."
"Pleased to meet you too,"
Lagorna said, nodding, its big yellow eyes staring at him, unblinking. Vatoy felt a little groggy. He tried to remember where he'd been last, where this version of himself had been last anyway. A fellow could lose track when he was copied and recopied so often. He started to recall sitting round a table with a bunch of aliens in... Had it been a ship? A meeting? In a ship? Not fighting a war, then. Trapped in tunnels or trenches, or the guts of a land ship, or a sea ship, or a gas giant dirigible the shape of a gigantic bomb, or finding himself downloaded into a smart battle tank, or some sort of cross between a microship and a missile, or... His memories flickered past him, detailing what certainly felt like every single time he'd played a part in the vast war he'd been a part of. The war over the Hells. It made a pleasant change for his last deployment not to have involved nuts and bolts, blood and guts soldiering. A meeting was a benign environment, potentially just as tremendously boring as war, but without the slivers of utter terror stuck in there as well. On the other hand, he felt he had just read somehow, all those deployments mostly indicating gradually increasing seniority of rank and importance and responsibility, all flickering past in his memory, all tumbling past, like a pack of nearly 100 cards that had felt like something triggered, something called up. Meeting. The meeting in the ship. Lots of little aliens. One other pan-human, big guy, or at least important guy. He should know the name of that species too, but he couldn't remember it. He'd been far away for that meeting, in some rarely travelled bit of the sim. No, he'd been in the real again. How about that? He'd been given a reusable download-ready body, and he'd been physically present at that meeting, with the cute little aliens with the big eyes and the single larger pan-human with the hunched look and the attitude. Still couldn't remember the species the guy belonged to. Maybe he'd have better luck with his name. Vista, Pepra... It had been something like that. Important, top brass in his civilian field. A big wheel. Papras? Shepris? He remembered not being bored at the meeting. It really had been important. In fact, he remembered feeling nervous, excited, energized, feeling that something genuinely momentous was being agreed here, and he was a part of it. He'd been beamed into that body, transcripted into it. He might have been transcripted back out again, sent back to where he'd come from, his meeting-attending duties over. He probably had. He looked at the big creature hanging beside him, gazing into its staring yellow eyes. "How did I come to be here?" he asked. "How did you get me?"
Guff, not so smart."
He stared at the creature. He closed his eyes, shook his head. "No, sorry, didn't get the first part of that at all."
Jeff, not so smart,"
the creature said. Shaking his head seemed to have helped. Now he could see that the creature had straps and pouches distributed across his golden-grey furred body. Some sort of headset, thin, metallic, glittering like jewellery, wound round the back of its skull, like armatures seeming to clasp near but not in its ears and eyes and nose and mouth. "The GFCF," Vatoy said. A feeling that was equal parts dread and sadness seemed to settle over him. He struggled not to show it.
"Protocols in messagery,"
Lagona told him.
"Gifts of knowledge from high to low, not always maximally one way. That which is given may give back in time, where time is potentially quite long time. Still less so in cases of knowledge gained by chicanery, thefting, and so resultingly to this and here. Plainly, ancient code, buried, consequencing trapdoors, therefore, their ignorance thereof."
The GFCF and the NR, the Nautra Reliquaria, that was the name of the species Lagoana belonged to. The Nautra, anyway. The Reliquaria bit usually referred to the machines that had taken over from them, while the Nautra themselves, the biological part of the superspecies, prepared, everyone assumed, for sublimation. That's what had thrown him. The NR always presented as machines. You never saw the original biospecies except in historical, contextual stuff. They must have intercepted him. He'd been taken in some handover the GFCF had made of his personality construct, his mind state,
while attempting to transmit his updated, downloaded soul back to the war sim. He wondered how bad this was, because it could be very bad. If he hadn't made it back at all, at least people would know there had been a problem. He might only have been copied, though. Maybe an identical copy had got back, and nobody had any suspicions. He tried to recall what the latest tech implied. Could comms be made completely proof against interception? It kept changing. One time they told you it was impossible to read a signal without it being obvious to whoever it had been sent to. Another time they seemed to have changed their minds, and it was possible again. Even easy. Trivial, frankly. Then it would go back to being impossible for a while. Whatever. He was here when he shouldn't be, and the NR, or just the N, just the bio-Naptra, though he doubted that, could intercept GFCF comms because some of the code the GFCF used in their comms protocols had been given by the Naptra, or stolen from them by the GFCF, and it had come with holes in it, ways the NR or the Naptra could listen in when they wanted to. Not as smart as they thought they were. Guffa-fucking-cuff-off. Shit. He wondered why they were bothering to embody him, either in the real or in a decent sim. But then, even when you had all the information, sometimes it could be difficult to find the bits you really wanted. Embodying helped, especially when you looked upon what you had downloaded as some sort of strange alien. That was what he was to them, an alien. An alien they had refashioned from comms code information into something at least resembling what resulted from genetic information. A creature of flesh and blood. Him. And now they would want the truth.
Meeting,
Lagorna said, with what might have been a smile.
GFCF pan-human vipids. Scheme. War in afterlife. Zong-disk. Zong-disk.
The creature nodded. Shit. It already knew too much of it. Had he told them that already, inadvertently? What more would they ask? He couldn't see any obvious torture instruments about the creature's webbing and pouches, but who knew? Please, not torture. Why did so much of everything have to come down to pain? We are creatures of pain, creatures of suffering. He had been through this, done this. Not more, please, not more.
You not worry,
the creature told him. It gestured encompassingly.
Is one of trillion sky nations,
it told him.
Quantum stuff. Is one you bound to tell truth. Maybe it's this one.
The creature tipped its head to one side, and Vatoy felt a feeling of utter relief and almost boundless pleasure wash through him. He knew he was being manipulated, but he didn't care. Lagorna didn't want to hurt him, had no intention of hurting him. The Naptra had every right to the information he had. All they wanted was the truth. The truth. All so simple. Just stick to the truth, and it made life so much simpler. Just the one set of facts or assertions to remember. The force of this simple truth, the truth about truth, hit him like a cannon shell. He really was experiencing bliss. This was only just short of sexual. "What do you want to know?" he heard himself say dreamily.
Like meeting,
Lagorna said, and crossed its long, fur-membraned arms across its chest. Its wide, unblinking yellow eyes seemed to stare into his soul. "All right," he heard himself say. He marvelled at how relaxed and unconcerned he sounded. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Vatoy, Gjörny Vatoy, my most recent rank, that I recall, being that of Space Marshal." He had never enjoyed relating anything more. Lagorna proved to be a very good listener. Chapter 24. Administrator Captain Kwa Kuachili, commander of the GFCF minor destructor vessel Fractious Person, took the priority call from Legislator Admiral Bettlescroy Bleespin III in his cabin, as ordered. The Legislator Admiral was shown sitting at his private desk, a roller keyboard displayed on the surface in front of him. As Qua watched, Bettlescroy snicked a couple of keys into place, then folded his elegant hands under his chin, elbows on desk, leaving the keyboard's commit key winking. He looked up at Qua, smiled.
"Sir."
Qua sat as upright in his seat as he could.
"Qua, good day. Thank you, sir. To what do I owe the honour? Qua, we've never really got on, have we? No, sir. My apologies for that, sir. I have always hoped, accepted. Anyway, I thought that we might enter into a new phase in our professional relationship. And to that end, I believe I need to divulge to you something of our plans regarding the culture ship Hylozoist. Sir, this is an honour, sir. I'm sure. The thing is, the Hylozoist has just been informed that there are unauthorized ships being constructed in the Fabricaria of the disk. I had no idea, sir. I know you didn't, Qua. That was deliberate. Sir? It doesn't matter. I'll be blunt, Qua. We need to take action against the culture ship, disable it at the very least, if not actually destroy it. Sir, you mean attack it? As ever, your perspicacity and tactical awareness astonishes me, Qua. Yes, I mean attack it. Culture ship, sir? Are we sure? We are perfectly sure, Qua.
Qua swallowed, gulped.
Sir,
he said, sitting even more upright in his seat.
I and the other officers aboard the fractious person are at your disposal, sir. However, I understood the culture ship was most lately returned to the vicinity of the disk initial contact facility. It still is, Qua. We have succeeded in detaining it there with administrational drivel until now, but it is about to depart again, and it is as it departs that we intend to attack it. Sir, as I say, sir, I and the other officers aboard the fractious person are at your disposal. However, we are, as I'm sure sir is aware, stationed with our sister ship, the Rubric of Ruin, on the far side of the disk from the facility. It will take... Of course, I am aware of that, Qua. Unlike you, I am not a complete idiot. And I might inform you there is another of our ships in your vicinity, standing some distance off, just beyond your scanner range. There is, sir? There is, Qua. But I thought I was aware of our full fleet disposition, sir. I know, but there are 2 GFCF fleets here, Qua, and the ship near you that you didn't know about is part of the hidden one, our war fleet. Our war fleet, Qua repeated. Our war fleet. And when we attack the culture ship, we need to make it look as though somebody else attacked it, not us. And one of the best ways of making that appear plausible is to have one of our own ships attacked. Indeed, preferably completely destroyed at the same time. You see, war means sacrifice sometimes, Qua. That's just the way it is, I'm afraid. We need to destroy one of our own ships. We do, sir? We do, Qua. The Rubric of Ruin, sir? No, not the Rubric of Ruin, Qua, but close. Sir? Goodbye, Qua. This pleases me much more than it will hurt you.
Legislator Admiral Bettelskroy Bisp Bliespin III unclasped his hands and brought one dainty, exquisitely manicured finger down onto the winking commit key. Administrator Captain Qua Coachuli was very briefly aware of an extremely bright light shining from all around him, and a sensation of great warmth. The broad, sleek aircraft dived, side-slipped one way then the other before roaring over a broad, shallow river, making animals on the riverbank and fish in the shallows between the gravel beds all scatter. The flyer settled into a ground-hugging, low-altitude cruise, only metres above the tops of the trees on the trackway, which stretched all the 90 kilometres from here, the borders of the Aspersium estate, to the great torus-shaped mansion house at its centre. The trackway cast a long, thick shadow over the rolling pasture land to one side, and the treetops were lit by a ruddy sun, rising through layers of misty cloud above the horizon. Veppers sat in one of the hunting seats in the back of the craft, looking out through the invisible barrier at the late autumn sunrise. Some high towers in Ubruata were reflecting the first direct light of the day, winking pinkly. He looked at the laser rifle, which was lying, switched on but still stowed in front of him. He was alone in the shooting gallery. He didn't want anybody else around him right now. Even Yaskin was inside with the rest of the entourage, in the main passenger compartment. Some large bird was startled out of the canopy beneath in a chaos of twigs and feathers, and Veppers went to grasp the laser rifle on its stand, then just let his hand drop again as the bird flapped frantically away. It was a bad sign, he knew, when he lost his appetite for hunting. Well, shooting. You could hardly dignify it with the term hunting. It was an affectation, he felt now, using a low-flying aircraft to throw up birds to shoot at. Still, it had been a useful affectation. He'd needed this excuse. He'd needed the trackways to be there. He felt heavy as the flyer zoomed to follow the slope of a hill, all about to end now. Still, he'd always known it might have to end one day. He watched the landscape unwind behind the aircraft, and felt it too, experiencing something close to weightlessness as the flyer crested the hill and then followed the downslope. Then he was heavy again as they levelled out. The hill had hidden any sight of Ubruata, and the sunrise had been removed by a ridge to the east. Veppers felt tired, unsettled. Maybe he just needed a fuck. He remembered Sappletride's girl, Cridaire, straddling him, bucking enthusiastically up and down in this very seat, only, 10 or 11 days earlier? Pleur, maybe, or one of the other girls, or just get a couple of them to fuck each other in front of him. That could be oddly calming. But he felt somehow impatient with the whole idea of sex right now. That was a bad sign too. Maybe just a massage. He could call Herrit through, get him to pummel and smooth his tensions and worries away, except he knew that wouldn't work either. He thought about consulting Skeffron, his substance use mediator. No, not drugs either. Holy fuck, he really was out of sorts today. Was there nothing? Nothing except all this being over, he guessed. This was nerves. He was the richest, most powerful man in the entire fucking civilization. Way more moneyed and influential than anybody had ever been, even by orders of magnitude. But he was still suffering from nerves. Because what he was involved in now might make him much, much wealthier and more powerful than even he had ever been, or just possibly finish him, kill him, pauperize him, disgrace him. He'd always been like this before a big deal, when things were reaching a point of culmination. Been a while, though. This was crazy. What was he doing, risking everything? You never risked everything. You risked as little as possible. You sold the idea of risking everything to the sort of idiot who thought that was how you got rich. But you kept your own risks to an absolute minimum. That way, if you did make a mistake, and everybody made mistakes, or they weren't really trying, it didn't finish you. Let others ruin themselves. There were always rich pickings in the wreckage, but don't ever risk too much yourself. Except now he was. Well, he sort of had before, he supposed. The space mirror deal he'd gone into along with Grautz could have bankrupted him and the whole family if it had unravelled at the wrong time. That was why he'd had to set Grautz up, so that if it did go badly, Grautz and his family would catch the blame and the shame, not he and his. Originally, he hadn't even meant for Grautz to suffer if it did go well, but then he'd realised that the same mechanisms he'd set up to protect himself if it went sour could equally easily double his payoff if all went according to plan, so that he would come out of it with all the money, all the shares, all the companies and instruments and power. It had just been too good a trick to resist. Grautz should have seen it, but he hadn't. Too trusting, too gullible, too blinded by loyalties he thought were shared, or at least mutual. Mug. Poor fucker's daughter had been more properly ruthless than her father had been. Veppers stroked his nose. The tip was almost grown back now, though it was still a little thin and red-looking and tender to the touch. He could still feel the little bitch's teeth closing round it, biting. It made him shiver. He hadn't been back to the opera house since. He'd need to get back, appear fully in public again, before it became some sort of ridiculous phobia, as soon as his nose was fully healed. The deal would complete. All would go well, and he'd end up with even more than he already had. Because he was who he was. A winner. The fucking winner. It had always worked out in the past. It would work out this time. Okay, so the war fleet had been discovered a few days early. That wasn't such a disaster. And he'd been right still to stall. He hadn't told Bettelskroy's message boy where to attack yet, and he wouldn't. Not until the ships were genuinely ready to go. And they would be ready. They were too close to completion for anybody to stop them now. The culture mission in the disk was being dealt with, and apparently even the incoming culture warship could be taken on and neutralized. He just hoped the GFCF knew what the fuck they were doing. But then they probably felt the same way about him. So don't worry. Don't panic and just keep your fucking head. Get everything ready at this end and have the courage to see it through to the end, no matter what the cost. Cost didn't matter if you could afford it, and the reward was going to be inestimably greater. He reached up, switched the laser rifle off and sat back. No, he didn't want to hunt, or fuck, or get stoned, or anything else. Really, he supposed, he just wanted to be back at the house. Well, he could do something about that. He clicked the seat control. "Sir?" the pilot said. "Never mind terrain hugging," he told her. "Just get us there as fast as you can." "Sir." The aircraft started to rise immediately, pulling up from the trackway beneath. He felt heavy again for a moment, but then the ride started to smooth out. The flash came first. He saw it light up the landscape underneath the aircraft, and wondered momentarily if some coincidence of a gap in the clouds and a gap in the ridge to the east was letting a single strong beam of sunlight through to shine so brightly on the trees and low hills beneath. The light seemed to blink, then get brighter and brighter, all in less than a second. "Radiation alert," a synthesized voice started to say. Radiation? What was? The aircraft bucked like a dinghy thrown by a tsunami. Veppers was crushed down into his seat so hard he felt and heard himself make a sort of involuntary grunting, groaning noise as the air was forced out of his compressing lungs. The view, wildly, insanely bright, started to spin like emptied buckets of fluorescent paint swirling round a plug hole. A titanic bang resounded, seeming to come from somewhere inside his head. He glimpsed clouded sky, the clouds under surfaces garishly lit from below, then distant, two brightly shining hills and forests, then, just for an instant, a vast boiling cloud of fire and smoke, rising on a thick dark stem above a mass of darkness shot through with flame. He heard what might have been screams and tearing, cracking, buckling noises. The view through the ultra-clear glass suddenly hazed all at once, as though a thin-veined white mesh had been hurled across the material. He felt weightless again, and then seemed to be about to be thrown against the ceiling or into the crazed ultra-clear, but the seat seemed to hold on to him. A roaring noise threw a deep red haze across his eyes, and he blacked out. Iain M took her first few unaided steps. Even dressed in loose-fitting fatigues, she felt oddly naked, without the supporting net of foam she'd been swaddled in for the last couple of days. The bones in her legs felt delicate and a little achy. It hurt to take a deep breath, and her spine felt oddly inflexible. Only her arms felt pretty much like normal, though the muscles were weak. She'd instructed her body to hold back on the pain-cancelling mechanisms, to feel how bad things really were. Not too bad, was the answer. She should be able to get through without any more anti-pain secretions. Walking at her side, as she padded up and down the gently lit lounge inside the Me I'm Counting, one arm extended to cup one of her elbows, was Himmerance, the ship's avatar, a tall, thin creature with a very deep voice and a quite hairless head. "You don't have to do this," she told him.
"I disagree," he said. "I feel I do. This is at least partly my responsibility. I'll do what I can to make amends."
The Me I'm Counting had been the nearest ship to the Bodhisattva when it had been attacked by the unfallen Bulbishian, coasting in towards the entity for the semi-regular pickup and set-down of those going to and from the forgotten GSV, Total Internal Reflection. It had been coincident that it, rather than one of the other ships associated with the GSV, had been allocated the role of shuttle bus this time. 3 other craft shared the rota. On this occasion, with nobody to drop off, the ship had been coming in only to pick up. When the distress call and plume event had signalled there was a vessel in distress nearby, it had diverted to investigate and offer help. "Do you still have the image of Ledeja Ibrek?" Iain had asked the ship as soon as she'd been able to. The ship had replaced the pebble-smooth drone with Himmerance, a humanoid avatar it had been storing, unused for over a decade. She'd half expected dust to float from Himmerance's head when he'd nodded.
"Yes," he told her, "in image form only."
"May I see it?" The avatar had frowned.
"I did promise not to share her full image with anybody else without her express permission," he told her. "I prefer to keep that promise unless there is some circumstance that is so operationally urgent I felt compelled to break it. Do you especially need to see it? There are plenty of high-quality images of Ms. Ibrek available from Siciltian Meteor and other easily accessible sources. Would you like to see some of them?"
She'd smiled. "No need. I've seen them. I was just curious.
I appreciate that you want to keep your word.
Why are you interested in her? The ship had asked.
Iain had stared at it. But of course, it would have known nothing of what had happened to Lededja. Servant, acolyte, to a dedicatedly hermit-like GSV, one of the Forgotten, naturally, it would be out of any loop that would include detailed knowledge of events in Sechult.
The Bodhisattva hasn't briefed you?
Immediately after I rescued it, it asked me to make all speed towards the Sechultian enablement, which I am doing, though with reservations given the situation that appears to be developing there. The Bodhisattva then said that you might provide the reason for all this alacrity.
The Avatar had smiled.
I seem to have such a reputation for eccentricity. The ship thinks I am more likely to accede to a request from a human than I am to one emanating from a fellow ship. I have no idea why.
She'd explained that Lededja had been murdered by Joy Levepers, and then revented aboard the sense amid madness, wit amidst folly, before being spirited away by the Abominator-class ship falling outside the normal moral constraints. It was assumed she was making her way back to Sechult, quite possibly with thoughts of revenge and murder.
It was you who put the lace inside her, wasn't it?
Iain had asked. Himmerans had been looking bemused.
Yes, the Avatar had said. Yes, that was me.
He'd shrugged.
She said to surprise her, and I couldn't think of anything else that would materially improve her life that was within my gift. I had no idea it would lead to events of such a moment. I assume Mr. Vepers still holds the position of great power he did before.
Even greater power.
She'd explained about the Tsungarial disk and the coming culmination of the confliction over the Hells. Now, stricken with a feeling of responsibility for all this, the me I'm counting had decided to complete the mission Iain and the Bodhisattva had undertaken. It would take her wherever she wanted to go in pursuit of Lededja Ibrek. The mind of the Bodhisattva would come too, as a part of the me I'm counting. Rather than waste time trying to rendezvous with another ship, the two minds had determined to salvage all they could from the wreck of the Bodhisattva, and junk the rest. The boxy ship drone from the Bodhisattva, floated by Iain's other elbow, ready to help if she wobbled in its direction.
In the circumstances, and at the moment, the drone said, it is anyway preferable to be contemplating an incursion into the Sechultian enablement with a warship rather than a humble general contact unit. It came forward a little and dipped, as though peeking round Iain to the humanoid avatar. Our friend here will have the undying gratitude of the Quietus section for its action.
Don't exalt me overmuch, the avatar rumbled. I am still a warship after a fashion, but an old and avowedly eccentric one. Compared to the thing Ibrek seemingly finds herself on, I am small beer indeed.
Ah, yes, the picket ship, Iain said. It must be nearly there by now.
Very nearly, Himmerans told her. Hours out from enablement space and the Tsungarial disk, if that's where it's headed.
Just in time for the smatter outbreak, the ship's drone said. That is almost too convenient. I do hope we had nothing to do with that.
We, being the Culture Restoria, or SC?
Iain asked, wobbling a little as she reached the limit of the lounge area and turned. Avatar and drone both helped steady her.
Good question, the drone said.
It seemed content to judge the question without hazarding an answer.
And what about the Bulbishian? She asked.
The drone said nothing. After a moment, the Avatar said,
A fast picket, the no one knows what the dead think, paid a call on the Bulbishian some 8 hours ago, respectfully asking for an explanation for what happened to the Bodhisattva and yourself. The Bulbishian denied all knowledge, not only of any attack on you, but also of your visit. Worryingly, it also denies that there was ever a Culture Restoria or a Numina mission aboard it. In fact, it claims to have been completely without any alien visitors for as long as it can remember. The fast picket begged to differ, and requested leave to contact the culture personnel it knew had been on the Bulbishian as recently as a couple of days earlier. When that was refused, it asked to be allowed to send a representative aboard to check. That, too, was rejected. No signals had emanated from the Bulbishian since very shortly after the attack on the Bodhisattva, and no signals from the fast picket elicited any response at all.
They're all going to be dead, Iain thought. I know it. I brought death to them.
The no one knows what the dead think then departed the Bulbishian's atmospheric envelope, Himmerans continued, but left behind a small, high-stealth drone ship which attempted to access the Bulbishian directly without permission, using smaller drones, knife and scout missiles, E-Dust and so on. All were destroyed. An attempt by the fast picket to displace sensory apparatus directly into the Bulbician met with no more success, and resulted in an attack on the fast picket by the Bulbician. Forewarned, and, having been a warship, the GIU Obliterating Angel in its earlier incarnation, more martially capable than the Bodhisattva, the fast picket was undamaged by the Bulbician's attack, and retired to a safe distance to keep watch on the entity, and await the arrival of the Equator-class GSV Pelagian, which is 5 days away. A continent class with SC links is also strongly believed to be en route, though it's keeping its arrival time quiet. Other species, civs, who had personnel aboard the Bulbician, also report no contact or sign of their people, and, like us, suspect that the entity has killed them.
Iain stopped, looked at Himmerance, then at the skeletal assembly of components, which was the Bodhisattva's drone, and, with the vessel's mind, one of the few bits of the ship had been worthwhile salvaging from the near-total wreck.
"So, they're all dead?"
she asked, her voice hollow. She thought of the elegantly elderly Ms. Faldevelna and the terribly earnest, multiply reincarnated Mr. Nopri.
"Very likely," the drone told her. "I'm sorry."
"Was that us?" Iain asked, starting to walk again, going hesitantly forward. "Did we cause that?" She stopped. "Did I cause that?" She shook her head. "There was something," she said. "Some issue, I antagonized it somehow. Something I said or did." She knocked one set of knuckles on her temple gently. "What the hell was it?"
"Possibly we bear some collective technical responsibility," the drone said, "though frankly, triggering an act of homicidal instability in a Bulbician is hardly proof by itself of any culpability. Still, we are certainly attracting the blame from those already mentioned other species and civs who had people on the Bulbician. That the entity itself is entirely to blame for an unprovoked attack, and that we were its first victims, and very nearly its first fatalities, seems to matter little compared to the ease with which we may be blamed."
"Oh, grief,"
Iain said, sighing.
"There's going to be an inquiry, isn't there?"
"Many, probably," the drone said, sounding resigned. "Before we start thinking ahead to the aftermath," Himmerance said, after clearing his throat, "we might do well to contemplate our immediate course."
"Muzibrek is still our focus," the Bodhisattva's drone said. "The point may rapidly be approaching when the input or decisions of one person stops making much difference, but for the moment we might hope to influence events through her, if we can find her."
"And, of course," Himmerance said, "Mr. Vepper's inputs and decisions almost certainly do matter considerably."
"So do Mizibrek's," Iain said, turning at the far end of the lounge to head back the way she had come. There was no unsteadiness this time.
"If she gets near him with a clear shot, or whatever."
"The latest we have from Sichult places Veppers in a place called Iob Karan City, on the planet Vabetsua, in the Chunzunzan whirl," the drone said.
"There then," Himmerance said, then hesitated.
An expression of surprise crossed his face.
"The Culture Restoria mission dealing with the Smatter outbreak just discovered more ships being built within the Tsungarial disk," he said.
"How many more?"
Iain asked. It was the Bodhisattva's drone which answered. "One in every Fabricaria they've looked in so far," it told her. Iain stopped.
"How many have they looked in?"
she asked, looking from the drone to the avatar.
"About 70 so far," Himmerance said.
"As highly spread as they could manage, too," the drone said. "Good representative sample."
"Doesn't that mean—"
Iain began. "Could be all of them are making ships," the drone said.
"All of them?"
Iain felt her eyes widening. "Certainly a very high proportion of the 300 million Fabricaria," the drone said.
"In the name of grief!"
Iain cried.
"What do you do with 300 million ships?"
"You could certainly start a war," the drone said.
"With that many ships," Himmerance said, "you might end it, too."
"Nevertheless," the drone said, "we had best get there."
"Time to hit sprint," Himmerance said.
Then he nodded at the wall screen at the far end of the lounge as it lit up, showing the battered-looking remains of the Bodhisattva floating within the Me I'm Counting's field envelope. The crippled, wrecked ship didn't look that badly damaged from where they were looking. A little scratched, grazed, crumpled, and dented, perhaps. The most serious damage was internal.
"Last drone team's ready to clear," Himmerantz announced. "Suggest we forget about that anterior remote stressor."
"Agreed," said the drone. The little machine hung very still and steady in the air, giving every impression of staring at the wreck of its ship on the screen.
"Well, I think you should give the command," Himmerantz said.
"Of course," the little drone said. The hazily shining wall of the field enclosure approached the stricken ship, moved smoothly over it, and left it outside, exposed to the distant stars. The view switched to beyond the field enclosure, to where the lifeless body of the Bodhisattva floated, naked, without any fields or shields about it at all. It was drawing slowly away, falling behind. "Oh well," the drone said. The Bodhisattva convulsed, almost as though shaking itself awake after a long sleep, then started to come slowly apart, as though it was an exploded diagram made real. A spherical mirror field appeared all about it for an instant. Then, when it dropped, the ship was ablaze, light flaring from every part of it, burning brighter and brighter as they watched. Flameless, orderly, still non-explosive, but searing in its intensity. The pure fires raged until gradually they started to fade and go out. And when they had entirely gone, there was nothing left of the ship at all, save light, slow radiation, flowing out in every direction towards the distant suns. "There," the Bodhisattva's drone said, turning to Iain and the Avatar. "Full speed ahead, I think." Himmerantz nodded. The stars on the screen started to drift away.
"Feels at naked hull minimum," he said, "going to a velocity which will be traction injurious within about 40 hours.
"When do we get there?"
Iain asked. 18 hours, Himmerantz said.
The Avatar stared at the screen. The view had swung to dead ahead.
"I'd better check my manual files, see if I remember how to work as a functioning warship. Probably all sorts of stuff I need to do. Prepping shields, calibrating effectors, manufacturing warheads, that sort of thing."
"Anything I can?" Iain began to say, then realized how absurd this would sound to a ship. "Sorry, never mind," she said, flapping one hand, which hurt a little. The Avatar just smiled at her. He woke to a sort of busy quietness. There was a ringing noise somewhere, and some distinctly annoying beeping, and something else he couldn't immediately identify, but it all felt terribly muffled, like it was happening somewhere down the other end of a very long tunnel, and he really needn't be concerned about it. He kept his eyes open and looked around, but nothing made sense. He closed his eyes again, then thought that was probably a bad idea. Something bad had happened, and it might not have stopped happening yet. He needed to keep alert, keep his eyes open, keep focused. He felt heavy in a strange way, as though his weight was being taken by his head and neck and shoulders. He turned his head to one side, then the other. Fuck. He knew where he was. He was in the back of the flyer. All this dark, tipped chaos around him was the remains of the aircraft. What the fuck had happened? He was lying in the seat he'd been in when whatever had happened had happened. He wanted to shake his head to clear it, but wasn't sure that was a good idea. He brought one hand up to his face, wiping. Sticky. He looked at his hand. That was blood. He was breathing heavily. His feet were up in the air, pointing towards the sky, which he could see through the contorted remains of the flyer's rear deck. Where the ultra-clear glass should be, there appeared to be nothing. Stuff was falling out of the cloud-dark sky and landing on him, landing all about him. Black and grey, soot and ash. He remembered the fireball he'd glimpsed. Had that been a nuke? Had some fucker tried to nuke him? Had some motherfucker tried to nuke him in his own plane on his own fucking estate? "Motherfucker," he said, his voice sounding heavy and slurred and far away. He didn't seem to be badly injured, nothing broken. He glanced behind him. That did hurt, as though he'd been bruised, then pushed himself back down the seat, head first, grabbing onto the support for the laser rifle. Still on, little telltale lights blinking, to stop himself from falling backwards against the bulkhead, which was now tipped so that it was nearer to being a floor than a wall.
He got himself standing upright and stood there swaying, brushing the dirt and bits of glass and smears of blood off his clothes. What a state! He looked at the soot and ash still falling down around him through the space where the ultraclear had been. He'd have to climb if he was going to get out that way. He brushed some of the ash and soot out of his hair. Fucking radioactive shit, he'd bet. When he found out who'd been responsible, he'd have them fucking skinned alive while he hosed them with saline solution. He wondered who to suspect. Had there been anybody meant to come on this flight who'd called off at the last moment? He couldn't think of anybody. All present. His whole entourage, all his people. He looked along to the door into the rest of the flyer, then reached up and struggled to detach the laser rifle from its stand, eventually giving up. Felt like the flyer was nose down into the ground. That meant the pilots were probably dead. He wondered how many of those in the main passenger compartment were still alive, if any. He pulled at the door, more of a trapdoor now, but it wouldn't open. He had to get down on his knees and use both hands to pull it open, cutting one of his fingers on a bit of torn metal as he did so. He sucked the blooded finger, licked it. Like a fucking animal, he thought. Like a fucking animal. Skinning alive would be too good for whoever had done this. He'd want to think of something worse. There were probably experts who could consult. He lowered himself into the darkness, beneath the protesting, creaking door.
What's happening to my eyes?
It came out as a cry, like a yelp, not the calm question she'd intended. Her eyes were getting sore, feeling pressured.
Suit's getting ready to foam inside your visor, the ship told her crisply. Gas pressure first, so the foam won't come as a shock. Don't want detached retinas, do you?
As ever. Thanks for the warning.
As ever, apologies. Not big on warnings. Grief. It's so complicated keeping you humans undamaged.
What's happening now?
The suit will be using its neural inductor to set up screening images straight into your brain. You may get double vision while your eyes are still working and it's calibrating.
I meant outside, with the other ship.
It's mulling over my last communication, which was basically, stop following me or I'll treat you as hostile. Reconfigured a touch to a more defensive posture. I gave it half a minute to make its mind up. Probably too generous. It's one of my failings.
Uh-huh.
Lededja watched the eight-limbed snowflake shape, unsure now whether she was seeing it with her eyes projected inside the suit's helmet, or somehow purely with her visual centre, lensed in there directly by the suit. The image shimmered again.
What?
See? The ship said. Too long. Didn't even take the full half-minute.
What did it do?
Fucker tried putting a shot across my bows is what it did. Tell me to heave to and prepare for boarding, in what you might call classical terms. Says it suspects me of being part of some swarm outbreak, which is amusing, if deeply implausible. Marks for originality. The ship sounded amused. Also, hitting me with a comms enclosure, cutting me off from outside contact. That's not neighbourly at all. Plus means it's either very big and capable, or it's not working alone, and there are at least another 3 ships in the vicinity. I could find them, plus I could just punch through it, but both would mean I'd have to drop the Lil Ol Me torturer disguise. The ship made a sighing noise. Going to have to foam you up, lass. Close your eyes. She closed her eyes, felt the pressure and temperature on her eyelids change subtly. She tried, tentatively, to open her eyes again, but they felt glued shut. Disorientingly, the view she had of space around the ship didn't seem to change at all. She began. Now your mouth. What? Your mouth.
How can I talk to you if I close my mouth?
You're not closing it, initially. You're opening it so another sort of foam can get in there. Coat your throat in carbon fibre, to stop it closing up under high acceleration. Then you close it. The buttress foam fills your mouth, and another load of foam does something similar with your nose. You can still breathe normally, but you're right, you can't talk. You just have to think the words. Sub-vocalizing with your throat should help. Mouth open, please.
I'm not happy with this.
This is all very invasive. You can understand that with my history I'm troubled by this. Again, apologies. We can always not do this, but then we can't manoeuvre with the alacrity we might need to keep both you and me alive. Potentially this means death or discomfort. Death or trauma. Or I ditch you in the module and...
Do it, she said, almost shouting. I can always get counselling, she muttered.
Warm foam slid into her mouth. She felt it, or something, somewhere, numbing her mouth and throat. She didn't gag.
didn't feel exactly where the foam went. "Well done," the ship said. "Now, bite down, Ledger. No rush. Our pursuers are giving us a countdown to compliance, but there's ample time. Finally some ident. GFCF. There's a surprise." She bit down into the warm foam. Something started to tickle her nose, then that sensation faded too. "Right," the ship announced breezily, its voice inside her head. "That's you as ready as you're ever going to be. Try sending instead of saying. How is this? You're overdoing the sub-vocalizing. Just do it. Don't think about doing it." "Okay. How's this?" "Perfect. See? Easy. Now we can start behaving like a proper warship." "Oh, great. It'll be fine." "What's happening?" She was watching the screen-like images change. The black snowflake had flicked to one side, then swung slowly back to centre rear. Then it had flicked in the other direction, before swinging back again. So far she hadn't felt anything. If the ship was manoeuvring hard, it was preventing any trace of the accelerations affecting her physically. It all felt perfectly smooth so far. She suspected this was a deceptive sensation. "I'm shaking my humble torturer class pretending behind at them," the ship told her. "Bit more energetically than an original spec ship could, but that's still plausible. Most of those old ships have upgraded significantly. Looking like I'm trying to shake them off, spooling up burst units for a series of break-angle turns." Ledger felt herself clenching, without being entirely aware what she was clenching. The image of the black snowflake disappeared. Then she saw it way off to one side. It started to slide slowly back towards where it had been. It flickered, disappeared to another part of her field of view. She still couldn't feel anything. Another flick, suddenly somewhere else motion, then another. She was losing the black snowflake for seconds at a time between flicks. "How are we doing?" she asked. "Successfully giving the appearance of getting desperate," the ship told her. "Really trying everything to get them off our tail, apparently, without result, of course. Spooling bursters for a single max-to-zero draining event and preparing to execute a whip flare with main traction. Means a little engine degradation, but it's allowable if it might get you out of a tight spot, and at the moment it looks like our best shot. Or at least it looks like our best shot. Ha ha." "Should I be reassured that you seem to be enjoying this so much?" "Abso-fucking-lutely. Watch this." The black snowflake with too many limbs disappeared entirely. She cast her gaze about, trying to find it. "Where'd the fucker go?" she found herself muttering. "It's here," the ship's voice told her. A portion of space which she was aware was almost directly behind her, and yet somehow just at the periphery of her oddly lensed vision, lit up with a green circle and zoomed in to show the snowflake again, much smaller and getting smaller still. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to distract you." "You won't," the ship said. "I'm talking through the suit at the moment. All ship's own main processing powers going to maneuverage, tactical simming and field management. Not to mention keeping up appearances, of course. Subroutine here. Distraction impossible. Ask whatever you want." The green circle faded as the black snowflake started to get bigger again and slide across the visual field, still heading for centre rear. "That doesn't look so good." "Got the fucker," the ship said. "Got it? You've been firing at it?" "Ha! No. Got it identified. It's a deepest regrets class. Probably the abundance of onslaught. Thought to be in this neck of the woods, if not exactly hereabouts. That's interesting all by itself. Why would that just happen to be hanging round here?" "Can you beat it?" she asked. The black snowflake was still enlarging, sliding round to centre, back to backwards, she supposed. "Oh, yes." The ship sounded blasé. "I most severely outgun, out-armour, and can outrun the fucker. Does raise the question, though, how many of its little friends has it brought? Deepest regretsters are pride of the fleet, ultimate asset. Not many of those to the handful grade craft for the GFCF. Won't be here by itself. Kind of hints at a maternally fornicating war fleet. What are these ship-kickers up to? What did they know?" "About what?" "About the smatter outbreak and this new shipbuilding enthusiasm some bits of the disk have discovered," the ship replied. "Made local news recently, wouldn't you say?" "I suppose." "Ah! Torturer class, plausible track scanner on seemingly random search, finds other ship shock," the ship announced. "Bugger me. There's a screen of the little fuckers. They keep peeling off warcraft like this, I'm going to have a fair fight on my hands. Last thing we fucking want.
Are we in danger?
Marginally, I won't pretend, the ship told her. There's a multiplicatory implication about the presence of a serious capital ship like a Deepest Regretster, and about the way they've been able to contain even something as venerable as a torturer class. Ancient tub, but still a serious piece of ordnance for the GFCF to go up against, in the normal course of events. Whatever the fuck is going on here, this ain't day-to-day behaviour. This Sims as peaking, fulcruming stuff.
Are those swear words I don't know about?
Sort of. Means somebody here might be on a risking-everything approach. That would alter the rules a bit.
In a good way?
What do you think?
I suspect in a bad way.
Well done.
What now?
Time to stop fucking about.
You're going to attack?
Huh? No. You really are bloodthirsty, aren't you? No, we get you out of danger by letting slip part of the humble torturer class disguise and just powering away from them until they can't see what I'm doing. Then I can set you off in the shuttle. Actually, maybe not in the shuttle. Maybe in one of my component shiplets, giving the trashing potential that seems to be floating around here at the moment. You head for Sitchelt to have words with Mr. Veppers. I stick around here to knock some sense into the GFCF, hopefully only metaphorically, and then get stuck into the smatter outbreak, on whatever fucking scale that particular complication happens to be manifesting lately.
Sure you can afford this shiplet?
Yes, Oh, hello, they're hailing again, saying heave to or blah blah blah. Anyway.
She watched the image around her flick swivel, then all the stars seemed to change colour, blazing blue ahead, red behind.
Off and run, the ship started to tell her.
Then everything went dark. Dark, she thought. Dark. She had time to send, "Ship?" before the ship's voice said,
"Sorry about that."
The view clicked back on. This time there were lots of additions within the image. Dozens of tiny, sharp green shapes with numbers floating just in front of them, and with garish coloured lines trailing after them, and, in different colours, pointing in front of them. Concentric circles of varying pastel shades, noded with symbols meaningless to her, seemed to target each of the tiny green shapes which were rapidly accruing, accompanying floating icons like stacks of cards. Looking at one made it blossom into nested pages of information, showing as text, diagrams, and multidimensional moving images that made her eyes hurt. She looked away, took in the general view instead. 1,000 tiny, gaudy glowflies loose in a pitch-black cathedral. "What happened?" she asked.
"Enemy action. Seems the fuckers want a shooting war," the ship told her. "That hit would have smeared a real torturer class. Motherfuckers. Time for me to reply in kind, sweetheart. I must prepare to smite. Sorry, but this may smart."
"What?"
"Body slap, they call it. Healthy. Means you're still alive and I'm still functioning. Don't worry. There's a subroutine monitoring your nervous system. It can depain you if it starts to get really sore. Come on, let's get on with it. Time's a-wasting. Just say you're ready."
"Fucking hell. All right, I'm ready." Then her entire body seemed to be hit, as though every part of it had been slapped at the same time. It seemed to come from one side, her right, but it felt like it hit every part of her. It wasn't especially sore. It had been too distributed, but certainly got one's attention.
"How are we doing?"
the ship asked, as another tremendous shock registered throughout Nadej's body, this time from her left.
"We are doing fine. That's my girl." She started to say. "Now, hold on to your hat."
Another titanic slap, everywhere through her body. She seemed to drift away, then came to, feeling woozy. She gazed about at all the hundreds of pretty little symbols floating around her, haloed with pastel colours.
"Still with us?"
"Think so," she said. "I think my lungs are hurting. Is that even possible?"
"No idea. Anyway, only calibrating. Shouldn't get any worse than that."
"Did they hit us?"
"Hell no. That was just us getting us out from under their track scanners. They've lost us now, poor fuckers. No idea where we are."
"Oh."
"Which means what's about to happen to them will seem to come out of nowhere. Watch, as they say, this."
Instantly, she was tipped and thrown, sucked tumbling into the view, as though the whole weight of the ship had grabbed her by the eyeballs, pulled, and hurled her into the frenzied welter of impossible colours, staggering speed and infinite detail that was its riotously ungraspable sensorium. She felt assaulted, might have screamed if it hadn't felt the breath had just been smacked out of her. Immediately, thankfully, the whole bewildering complexity of it was reduced, paired and focused, as though just for her. The view rushed in on one of the little green symbols, and the concentric rings around it whizzed, flicking this way and that. Symbols flickering and changing too fast to make sense of. Then 2 rings flashed and changed places. The one that became the innermost ring seemed to start to flash again, but this time blazed. She felt her eyes trying to close up, virtual eyelids shutting. The flare faded, left tiny granules of green where there had been a complicated shape before. It had all taken less than a second. She tried to watch the little spray of green bits spread, but then the view whirled her away before throwing her back down again, straight at another tiny green shape. The rings around it snapped into a new configuration, blazed. It disappeared in a haze of green too. She was hauled away from the contemplation of what she was starting to understand represented missiles or shells or something getting wasted. Each time there was no apparent moment of stillness. She was jerked back from one close-up, only to be flung straight back down into the next one. The starscape she was in the middle of, wheeling madly with each new target. After about the 5th or 6th zoom flick flare event, a dispersing cloud of even tinier green particles, so small she was amazed she could see them, and knew that with her own eyes looking at a screen she wouldn't have, started crawling away from some of the little jagged green shapes. They too had leading and trailing lines, and were accompanied by neatly sorted banners of figures, illustrations and descriptions. The lines flickered, hazed, came steady, thickening as they turned light, then dark, but shining blue. Vectors, she thought quite suddenly, as she was hurled towards one of the larger green shapes, close enough to see that it was a ship. These were ships, the falling outside the normal moral constraints had been targeting and destroying, not missiles. The even tinier green shapes were the missiles. The concentric halos surrounding each target represented weapon choice. Halos appeared around each of the missiles, like hundreds upon hundreds of tiny necklaces of beaded light. They flashed all at once, and when the halos disappeared, there wasn't even wreckage left behind. The view pulled back a fraction. The green ship shape seemed to hesitate, frozen, as the halos surrounding it flicked, settled, flared. She felt a sudden urge to look away, but it was only to the next target, snapped out and then back in to watch another ship freeze in the ship's targeting headlights. Then another, and another, then 2 at once. That felt like her brain was having its hemispheres ripped apart. "Fucking hell," she heard herself say. "You enjoying it?" the ship asked. "My favourite bit's coming up in a moment." "What do you mean, your favourite bit?" she asked it, as the next hapless ship appeared, transfixed in the concentric targeting weapon choice circles.
"Ha! You didn't think this is happening in real time, did you?"
The ship sounded amused. "This is a recording?" she said, nearly wailed, as the tiny green ship blazed and turned to what looked like minutely shredded, wind-blown grass dust. Instantly, the view flicked back before throwing her down again somewhere else, her view wobbling to focus on another petrified target.
"Slow-motion replay," the ship told her. "Pay attention, lad."
This green target looked bigger and more complicated than the others. The rings around it were larger, fatter and brighter, though less numerous. The ship seemed to start to change, taking on the appearance of the black, over-limbed snowflake again. Then bits of it detached, started to float away, while each of them blossomed with rosettes of green haze. Altogether, it filled her zoomed-in field of vision, dazzling. "At this point, they still think I'm hitting them too late," the ship murmured. A violet halo she hadn't been aware of zeroed in on the central contact. The halo flashed. When it faded, the ship was still there, but it had turned violet itself now. Then tiny violet rings appeared around the floating away bits, and each microscopic part of the hazy stuff, so small that the green haze disappeared, to be replaced with a slightly dimmer violet one. Everything flashed apart from the central target. The earlier haze had gone. The pulverized remains of the specks that had been floating away formed the haze now, flashing violet and light green and dissipating, filling her field of vision, sumptuous, scintillating. In some ways, it was the most beautiful firework display she had ever seen. It began to end as the violet ship in the centre of the view grew in brightness, going from a distinct but unshowy glow to a sky-splitting glare in a few seconds, much slower than anything else had reacted. When it faded, there was more violet lime-green flashing debris scattered everywhere, all slowly spreading, fading, going dull and disappearing, leaving just the stars to be seen once more, calm, faint, tiny, far away and unchanging, after the shattering psychotic tumult of flickering images that had kept her rapt, shocked, transfixed till now. She felt herself let out a deep breath. Then, bizarrely, even shockingly, de Meissen was there in front of her, lounging in what looked like the control seat next to hers, but somehow straight in front of her, against the starfield. He was gently lit from above, his feet upon something invisible, and his hands clasped behind his neck. He turned to look at her, nodding once. "There you go," he said. "You've just seen one of the most significant military engagements of modern times, Doll. Lamentably, but fascinatingly one-sided though it turned out to be. Strongly suspect they just weren't giving their ship minds full tactical authority." De Meissen shook his head, frowned. "Amateurs," he shrugged. "Ah, well, hopefully not the start of an actual proper all-out war between the culture and our over-cute tribute civ, perish that thoughtless. But they did shoot first, and it was with what they assumed would be lethal force, so I was entirely within my rights to waste the miserable trigger-happy fuckers to a soul without mercy." He sighed. "Though I am obviously anticipating the inevitable board of inquiry, and I do slightly worry about being ticked off for being just a tad over-enthusiastic." He sighed again, sounding happier this time. "Still, Abominator class, we have a reputation to protect. Fuck me, the others are going to be so jealous." He paused. "What? Were there people in those ships?" she asked. "GFCF Navy? Definitely. Very quick deaths, even given that they would have been wired in and speeded up. If I may just leap in front of any nascent and entirely vicarious moral qualms you may be about to suffer from, tiny human. Military personnel, babe, put themselves in harm's way when they signed up. Just that the poor fuckers didn't know it was my harm they were putting themselves in the way of. That's war, Doll. Fairness comes excluded." The doubly unreal vision of the Avatar floating in space looked away, as though gazing contentedly round at the almost unseeably small debris floating around him. "That'll fucking learn, the bastards." Lededja waited a short while, but he kept on looking about him, sighing happily, and seemingly either ignoring or having forgotten all about her. "Fuck me," she heard him say quietly. "I just blighted an entire fucking fleet there, without even stretching a limb. Squadron at the very least. For zuckling hellcocks, I'm good." "I think I'd like to get back to Sechult now, if that's all right," she told the Avatar. "Of course," de Meissen said, turning to her with a neutral expression. "There's that man you want to kill, isn't there?" Veppers had to slide slowly down the carpeted floor of the corridor beyond the door. It was too steep to try to walk down. The first thing he found was Yaskin attempting to climb up towards him, pushing open another dented door. Behind Yaskin there was dim light and the sound of crying and moaning. A breeze rolled up the tipped corridor from behind Yaskin. "Sir, are you all right?" Yaskin said, when he recognized Veppers in the gloom. "Alive, nothing broken. I think some fucker tried to nuke me. Did you see that fucking fireball?" "I think the pilots are dead, sir. Can't get into the flight deck. We've a door open to the outside. There are some dead, sir, some injured too." He waved the arm that had been in the fake cast. "I thought it might be time to discard. Is there any help on the way?" "Don't know yet, sir. There's a hardened comm set in the compartment somewhere. The 2 ZI left off checking the emergency storage." "2? Left?" Veppers said, staring at Yaskin. There had been 4 of his clone guards aboard, hadn't there? Or had they called off at the last moment? "2 of the ZI died in the crash, sir," Yaskin told him. "Fuck," Veppers said. Well, we could always grow more, he supposed, though it still took time to train them. "Who else?" "Pleur, sir, and Herit. Asadil's broken a leg. Sulbazgi's unconscious." They descended into the passenger compartment. It was lit by emergency lighting and the daylight from outside coming through the small oval portholes and the opened emergency door. The place smelled bad, Veppers thought. Moaning sounds and people crying. Thankfully, it was hard to see too much. He wanted to get out immediately. "Sir," one of the ZI said, approaching them over the tipped chaos of seats and spilled possessions. He was holding a comms transceiver. "We are glad you're alive, sir," he said. He'd bled heavily from a wound on his head, and his other arm hung oddly. "Yes, thank you," Veppers said, as the ZI handed the set to Yaskin. "That's all." He nodded to the ZI to go. The big man bowed, then turned and walked back awkwardly over the seats. Veppers brought his mouth close to Yaskin's ear as the other man checked the transceiver and activated it. "Whatever turns up first, even if it's an ambulance flyer, you and I get on it alone," he told Yaskin. "Understand?" "Sir?"
Yaskin said, blinking. Make sure there's enough other craft to get everybody else off, but we take the first thing that arrives. Just us. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And where are your oculenses? We might need them.
They're broken, sir.
Veppers shook his head. Some fucker wants me dead, Yaskin. Let's let them think I am. Let's let them think they succeeded. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Yaskin shook his head as though trying to clear it.
Should I tell the others to say that you were killed?
No. They've to say that I'm alive. Injured, perfectly well, traumatized, missing, in a coma. More different stories the better. Point is, I don't show. I don't appear. Everybody will assume they're all lying. They'll think I'm dead. Possibly you too. You and I are going to hide, Yaskin. Did you ever do that when you were a kid, Yaskin? Hide? I used to. Did it a lot. I was great at it. So we're going to do that now. We're going to hide.
Veppers patted the other man on the shoulder, hardly noticing that he winced when he did so.
Shares will go into a tailspin, and that can't be helped.
He nodded at the transceiver.
Make the call. Then find me a flight suit or something to use as a disguise.
Chapter 25. Eopi Unstrill felt very hot now. The cold would win eventually, though. It would be creeping in from all sides, making its way towards her from the Obliterator's hull, seeping its way inwards to where she lay at the craft's centre, as the vessel's heat leaked away, radiating into space. She would be the last bit to go completely cold. She was the little pit, the stone at the heart of the fruit. Well, more its soft centre, the mushy middle. She would be hard in time, though, once she'd frozen. In the meantime she was dying, maybe from suffocation, maybe from overheating. The last thing they'd heard from the Hylozoist had been that it had been attacked, disabled. It had just departed the initial contact facility, got barely 10 kilometres away, when it had been hit by some EQT energy weapon, slicing in through some high-tech field disruptor. Its engines were wrecked, field generators shattered, some personnel dead. It had announced it was limping back towards the facility. In what had sounded like a series of simultaneous attacks, the GFCF comms had lit up with alarms telling of attacks on their vessels too. One of their MDVs on the other side of the disk had been blown out of the skies, and other ships damaged, at least temporarily disabled. Eopi and the Obliterator had been scanning one of the Fabricaria, trying to see if it was one of the shipbuilding ones, when the attacks had started. They were studiously ignoring a nearby smatter outbreak, even though they were ideally placed to tackle it, and it looked like a serious one. That felt wrong. The Obliterator hadn't been configured as a general-purpose mini-spacecraft. It was a cobbled-together attack ship. Very skillfully and even elegantly cobbled together, but cobbled together nevertheless. Single-minded. No nonsense. Leaving its weapons on standby while a smatter outbreak raged only a few minutes' flight away felt wrong. But checking a proper sample of the Fabricaria for illicit ship-making activity was, even Eopi had to admit, more important. She'd wanted to take the Obliterator inside the ripped-open Fabricary to get a still closer look at the ship they'd found by accident, but they already had the readings to show it was a serious, if relatively simple bit of kit, and the consensus had been that it would be too dangerous to try to enter the Fabricary. The Fab was still single-mindedly completing the ship, hull-hold or not, and the maker machines were still whizzing back and forth on their network of lines and cables. Even if they'd all been still, it would have taken some delicate manoeuvring for the Obliterator to thread its way inside the thing. With them still darting back and forth unpredictably, it would be suicide. So she'd ignored the scarily fascinating weird new ship, and ignored the fresh, enticing smatter outbreak, and taken on what they'd all agreed was the most important task. Choose a few Fabs at random, over a decent spread of the disk, and take a look inside using the very limited solid scanning abilities of their little improvised attack ships. It had proved easier than they'd anticipated, because all the Fabs they'd looked at had the same hollow skin outer hulls. Where there should have been a thick crust of dense raw material, there was a thin outer skin supported by a light girder net. Then the hull proper, then lots of activity with something big growing slowly at the centre. A few of the tiny culture craft had even had time to choose a fourth random Fab each and investigate those too, before they were hit. She'd been looking at her own results. Yep, looked like another ship getting built in there, when she'd heard, amongst the chatter on the shared open channel they were all using, the Hylozoist ship voice,
ramped, fast, clipped, compressed in full emergency mode, announced it had suffered attack, been disabled, would have to limp back to the facility. The chatter had subsided. The channel had gone almost totally quiet. Then hubbub, as people started saying things like, "What the fuck? Did it say? Is this a drill? That can't be." Before clearly, over them all, she heard Lanyarez shout, "Hey, I'm getting—" Then spreading silence, sometimes preceded by a shout or exclamation from all of them. "What?" she'd had time to say. Then the obliterator had gone quiet around her. "Warning, effector at—" the ship had told her, probably via some preloaded backup substrate. The little ship had 4 other fallback layers of processing below the AI core, but even those needed effector-vulnerable tech to communicate with her via her suit. So when everything went dark, and quiet and still, it went really dark and quiet and still, fast. There was probably some life left in the ship, even now, at the atomechanical or biomechanical level. But if there was, she and it couldn't communicate. And her neural lace was offline too. Even that had been taken out in whatever effector event had wasted the obliterator. The last from it had been its sign-off signal, its "I'm fucked" message, what she'd heard described as being like a tiny brittle wire breaking in the centre of your head, which had proved a fairly accurate description. She'd experienced a faint, flat, half-felt, half-heard ping somewhere between the ears, just so you knew you were on your own now. Not much comfort there. She wondered why they'd bothered to incorporate the lace-wasted signal in the first place. Better to leave the poor sap with a dead lace in the head, thinking everything was still somehow all hunky-dory. But no, that would be a lie, and this was the culture, so you had to be told the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it was, no matter how much it might contribute to feelings of despair. Some real purists even refused drug glands and the related pain management systems, because those were somehow untruthful too. Weirdos. So she was stuck in here, imprisoned in the suit, unable to move in the gel foam and anyway locked inside the minuscule, extra equipment-stuffed flight deck within a ship that would probably need cutting equipment to enter. The only excitement had been when she'd felt a soft bump, maybe a quarter hour after it had all gone quiet. That had got her hopes up. Maybe somebody was coming to rescue her. But it had probably just been the ship clunking into the side of the fab they'd been scanning when they'd been attacked. Bounced off, most likely. Tumbling, surely, though at a guess very slowly, because she couldn't feel any sense of being spun or rotated. What's... As last words went, it was pretty shit. She hadn't had a chance to say goodbye to Lan, or any of the others, or the ship. What's... Just hopeless. Very, very hot now. She'd been keeping a watch on the time, but now even that was getting hazy. Everything had been getting hazy. Senses, sense of self, sense of humour, as the heat had built up in her body. It seemed wrong, unfair somehow. She was surrounded by intense cold, this far out in the system from the central star, and the ship was dead, or as good as, no longer providing energy or heat, and yet she was going to die of self-inflicted heatstroke, if simple suffocation didn't kill her first. Too well insulated inside here. The cold would freeze her solid eventually, but that would take days, tens of days, maybe more. Meantime, her body's own internal processes, the chemical stuff that made you human, were going to cook her brain, because there was nowhere for the heat to go fast enough, now that the suit and ship were dead. What a depressing way to die. It had been hours, she reckoned. She'd had a time count that had been accurate to the minute until not long ago, but then the brain-scrambling heat had made her forget it, and having dropped that strand, she couldn't for the life of her pick it up again. At some point, she realized, her dead body would be back to exactly normal blood heat as it cooled down again after its self-produced temperature spike. She wondered when that would happen. A lot of heat in the ship, and the double suit was a very good insulator. It would take a while to radiate all that warmth away. Days sounded about right. She had cried at one point, she couldn't remember when. Fear and frustration and a sort of primal terror at being so utterly trapped, unable to move. The tears had collected around her eyes, unable to go anywhere else in the dead, close-fitting suit. If the suit had still been working, it would have capillaried the tears away. She was still breathing, very shallowly, because there was a purely mechanical link to a set of tiny, finger-thin tanks on the suit's back,
and a purely chemical set of reactions going on somewhere in the system that ought to keep her alive for tens of days. The trouble was, the suit held her too tightly for her to breathe properly. Her chest muscles couldn't expand her lungs sufficiently. It had to be that way, of course, for the suit to do its job properly when everything had been working. It had to clasp her tightly, or she'd run the risk of getting bruised and hurt when they accelerated hard. She could feel her brain closing bits of her body down, cutting off blood supplies, keeping her oxygenated blood needs down to a minimum. But it wasn't going to be enough. She'd start to lose parts of her brain soon. Cells dying, suffocated. She was glanding soft now every now and again to keep herself calm. No point in panicking when it would do no use. If she had to die, she might as well do so with a little dignity. Thanks be for drug glands. She hoped whoever had done this got seriously fucked up, by the culture or the GFCF or somebody. Maybe it was immature to lust after revenge, but fuck that. Let the fuckers die horribly. Well, let them die. She'd compromised that far. Evil wins when it makes you behave like it and all that. Very, very, very hot now, and getting woozy. She wondered if it was oxygen starvation making her feel woozy, or the heat, or a bit of both. Feeling oddly numb, hazy, dissociated. Dying. She'd be revented, she guessed, in theory. She'd been backed up, everything up to about 6 hours ago, copied, replicable. But that meant nothing. So another body, vat-grown, would wake up with her memories, up to that point 6 hours ago. Not including this bit, obviously. So what? That wouldn't be her. She was here, dying. The self-realization, the consciousness that didn't transfer. No soul to transmigrate, just behaviour as patterned. All you ever were was a little bit of the universe thinking to itself. Very specific. This bit, here, right now. All the rest was fantasy. Nothing was ever identical to anything else, because it didn't share the same spatial coordinates. Nothing could be identical to anything else, because you couldn't share the property of uniqueness, blah, blah. She was drifting now, remembering old lessons, ancient school stuff. What's... Pathetic last words. She thought of Lan, her lover, her love, probably dying just like this, just like her, hundreds of thousands of clicks away in the suffocating heat, surrounded by the cold, dark silence. She thought she might cry again. Instead, she could feel her skin trying to sweat, creating a prickling feeling all over her body. Pain management reduced it from extreme discomfort to mere sensation. Her whole body crying stickily. Image to bow out on. Thank you, and good night.
You the fella I need to talk to?
I'm not sure. Who exactly is it you wish to talk to?
Whoever's in charge around here. That you?
I am Legislator Admiral Battlescroy Besper Bleespin III. It is my privilege to command the GFCF forces in this volume. And you?
I'm the puzzling for human face of the culture warship, falling outside the normal moral constraints.
You are the torture class vessel we heard was inbound. Thank goodness. We, the GFCF and our allies, the culture, here in the Tsungariel disk, have come under heavy and sustained attack. All reinforcements are most welcome and urgently needed.
That was me, sort of. I was just pretending to be a torturer class.
Pretending? I'm not sure I...
Thing is, short while ago, somebody jumped me. Whole squadron of craft. 1 capital ship, 14 others plus ancillary units and slaved weapon platforms. Had to off them all.
Battlescroy stared at the face of the human-looking thing regarding him from the screen on the battle bridge of the Vision of Hope Surpassed, his flagship, and one of the 3 Deepest Regrets-class craft under his command. Battlescroy himself had given the order for the Abundance of Onslaught and its flotilla of accompanying vessels to open fire on the incoming Torturer-class ship. Communication had been lost with all the crafts during the engagement, which had seemed to be going well at first, but then had obviously deteriorated. The ships had ceased communication so rapidly it seemed impossible that they had simply been destroyed, so the assumption Battlescroy and his officers were working on was that some sort of comms blackout had taken place. Feverish attempts to contact the ships were taking place even as he spoke. If that wasn't bad enough, they'd lost touch with Veppers back on Sitcheld. The last thing they'd heard, minutes before this unwanted call had come in, was an unconfirmed report of a large explosion taking place on Veppers' estate, possibly on the route his aircraft would have taken back to his house.
Battlescroy had been trying to keep calm and not think about what that might imply. Now it looked like he had something else to keep calm and not think about.
Off them all?
Battlescroy said carefully. That couldn't possibly mean what he dreaded, could it?
I'm sorry, I'm not cognizant of that term's official weight, as it were. Obviously we were aware there had been some sort of engagement a little way beyond the system's outer limit.
I was attacked, without provocation, the human-looking thing on the screen said. I retaliated. By the time I'd finished retaliating, 15 ships were gone. Offed, deleted, blown to smithereens. Thing is, they looked remarkably like GFCF ships, in every way, really. The biggest and most capable presented as almost exactly like that one you're on, a Deepest Regrets class, unless I'm mistaken. Weird, eh? How do you account for that?
I confess I cannot. No GFCF craft would ever knowingly attack a culture vessel.
Battlescroy could feel his guts churning and his face burning. He was this close to cutting the comms to give himself time to think of nothing else. Had this thing just casually obliterated nearly a third of his war fleet? Was it trying to get him to confess something, blurt something out, enrage him with its offhand attitude? Battlescroy was very aware of his officers on the bridge, keeping extremely quiet. He could feel their gazes on him. The human on the screen was talking again. Excuse they had was something about deeming me to be a hostile, just pretending to be a culture vessel. It was still sinking in. He'd lost a Deepest Regrets class ship. Dear gods of old! The faction within the GFCF High Command which had authorized this high-risk strategy had known they risked losing vessels and material, but no one had so much as hinted they might lose one of their capital ships, not a pride of the fleet, not a Deepest Regrets class. This whole thing would all have to go fabulously well from this point on if he was to be forgiven for that.
I see. Well, indeed. Yes, I see,
Battlescroy said, stalling while he got himself under control.
Of course, I have to point out that, as you have said, you are, or were, pretending to be a torturer class, so—
Ah, I get it. You think that might have been the source of the misunderstanding.
Well, you can see how it might be.
Sure. So were they your ships or not? Battlescroy wanted to weep, to scream, to fold himself into a little ball and never talk to anyone ever again.
The operational status of the fleet I was given to command here, within the disk, comprises one medium-level non-military vessel and a screen of 18 smaller ships. The vessel which you find me on has just been delivered to us in recognition of the seriousness of the threat we are facing.
Wow, that's incredibly fast work. Congratulate your simming, planning, dispositioning people.
Thank you. More than that I am not at liberty to say. I regret.
So what you're saying is you can't confirm or deny those were your ships, the ones that attacked me?
Effectively, though if they were ours and they did attack you, it could only have been a mistake.
Fine. Just thought I'd check. Also to let you know, I'm still on my way in, currently braking hard. Due with you guys in the disk in 12.5 minutes. Just wanted to keep you informed, so there wouldn't be any more misunderstandings.
Quite. Well, yes, of course. And you are?
The falling outside the normal moral constraints, like I said, and definitely a culture ship. That's the main thing. Feel free to check my provenance and references. Here to help. One of your allies, all in this together. So, understand things are a bit awkward in there. Happy to get stuck in alongside you good selves. Going to let me have an interface situational with your tactical substrate so I can get a head start on the task in hand?
Yes, of course. Relevant protocols agreeing, obviously.
Obviously.
But I meant your class. If you're not a torturer?
Picket ship. Glorified night watchman, that's me.
Picket ship. Picket ship. Picket ship. Yes, I see. Well, welcome aboard, if I may make so bold.
Cheers, person. With you in 12 minutes. Battlescroy signed to cut the connection. He turned to his security chief.
We are supposed to be presenting as the messenger of truth. How the fuck could that thing tell we're actually on a Deepest Regrets class?
I have no idea, sir. Battlescroy permitted himself a sigh through a tight, jerky smile.
Well, that would appear to be our motto at the moment, wouldn't it? We seem to have no idea about anything.
The fleet coordination officer cleared his throat and said,
MDV nearest the projected engagement start point reports incoming weapon blink and battle light, sir. Debris spectra so far indicating ours alone.
Bettelskroy nodded silently. He turned to the disc fabricare control section of the bridge. The lead officer sat at attention.
Tell every second fabricare to release its ship immediately. Random choice, Bettelskroy told him. 1/2 of the remainder to let their ships go within the next quarter hour to 4 hours, again randomly, and randomly in time as well, within those parameters. 1/2 of the rest to release theirs between 4 and 8 hours, and so on until it doesn't matter anymore. Do you understand? Sir, most of them will be unprepared and may not even function at all, I know. Nevertheless, even if they have to be physically ejected by their particular fabricare, do what I have said. Have as many as possible of the most functional equipped with donated AM from the Warfleet. Spare nothing. Our ships can operate on fusion for a while. Not us, though. Not this ship. Sir.
Bettelskroy turned to the bridge comms section and smiled coldly at the chief communications officer.
Get me Veppers. If not Veppers, get me Yaskin. I know they're missing, but just find them. Do whatever it takes.
The comms connection was cut, and the image of the silkily beautiful Legislator Admiral Bettelskroy Bispa Bleespin III of the GFCF remained frozen before them. De Meissen turned to Lededger. What do you think?
He's not my species, she protested. How should I know?
Yeah, but you must have a feeling. Come on.
Lededger shrugged.
Lying through his perfect teeth.
De Meissen nodded.
Same here.
She got fed up trying to finish her meal on the ground, surrounded by fawning, keening worshippers. She sighed, roared at them. A few backed off a little. Most stayed where they were. Then, tearing off a haunch, she lifted wearily into the foul-smelling air, carrying the piece of leg as something to gnaw on somewhere else more private. Each wingbeat hurt, her great dark wings seeming to creak. It was mid-afternoon by the raw chronologies of hell, and something like fresh light shone from grey overcast that for once looked tentative rather than dark and heavy. It was as close to direct sunlight as the place ever got, and the air, though still smelling of sewage and burnt flesh, was relatively clear. The crowd of worshippers was a wide, messy torus, now filling slowly in as the people came forward to gaze on the remains of the one she had killed, possibly looking for clues regarding what might have attracted her to that lucky individual in the first place. She had long since given up trying to tell them it was pointless. She chose her victims, her blessed, at random. She flew high until she felt physically hungry sometimes, then just dropped, spread her wings over the first person she found. Other times she went to some particular place she'd seen before and noted, and alighted there, waiting for the first one to come to her. She varied where she went, and which time of day she chose to make her kills. There was no particular pattern to it, it just happened. Not entirely at random, but not predictable, so that one of these benighted wretches could arrange to collate information on where she struck and contrive to be in the right place at the right time. Still, people had indeed made a religion of her and her daily killings, as the king of the demons had envisaged and desired. She had brought a little hope back into hell. She thought about stopping sometimes, but never did, not for more than a day. She had decided at the start that she would release one of these unfortunates from their pains each day, and the few times she had tried to experiment by not killing once per day had left her racked with cramps, gut pains that left her nauseous and barely able to fly. That had only happened 3 times. She still only got to release one soul on the following day. The earlier day's unused kill didn't seem to carry over. Any extra she killed were, as ever, resurrected, often almost instantaneously, coming shrieking back to life in their impossibly torn-open bodies, miraculously repairing and reforming themselves before her eyes, while their eyes filled with looks of uncomprehending betrayal. The ones she truly killed departed with a look of gratitude she had come to treasure. The expressions on the faces of those who gathered round to watch were of simple envy, a sort of beatific hunger laced with outright jealousy. Sometimes she'd deliberately choose people because they were on their own, or only with a few other people, just so she escaped the weight of those death-desiring gazes. You could not reason with people in the grip of such a faith. She had tried, but failed. The truth was that she could offer them release. She was an angel who, here,
really did exist and really could offer these people what they most desired. It was not even really faith. It was perfectly reasonable belief. She climbed into the high, clear air, chewing on the still warm haunch of the one she'd released only minutes earlier. The crowd gathering round the body was too small to see now, lost in the scabbed landscapes beneath the drifting clouds of smoke. Way off in the distance, something shimmered in a way that she was not sure she'd seen here ever before. Something seemed almost to shine. Way over there, towards a line of small mountains, tall cliffs and acid lakes. Not with flame, with what could almost be watery sunlight, if that wasn't an absurd idea, here in hell, where they contrived to be light without sun. It looked like a column, like a broad, silvery pillar, half invisible between land and cloud. She took one last gulping bite, then dropped the haunch bone and struck off for the distant anomaly. The column only grew more mysterious the closer she got. It was like a strange, irregular curtain of silver draped over the land. A few kilometres across, maybe one deep, a sort of semi-regular shape of what looked like a pure mirror. It had no light of its own, but seemed to reflect all light that touched it. Flying close, she saw her own dark, elongated shape, flickering liquidly across its surface. She went up through the clouds to see that the pillar extended all the way to the iron sky, tens of kilometres above. The effort made it feel like her muscles were on fire. She dropped back through the cloud, landed. Her feet, her legs all hurt, protesting as they took her weight. They always did. Her legs hurt when she was on the ground, her wings ached when she was flying, and her whole body grumbled distantly when she hung upside down to rest. She just tried not to think about it. There were some chopped-up bodies lying right beside the shimmering curtain of silver where it met the ground. It looked as though they'd been cut with a very sharp blade. She picked up a sliced-off leg lying on the ground, threw it at the silvery barrier. It bounced off as though it had hit solid metal. She picked the leg back up, prodded the barrier, felt solid. She touched it with one talon. Very solid, iron solid. To the touch, it was a little cold. Again, as cold as iron or steel would have felt. One cowering creature nearby squealed as she dragged it from the poison bush it had been trying to hide within. Its pelt was already starting to blister. The little male was emaciated, missing one trunk, one eye, his face badly scarred by tooth marks. "Did you see this happen?" she demanded, shaking him towards the silent mirror barrier. "It just happened," he wailed. "All of a sudden, without warning, please, Mum. Are you the one who releases us?" "Yes. Has anything like this happened here before?" she said, still not letting him go. She knew this area a little. She tried to recall its details. Cliffs, mountains, a munitions factory set into the cliffs over there. She could see the road that had served it, lined with petrified, very quietly shrieking statues. "No, never seen anything like it. Nobody here has. Please, Sacred Lady, take me, release me, kill me, please." She looked round. There were a few others, she could see now, all cowering behind whatever cover they could find. She let the male go. "I can't help you," she told him. "I've already killed today." "Tomorrow, then. I'll wait here tomorrow." He fell kneeling at her feet, supplicating. "I don't make fucking appointments," she roared. The male stayed where he was, quivering. She gazed up at the shimmering, reflecting curtain, wondering what to make of it. Still, she flew back there the next day. The mirror curtain was gone. So was the geography she remembered from before it had been there. A barren, dusty plain, rising smoothly, replaced everything that had been within the boundary of the shimmering curtain. It joined as best it could with the cliffs and mountains beyond, where the mirror barrier had been, but it looked dropped in, added on somehow. A patch. She didn't know what to make of it. The scarred male from the day before was still there, where she'd left him, pleading to be released. She sighed, landed, took him into her wings and let his spirit go, taking on yet another additional pain. Glitches in hell. Fucking appointments in fucking hell. Whatever fucking next. "This place is definitely coarsening me," she muttered to herself as she flew off, clutching another torn-off haunch. The me I'm counting displaced Iain and Sokyi into the windowless suite at the rear of the very grand hotel near the centre of Iob Cavan City, Verbetsua, while it kept station overhead, just beyond the atmosphere, arguing with the Planetary Near Space Traffic Authority. The boxy ship drone, serving as escort to her and Himmerance, switched on all the lights. The bedroom was vast, palatial, unoccupied.
"The secret passage is hidden under the bed," Himmerance said.
The drone activated the relevant motors, and the giant circular bed sank out of sight. They went to the edge and watched it drop.
"That leads to the tunnel that ends up in the desert?"
Iain asked. She was dressed properly in her tunic at last, for the first time in days. She was still not fully healed, and still somewhat delicate, but her hair was tidy, and she felt regained.
"Yes," Himmerance said. "Vepers might have been absent for days, though officially he never left here. He probably left on a Jalupian ship, but nobody's sure. His entourage supposedly arrived back on Sichel this morning, but there's no confirmation he's with them. This is the last place we can be absolutely sure he was."
The drone dropped into the hole left by the descending bed. Himmerance produced a scroll screen, letting it unroll and hang in the air in front of them, displaying the view the drone had as it made its way up the short corridor beneath the room, heading into the cliff. A small underground car, shaped like a fat bullet, sat in front of a dark tunnel.
"Getting anything?"
Iain asked. Himmerance shrugged.
"Nothing much," he told her. "There's a variety of surveillance tech in here. Places like a history of bugging through the ages, whole tiny networks of linked spy tech and outdated eavesdropping gear splattered about the entire suite. A lot of stuff that's probably lost, forgotten about. Many tiny dead batteries in here. Ancient stuff."
The ship, only a couple of 100 kilometers over their heads, was targeting one of its main effectors on the city, the hotel and the suite. If there was anything useful here, it would find it.
"Most recent is Equivtech stuff," Himmerance said,
relaying what the ship was finding.
"Possibly NR stuff."
He looked at Iain.
"NR?"
"Probably. It's recent," Himmerance said, "and working. It'd be relaying what we are saying now if I wasn't blocking it. Synced into hidden hotel cameras and comms intercept gear, too."
Himmerance nodded at 4 different points in the room.
"Sprayed on. In the wall hangings, drapes, on the surfaces of painting, and embedded in the rugs."
"Anything recorded?"
"No, and no idea where it would have transmitted to either," Himmerance admitted.
"Would it have registered Vepers using his sinking bed escape route?"
"Maybe not," Himmerance said,
gazing up at the great thick fold of curtains which could envelop and surround the bed.
"Not if these were drawn."
He squinted. Iain could almost feel the ship overhead, shifting the focus of its effector by minute fractions of a degree.
"No spray-on surveillance on those," Himmerance confirmed. "And they're a lot more high-tech than the simple organic woven material they look like. Shield you from most interference once they're drawn right round."
Iain sighed.
"I don't think he's here," she said. "I certainly don't think she is."
Stopping here had been an easy enough decision. The direction they'd approached the Sicheltian enablement from. Verbetsua had been almost directly en route. Sichelt itself still seemed the best place to find both Vepers and Ledege Brek, but taking a quick look at the last place they had a definite fix on Vepers had seemed to make sense, and cost them only a couple of hours.
"I'm still not getting what's going on with the Restorer mission," Himmerance said, sounding puzzled. "Some sort of comms blackout now. Something's happening out there at the disk."
"Smatter outbreak?"
Iain asked.
"Those Fabricaria ships are more than smatter," Himmerance said,
as they watched the drone retrace its flight back down the tunnel towards them. Iain knew the ship already felt torn between taking her where she wanted to go and joining in whatever action was taking place out at the Tsungarial disk.
"There's some sort of full-on battle going on out there," Himmerance said, frowning now. "Beyond the disk, on the fringes of the enablement. Way too high-tech for mere smatter. I do so hope that isn't the Abominator class arriving. If it is, we may genuinely have a full-scale war on our hands."
The drone reappeared in the hole the bed had left. Himmerance snapped the scroll screen closed again and tucked it inside his jacket.
"What about the explosion on Vepers' estate?"
Iain asked.
"Nothing new," News blackout.
Himmerance paused.
Actually, something new. Couple of agencies Vepers doesn't control reporting members of his entourage killed and injured in some sort of flyer crash. Survivors arriving back at Uberwater at one of his private hospitals.
Another pause.
Guess that counts as speculation.
What does? Himmerance looked at her.
Reports that Vepers might be dead.
I'd better let you go. You take care. I mean, I'm staying. This Demyson unit right here is sticking with you, but me, myself, the ship, I have to stick around here, see what's up. Sleeve-rolling, palm-spitting time for me. You get to stay inside the shuttle inside this element, this shiplet. It'll take you on to Schult.
Okay, Ladeja said. Thanks for the ride so far.
My pleasure. Take care. See you later, I hope.
Me too. The image of Demyson waved bye-bye against the starfield. The screen inside her suit's helmet showed the main body of the ship slipping away to one side, fields flickering between the element she was looking from and the main body of the vessel. It was still elongatedly ellipsoidal, but each curved sliver of ship element had separated slightly from the other, so that the ship looked like a fat throwball, knifed open from tip to tail, segments teased apart. As she watched, the gap left by the departure of the part that she was in started to close up, the other sections pulling fractionally further away from each other. Then they reached the ship's outer field boundary and passed through opaque layers. Outside, the falling outside the normal moral constraints was just a giant silver ellipsoid. It shimmered, disappeared. The Demyson figure was still there, seemingly floating in space. He turned to her.
Just you and me now, babe. And the ship section submind, of course.
Does it have a separate name? She asked. Demyson shrugged.
Element 12?
That'll have to do. He crossed his arms, frowned.
Now, the good news first, or the bad news?
She frowned too. Good, she said.
We'll have you on Schult in a few hours.
What's the bad news?
This just in, Vepers might be already dead.
She stared at the image of the Avatar. She hadn't expected this. That it? She said after a moment.
Yep. You seem relatively unconcerned.
She shrugged. I wanted him dead. If he's dead, good. Why only might? What happened?
Someone nuked his aircraft as it was flying low over his estate. Some of his retinue killed, some injured. Vepers himself,
mysteriously unaccounted for. I bet he's still alive. I'd want to see the body before I believe otherwise, and check it for neural laces or whatever. Demyson smiled at her. It was a strange, unsettling sort of smile. She wondered if this version of Demyson would be different to the one controlled by the main ship.
Thought you wanted to kill him yourself, he said.
She looked at him for a moment. I've never killed anyone before, she told him. I don't really want to have to kill another person. I'm not totally, completely sure that I can even kill Vepers. I think I can, and I've fantasized about it 100 times, but if he really was dead, maybe that would be a relief. Part of me would be angry he didn't die by my hand, but part of me would be grateful. I'd get out of finding whether I could really do it or not. Demyson raised an eyebrow.
How many times did he rape you?
She let a couple of controlled, regular breaths pass before she answered. I lost count.
And then he murdered you?
Yes, she said, though to give him his due, he only did that once. When the Avatar didn't say anything, but simply kept looking at her, she added, I'm not him, Demyson. I'm not even like him. If I get close to him, and have the gun or the knife in my hand, but then find that I can't do it, then I'll be angry at myself for not being strong enough, for letting him get away with it, and for giving him the chance to rape and murder again. She took another breath. But if I can do it, if I do it, then on one level I'm no better than him, and he'll have won by making me behave like he does. She shrugged. Don't get me wrong. I fully intend to put a bullet through his head or slit his throat if I get the chance, but I won't know if I can do it until the moment actually presents itself. Another shrug. If it ever does. Demyson shook his head.
That is the sorriest, limpest, most self-defeating piece of self-motivating I have ever fucking heard. We should have talked about this before. I ought to have been giving you assassin lessons for the past umpteen days. How long we got now? 5 hours? De Meissen slapped one hand over his forehead and eyes theatrically. Oh, fuck. You're gonna die, kid. Lededge's frown deepened. Thanks for your confidence. Hey, you started it. Chapter 26. Vepper's dead, Iain M said. How? In that explosion or the flyer crash, reports remain confused, Himmerant said. Lededge Ebrek isn't back there already, is she? Iain asked. Doubtful, Himmerant said, and I would doubt she could organize a nuke inside Vepper's estate either. She's just a kid with a grudge, not some superpowered SC agent. Not that a superpowered SC agent would use anything as inelegant as a bomb aimed at an aircraft, or miss if they did. What if the Abominate is helping her? I would prefer not to think about that, Himmerant said with a sigh. Iain frowned, looked around the palatial suite. Can you hear that thumping noise? That, the ship drone said, is the hotel's general manager registering his disapproval at his passkey codes, not allowing him entry into his finest suite when there appears to be something going on inside. Himmerant's was frowning now. The ship's drone fell silent, hanging in the air for a moment. We need to conduct a small experiment, Himmerant said. That statue, the drone announced, and Himmerant turned to look at a three-quarters-size statue of a buxom nymph carrying a stylized torch in one corner of the bedroom. What's going... Iain began, as a silvery ellipsoid flickered into existence around the statue, obscuring it. When the ellipsoid vanished with a small pop, the statue was gone, and where it had stood there was a fresh-looking patch of rug. What's happening? Iain said, just starting to feel worried and looking from the humanoid avatar to the ship drone. The two machines seemed to hesitate. Then the little drone said, Uh-oh. Himmerant turned to Iain. That was the ship attempting a displace back to it. The microsingularity didn't arrive, the drone told her. What? Iain said. How? Himmerant stepped forward, took Iain by the elbow. We need to go, he said, moving Iain towards the suite's entrance. Checking that tunnel again, the drone said, and flew quickly across the room, disappearing into the hole the circular bed had left. The ship's being instructed to quit the system by an NR vessel, Himmerant told Iain, as he hustled her into the suite's main drawing room. In no uncertain terms, the NR think we're up to something and seem, by reliquarian standards, extremely upset. They're intercepting any displaces. The drone. Then Himmerant made a noise that was almost a yelp and covered Iain's ears with his hand so fast it hurt. The explosion from the depths of the bedroom blew them both over, thudding into the floor. Himmerant managed to twist in the air as they fell so that Iain landed on top of him. It still hurt, and Iain's nose, which had thudded into his chin, started to bleed immediately. Every just-healed bone in her body ached in protest. The avatar dragged her to her feet as clouds of smoke, dust, and small floating scraps of debris came rolling out of the bedroom. Iain started to cough. The fuck is going on? She managed, as Himmerant walked her smartly towards the suite's vestibule. That was the tunnel being collapsed and sealed by the NR ship, Himmerant said. What about the drone? Iain asked, sniffing back blood as they approached the suite's double doors. Gone, Himmerant told her. Can't we reason with the ship is reasoning as fast as it machinally can with the NR vessel, Himmerant said, to little avail thus far. It will have to flee or fight very soon. We are already effectively on our own. The avatar looked at the doors for a moment. They swung open to reveal a broad, plushly decorated corridor, a small man with a furious look on his face, and three large men dressed in uniforms of what appeared to be a semi-military nature. The rolling cloud of smoke and dust flowed gently past Himmerant and Iain towards the people in the corridor. The small, furious-looking man stared in utter horror at the dust. One of the large men levelled a thick-barrelled weapon of some sort at Himmerant, who said, I'm terribly sorry, I have no time for this right now. and moving more quickly than Yai would have believed possible, was suddenly, smoothly, after a sort of liquidic ducking motion, in the midst of the three large men, flicking the weapon out of the hand of the one pointing it, while simultaneously, and almost accidentally it appeared, stabbing one elbow into the midriff of one of the other men, whose eyes nearly popped from his head as he collapsed with a whooshing noise of rapidly expelled air. Iain barely had time to register this happening before the other two men went down too. One felled after the Avatar pointed the weapon at him. There was a click and a hum, no more, while the other, who'd been holding the weapon, was sent flying backward into the wall behind by a single thrust from Himmerance' now outstretched palm. "Ah," Himmerance said, taking the small man by the throat and pressing the gun against his temple. The small man looked more stunned and terrified than furious now. "Some sort of neural blaster." This remark seemed addressed to nobody in particular. His next was as squarely aimed at the hotel's general manager as the neural blaster. "Good day, sir. You will kindly help us to escape." Himmerance obviously took the man's subsequent strangled gurgle as indicating assent, because he smiled, relaxed his grip a fraction, and, looking at Iain, nodded down the corridor. "This way, I think." "What happens now?" Iain asked, as they frog-marched the manager down the corridor. "How do we get off the planet?" She stopped and stared at the Avatar. "Do we get off the planet?" "No, we'll be safer here just for now," Himmerance told her, stopping at the lift doors and suggesting to the manager that he use his passkey to priority order an elevator car. "We will?" Iain said. The lift arrived. The Avatar took the passkeys off the manager, inserted them into the elevator car's control panel, pushed the manager out of the car and stunned him with the neural blaster as the doors closed. Himmerance looked round the elevator car as they descended towards a sub-basement not usually accessible to non-staff. A small puff of smoke came out of the control panel through the grill of the emergency speaker. "Actually, no, we won't be safer here," Himmerance said. "The ship will snap this place off." "Snap this place? That sounds dangerous. Yes, I know, and it is, though we are assuming it'll be less dangerous than staying here." "But if the ship can't displace us now?" "It can't displace us now because it and we are both effectively static, giving the NR time to intercept the displacement, whereas later it'll be coming through at very high speed, passing dangerously close to the planet, grazing its gravity well at high translight, and attempting to fit the displacement event into an ungenerous handful of picoseconds." The Avatar sounded remarkably casual about all this, Iain thought. It watched the screen indicating the floors as it counted slowly down. The lift car's lighting, close overhead, made Himmerance's bald head gleam. "Providing it's done at sufficiently high speed, that should leave the NR with insufficient time to arrange any interception of the displacement singularity." The Avatar smiled at her. "That's the real reason the ship is doing as the NR have demanded, and leaving. It'll power up the whole way out, execute a minimum radius to power turn, and come straight back in, still accelerating, snapping us off and then heading for Sitchult. The whole procedure will take some hours, however, as the ship gathers speed, both to make it look like it really is leaving, and to make sure that when it passes us it's going fast enough to confound the NR vessel, or vessels. During that time, we need to remain hidden from the NR." "Will it work?" "Probably." "Ah." The car drew to a stop. "Probably," Iain found herself saying to an empty lift as the Avatar moved swiftly between the opening doors. She followed to find they were in a deserted basement car park full of wheeled ground vehicles. Iain opened her mouth to speak, but the Avatar pirouetted, one finger to his lips, as he moved towards a bulky-looking vehicle with 6 wheels and a body that appeared to be made from a single billet of black glass. "This'll do," he said. A gull-wing door sighed open. "Though," he said as they settled into their seats, "Oh, do put your seatbelt on, won't you? Thank you. Though the NR may well guess that the ship will attempt this maneuver, and so either try to prevent or interfere with the displacement. Or they might attack the ship itself, of course, though that would be rather extreme." "They just destroyed the ship's drone, and seem to be trying to kill us. Isn't that fairly extreme already?" "It is, rather," the Avatar agreed reasonably, looking at the vehicle's controls until lights came on. "Though drones, avatars, and even humans are one thing. The loss of any is not without moral and diplomatic import, of course, but might be dismissed as merely unfortunate and regrettable,
something to be smoothed over through the usual channels. Attacking a ship, on the other hand, is an unambiguous act of war.
A screen flashed on, filled with what looked like a city road map.
"Thank you," Iain said. "It is always salutary to be reminded of one's true place in the proper arrangement of matters."
Himmerance nodded. "Yes, I know."
In the distance, up a short ramp, a large door to what appeared to be the outside was rising open.
"Many of these are automatic too," Himmerance muttered to himself. "That's useful."
Most of the other vehicles in the car park were turning their lights on. Some were already moving, all heading for the ramp and the doorway.
"We'll leave in the middle, I think," he said,
as their vehicle made a low, distant humming noise and moved smoothly off, joining the line of quickly moving cars. Judging by the ones she could see into, none of the others had any occupants.
"Are you doing this, or the ship?"
Iain asked, as they left the underground garage.
"Me," the Avatar said. "The ship left some 90 seconds ago."
Outside, the enormous tunnel of the city was bright with artificial lights. The cups spread of the place disappearing upwards and down into a faint haze. The far side of the city, a perpendicular jumble of mostly tall, variegated buildings, was only a kilometre or so distant, but looked further away in the murk. Around them, the driverless vehicles the Avatar had set in motion were all heading off in as many different directions as they could find amongst the city's jumbled network of streets. Above, little tethered aircraft flitted back and forth along the great cavern. As Iain watched, one of the larger empty vehicles, a short way in front of them in a side lane, slowed, met with some hanging cables, and was hoisted rapidly into the air.
"We're going to do the same thing," Himmerance said,
shortly before their vehicle followed the other one, though it then promptly headed off in the opposite direction. Their vehicle rose quickly amongst the hundreds of cable-held craft. They had reached a steady height and held it for about 20 seconds when the Avatar sucked in a breath. The black glass around parted directly overhead, then started to sink back into the sides of the vehicle. Before the retracting glass had reached shoulder level, Himmerance's arm flicked almost too fast to see as he threw the stubby tube of the neural blaster out of the vehicle. Immediately, the glass moved back up and around them. Moments later, there was a flash from behind, quickly followed by a great thudding bang, which left the vehicle swinging back and forth, causing it to slow automatically, briefly, to correct the oscillation. Himmerance and Iain looked back to see a blossoming cloud of smoke and debris rising from near the centre line of the cavern city. Pieces of a great bridge, sundered in the middle, were starting to fall slowly towards the river on the tunnel's floor. Directly above, more glowing pieces of wreckage and cinders were falling from a tiny yellow-rimmed hole in the cavern ceiling. Echoes of the detonation slammed back and forth amongst the buildings, disappearing slowly down the tunnel city. Himmerance shook his head.
"I beg your pardon. I should have thought they might trace that somehow. My mistake," he said,
as they drew level with a tall stone tower. The glass around them flowed fully down into the sides of the vehicle. The vehicle was beeping irately, though it was almost drowned out by multitudinous echoing sirens starting to sound around the city. They bumped gently against the summit of the tower.
"We need to get out," the Avatar said,
rising, taking Iain's hand and together making the small jump onto the grass beyond the tower's parapet. The impact hurt her knees. The vehicle stopped beeping and swung away again, glass panels rising back into place as the cables above whisked it back to the heights. Himmerance hauled an old but stout-looking trapdoor open in a flurry of earth and popping rivets. They hurried down an unlit spiral staircase and had descended about 2 complete turns, Iain following Himmerance and trusting him to see in a darkness so profound even her moderately augmented eyes could register next to nothing, when there was a distant-sounding thud from outside. The tower shook just a little.
"That was the vehicle we were just in, wasn't it?" she said.
"It was," the Avatar agreed. "Whoever's coordinating this is thinking commendably quickly. NR, almost certainly."
They thudded down more steps, spiralling downwards all the time, so fast Iain felt she was starting to get dizzy. It was hurting her knees and ankles and back too.
"Best not to tarry, then," the Avatar said,
putting on a burst of speed. She heard and vaguely sensed him disappearing round the curve of the winding stair. "I can't go that fast," she shouted.
"Of course not," he said, stopping.
She thudded into him.
"My apologies. Jump on my back, we'll go faster. Just keep your head down."
She was too breathless to argue. She climbed onto his back, legs round his waist, arms about his neck.
"Hold tight," the Avatar said.
She did. They set off, whirling down the steps so fast it was almost falling. Those who had seen the first two incursions reported seeing a Cerise beam destroy first the high bridge and then the wheeled airborne cablecraft. In both cases, the beam simply came angling down from the ceiling of the cavern, having bored through many tens of meters of rock before transfixing its target. The third, and the last time the beam assaulted Iob Cavern City, it hit an ancient ornamental stone tower, part of the original Central University buildings. The beam struck the old tower near its base, bringing the whole edifice tumbling down. At first, it was thought there had been no casualties, until half a day later, the bodies of a man and a woman were discovered, still locked together, her legs round his waist, her arms round his neck, under the hundreds of tons of rubble. There was a house which was the shape of the galaxy. It was a virtual house, of course, but it was very highly detailed and well imagined, and although the scale on which it modelled the galaxy could vary quite a lot from time to time and from place to place within it, the general effect was convincing for the beings who had brought the house into existence, and, at least as far as they were concerned, the surroundings felt agreeably familiar. The beings concerned were culture minds, the very high-level AIs which were, by some distance, the most complicated and intelligent entities in the whole civilization and, arguably, amongst the most complicated and intelligent entities in the whole galaxy-wide meta-civilization. The house was used to indicate where the individual minds were in the real galaxy, so that a mind which existed within an orbital hub, close to the galactic centre, would be located in the great bulbous, multi-storied centre of the house, while a ship mind in a vessel currently somewhere towards the wispy tip of one of the galaxy's arms would appear in one of the single-room tall outer wings. There were special arrangements for those minds who didn't want their location known by all and sundry. They tended to inhabit pleasingly dilapidated outbuildings within what were effectively the grounds of the main construction, communicating at a remove. The house itself manifested as an echoingly vast Baroque edifice of extraordinary ornamental richness, every room the size of a cathedral and full of intricately carved wooden walls and pierced screens, gleaming floors of inlaid wood and semi-precious stone, ceilings dripping with precious metals and minerals, and populated, usually quite sparsely, by the avatars of the minds, which took on pretty much every form of being and object known. Unrestricted by such tiresome three-dimensional constraints as the laws of perspective, every one of the many thousands of rooms was visible from every other, if not through doorways, then through tiny icons, screens, apertures in the walls, which, on sufficiently close inspection, let one see into those immensely distant rooms in some detail. Minds, of course, being used to existing within 4 dimensions as a matter of tedious day-to-day reality, had no problem dealing with this sort of topological sleight of hand. The only reality-based restriction the Galactic House modelled accurately was that produced by the deeply annoying fact that even hyperspatial light did not travel with infinite speed. To carry on a normal conversation with another mind, one had to be in the same room, and reasonably close to it. Even 2 minds being within the same vast room but on opposite sides created a noticeable delay as they shouted back and forth. Being any further away meant sending messages. These usually showed up as gently glowing symbols, flickering, disembodied in the air in front of the recipient, but, subject to the witheringly prodigious imaginations of minds in general, and the particular and quite possibly highly eccentric predilections of the sender in particular, could show up as almost anything. Swift-moving ballets consisted of multiply limbed aliens on fire and throwing shapes which just happened briefly to resemble moraine symbols, for example, were by no means unknown. Vitoy had vaguely heard of this place. He'd always wondered what it actually looked like. He gazed around, astounded, wondering how you would describe it, how a poet might find the words to portray something of its bewildering richness and complexity. In appearance, he was a pan-human male, tall and wearing the dress uniform of a space marshal. He stood in this vast room, shaped like the inside of a vast beach shell to resemble the general volume of space called the Doppleoid spiral fragment, and watched as what looked like a substantial chandelier lowered itself from the ceiling. Inspected closely, the ceiling was mostly composed of such chandeliers. When its lower middle section got level with his head, the chandelier,
a riot of fabulously intertwined, multicoloured glass spirals and corkscrew shapes, stopped.
"Space Marshal Vatoy, welcome," it said.
Its voice had a sort of gentle, tinkling quality appropriate to its appearance.
"My name is Saif. I'm a hub mind with a special interest in the Creators section. I'll let the others introduce themselves."
Vatoy turned to find that, without him having noticed them arriving, there were two humans, a large hovering blue bird, and what looked like a crudely carved, garishly painted ventriloquist's dummy sitting on a small multicoloured balloon, all standing or floating around him. "I'm the fixed Gren," the first human told him. The avatar had silvery skin and looked vaguely female. "Representing Numina." It nodded, bowed.
"The Scar Glamour,"
the bluebird told him.
SC.
"Basically to the animals," the other human avatar said, a thin-looking male. "I represent the interests of Restoria."
"Love to prequalify,"
the dummy may have announced, having what sounded like trouble with the L sounds.
"Civilian."
It paused.
"Eccentric,"
it added needlessly.
"And that,"
the chandelier called Zaif said, as the others helpfully looked off to one side,
"is the dressed up to party."
The dressed up to party was a small orange-red cloud hanging more or less over the hovering blue bird.
"The dressed up to party is also non-aligned, and is some non-specific distance away. Its contributions will be sporadic,"
Zaif said.
"And probably beside the point as well as trailing it,"
the bluebird, representing the Scar Glamour, said. It cocked its iridescently plumaged head to look up at the orange-red cloud, but there was no visible response.
"Together,"
Zaif said,
"we make up the Specialist Agency's Prompt Response Committee, or at least the local chapter, as it were. A small number of other interested parties, each no less security-conscious than ourselves, will be listening in at greater removes, and may contribute subsequently. Do you need any explanation regarding our titles or terminology?"
"No, thank you," Vatoy said.
"We understand that you represent the highest strategic level of command within the anti-Hell side in the current confliction regarding the Hells. Is that right?"
"Yes," Vatoy confirmed.
"So, Space Marshal Vatoy,"
the bird said, flapping its short wings lazily. Too slowly for it to have truly hovered, had this all been taking place in the real.
"you indicated this was both urgent and of the highest importance. What is it you wish to tell us?"
"It's about the war over the Hells," Vatoy said.
"That kind of came presupposed," the bird said.
Vatoy sighed. "Are you aware that the anti-Hell side is losing?"
"Of course," the bird said.
"And that we attempted to hack the substrates of the pro-Hell side?" "We had guessed as much," the thin-looking male said. "Those attempts failed," Vatoy said. "Therefore, we decided to bring the war into the real, to construct a fleet of ships which would destroy as many of the Hell-containing substrates as possible."
"So, the entire decades-long confliction was for nothing,"
the bluebird said crisply,
"putting it on the same level as the vows one assumes you must have taken at the start of the war, renouncing resort to precisely the two courses you have just outlined." "That's a weighty thing to have done, Space Marshal,"
the dummy said, hinged jaws clicking as it spoke. "It was not a step we took lightly," Vatoy agreed.
"Perhaps it was not a step you should have taken at all," the bluebird said.
"I am not here to justify my actions or decisions, or those of my comrades or co-conspirators," Vatoy said. "I am here only to—"
"Try to implicate us?"
the bluebird said.
"Half the galaxy assumes we're behind the anti-Hell forces anyway. Perhaps by coming here, and being a loud audience despite the earnest entreaties of some of us, you intend to persuade the other half."
Directly above the bird's head, the little orange-red cloud had just started to rain, though no moisture seemed to reach the Scar Glamour's avian avatar. "I'm here to tell you that the anti-Hell forces came to an agreement with the GFCF and elements of the Citrultian enablement
behind the backs of the NR and their allies, the Flecker and the Jalupians, to build us our fleet using the Tsungarial disk. However, we have received intelligence that the NR thought that they too had an agreement with the Sichultia, promising that they, the Sichultia, would refuse to help the anti-Hell side and would do whatever the NR wanted them to do to stop any war fleet being built.
The Sichultia stand as free with their agreements as you and your fellows are with your solemn undertaking, Space Marshal,
the Bluebird representing SC said. Must you be quite so unpleasant to our guest? The silver-skinned avatar asked the Scar-Glamor's avatar. The bird bristled its feathers and said,
Yes.
We have also heard, Batoy said, that the NR, the Culture and the GFCF are currently in some way engaged in the Sichultian enablement, especially around the Tsungarial disk. Assuming this is the case, it was thought important that you were informed, at the highest level, that the Sichultia are on the side which everyone assumes you wish to win in the confliction.
Difficult though it may be for you to imagine somebody keeping their word in any circumstances, Marshal, the Bluebird said. What makes you think that the Sichultia will stick to the agreement they made with you, rather than the one they made with the NR?
The agreement made with the NR basically meant doing nothing. The agreement made with us meant becoming involved with a conspiracy that would be largely under the control of others, and that would proceed regardless of the Sichultians' initial operational involvement, while exposing them to a substantial risk of being punished by the NR, even if they changed their minds before their part in the conspiracy became crucial. It makes no sense for them to have entered into the agreement unless they were going to see it through.
That does make sense,
Zaev said, voice tinkling. So, the thin male avatar said, we should do nothing to stop the Sichultia from doing whatever it is they are doing in and around the Tsungarial disk. The toy shrugged. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not even going to make any suggestions. We just thought you should know what's going on.
We understand,
Zaev said.
I have some intelligence,
the Bluebird announced. Vatoy turned and looked levelly at it.
My intelligence tells me that you are a traitor, Space Marshal Vatoy.
Vatoy continued to look at the bird as it flapped lazily in front of him. The orange-red cloud above the Scar-Glamor's avatar had stopped raining. Vatoy turned to address Zaev. I have no more to report, if I may be excused.
Yes,
the chandelier said.
Though there was no indication with the signal carrying you what was to be done with your mind state following delivery of your message. I think we all assumed that you were to be returned to your Warsim High Command, but perhaps you had something else in mind.
Vatoy smiled. I'm to be deleted, he said, to avoid any further unseemly hint at complicity with the anti-Hell forces on your part. How very thoughtful, the silver-skinned, vaguely female avatar said. Vatoy chose to assume that she meant it.
I'm sure we can offer you the processing space to be housed within a virtuality,
Zaev said.
Wouldn't you rather?
No, thank you. My original has been through more virtualities, downloads and reincorporations than he cares to think about. Any cells he sends out, such as myself, are quite inured to the thought of personal deletion, so long as we know our original persists somewhere. The Space Marshal smiled, and knew that he looked resigned as he did so. And even if not, this has been a very long war, and I am very tired in all my iterations. Death no longer seems so terrible a thing, on any level.
That may, the Bluebird said, be just as well.
For once, though, its tone was less than cutting. Indeed, Vatoy said. He looked round them all. Thank you all for listening. Goodbye. He looked at the chandelier and nodded. He winked out of existence.
Well,
Zaev said. Do we take this at face value? The silver-skinned avatar asked.
It fits well with what we know,
the wooden dummy said.
Better than most Sims.
And do we trust the Space Marshal?
Zaev asked. The bird made a snorting sound.
That errant ramshackle ghost, it said scornfully. He's known of old. I doubt he even remembers who he used to be, let alone what he believes in or most recently promised.
We don't need to trust it to incorporate the import of its information into our calculations, the silver-skinned female said. The thin male avatar looked at the chandelier. You need to tell your accident-prone agent to stop wasting time and get to where she's supposed to get to. Preferably without this time getting any more innocent people killed. Stop the break woman killing vapors. The man turned to the blue bird with the orange-red cloud hanging over it. Though of course that wouldn't be necessary. If SC would just tell the falling outside the normal moral constraints to stop indulging whatever bizarre fantasies of gallantry, vicarious revenge, or just devilment it's currently revelling in.
Don't look at me,
the Scar Glamour's avatar said, flapping indignantly.
That bastard excuse for picket ship's got nothing to do with me.
The bird cocked its head and looked up at the orange cloud.
You'd better be listening,
it squawked.
You've got the contacts. You talk to the GSV that spawned that particular abomination. Get it to try and bank some sense into the bug-fuck shrapnel that makes up what passes for a mind in that demented machine.
Good night. Good night. Good night. A chill struck her skin. She wanted to shiver, but felt too lethargic, all swaddled, lost in a warm, baking fug. What sounded like a real voice came clanging in, unwelcome.
"Hello? Anybody in there?" it said. "Anybody alive?"
Huh? She heard herself say. Great. Now she was hallucinating, hearing voices.
"Hello?"
Yes. What? Hello to you too. She was talking, not sending, she realized. That was weird. It took a few moments, but she got her eyes open, unsticking them. She blinked, waited for everything to swim into focus. Light. There was light, dim, but it looked real. Faceplate of helmet, internal visor screen, currently showing just static, but enough to reveal that both her inner and outer suits seemed to have expanded around her, and chilly draughts of air were flowing over her exposed body, raising goosebumps. She could breathe. She took some deep, satisfying breaths, luxuriating in the feel of the cold air entering her mouth and nostrils, and her ribcage being able to expand as far as it could.
"Hey, uppy youngstrel, that right?"
the voice said. Yes. Her mouth felt clogged, sticky, all gummed up like her eyes had been. She licked her lips. They felt puffy and oversensitive, but just being able to lick them felt so good. Who are you? She cleared her throat. Who am I talking to? I am an element of the Culture Abominator class picket ship falling outside the normal moral constraints. An element? Element 5. Are you now? Where did you come from? What Abominator class, she thought. Nobody had mentioned an Abominator class ship. Was this real? She still wasn't sure that this wasn't just some very lucid dream. She found the nipple on the end of the helmet's flexible water tube, sucked on it. The water was cool, sweet, beautiful. Real, she told herself. Real water, real chill on the skin, real voice. Real, real, real. She felt the water coursing down inside her, chilling her throat, esophagus, and stomach as she swallowed. Is where I come from relevant? The voice said. My hole was pretending to be a torturer class earlier, if that helps. Ah, are you rescuing me, Element 5? I am. Currently, I have displaced nanodust working to repair what I can of your module. It should be ready to power up again in a few minutes. You could then make your way to the nearest base, which would be the Near-Planet Monitoring Unit 5. However, in the light of the recent hostile actions, I think it might be wiser and even safer if you join me, coming within my field enclosure. Your choice. What would you do if you were me? Oh, I'd stick with me, but then I'm bound to say that, aren't I? I suppose you are. She drank some more of the precious, beautiful water. But I will stick with you. Wise choice. How is everybody else? Are you rescuing the others? There were 23 other microship pilots and nearly 40 others, plus the people on the Hylozoist. How are they? The Hylozoist lost 4 crew. 1 person was killed when the Near-Planet Monitoring Unit 5 was damaged. 2 of the module microship pilots were killed, 1 in a collision with a fabricary, the other burning up within the atmosphere of Vragier. The other pilots have been, are being, or shortly will be rescued. Who were they? Who were the 2 pilots who died?
Lofgear in Arda, who is the one killed in the collision with the Fabricary, and Sadier Laniares died when his ship burned up within the atmosphere of the gas giant. Backed up, she thought. He was backed up. It's all right, he can come back. It'll take time, and even though he might not be exactly the same person, he'll be mostly the same person. Of course he'll still love you. He'd be a fool not to. Wouldn't he? She found that she was crying. Bettlescroy, I understand you've been looking for me.
Indeed I have, Veppers. You look well for a dead man.
The image of the GFCF Legislator Admiral on the little flat-screen comms computer wavered a little. The signal was weak, multiply scrambled. Veppers sat with Yaskin in a small room in one of his emergency safe houses in Ubruata City, a few blocks and the width of a ribbon park away from the main townhouse. The safe house, one of several prepared long ago just in case the wrong politicians or judges got into positions of real power and started making things uncomfortable for creative, buccaneering business people who didn't always do things the conventional way, had shielded comms links to the systems in the townhouse. As soon as they'd arrived, both in the uniforms of paramedics, Veppers had taken a shower, scrubbing any remaining radioactive soot or ash out of his hair and skin, while Yaskin had woken up the slightly archaic equipment in the study and started trawling the news channels and message systems. The series of urgent calls and messages from Legislator Admiral Bettlescroy Bisp Bleespin III had been hard to ignore. "Thank you," Veppers told the angelic-looking little alien. "You look as you always do. What's our situation?" A wavering smile on the little alien's face might have been distorted or exaggerated by the lo-fi screen.
Your situation is that you need to tell me now, Veppers, where our targets are. It is more than urgent, it is crucial. All we've planned and worked for now depends on this.
I see. All right. I'll tell you.
That comes as a great, if absurdly belated, relief.
Though, first, I am, as you might imagine, quite interested in finding out who tried to blow me out of the skies on my own flyer over my own estate.
Almost certainly the NR,
Bettlescroy said quickly, waving one hand as though this was hardly worth mentioning. You've obviously given the subject considerable thought, ally, Veppers said quietly. Bettlescroy looked exasperated.
The NR seem to feel you have betrayed them in some way, though just possibly it was the Flecker, subcontracting in some way, ever anxious to please, and the Jlupians might feel wronged too. Your friend Jingra seems to have disappeared, which probably means something. We will do all we can, with all the resources we can afford to devote to the matter, to find out who might have been responsible. However, the targets are still, by far, the most important issue outstanding here.
Agreed. But first, your situation. I've got a little out of touch here. What's happening? Bettlescroy seemed to be trying to control itself.
Perhaps, it said calmly, I have not indicated, as forcefully as I might, that the target information is of vital importance right now, it said, almost screaming the last two words.
I take your point, Veppers said smoothly. The targets will be with you very shortly. But I need to know what's happening.
What's happening, Veppers?
Bettlescroy hissed, sitting so close to the screen camera at its end that its face appeared distorted, almost ugly.
Is that a fucking culture hypership that can split out to become a fleet of ships is laying waste to our fucking war fleet of ships even as we speak and even as you, unbelievably, continue to waste time. It's destroying thousands of them, each minute. Within a day and a half, there will be no more ships left, and this despite the fact that I took it upon myself to order that all the Fabricaria, able to do so, start manufacturing ships, not just the proportion we originally agreed on.
Veppers assumed a look of pretended hurt. Going back in our he began.
Shut up!
Bettlescroy shouted, one tiny fist thudding down on the desk beneath the screen.
The culture vessel has also already worked out how to get the Fabricaria-built ships to set about destroying each other, which might result in the ships annihilating themselves even quicker within a matter of hours. It would appear only to be holding back from this course because it fears some of the ships might accidentally or mistakenly damage the Fabricaria, a consequence it wishes to avoid if possible, to preserve the, and I quote, unique techno-cultural monument that is the Tsungarial Disc. That's so thoughtful. Don't you think that's so thoughtful? I think that's so fucking thoughtful.
Bettlescroy stared out of the screen at them with a fierce, unnatural smile that held no humour whatsoever.
However, this thing, this wonderful, super-powerful ally that we suddenly discovered we had, now blithely tells us it will hold this tactic in reserve, and meanwhile continue to target the ships itself for the sake of engagemental accuracy, and to minimise collateral damage. Though frankly my fellow officers and myself strongly suspect it's really doing so because it's enjoying itself so much, just as it appeared quite heartily to enjoy disposing of nearly a third of our naval fleet on its approach to the Tsung system. I hope this is giving you some small, modest indicationary idea of just how powerless we are out here at the moment, Veppers, old fellow, while we wait for your precious fucking targets. Meanwhile, we are continuing to deal with our pretend spatter outbreak, which has proved trickier than we anticipated, and are ourselves even having to destroy some of the Fabricaria-built war fleet we worked so hard to create, just to make it look convincing to the culture that we really are all just chums and allies fighting on the same jolly side. Oh, and I nearly forgot. An NR ship is causing havoc on, in, all over the Betsua. Yes, another ship, possibly a culture ship, possibly another culture warship, was last heard of hightailing it out of the Verbetsua system, possibly having delivered something or somebody, and possibly now departing there with the intention of joining in all the fun out here at the disk, and depleting our once fine fleet of ships even quicker. And the NR themselves are making deeply suspicious noises, bordering on outright hostile noises when it comes both to ourselves and you, Veppers, and are only not helping to destroy our short-lived war fleet because they want to see how fast and how ably the culture vessel fleet does so. Valuable intelligence, we are given to understand. Though, of course, the presence and presumed hostility of the NR does mean that any of our ships that might escape from the vicinity of the disk itself may well find themselves being picked off by the NR. There. That is the fucking situation. I face shame, humiliation, demotion, court-martial, and ruin, and, oh, please, do believe me, dear Mr. Veppers, if such a fate befalls me, I shall do everything I possibly can to make sure that you fall with me, cherished ally and co-conspirator.
Bettlescroy took a deep breath, drew itself up, and, collecting itself, it seemed, made a calm, expansive motion with its hands.
Now, it said, I can't really imagine how many more of our ships have been laid waste while I have been speaking, but I imagine the number comes to some several thousand. Please, Veppers, if we are to salvage anything at all, from what is increasingly looking like a calamitous venture and an utterly hopeless situation, tell us where the targets are. At least some of them. At least the nearest ones, given that we will have so few ships, so ill-equipped and so slow-moving by the time you get round to finally telling us where.
Bettlescroy paused.
The fucking...
It paused again, taking another deep breath.
Targets.
One last pause.
Ah.
Veppers sighed. Thank you, Bettlescroy. That was really all I wanted to know. He smiled. One moment. He clicked the sound off at the computer and turned to Yaskin. On the screen, Bettlescroy appeared to be shouting and striking the screen at its end with both hands. Yaskin had to tear his gaze away. Sir? Yaskin, I'm absolutely famished. Would you mind seeing what we have in the kitchen here? Just a bite or two and some decent wine. Even water would do, but do look for some drinkable wine. Get something for yourself, too. The Veppers grinned, nodded at the comms unit, where Bettlescroy appeared to be trying to bite the edge of the screen. I can manage here. Sir, Yaskin said, and left the room. Veppers watched the study door close, then turned back to the screen and switched the sound back on.
Where?
Bettlescroy shrieked. Ready? Veppers asked calmly. Bettlescroy sat staring at the screen, eyes wide, breathing hard. What might have been spittle disfigured its finely made chin. Good, Veppers said, smiling. The most important targets, The only ones really worth bothering with now are easily reached and close by. They're under the trackways on my estate of Aspersium. In fact, come to think of it, somebody, possibly the NR, as you suggest, has already begun the task of destroying them when they attacked my flyer. Anyway, to reiterate, every trackway is underlain by what, to the untutored eye, looks like some sort of giant fungal structure. It isn't. It's substrate. Low power, bio-based, not ultra-fast running, but high-efficiency, highly damage-resistant substrate. Anything from 10 to 30 meters thick under and amongst the roots, but adding up to over half a cubic kilometre of processing power spread throughout the estate. All the comms traffic, to and from it, is channeled through the phased array satellite links dotted around the mansion house itself, the ones that everyone still thinks just control the virtualities and games. That's what you have to hit, Bettelskroy. The under-trackway substrates contain over 70% of the hells in the entire galaxy. He smiled again. Of those we know of, anyway. There used to be slightly more, but very recently I subcontracted the NR hell, just to be on the safe side. I've been buying hells up for over a century, Legislator Admiral, taking the processing requirements and legal and jurisdictional implications off other people's hands for most of my business life. The majority of the hells are right here, in system, on planet. That is why I have always felt able to be so relaxed regarding the targeting details. Think you can get enough ships to Sitchelt to lay waste to my estate?
Truly?
Bettelskroy said, gulping, still breathing deeply.
The targets are on your own estates. Why would you do that?
Deniability, Bettelskroy. You'll have to raise the trackways, wreck my lands, blast the satellite links, and damage the house itself, maybe even destroy it. That house has been my family for centuries. It and the estate are inestimably precious to me, or at least so everybody assumes. Who's going to believe I brought all that destruction on myself?
And yet you... No, wait.
The little alien shook its head.
I have to issue the relevant orders.
The Legislator Admiral bent over its desk, then looked up again.
That's all. The trackways of Aspersium, centred on the house?
Yes, Vepper said. Target away. Bettelskroy took only seconds to issue the orders. When it came back, it was after a blanked-out delay of a few more seconds, during which Veppers, suspected the Legislator Admiral, had composed itself, smoothed down its scalp scales, and wiped its face. Bettelskroy certainly seemed much more like its old glossily imperturbable self when it switched back on.
You would do this to yourself, Veppers? To your family's legacy?
If it keeps me alive to enjoy my spoils, of course. And the spoils promise to be fabulous. Another order of magnitude greater than anything I'll be losing. The house can be rebuilt, the art treasures replaced, the trackways. Well, I'd grown tired of them anyway, frankly. But they could be filled in and regrown, I dare say. The energy weapons leave negligible radioactivity. Hypervelocity kinetics leave even less, as I understand it. And the missile warheads are clean, aren't they?
Thermonuclear, but clean as possible. Designed to destroy, not contaminate.
Bettelskroy agreed. There you are, then. It's not as though I go camping in my estates at the best of times, so even if some areas are a bit radioactive, I shan't be too heartbroken. Let's be honest, the grounds are mostly there to maintain a barrier between me and the proletarian hordes, anyway. If the hills and fields do end up glowing in the dark, they'll work even better as insulation against the milling masses, and in the end, I can just buy another estate. Another dozen, if I like.
And the people?
What people?
The people on the estate, when it is laid waste.
Oh, yes. I assume I have a few hours before any attack takes place.
The
little alien hesitated, peered at its screen.
Yes, the quickest attack would come from a small squadron of the ships fitted with fleet-donated antimatter for their warp engines. If they simply sped on past, without attempting to draw to a stop first, they could hit the targets within 3.5 hours of now. But their onboard weaponry targeting accuracy would not be great at that speed. They would struggle to hit with less than 100-meter error allowance at best. Missiles and smart warheads would be more precise, though Sitchelt's own planetary defences would most likely intercept some of those. More pinpoint accuracy would need to come from ships that had slowed down almost to a stop. Again, your planet's own defences might exact a toll, though they would probably still arrive in such numbers that this would not matter. Say, 4 to 5 hours for those to arrive? One might attack the trackways themselves with the first high-speed waves, and target the satellite links near the house with the later arriving vessels.
So, bottom line, I'd have time to get a few people out, Lepers said. Not too many, of course. It still has to look convincing. But I can always hire more people, Bettelskroy. Never a shortage of those, ever.
Still, it is quite a toll you would ask of yourself.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice small things in order to achieve great things, Bettelskroy, Lepers told the little alien. Hosting the Hells has made me a great deal of money over the years, but they were bound to prove an embarrassment one day, or just be shut down, quite possibly with talk of lawsuits or reparations or whatever. All I have I can replace, and with the funds we have agreed on, and that wonderful ship. You haven't forgotten that wonderful ship, have you, Bettelskroy?
It is yours, Lepers,
the Legislator Admiral told him.
It is still being fitted out to your instructions.
Marvellous. Well, with all that, I'm sure I can console myself to the loss of a few trees in my country cottage. So, let's be clear. Nothing will happen for 3.5 hours. Is that correct? The little alien looked at its screen again.
The first flyby bombardment and missile launch targeting the trackways will take place in 3.41 hours from now. The missiles will impact between 1 and 5 minutes after the bombardment. The second wave of ships, charged with carrying out the precision bombardment of the satellite links around the house, will arrive between 0.5 and 1.0 hours later. We can't be any more accurate with the timing due to the inherent variability of warp engine crash stops, especially that far into the gravity wells of a star and planet. So, sorry. I trust that will afford you the time to do what you need to do.
That will have to suffice then, I suppose. Veppers made an expansive gesture. Don't look so horrified, Bettelskroy. Onward and upward, don't you agree? Can't stand still. One has to embrace change, knock old stuff down to build bigger and better new stuff, speculate to accumulate, all that sort of thing. I am sure you have your own appropriate, culturally relevant clichés. The Legislator Admiral shook its small, perfectly formed head.
What a remarkable person you are, Lepers.
I know. I amaze myself sometimes. He turned round as he heard the door behind him open. Ah, Yaskin. Well done. Would you mind parcelling that stuff up to go as a picnic? We're off on our travels again. Chapter 27. From Labtibricolophile to LOU eccentric, me I'm counting.
Child greetings. I enclose a recording of certain recent proceedings involving a wide-state representation of one Space Marshal of a toy and a Specialist Agency's Prompt Response Committee. Please take note and act accordingly.
From GSV dressed up to party to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. Take a look at this. SAPRC local franchise stuff. Seems Space Marshal V. Son of a bitch. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to LOU eccentric, me I'm counting. There was me, about to call you unknown craft and wave a message beam vaguely in your direction, but now a degree of signal identity regularity appears to be infecting the locality, and I've been informed you are, after all, some sort of proper culture ship. Hi. Me? Oh, I'm mostly kicking the living dead shit out of the biggest sort of smatter outbreak you ever did see in all the whole wide wonderful galaxy. What exactly are you up to? Do call. We're close enough. Let's talk. Hello. I made a possibly foolish promise to a human on a mission, and must discharge that before I'm able to help you with the smatter outbreak, if that is what you would wish me to do and are hinting at. I appreciate you're being kept busy and might be able to use some assistance. I am seeing a remarkable amount of weapon blink from where I am, which would appear to be on a very tight loop centered round sunny Verbetsua, indulging in a translight comet impression. Well, there you are. I'm sure you have your reasons, but thank you. I am, as you say, keeping busy. I would hope to join you within a few hours. Heck, no rush. Aren't you the ship who took the image of Miss Breck a few years ago? I am, hence a feeling of responsibility for what has transpired. Decent of you. I have a presently soloing element carrying the revented Ms. Y towards Sychelt even as we chat. You weren't thinking of trying to reunite her and the image at all, were you? No. The image remains stored, inanimate, and I intend to preserve it in that state. My promise was to get my human guest to where she wishes to go, though my immediate concern is to avoid being attacked by the NR ship, which seems aggressively interested, either in whatever happens on Verbetsur or in what I do. Or possibly what my guest does, or where the rescued mind from the Quietus GCU Bodhisattva happens to be, which at the moment is within my field enclosure, following the trashing of its ship by the unfallen Bulbician in the Semsaraim Wisp. The offending NR vessel is reticent regarding divulging what precisely its priorities are, though they certainly seem to include threatening me. Much as I hate to add to your do list, given your current preoccupation with clunking herds of near-mindless smatter vessels, there is, nevertheless, this highly capable NR craft giving a fellow culture ship grief for no apparent good reason. I am a humble and rather elderly limited offensive unit, by inclination and declaration devoutly eccentric for many a century, and hence long unused to the hurly-burly of even simulated battle, and profoundly out of the circuit regarding recent advances in EQT ship weaponry and tactics, subjects in which I imagine you must excel. A thought, Millie, when you have the time. Now, I must continue trying to arrange a high-speed displace of 2 persons, including a non-lace-equipped human, from a planetary surface, while an NR ship tries to stop me. Always assuming I can locate the 2 persons concerned, they appear to have vanished. Fascinating. You obviously have your fields full. I'll leave you to it. Do let's keep in touch.
The me I'm counting? The ship with Himmerants? Ladeja asked. Suddenly she was back in her room in the townhouse 10 years earlier, listening in the darkness to the tall, stooped, bald old man as he talked softly about taking an image of her that was faithful and precise down to the individual atom.
The very same, Demyson said.
Element 12 of the picket ship, falling outside the normal moral constraints, was bearing down on the inner systems of the Queen system, heading straight for a region of space a few hundred kilometers above where the city of Ubruata on the planet Sychelt would be in just a few minutes. The ship element was braking hard and negotiating even more strenuously with the relevant authorities on and around the planet.
It still has the image of you that it took when you were younger.
What's it doing here? Ladeja asked, in a suspicious tone, Demyson thought. They were stepped back from full foamed-up, ultra-alert, sitting in their seats on the module, Ladeja's helmet visor lying opened so that she and the Avatar could look at each other.
I suspect it's carrying a person from Quietus called Iain M, Demyson told her. Didn't mention her by name, but a little research makes it highly likely it's her.
And what's she doing here?
Quietus might be interested in you. As a revented little icicle, they may feel that somehow you're their responsibility.
She looked at the Avatar for a moment. Are they always this keen? Demyson shook his head emphatically.
No, there's probably some other reason.
Care to take a guess?
Who can say, doll? They may have some interest in the relationship between you and Mr. Veppers, especially as it might manifest itself in the near to medium future. They may not feel that your intentions towards him are entirely peaceful, and wish to forestall some untoward diplomatic incident. What about you? Would you act to forestall this untoward diplomatic incident? Might do. Depends on the likely consequences. You have my sympathies, goes without saying. But even I at least have to look like I'm taking account of the bigger picture. Consequences are everything.
The Avatar nodded at the screen.
Oh, look, we're here.
Sychelt filled the screen. A fat, hazy crescent of white cloud, grey-green land and streaks of glinting blue seas lay tipped and swollen across the screen. They were close enough for Ladeja to see depth in the clear, thin wrapping of atmosphere, and make out the shadows of individual storm cells throwing their dark, elongated shapes across the flat, white plains of cloud levels extending beneath them. Home at last, Ladeja breathed.
She did not, the Avatar thought, sound all that pleased about it. He'd thought she would have shown more interest in the image of her held by the other culture ship, too. He'd never understand humans. "Ah, found him," Demyson said, smiling. Ladeja stared at him. "Vepers?" Demyson nodded. "Vepers?" "Where?" she asked.
Interesting," the Avatar said. He looked at her. "You should dress for the occasion. Let's get you out of those cumbersome suits."
She frowned. "I like these suits, and they're not cumbersome." Demyson looked apologetic.
"You won't need them where we're going,
and they do constitute culture tech.
Sorry."
The seat around Ladeja gently released her from its grip. Behind her, the module's bathroom had reformed. Iain and Soki stood on the rimrock of the shallow, jagged canyon carved into the karst. Above, the stars wheeled slowly. Some long, ragged lengths of clouds obscured patches of the sky, and in one place the cloud was lit up as though by an enormous searchlight. Light spilling from an aperture above one of the outlying tributary tunnels of Iob Cavern City. The resulting blob of uncannily glowing light, seemingly hovering just a couple of kilometers above the still cooling desert, looked unsettlingly like a ship.
"There were people in that tower," Himmerant said quietly at Yaim's side.
The Avatar was monitoring signals from all over the planet while trying to establish contact with the me I'm counting. "There were?" Yaim asked. She closed her eyes, shook her head. They had commandeered 5 more vehicles on their way out of the city to this point, where finally the Avatar felt they were safe. Himmerants had commandeered them anyway, using whatever effector tech was built into the human-seeming body of a ship Avatar. She felt like nothing more than his baggage, hauled along from place to place. She remembered the stone tower, way back in the early evening, when she'd had to cling onto his back as they raced down the winding steps, dashing out through a thick door in the base. Himmerants had muttered something about it being locked from the inside at the time, and then, with her once more on her own feet, running out across the courtyard, down some more steps, and into a crowded pedestrian street, just as a pink beam lanced from the cavern ceiling and struck the tower, bringing it down. She had wanted to keep her head down and keep on walking away, but of course that would have looked suspicious, so they had to stop and stare with everybody else for a while. "How many?" she asked.
2, Himmerant said. "Lovers, reading between the lines."
Yaim sighed, looked down. The canyon floor held a dirt track, scribbled like dropped string between the jagged jumble of fallen rocks and scrawny, light-blasted scrub. "One of us is spreading destruction in their wake, Himmerants," Yaim said. "And I'm afraid that it's me."
"I wouldn't worry about it," the Avatar said.
It looked at her.
"I'm afraid I am unable to contact the ship, not without alerting the NR vessel anyway."
"I see. What now, then?"
"We resort to a much older form of signaling," Himmerant said, smiling.
There was a hint of a glow on the horizon to one side, where the dawn would soon come. The Avatar nodded in that direction.
"We know which direction the ship is coming from. With luck and good timing, this will work. Excuse me."
The Avatar stepped in front of her, raising his hands, shallowly cupped, palms outwards, in front of his face, oriented towards the dim, pre-dawn light sliver over the distant hills. He looked round at her.
"You would be advised to turn your back, put your hands over your eyes, and close your eyelids."
Yaim held his gaze for a moment, then complied. Nothing happened for a few seconds. "What are—" she was asking, when a sudden flash distracted her. It was gone almost before she registered it happening.
"All clear," Himmerant said quietly.
She turned back to find the Avatar waving his hands around. They were smoking. The flesh on the palms and fingers was blackened. He blew on them, smiled at her, then nodded at the ground.
"We should assume the position," he told her.
They squatted, side by side, her knees and back protesting. "Oh, shit," she thought, as she clasped her hands round her shins and lay her head on her knees. "Here we go again."
"Won't be long," he said. "One way or the other, we'll know quite soon."
"I don't want him to see me," Ladeja said. "I don't want him to be able to identify me."
"Ah,"
Demyson said, nodding. So you might be able to surprise him later, of course. She remained silent. So, do something with your tattoo, Demyson said. Scroll it over your face so it obscures your features. May I? The avatar gestured towards her face. She was standing in the doorway of the module's bathroom area, dressed in the sort of casual clothes she'd been wearing and feeling perfectly happy and comfortable in ever since she'd been brought back to life, yet feeling oddly naked, vulnerable and exposed, now that she'd taken off both the outer armoured suit and gel suit within. Demyson wore pale, loose, casual clothes. She had thought of setting the tat to transparency, so that if Veppers saw her, he wouldn't know she had it. She still had plans to use its, by Sichultian standards, unprecedented abilities to get close to him at some point in the future, when she'd have a weapon. Let him hear of some fabulous creature with a tattoo of unheard-of complexity and subtlety, better and more exclusive than anything he had ever possessed, and have him come calling, unsuspecting. "All right," she said. She watched in a reverser field as the tattoo rearranged itself on her face. In less than a second, she didn't recognize herself. The effect was astounding. All that had happened was that the lines bunched here and thickened there, became very fine here, hinted at shading there, at gradients that didn't really exist here and here and here, cast a sort of hinted-at ruddiness all over her skin. And just with that, with a suggestion of different planes and lines and altered surfaces, colours and textures, he'd easily done enough to make her face look quite completely different. She moved her face this way and that, put the reverser onto mirror, all to check that the effect didn't just work from one angle or when lit only from one direction. The effect of disguise remained. Her face looked broader and darker, her brows thicker, her nose flatter, her lips fuller, and her cheekbones less prominent. She nodded. "That is quite good," she conceded. She turned to the avatar. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Demyson said. "Now, can we go?" "As though I have any choice." "Sounds like a hearty affirmation to me." "Wait, who do we say—" she said. But then she was staring at the dim, distorted reflection of her new, stranger's face for a moment, listening to the words, "I am," sound loud and strange in her ears. Before she knew it, she was standing blinking, in the cool, pleasantly fragranced air of a large, bright room in what must be a tall building. The view was of afternoon sky, puffy white clouds, and a city across a broad, wooded park. The city looked like Ubruata. The room was very large and high-ceilinged, with a large desk in one corner, and some tall potted plants dotted about a gleaming wooden floor strewn with beautiful rugs. Those items aside, it was minimally furnished, with large pieces in cream and grey. On one long seat, lounging, one arm flung over the back, the other holding a small cup, sat Joyla Veppers. To his side sat Yaskin. On the other side of a low table sat a large, very straight-backed, middle-aged woman Lededja half recognised. She had a child on her knee. A drone, like a small, smooth suitcase, floated near the woman's shoulder. A wall screen, sound muted, was cycling through news channels. Fuzzy images and clear graphics of dense fleets of ships filled the screen, interspersed by well-groomed, very serious-looking presenters. The woman waved one arm languidly towards them. "Mr. Veppers, may I present Avda Meissen, representative of the culture ship falling outside the normal moral constraints, and guest. Ship, Mr. Joyla Veppers, Mr. Hibin Yaskin. The drone, Trachylmatis Olfes Hresh Stidikren Tramorts." "Though I answer to Olf," the drone said, with a sort of sideways bow. "Too much spittle ruins these floors." "And this is my son Liz," the woman continued, smiling, ruffling the blonde hair of the young child on her knee. He was biting on a biscuit, but spared the time to wave. Then he patted his hair back down. "I'm Bioit Pfalza Kreit Lei Hyun Demotri," the woman went on, "culture ambassador to the enablement." She waved her arm again towards a couch across from her, at right angles to the one that Veppers and Yaskin sat on. "Please, sit down." "Hello, all," Demyson said loudly, radiating bonhomie. Lededja watched Veppers watching her, as she and the avatar approached the seating area. He looked pretty much as he had, hair and skin as full and luxuriant as ever, dressed more casually and soberly than he usually was when in the city, almost dully, as though he was trying to blend in for once. Nose, a little pink and thin at the tip. She met his gaze only briefly, tried to look unconcerned. He was smiling at her. She recognized that particular smile. It was the one that acknowledged beauty, but hinted at vulnerability. The one that was meant to say, I may be the richest man in the world, but I can still be a little unsure of myself around beautiful women like yourself. She was aware that Yaskin was also looking at her, but she ignored him. She took a couple of quick steps just before they got to the seats, so that she sat closer to Vepers than Demyson seemed to have intended. The avatar was to her right, Vepers at an angle left and in front. The low table held what looked like the remains of a small picnic. Pots, small trays, unfolded takeaway plates, cups, saucers, and some scattered cutlery. "Won't you introduce your guest, Demyson?" the ambassador said. The avatar said, slapping his forehead. "My manners, eh?" Demyson waved one arm from Lededja to Vepers. "Doll, this is your rapist and murderer. Vepers, you ghastly cunt, this is Lededja Ibrek, back from the dead." There was a tiny pause. Lededja took only that moment to register what had just happened. Then she bounced out of the couch she had barely sat down on, scooped up the sharpest-looking knife on the table, and threw herself at Vepers. It was only later she understood how little chance she'd really had. The knife disappeared from her grip, plucked away by Demyson, despite the fact he was on her far side from Vepers. Yaskin moved less quickly, seeming almost to hesitate for a fraction of a second, but even as Lededja got one hand on Vepers' throat, he was shrinking back, eyes widening as she threw herself forward. Yaskin suddenly had her wrist in a grip like steel. Meanwhile, the drone Alfes Hresh had snapped through the air to her other side, whipping a blue-glowing force field between her torso and Vepers, and gripping her left arm, keeping that hand held up and away. Lededja heard herself make an anguished, strangling noise as she tried to close her fingers round Vepers' throat. She heard a brief, deep, humming noise, and experienced a sort of coldness wash over her, making her skin crawl. Then, her hand still clutching at Vepers' throat as he thudded back into the back of the couch, she felt herself being grabbed round the waist. She tried to kick, but her legs seemed to have lost contact with her brain. She felt hopelessly, childishly dizzy. Her hand was forced back, and she was pulled away across the low table in a further scatter of food, crockery and cutlery, to be plonked down on the couch, not where she had been, but with Demyson between her and Vepers, who was sitting back up now and rubbing his throat. Demyson had an arm across Lededja's upper chest, pinning her against some flattened cushions. One of his legs was trapping both her legs under the couch. "Ghastly cunt," said a small voice. Kreit Hewin glared at the avatar. "See what you've done?" she muttered. She cuddled the boy to her, patting the nape of his neck and the back of his head with her hand. Lededja began, struggling mightily to get out from under Demyson's limbs, then trying to reach the avatar's face with her fingers, to tear his eyes out or scratch him or do anything at all to hurt him. "Spirited little thing, isn't she?" Vepers said calmly, waving Yaskin away as the other man tried to fuss over him. "Behave," Demyson said quietly, levelly to Lededja. She spat, heaving herself towards him. She got her back about a centimetre away from the couch before she was thrown against it again. "Led," the avatar said, a small smile on his face. "You were never going to get a clear shot at him. Now sit still and behave yourself, or I will have to stun you again, and more than just your legs this time." He loosened his grip on her a little, tentatively. She sat still, looked at him with an expression of cold loathing. "You unmitigated piece of ordure in human shape," she said very quietly. "Why did you lead me on? Why did you give me any hope at all?" "Things change, Lededja," the avatar told her, sounding reasonable. He withdrew the arm and leg that had been restraining her. "Circumstances and likely consequences. That's just the way it is." Lededja glanced at Hewin and her child. "Go and stuprate yourself," she whispered to the avatar. He shook his head, made a tch sound again. Vepers looked at Hewin. "Why is this psychotically rude man trying to convince me that this even more berserk young woman is the late, lamented Mazibrek? And why are they even here?" "He may believe that she is Mazibrek," Hewin told him. She turned to the drone, handing the child up to it. "Ulf, please take Liz to the playroom. This was a mistake. I'm an idiot." "Ghastly cunt!" Liz repeated, cradled in ruby-red fields, as the drone took the child and swept away towards the doors. Iain smiled as she gazed after the boy, waving. When the doors closed, she turned back to Veppers. I am not entirely sure why Av de Meissen thought to bring this young lady with him, but I wanted him here because he represents the most powerful vessel in the vicinity, with the power to overturn any agreement we might make if he doesn't concur. We need him on side, Joyler. Veppers had a sort of calculating look about him, de Meissen thought. He was also, going on heart rate, capillary contraction, and skin moisture readings, profoundly rattled, though hiding it extremely well. The man's gaze shifted, eyes hooded a little, from the ambassador to Lededja. But I'm still being asked to believe that this person is some sort of reincarnated version of Mazibrek, he said, as his gaze alighted on de Meissen. And this offensively rude, lying young man, allegedly representing a powerful culture spacecraft, is allowed to make outrageous and obscene accusations without, I presume, being subject to any of the legal sanctions I would seek to impose on anybody else saying anything so utterly mendacious, and potentially, if anybody else was sufficiently demented to take his ravings seriously, so horrendously damaging to my reputation. Is that right? About the size of it, de Meissen agreed cheerily, clearing up some of the mess Lededja's lunge across the table had caused. Yaskin, still with one wary eye on the girl, was sorting some of the debris on his side. You like to take your women from behind, Lededja said quietly, staring at Veppers, usually while facing a mirror. Sometimes, especially when you are drunk, you like to lean forward and bite the right shoulder blade of the woman you are fucking. Always the right, never the left. I have no idea why. You mutter, "Ah, yes, fucking take it," sometimes when you orgasm. You have a small black mole just under the fold of your right armpit, which is the only blemish you have allowed to remain on your body purely for the purposes of identification. You scratch the right corner of your mouth when you are worried and trying to decide what course of action to take. You secretly despise Peschel, your lawyer, because he is gay, but keep him on because he is very good at his job, and it is important to you to make people think that you are not homophobic. I think you may have had some sort of homosexual experience at school with your friend Sappletride. You think the screen director Kostrel is grotesquely overrated, though you fund his works and advance him at every opportunity, because he seems fashionable, and you desire his— Yes, Veppers said. You've done your research. Well done, clever girl. Still, de Meissen noticed, Veppers' involuntary stress signs had peaked again, and Yaskin was suddenly trying hard not to stare at either his master or Lededja. Veppers turned to Iain. Madam, can we get to the point of things here? De Meissen turned quickly to Lededja. Are you mad? He asked her quietly. Burning my boats, you treacherous fuck, she said, her voice sounding quiet and hollow. If I can't kill the bastard, maybe I can unsettle him a little. It's all you've left me. She barely looked at the Avatar as she said this. Av de Meissen, the ambassador said, sitting up straight and brushing some crumbs from her fingers. You need to listen to this. She nodded to Veppers. Veppers looked at the Avatar. He took in a breath, then expelled it, glanced at Iain. This person really does represent a culture ship? You're sure? Yes, the ambassador said, watching de Meissen rather than looking at Veppers as she addressed him. Get on with it. Veppers shook his head. Oh, well. He smiled insincerely at the Avatar, who smiled just as insincerely back. This matter is a diversion, Veppers told him. I made one agreement with the Flecker and NR to stay out of any conflict regarding the Hells. Smokescreen. I never intended to keep it. I made another agreement with the GFCF to provide them with targets for a fleet of ships they would build in the Tsungariel disk, while the Culture, and anybody else who might have interfered, was tied up with the Smatter outbreak. That is the agreement that I intend to keep, so long as nothing untoward befalls me. Those targets are the Hells, well, the substrates running them. The vast majority of them, at any rate, all the important ones. And they are here, Iain said. On Sichelt, is that right? Veppers smiled at her. Here, or hereabouts. Iain nodded slowly. The latest reports I have indicate that a substantial number of the disk-built ships have, surprisingly, escaped the confines of the Tsung system, possibly powered by unexpected amounts of power no one thought they might possess, and are headed this way," she said, glancing at Demyson. "To Sitchelt." "Sudden rush of antimatter to the engines," the Avatar said, nodding vigorously. "I've an element or two running them down, but a number will likely get through." "Their targets are in or around Sitchelt," Veppers said. "I'll call in the exact locations when they're closer." Demyson's eyes narrowed. "Really? That's cutting it awfully fine, isn't it?" "Timing is everything," Veppers said, smiling. "The point is," he said, sitting forward on his couch towards Demyson, who sensed Lededja tensing, and, without looking, put one arm out and behind him, across her chest, preventing her from moving, "that I'm on your side, sailor boy." Veppers directed another perfectly insincere smile at the Avatar, who this time did not reciprocate. "On my say-so," Veppers continued, "if I'm around to give it, and enough ships get through to deliver the killer blows, all those nasty, horrible hells will get wasted, and all the poor tortured souls will be released from their torment." Veppers tipped his head to one side, interrogatively. "So, what we need from you is some sort of guarantee that you won't interfere with any of this. Maybe you'll even help the ships get through, or at least stop anybody else, the NR, say, from interfering with them." Veppers glanced at Lededja before looking back to the Avatar. "Deal?" "Good grief, yes," Demyson said, reaching across the table to the Sitchultian. "Deal?" He nodded vigorously. "Sorry for my earlier remarks. Nothing personal." He kept his hand stuck out and nodded at it. Veppers looked at Demyson's open, waiting hand. "You'll forgive me," he told the Avatar. "I prefer not to shake hands. One never knows where other people's have been." "Totally understand," Demyson said, withdrawing his hand without any apparent self-consciousness. "I have your word," Veppers said, looking from Huon to Demyson. "Both of you. I have your word, your personal and representational guarantee that I'll come to no harm. Yes?" "Absolutely," Ambassador Huon said. "Given." "A deal is a fucking deal," Demyson agreed. "You'll suffer no harm from me, I swear." The Avatar looked round at Lededja, sitting simmering on the couch behind him. "Oh, my little pal here." He took her by the shoulders with one arm, shook her. She looked into his eyes. "Liar," she said softly. Demyson appeared not to hear. He sat back, grinning. Veppers found some unspilled infusion in an insulated pot, poured a little into his cup and sat back, sipping it, gazing levelly at Lededja. He smiled at her, shrugged. "Oh, come on, whoever you are. This is just how things are done. Those of us with advantage will always seek to increase it, and those wishing to make deals will always find somebody like me on the other side of the table. Who else would you expect?" Veppers gave a small nasal laugh, like a single half-snorted breath through his healing nose. "Life, frankly, is mostly meetings, young lady," he told her. He favoured her with a more relaxed smile. "Lededja, I should say, if that really is you." He frowned, looked at Huon. "Of course, if she really is who she says she is, she does rather belong to me." Huon shook her head. "No, she doesn't," she said. Veppers blew unnecessarily on his infusion. "Really, my dear Ambassador? That may have to be settled through the courts, I'm afraid." "No, it won't," Demyson told him, grinning. Veppers looked at Lededja. Before he could say whatever it was he'd been going to say, Lededja said, "Your last words to me were, I was supposed to appear in public this evening. Remember?" Veppers' smile faltered only briefly. "Were they now?" He glanced at Yaskin, who quickly looked down. "How amazing." He pulled an old-fashioned watch from one pocket. "Heavens, is that the time?" "Those ships are just about upon us," Iain said. "I know," Vepa said brightly. "And where better to be when they arrive than with a culture ambassador under the protection of a culture warship?" He gestured from Iain to Demyson, who nodded. "Few hundred got through," Demyson said. "Inner system and outer planetary defences somewhat struggling to cope. Modicum of panic amongst the clued-up societal strata, thinking this might be the end. Masses happily ignorant. Danger will have passed by the time they find out about it." Demyson nodded, seemingly with approval. "Well," he said, "apart from that second wave of ships, obviously, that might cause some excitement later." "Isn't it about time you told them where their targets are?" Iain said. Veppers appeared to consider this. "There are 2 waves," he said. "Sensing some rather premature glitterage from the city there," Demyson muttered, waving towards the buildings across the park. The wall screen was cycling through some blank, hazed, static-filled channels now. The rest was still concentrating on graphics and talking heads. Displays of sparks like daylight fireworks and some thin beams of light directed straight up seemed to be issuing from the summits of some of the higher skyscrapers in Ubruata's central business district. Iain looked sceptically at Demyson. "Glitterage?" she asked. The Avatar shrugged. Veppers looked at his antique watch again, then at Yaskin, who nodded briefly. Veppers stood. "Well, things to do. Time to go," he announced. "Madam," he said, nodding at the ambassador. "Fascinating to meet you," he said to Demyson. He looked at Lededja. "I wish you peace, young lady." He smiled broadly. "At any rate, a pleasure." He and Yaskin, who nodded a trio of his own goodbyes, made their way towards the doors. The drone, Olpes Hresh, floated nearby, having reappeared earlier without anybody noticing. "Thing?" Veppers said to it as he passed. The 2 men passed beyond the doors. Moments later, sudden bursts of light stuttered in the evening sky beyond the city. The wall screen flickered, hazed, then went to standby. Demyson said. "His own estate." He looked at Iain. "Surprised to you too?" "Profoundly," she said. Demyson glanced at Lededja. He flicked her nearest knee with one finger. "Snap out of it, babe. It's not about your little revenge trip. We're getting hells destroyed. For free. Not even on our conscience. Seriously, who do you really think matters most here? You or a trillion people suffering? Fucking get grown up about it, won't you? Your man Veppers skipping off with a jaunty smile on his admittedly eminently punchable face is a small price to pay." A roar from overhead announced Veppers' flyer departing. Demyson looked round at Lededja. "You lying, inconstant, philandering fuck," she told him. The Avatar shook his head, looked at the ambassador. "Kids, eh?" Chapter 28. She was in her sleeping pod, the aching fruit within its dark enfolding confinement, when whatever happened, happened. She'd been slowly stretching herself, extending one wing and then the other, creakingly with much joint grumbling and tendon grating, and what felt like even the leathery fabric of her wings protesting. Then rotating her neck as best she could, against what felt like the gravel filling her vertebrae. Then flexing first one leg and then the other, hanging by a single clawed talon each time. Then, without warning, there was a sort of shiver in the air, as though the shockwave of a great explosion far away had just passed by. The pod around her started to shake. Then it froze, somehow, as though the blow that had struck it had been cancelled from reality rather than allowed to ring on through the fabric of her great dark roost. She knew immediately that there was something odd and unprecedented about it, something that hinted at outside, at an existential change to her surroundings, maybe even to the hell itself. She thought of the glitch, the silver mirror barrier, the patch where the landscape had been deleted, smoothed over. She had lost count of how many thousands she had dispatched since she had been brought back here. She had meant to keep count, but had balked at scratching a mark for each death on the interior surface of her roost. She had considered this, because it just seemed so cold. She had attempted to keep count in her head, but then lost it a few times, and then for a long time had thought that it didn't matter.
The last figure she remembered was 3,885, but that had been a long time ago. She had probably killed at least that number again since. The pain grew each time, after each killing, each release, every day. She existed in a sort of continual haze of aching limbs and oversensitive skin and grinding sinew and ever-cramping internal organs. She liked to think that she ignored it, but she couldn't really. It was there all the time, from when she woke to when she fell, moaning, grumbling, asleep. It was there in her dreams, too. She dreamed of bits of her body falling off or developing their own lives, tearing themselves off her and flying or falling or walking or slithering away, leaving her screaming, bereft, bleeding and raw. Every day it was a struggle to let go of the upside-down perch, quit her roost pod and scour the blackened, pox-addled lands beneath for a fresh soul to release. She was getting later and later these days. Once she had flown for the joy of it, because flight was still flight, even in hell, and felt like freedom for somebody who had grown up a devoutly ground-dwelling quadruped. Providing one got over one's fear of heights, of course, which somehow, since the long-ago days when she'd grown old within a convent, perched on a rock, she had. Once she had loved to go exploring, fascinated to find the parts of hell she hadn't discovered before. She was almost invariably horrified by what she found, no matter where she looked, but she was fascinated nevertheless. Just the geography, then the logistics, then the hatefully sadistic inventiveness of it all was enough to captivate the inquiring mind, and she had made full use of her ability to fly over the ground that lesser unfortunates had to crawl, limp, stagger and fight over. No longer. She rarely flew far from her roost to find somebody to kill and eat, and usually waited until she felt such pangs of hunger that she no longer had any real choice in the matter. It was a delicate balance and a tricky choice, trying to decide whether her grumbling, empty guts were causing her more discomfort as the day went on than the ever-present shoals and flocks of aches and pains that seemed to squall through her like some bizarre parasitic infection. Her status as a soul-releasing angel had slipped, she suspected. People came from all around to be blessed by her, but there was not the same level of worship she had enjoyed before. She no longer appeared almost anywhere to anyone. Now you had to be able to make your way to near where she lived. That changed things. She had become a localized service. She suspected the demons had finally got wise and were arranging for certain individuals to be more or less presented to her for death and release. She did not want to think what unlikely favours or perverse rewards the demons exacted for this. And, frankly, she no longer cared. She was glad that it really did seem to release this or that particular soul from its suffering, but all the same, it was just what she did, what she had no choice but to do. The last interesting thing had been when she'd gone to see the Uber-demon. She'd been wondering about the glitch she'd discovered, the patch of hill and cliff and factory that had simply disappeared, and, after what felt like weeks of mulling it over, had finally summoned up the strength to fly to where the vast demon sat and ask it what had happened.
"A failure!"
he'd roared at her. She'd flapped painfully in front of him, still careful not to get too close to those terrible, body-crushing hands.
"Something went wrong. Wiped everything from that area. Landscape, buildings, demons, the tormented, all just ceased to be. Released more of the undeserving wretches in a blink of an eye than you've set free in all the time you've worked for me. Ha! Now fuck off, and stop troubling me with matters even I have no control over."
Now this. She felt different. The pod she was hanging in felt different, and it was as though all the pain she had taken on was evaporating. A sort of back-surge of relief, well-being, almost sexual, nearly orgasmic in its contrasting intensity, washed through her, sloshing back and forth within her, as though she was the hollow presence here, not the pod roost. The sensation slowly lost energy and dampened down, leaving her feeling clean and good for the first time in longer than she could recall. She found that she had let go of the perch, but was still hanging where she had been. Her body seemed different too, no longer so great and terrible and fierce, no longer hell's dark angel of release. Trying to look at it, she realized she couldn't really see what she had become instead, either. It was as though everything about her had become pixelated, smoothed out. She had some sort of body, but it somehow contained all the possibilities of every sort of body: four-legged mammal, two-legged mammal, bird, fish, snake, and every other type of being, including ones she had no names for, as though she was some brand new embryo, cells so few and so fixated on simple, continual multiplication that they had not yet decided what to become. She floated to the limit of the pod. It all looked and felt different. Smaller, quieter, completely silent. And without the stink she realized had been in her nostrils for as long as she'd been back. The air in here now was probably completely neutral, odour-free, but that absence smelled like the sweetest, freshest mountain meadow breeze to her after what she'd been used to for so long. There was, however, no exit, no way out of the pod, even where the hole at the foot had been. This troubled her less than she would have anticipated. The walls of the pod were neither soft nor hard. They were untouchable. She reached for them, but it felt as though there was some perfectly clear glass between her and them. She struggled even to tell what colour the walls were. Such relief. Such relief. No longer to be in pain. She closed her eyes, feeling things wind up, wind down, go into a sort of static, stored, steady state. Something was happening. Something had happened. She would not even start to think about what it might be, or what it might imply or mean. Hope, she recalled, had to be resisted at all costs. A sort of buzzing filled her body and her head. Behind her already closed eyes, she felt herself starting to drift away. If this was death, she had time to think, real, full, proper, no waking up from death, then it was not so terrible. After all that hell had made her suffer, and made her witness, and made her complicit with, she might finally be getting to die in some sort of peace. Too good to be true, she thought woozily. She'd believe it when... well... From GSV dressed up to party to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. NR possibly labouring under all too accurate apprehension re YN's true mission, as was anyway. YN since deactivated from RPOV, traces removed, memories wiped, diaglyph details attached. Full deniability now possible. Try to get NR off MIC's case. I mean by using argument, absolutely not force. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to GSV dressed up to party. And a fascinating link implied between NR and Bulbicians. Aloof. From GSV dressed up to party to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. That is not your business. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to 8401.00 partial photic boundary, NR ship assumed. Greetings. Can't help noticing you've been combatively interested in some meatball on the good ship Me I'm Counting. Imagining this isn't start of final applied stage of NR biodisgust, so there must be a specific reason. Care to share? I mean, I've very little time for the horrible, wasteful, bacteria-slathered, germ-infested, shit-filled squishy things myself, but I generally draw the line at trying to incinerate them. The effort-result equation is just woeful. Smooches. From 8401.00 partial photic boundary, NR bismuth category ship, to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. Reciprocated greetings. I am not free to discuss operational matters. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to 8401.00 partial photic boundary. Look, the only non-avatar on the tub is a not even neural-laced neuter-gendered human called Iain M of the Culture Creators section, currently slowly knitting herself back together after getting half-crushed to death by an unhinged Bulbician. What can you have against her? From 8401.00 partial photic boundary to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. I remain unable to discuss operational matters of this nature. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to 8401.00 partial photic boundary.
This is the bod who's famous in the culture because she turned down SC. She is most certainly not part of SC. I should know. I am part of fucking SC. And, perhaps persuaded by your helpful and refreshing openness and infectious garrulousness, I am able and willing to reveal that she has been sent here specifically to stop what one might term a certain potential loose cannon from interfering with your ally, Joyler Veppers. So, from where comes the squabble? From 8401.00 partial photic boundary to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. While I remain unable to discuss operational matters of this nature, your information will be both taken into account tactically and command upchained. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to 8401.00 partial photic boundary. Right. Spiffing having this little talk. Want to come out to play? Help blow up some smatter? From 8401.00 partial photic boundary to PS falling outside the normal moral constraints. I am unfortunately unable to redispose myself in such an extemporizational manner, especially with regard to the overtures of a non-NR entity. However, I am cognizant of the positive intention I deem to be behind said invitation. From PS falling outside the normal moral constraints to 8401.00 partial photic boundary. Steady? Bettlescroy. Happier? The little alien, shown in rather better definition on the main screen of Vepper's hired flyer, though the amount of signal scrambling was still obvious, was back to looking as calm as usual.
The first wave seems to have done what was required of it,
the Legislator Admiral conceded.
The pursuing element of the Culture Capital ship has also continued on past Sheffield and appears set on hunting down all the ships. They won't be returning.
Bettlescroy shook its head, smiled. The image broke up a little, struggling to cope with such dynamism.
There is going to be a lot of space debris around the Quinn system, Veppers. Far less than in the Zunk system, of course, but more troublesome due to the higher amounts of day-to-day traffic around Sichot.
The Legislator Admiral glanced at another screen.
You've already lost numerous elements of your Soletta, some important satellites. Actually, almost all your satellites, both close and synchronous, have had their orbits altered, at least temporarily, by the gravity wells of the passing ships, and at least 2 small manned space vehicles, including one carrying a party of 20-plus college students, would seem to have been in the wrong place at the wrong time when the ships went past. I hope you've been watching the skies. Should have been quite a pretty display.
Veppers smiled. Happily, I own most of the major space debris clearing, satellite and shipbuilding and Soletta maintenance companies. I expect many lucrative government contracts.
I imagine my sorrow for your loss will prove containable. Are you on your way to your estate house? The latest estimates have the second wave arriving between 40 and 50 minutes from now.
Nearly there, Veppers said. Think we saw the last of the missiles landing close in a few minutes ago. He watched Yaskin's side of the screen, where a dark, only half-familiar landscape was still unrolling towards them, slowing as the flyer braked. On either side of the aircraft, what looked like gigantic black hedges, kilometres high, rose up, still growing into the evening sky. At their bases, spattered wavy lines of craters, some still glowing, were surrounded by the remains of smashed and burning trees, blackened, still smouldering fields of crops, smaller copses, woods and forests just catching alight, and the occasional wrecked and burning farm building. The smoke appeared to hem the flyer in and rise even higher the closer they got. They had seen various ground vehicles on the estate roads, all sensibly fleeing towards the perimeter. Veppers had thought he'd recognise at least one of them, after catching a fleeting glimpse of a sleek yellow blob heading away fast along the estate's main access road. "That's my fucking limited edition 36 whizcord," he'd muttered, watching the slim shape disappear behind them through the smoke. "I don't even let myself drive it that fast, thieving bastard. Somebody's in a lot of trouble." On the comms there was silence. Yaskin had been trying to contact people at the house since they'd set out, but without success. Elsewhere, it was chaotic, a combination of the disturbed satellites, electromagnetic discharges and pulses associated with the energy weapons, hypervelocity kinetics tearing through the atmosphere, and nukes had left the area around Dispersium in utter communicative disarray, and sent a systems deranging shock through the comms of the whole planet.
"Well, I wouldn't delay," Bettlescroy said.
The remaining ships of the second wave are being severely harried by the culture ship element following them and may not have as much time as we would like to carry out the most precise of attacks. I'd aim to be tens of kilometres away, along or up, when they drop by, just in case.
Duly noted, Veppers said, as ahead he caught the first glimpse of the mansion house in the distance, surrounded by walls of smoke. I'll grab a few precious items, tell any remaining staff they're free to leave if they wish, and be gone within half an hour. He glanced at Yaskin as he cut the connection with Bettelskroy. We've got that, have we?
Sir?
Yaskin said. Veppers regarded his security chief for a moment. I want you to know this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do, Yaskin. He delayed telling Yaskin what was going to happen to the estate until the last moment. He'd thought the man would accept this as just correct, standard need-to-know security procedure, but now he thought about it, he supposed even the ultra-professional Yaskin might feel a little miffed he'd been kept in the dark for so long.
These are your lands, sir, Yaskin said.
Your house, yours to dispose of as you wish. He glanced at Veppers.
Was there some warning for the people on the estate, sir?
None whatsoever, Veppers said. That would have been idiotic. Anyway, who wanders the trackways? I've been keeping them as devoid of people as I can for over a century.
Veppers sensed Yaskin wanting to say something more, but holding back.
This was all I could do, Yaskin, he told him.
Sir, Yaskin said tightly, not looking at him. Veppers could tell the other man was struggling to control his feelings. He sighed.
Yaskin, I was lucky to be able to offload the NR hell back to them. They're one of the few civs still willing to host their own and not care who knows it. Everybody else seems to have got cold feet. Nobody else I took them from would take them back. They were happy and relieved to get rid of them decades ago. That's why I got such lucrative deals in the first place. They were desperate. I even looked into placing them elsewhere quite recently. GFCF put me in touch with something called a Bulbuzian or something, but it refused. The GFCF said it would have been too unreliable anyway. I'd never have got the approval of the Hell's owners. You've no idea how tied my hands are here, Yaskin. I can't even just close the substrates down. There are laws that our galactic betters have seen fit to pass regarding what they think of as living beings, and some people in the Hells are there voluntarily, believe it or not. And that's without taking into account the penalty clauses in the agreements I signed taking responsibility for the Hells, which are prohibitive, even punitive, believe me. And even if I did ignore all that, the substrates under the trackways can't be switched off. They're designed to keep going through almost anything. Even cutting down all the trees would only make them switch to the bioenergy they've stored in the root systems. Take decades to exhaust. You'd have to dig it all up, shred it, and incinerate it.
Or hit it with nukes, energy weapons, and hyperkinetics, Yaskin said, sounding tired, as the flyer rocked through a tumbling wall of smoke.
Exactly, Veppers said. What's happening here counts as force majeure, gets us off that contractual hook.
He paused, reached over and touched Yaskin on one shoulder.
I have thought all this through, Yaskin. This is the only way.
They had avoided most of the slow-drifting smoke until now. It was rising almost straight up, shifted only a little by faint and fitful breezes, though the fires now starting to take hold were creating their own winds. Outside, beneath, this close to the house, it was almost midnight dark. Here at the centre of all the destroyed and still flaming remains of the strewn, cratered trackways. They crossed the circle of satellite plinths, where once domes had stood, and now prone, stippled, phased array plates lay, processing the comms which linked the house and all that had been around it to the rest of the world, the enablement, and everything beyond. Part of himself, Veppers realized, wanted to call a halt now. Enough damage had been done. The trackways and the substrates they had hidden were gone or going. The comms didn't matter without what they had to communicate. The Hells were erased or so reduced they weren't worthy of the name anymore. But he knew that what had happened so far wouldn't be enough. It was all about perception. When the smoke cleared, figuratively as well as literally, he needed to look like the victim here. It wouldn't seem that way if the house got away unscathed and only the lands about it were hit. Some landscaping, bit of decontamination, and then copious tree planting. Who'd give him any sympathy just for that?
Still, Yaskin said, As they passed above game courts, lawns and the corner of the great maze, all mostly dark, lit only by a few bright embers that had drifted in from the burning lands all around. They might have expected a little more, sir. Another glance. The people, I mean, sir. Your people. They've given...
Yes, my people, Yaskin, Vepers said, watching as the flyer's landing legs deployed and the craft floated down through darkness, fire and confusion towards the flame-lit Taurus of Aspersium House, who, like you, have always been well paid and looked after and known the kind of man I am.
Yes, sir. He watched Yaskin as they passed over the roofs of the mansion. The cladding was dotted with scattered bits of flaming twigs and small branches which a few of the staff were running around trying to put out. Rather pointless, Vepers thought. The roof was fireproof. Still, people needed to do something, he supposed. The flyer poised, ready to drop into the central courtyard of the house.
There isn't anyone special to you that I don't know about here, is there, Yaskin? Vepers asked. On the estate, I mean. You've hidden it very well, if there is.
No, sir, Yaskin said, as the flyer descended into the empty heart of the Taurus-shaped building. No one special.
Well, that's as well.
Vepers glanced at the antique watch as the skids touched the flagstones of the courtyard and the craft settled.
We need to be back aboard in 25 minutes.
He pushed the seat restraints aside and stood.
Let's go.
I'll stay with you if you want, Demyson said. I don't want, Lededja told him. Just go. Right, guess I'd better. Stuff to shoot. Ambassador Huon held up one hand. Wait, you don't think we need any extra protection when that second wave comes through? She asked, looking sceptical.
Another bit of me, might have run them all down before they can get here, Demyson said. I strongly suspect I'll account for a few myself in passing, on the way back to the main event out at Tsung. Plus the inner system and planetary boys will be better prepared and have longer this time. This lot look like they're preparing to crash stop, which also implies greater accuracy from them. Should be safe enough.
He nodded towards the city, where a little smoke was drifting, lessening all the time from the summits of some of the towers and skyscrapers.
Last resort, that's what your glitterage is for.
He looked quizzically at the ambassador, performed a curtsy.
By your leave, ma'am.
Huon nodded. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Demyson turned, grinning to Lededja. He winked at her.
You'll get over it.
Then he was a silvery ovoid stood on its end. It vanished with a faint popping noise. Lededja felt herself let out a breath. Huon looked over at the drone, Alphes Hresh, then closed her eyes for a moment as though tired. Ah, she said. Finally we get the official version. She looked at Lededja. I'm told you are indeed Mizibrek. In that case, I am glad to see you again, Lededja, though, given the circumstances of your death— Murder, Lededja said, standing and going to the window, looking over the park to the city, her back to the other woman and the drone floating at the ambassador's shoulder. Beyond the city, in the dimming evening light, more flashes lit up distant dark clouds that had not been there before. Murder, then, Huon said. The rest of what Demyson alleged, all true? Huon was silent for a few moments. Then I am very sorry. I truly am, Lededja. I hope you realize we had little choice. To let Vepers go, I mean, and to treat with him. Lededja stared at the distant buildings, watching the little wisps of smoke die, her eyes full of tears. She shrugged, flapped one hand in what she hoped looked like a sort of dismissal. She didn't trust herself to say anything. In the reflection, she saw Huon turn her head fractionally towards the drone. Alphes Hresh, the ambassador said, tells me you are in possession of considerable funds, controlled by a card in one of your pockets. I was going to ask what you intended to do now, but— Then another silvery ovoid appeared, just where the one that had taken Demyson had stood. It was gone in an instant, while Lededja was still turning round, and Demyson was standing there again. Lededja almost yelped.
Suddenly busy round here,
Demyson said to Huon. He spared Lededja the briefest of nods.
You've more visitors. I'd better stick around for a few moments. Say hi.
Huon looked at the drone.
The XLOU, me I'm counting of the Alteria,
Alphes Hresh announced.
Just arrived.
2 more silvery ellipsoids came and went, revealing 2 tall pan-human, but most certainly not Siciltian people, a man and an androgynous figure that looked slightly more female than male. The man was bald and dressed in severe-looking dark clothes. Ledeja recognized him, though he looked more alien than the last time they'd met. The other person wore a sort of suit, even more formal-looking, in grey.
"Probain frutessa Iain Loitsen Soki Vosh," the drone announced, "and av Himmerants of the ex-LOU me I'm counting."
"Mazibrek," Himmerant said softly, bowing to her. "Good to see you again. Do you remember me?" Ledeja swallowed, wished she'd had time to dry her eyes, and did her best to smile. "I do. Good to see you too." Himmerants and Demyson exchanged looks, then nods. Demyson stared at Iain Sokyi, gaze flicking over her from bootsole to high collar.
"You know," he said, "I'm sure I've seen somebody else in Creators wearing exactly the same clothes as you're wearing now."
"It's called a uniform, after Demyson," Iain told him patiently. "It is what we wear in Creators."
"No."
"We feel it shows respect for those on whose behalf we work."
"Really?"
Demyson looked thunderstruck.
"Fuck me! I had no idea the dead could be so demanding."
Iain Sokyi smiled the tolerant smile of those long used to such remarks, and executed a sort of nodding bow to Ledeja.
"Mazibrek, I have come a long way to meet with you. Are you well?"
Ledeja shook her head. "Not great."
Demyson clapped his hands. "Well, riotous fun though this is, I really need to be putting some heliopauses between me and here. See you all around, Ambassador."
Huon held up one hand, delaying Demyson, to his obvious annoyance. "Do you think Veppers told the truth earlier?" she asked, "when he implied he had yet to reveal the targets for this second wave of ships?"
"Of course not. Can I go now? I mean, I'm going to go, but may I with your permission, given we seem to be observing excruciatingly correct protocol?"
Huon smiled and gave a small nod. There was just about a delay between Huon nodding and the silvery ellipsoid forming and collapsing. The popping noise was more of a bang this time. Huon saw Ledeja's shoulders relax again. The girl shook her head, muttered, "Excuse me," and went back to looking out of the window. "Are we clear, Ulf?" Huon asked the drone.
"We are, ma'am,"
the machine told her. "Mazinsokyi, av Himmerants," the ambassador said. "To what do we owe the honour?" "I have been sent by Quietus to check on Mazibrek, as she is a recent reventee," Iain Sokyi said.
"And I promised to bring Mazinsokyi here," Himmerant said, "though I also thought it would be pleasant to pay my respects to Mazibrek."
There was an anguished noise from near the window, where Ledeja was staring at her reflection, her nose almost pressing against the glass, while the fingers of her right hand stabbed at the skin on the inside of her left wrist. They all looked. She whirled round. "Now the fucking tat stopped working!" She looked round all of them, meeting mostly blank looks. Huon sighed, looked at the drone. "Alfez, would you?"
"Calling."
Demyson's image appeared, translucent, on the polished wooden floor, just bright enough to throw a reflection.
"Now what?" the image said,
waving its arms, gaze directed at Ledeja.
"I thought you couldn't wait to get rid of me."
"What's happened to my tat?" she demanded.
"What are you talking about?"
"It stopped working." The image appeared to squint, staring at her.
It said. "See what you mean. Looks like it's frozen." "Well, that will happen. Probably from when I had to half-stun you to stop you ripping Vepper's throat out. Collateral damage. Sorry, my apologies."
"Well, fix it."
"Can't. Heading fast for Tsung. That's to displace you and the tat, and I'm already too far away and getting further away too quickly. Ask the drone."
"Beyond my ken," Alfez Fresh said. "I've had a quick look. I can't even see how it works."
"Come back," Ledeja wailed. "Fix it. It's stuck the way it was."
The image nodded. "Okay, will do. Not right now, though. Day or two. Later."
The image had disappeared by the time the word later reached Ledeja's ears. She buried her face in her hands and roared. Huon looked at the drone, which made a shaking motion. "Not picking up," it said, quietly.
"Is there anything I can do? We can do,"
Iain said. Ledeja collapsed onto her haunches, face still hidden in her hands. Huon looked thoughtfully at her, then raised her gaze to the Quietus agent and the Avatar.
"Perhaps," she said,
There is. Let me explain the situation. Before you do that, de Myson's voice said from Huon's desk, may I add something? Oh, for fuck's sake, Lededja breathed, taking her hands away from her face and rolling backwards to lie on the floor staring up at the ceiling. Is there no getting away from this fucking machine? Huon was frowning at the drone. I thought we were clear, she said. As did I, the machine said, aura-field purple-grey with embarrassment. Well, couldn't help overhearing, de Myson's voice said. Liar, Huon muttered. And I thought you might like to hear this. Just dropped into my inbox, as it were. Theoretically anonymous, but it definitely came from my new best chum, the bright and breezy NR Bismuth category ship 8401.00, partial photic boundary. Slightly lo-fi after a lot of processing demanglement, but I think you'll forgive it that. It's from about 3 hours ago between Mr. V and Legislator Admiral Bettelskroy Bliespin III, the bod in charge of the GFCF forces here in the enablement. Here we go. Anyway, Vepper's voice had said, also coming from whatever comms gear was hidden in Huon's desk. To reiterate, every trackway is underlain by what, to the untutored eye, looks like some sort of giant fungal structure. It isn't. It's substrate. Low-power, bio-based, non-ultra-fast-running, but high-efficiency, highly damage-resistant substrate. Anything from 10 to 30 meters thick, under and amongst the roots, but adding up to over half a cubic kilometre of processing power spread throughout the estate. All the comms traffic, to and from, is channeled through the phased array satellite links dotted round the mansion house itself. That's what you have to hit, Bettelskroy. The under-trackway substrates contain over 70% of the hells in the entire galaxy, of those we know of, anyway. Used to be slightly more, but very recently I subcontracted the NR hell, just to be on the safe side. I've been buying hells up for over a century, Legislator Admiral, taking the processing requirements and legal and jurisdictional implications off other people's hands for most of my business life. The majority of the hells are right here, in-system, on planet. That is why I have always felt able to be so relaxed regarding the targeting details. Think you can get enough ships to Sichult to lay waste to my estate? Truly, another voice said. The targets are on your own estates. Why would you do that? Deniability, Bettelskroy. You'll have to raise the trackways, wreck my lands, blast the satellite links and damage the house itself, maybe even destroy it. That house has been in my family for centuries. It and the estate are inestimably precious to me. Or at least so everybody assumes. Who's going to believe I brought all that destruction on myself? And so on, de Myson's voice told them. Then there's this really good bit. And the people? What people? The people on the estate when it is laid waste. Oh, yes. I assume I have a few hours before any attack takes place. There's a bit of blah-blah-blah here from our boy Bettelskroy, de Myson's voice said. Then, so, bottom line, they heard Vepper say, I'd have time to get a few people out. Not too many, of course. It still has to look convincing. But I can always hire more people, Bettelskroy. Never a shortage of those, ever. Fascinating, what? de Myson's voice said from Huon's desk. Especially the bit about handing the NR's theme park of woe over to somebody else before all the other hells got wasted. Bet he thought that was being clever, getting the NR off his back. Just like the GFCF thought they were being clever swiping all that NR comms knowledge back in the whenever-when, never thinking it might come with trapdoors the NR could tap into and copy their comms any time they wanted. Don't you think it's hilarious when people think they're being terribly clever? I know I do. Just as well some of us genuinely fucking are, or we'd be in a hell of a fucking state. Well, my work here is done. Mostly, anyway. Still more smatter ships to smashify. Be seeing you. There was a silence in the room for a while. The drone of his fresh made a shaking motion. Well, it said to Huon, again, I think we're clear, and it's gone. But then I thought that the last time. On the floor, lying loosely spread, shaking her head, Lededja sighed. Huon looked up from her to Iain and Himmerance. Obviously, she said, there are things we ought not to be doing or taking part in here, either for first-principle moral reasons or due to the regrettable exigencies of realpolitik. She paused. However... Chapter 29 The Skudenfrost, I think. No, Jaskin, that's a Skundrundri. The Skudenfrost is the one alongside, the purple one with the yellow splodges. I always did think Skundrundri was overrated. Besides, with these gone, the rest I have in the townhouse will be worth more. Nollian, give Mr. Jaskin a hand with these out to the flyer, would you? Sir? Quickly, both of you. Sir, Jaskin said. He lifted an armful of old masters and headed for the end of the long curved gallery, followed by Nollian, similarly laden. It was gloomy in the place. The house was relying on its emergency lighting, and not even all of that was functioning properly. Nollian, a big, dim country lad from the kitchens, dropped one of the paintings he was carrying and struggled to pick it up again. Jaskin came back and used his foot to help lever the thing back up into the boy's hands. Veppers watched all this sighing. He was actually a little bit disappointed in his staff and their commitment. He'd expected to find more people here in the house, worried over the fate of their master. They still thought he might be dead after all, and determined to help save the house from the surrounding and encroaching fires. Instead, he discovered that most of them had already fled the place. They'd taken to the wheeled vehicles that the estate used on a day-to-day basis, and to those from Vepper's own collection of automotive exotica, stored and cared for in some of the mansion's underground garages. There were some flyers left dotted about the place, but it looked like they'd fallen victim to the same stray radiation pulses that had knocked out the local comms. Nollian had greeted them joyfully as they'd left the flyer, and somebody had shouted a "Glad you're safe, sir," or something similar from the roof as they'd walked across the courtyard, but that was about it. "Ingrates," Veppers had muttered, as they made their way to the gallery with the most expensive paintings. 4 minutes, and I'll see you at the No. 3 strong room, Veppers called after Jaskin, who, arms full of paintings, just turned and nodded. Veppers supposed they could have cut the paintings from the frames like thieves did, but that had seemed wrong somehow. Veppers jogged along the gallery, down a radial corridor towards some splendidly tall windows. My, there was a lot of smoke and even some flame out there, and it was far too dark for the time of evening, and let himself into his study. He sat at his desk. The study was dark in the patchy emergency lighting. He allowed himself the poignant luxury of one last look round the place, thinking how sad, and yet also how oddly exciting it was that it might all soon be gone. Then he started opening drawers and compartments. The desk, self-powered, identifying him by his smell as well as by his palm and fingerprints, made soft, sighing, snicking noises as it obeyed him. A little familiar oasis of calm and reassurance in all the chaos. He filled a small hide carry-bag with all the most precious and useful things he could think of. The last thing he lifted, after a slight hesitation, was a pair of knives, sheathed in skin-soft hide, that had belonged to his grandfather, and, before that, to somebody else's. A wind seemed to be getting up, judging from the way the smoke was moving on the far side of the barely visible formal gardens. However, despite all the commotion outside, little sound got through the multiply glazed and bulletproof windows. He was just closing the last drawer, ready to go, when he heard a noise like a faint pop. He looked up and saw a tall, dark alien figure standing looking at him from near the closed doors. For a moment he thought it might be Ambassador Huin, but it was somebody else, thin, with a too straight, contorted-looking back, dressed in different shades of dark grey. "Can I help you?" he said, putting the still open hide bag down at his feet where he sat, and dipping one hand into it, feeling around. He made a waving, distracting gesture with his other hand. "For example, with your manners, we tend to knock first here."
"Mr. Doyle Veppers, my name is Prebane Frotessa Iain Nsoki Damvolsh," the figure said, in an oddly accented voice that might have been female, but that definitely didn't appear to be entirely in sync with its lip movements. "I am a citizen of the culture. I am here to apprehend you on suspicion of murder. Will you come with me?"
"How can I put this?" he said, raising and firing the alien tech gun in the same movement. The gun made a loud snapping noise. Light flared in the dim study, and the alien disappeared in a silvery shimmer. The doors immediately behind it, where it had been standing, burst open against their hinges, swinging broken and hanging into the corridor beyond in a flurry of black dust. A semicircular hole punched in each, circumferenced with glowing yellow-white sparks. Veppers looked at the gun. A present from the Jalupian, Jingra, long ago. Then at the still swinging, smoking doors, and finally at the patch of rug where the figure had been standing. He said. He shrugged, stood, stuffed the gun into his waistband, snapped the hide bag shut, and waved some of the noxious fumes away from his face as he exited through the wrecked doors which were starting to burn. Yaskin? He heard the female voice pronounce his name behind him, and knew it was her. He placed the paintings carefully on the floor of the flyer and turned. Nolyan had stopped in the doorway of the flyer. He was staring over the top of the paintings he held at the young woman standing by the door to the flight deck. Perhaps he was intimidated by the scrollwork of faint, tattooed lines covering her face. "Miss?" Yaskin said, nodding to her. "It is me, Yaskin." "I know," he said. He turned his head deliberately, nodding to Nolyan. "Leave those, Nolyan. Never mind anything else, just leave. Get well away from the house." Nolyan set the paintings down. He hesitated. "Get away, Nolyan," Yaskin said. "Sir?" the young man said, then turned and left. Lededja watched him go, then turned back to Yaskin. "You let him kill me, Hib." Yaskin sighed. "No, I tried to stop him, but in the end, all right, I could have done more, and I suppose I could have killed him after he killed you. So I'm as bad as he is. Hate me if you like. I don't claim to be a particularly good person, Led, and there is such a thing as duty." "I know. I thought you might feel some towards me." "My first is towards him, whether either of us likes it or not." "Because he pays your wages, and all I did was let you fuck me?" "No, because I pledged myself to his service. I never said anything to you that contradicted that." "No, you didn't, did you?" She gave a wan smile. "I suppose I should have spotted that. How very correct of you, even while you were despoiling his property. All those little whispered words of tenderness about how much I meant, what we might hope for in the future. Were you always reviewing them as you said them, running them past some lawyer bit in your brain looking for inconsistencies?" "Something like that," Yaskin told her, meeting her gaze. He shook his head. "We never had a future, Led. Not the sort you wanted to imagine. More quick couplings while his back was turned, hidden from everyone, until one of us got bored or he found out. You belonged to him forever. Didn't you ever understand that? We were never going to be able to run away together." He looked down, then back up into her eyes again. "Or are you going to tell me you loved me? Because I always thought you took me as a lover just to get back at him and have me on side for the next time you tried to escape." "Didn't fucking work, did it?" she said bitterly. "You helped him hunt me down. I had no choice. You didn't have to run. Really? That's not how it felt to me. As soon as you did, I had to do what my duty to him demanded." "So none of it meant anything?" She was crying a little now, but quickly wiped both cheeks with the back of her wrists, tears smeared across the tattoo lines. "More fool me. Because I didn't come back just to kill vepers. I needed to ask how—" She stopped, swallowed. "Did it mean nothing to you?" Yaskin sighed. "Of course it meant something. A sweetness, moments I'll never forget. It just couldn't mean what you wanted it to mean." She laughed, without hope or humour. "Then I am a fool, am I not?" she said, shaking her head. "I really did think you might love me." He gave the smallest of smiles. "Oh, I loved you with all my heart, from the very first." She glared at him. He stared at her, eyes bright. "It's just that love is not enough, Led. Not always. Not these days. Maybe not ever. And never around people like Joyla Vepers." She looked down at the floor of the flyer, brought her arms up and hugged herself. Yaskin glanced at the time display on the flyer's bulkhead. "Could be as little as a quarter of an hour till the second wave arrives," he said. His tone was concerned, even kind. "You seem to get here pretty fast. Can you get away again just as quickly?" She nodded. She sniffed back her tears, wiped her cheeks and eyes again. "Do one thing for me," she said. "What?" he asked. "Go." "Go?" "I just can't, now. Just leave. Take the flyer and go. Save the servants and staff, all you can find, but leave him here, with me." She looked into his eyes. Yaskin hesitated, his jaw working.
She shook her head. "He's finished, Hib," she said. "The NR, the Nautra, they know. They can intercept whatever passes between him and the GFCF. They know about his agreement, about how he tricked them. The culture know everything too. The hells are gone, so he can't use those to save himself now. He won't be allowed to get away with all he's done. Even if the enablement can turn a blind eye to something on this scale, he's got the NR and the culture to answer to." She smiled a small, half-despairing smile. He finally found people more powerful than he is to fall foul of. She shook her head again. "But the point is, you can't save him. All you can save now is yourself." She nodded towards the open door of the flyer. "And anybody else you can find out there." Yaskin looked out through one of the high-level ports in the flyer, at the skies above the dully lit mansion. A wall of smoke like the end of the world was lit from beneath by flames. "What about you?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "I'll try to find him." Now it was her turn to hesitate. "I will kill him if I can, not pretending otherwise." "You won't be an easy man to kill." "I know," she shrugged. "Perhaps I won't have to. A condition of me getting this chance was that one of the culture people went to confront him, give him the chance to turn himself in." Yaskin gave a small, snorting laugh. "Think that'll work?" "No." She tried to smile. Failed. Yaskin looked into her eyes for a little while. Then he reached behind his back and brought out a small gun, holding it by the barrel as he passed it to her. "Try the number 3 strong room." She took the gun. "Thank you." Their hands hadn't touched as the weapon passed from him to her. She looked at the gun. "Will it still work?" she asked. "The ship was going to disable all the electronic weapons." "Most are already fried," Yaskin told her, "but that one will work. Just metal and chemicals, 10 shots. Safety catch is on the side facing you. Move that little lever till you can see the red dot." He watched her take the safety off. He realized she'd probably never handled a gun in her life. "Take care," he told her. Another hesitation, as he seemed to think about coming towards her, hugging or holding or kissing her, but then she said, "You too," and turned and left, walking out of the flyer and across the courtyard. Yaskin looked at the floor for a moment, then along it to the paintings in their ornate frames. Lideja found the young servant Nolyan in the archway leading to the main vestibule, crouched on his haunches. "You were supposed to leave, Nolyan," she said. "I know, miss," he said. He looked like he'd been crying too. "Go back to the flyer, Nolyan," she told him. "Mr. Yaskin will need help looking for people to take to safety. Now. Quickly. Still time." Nolyan ran back towards the flyer and helped Yaskin throw the paintings out before they took off to look for people to save. He jogged down the stairs to the basement. The stairwell was poorly lit, and he'd forgotten how far down the level holding the deepest strong rooms was. He'd rung for a lift up in the house, but even as he'd stood watching the floor indicator display winking on and off with an error code, he'd realized he couldn't step into an elevator car in the circumstances, even if one did arrive. He stopped on the last landing, above a pool of darkness beneath, and dug inside the hide bag, pulling out a pair of night vision glasses, lighter, less bulky, but also less sophisticated versions of the oculenses Yaskin had worn. They weren't working either. He threw them away. Next thing he tried was a torch, but the flashlight refused to work too. He smashed it against the wall. That felt good. At least the bag was getting lighter. He felt his way down the last few stairs and opened the door to the better-lit corridor beyond. Pipes and conduits covered the ceiling. The floor was concrete, and a few large metal doors were the only adornments to the rough-cast walls. A few very dim lights were on constantly. Others were flickering. He was a little surprised Yaskin wasn't here already. He supposed time seemed to move oddly when everything was getting this fraught. He checked the antique watch. At least 12 minutes to go. The strong room door was a massive circular metal plug as tall as a man and a metre thick. The display, he'd forgotten it even had a display, was blinking an error message. "Cunt!" he screamed, smashing one fist on the door. He rolled the code in anyway, but the noises the mechanism made didn't even sound right,
and the display didn't alter. Certainly, there was no series of reassuring clicks from umpteen places round the door's circumference, as there would have been if it was unlocking itself. He tried the levers and handles that then had to be moved, but they wouldn't budge. He glimpsed movement further down the long curve of the corridor, near a set of doors leading to another stairwell. "Yaskin?" he called. It was hard to tell in the dim, inconstant light. Maybe it was the culture lunatic who'd come to apprehend him again. He pulled the Jalupian gun out. No. The figure moving towards him moved normally, looked Sichultian. "Yaskin!" he shouted. The figure stopped, maybe 30 meters away. It raised its arms level in front of it, gripping something. A gun, he realized, as something flashed. He started to fall into a crouch. There was a smack and a whine from somewhere way overhead and to his left. Then a barking roar came ringing down the corridor. Crouched on one knee, he aimed the Jalupian gun at the figure and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. He tried again. The figure fired the gun once more, and a bullet kicked off the top of the strong room door, whining away behind him, as another thunderclap of noise pulsed down the corridor. He could see smoke swirling round the figure. Smoke? What were they firing? A fucking musket. But at least their gun still worked, unlike the Jalupian blaster. Like a knife would still work. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he said, throwing the useless gun away and scrabbling to his feet, holding the hide bag between him and the figure down the corridor as he ran for the doors he'd just come through. There was something round, lying on the floor of the first landing. He discovered this when he trod on it, and his foot went out behind him, dropping him and banging his knee on the next step up. He howled in rage, limped on up the steps. The fucking gun hadn't worked. It had worked before, but it had stopped. Was it some fucking stupid ceremonial piece of junk that only had one fucking shot in it? Gingra, the bastard, had told him it could stop a tank, bring down aircraft and keep on firing till you grew old. Lying motherfucking alien cunt. He was one flight down from the ground floor when he heard the doors at the foot of the stairwell bang open and steps come hurrying up towards him. Fuck everything else then. Just get to Yaskin, get to the flyer, cut and run. What fucker would dare fire a fucking gun at him anyway? Probably only the demented little bitch claiming to be a Breck. She was about as good a shot as he'd have expected. His lungs and throat felt like a blast furnace after running up all those steps. His knee was hurting really badly, but he just had to ignore it. He threw open the door to the main ground-level corridor and ran for the nearest courtyard doors. The flyer wasn't there. He could see this 20 or more steps away from the doorway because there was a large open reception area with huge windows looking straight out at the courtyard, but he kept on running for the doors, not believing what he was seeing, and threw the doors open anyway, in time to see the flyer pulling away overhead, as though it had just taken off from the roof of the mansion. "Yaskin!" he screamed, the force of it tearing at his throat. He looked frantically round the circular courtyard. This couldn't be happening. The flyer couldn't have gone, it just couldn't. He needed it. He needed it to be here, needed it so he could get away. That must have been another, similar flyer he'd just seen above the rooftops. It couldn't have gone. It just wasn't possible. He was depending on it, so it had to be here. It couldn't disguise itself, could it? Go see-through or something freakish, could it? It was just a hired civilian flyer, nothing military or alien. Best money could hire, built by one of his own companies. But it couldn't turn fucking invisible. He stared round the courtyard, willing the aircraft still to be there. But all that he could see was a half-collapsed pile of paintings, nothing and nobody else. He glimpsed movement through the windows to one side, in the corridor he'd just run down. He ran for the nearest archway, leading through the house to the grounds. A gun. He needed a gun. An old-fashioned chemical explosion gun. What had happened to Yaskin? Yaskin had a gun. He always carried several weapons. He had a little handgun that had no sight or screen or electrics in it at all, just as a last resort. Dear fuck, it wasn't Yaskin chasing him, was it? He ran through the tall archway, leading towards the outside, his steps echoing in the arch high overhead. He glanced back, saw the figure pursuing him, but stumbled and nearly fell as he did so. No, not Yaskin. Too small and slim to be Yaskin, and Yaskin wouldn't have missed, not twice. It had to be the little bitch claiming to be a Breck. She must have tricked Yaskin, had an accomplice. Maybe the culture maniac who'd tried to arrest him. They'd be flying the aircraft. The fucking culture. A gun. Where would he find a gun? He ran out into the flagstone circle which encompassed the house. The world was on fire. Walls of smoke filled the sky, making a night lit up like hell, flames leaping from 100 different places, trees and outbuildings all on fire or silhouetted against the fires beyond. Gun. He needed a gun.
There were old-fashioned, ancient, even antique guns splattered liberally over the walls of the house, just like there were swords and spears and shields, but none of them worked. None of them were any fucking use. Who the hell still used old-fashioned guns, for fuck's sake? Gamekeepers? They used lasers like everybody else, didn't they? He wasn't even sure where the gamekeepers' cottages were. Hadn't they been moved when he'd had the raceball court put in? He limped on, breath wheezing, knee aching, wondering if he could hide in the maze, maybe jump out on whoever was pursuing him, slit their throats using one of the 2 knives he still had. He sort of remembered the layout of the maze, he thought. He looked at where the maze ought to be and saw its central tower on fire, flames waving wildly like orange banners from its wooden superstructure. He looked desperately around, searching for the flyer, or another aircraft. He should have headed for the garages, he thought. Maybe some of the cars were still there and working. He patted the pocket where his antique watch had been, but it was gone. Tall, skinny towers and linked, soaring arches stood out black against a distant roaring wall of yellow-orange flame off to one side. The fucking battleships! They had chemical guns. There were explosives, rockets, grenades, bullets, all that stuff there. He couldn't think of anything else. He ran for the battleship area. He looked back briefly. The figure sprinted out of the archway, heading towards him, then seemed to slow, looking about. Maybe they couldn't see him. He was wearing mostly dark clothes, thank fuck. Throat on fire, legs like jelly, knee like a spike had been driven into it. He scrabbled around inside the hide bag, found a soft, double sheath, pulled it out and stuck it and the pair of knives it held into his jacket. He threw the bag and everything else away. She had never fired a gun before, never even held one. She used both hands, hoping this was right. The noise of the old explosive-based weapon going off was so great, and the kick against her arm so hard, she thought it had blown up in her hands. She half expected to find she'd lost fingers. She didn't see where the bullet went, but now Veppers was on one knee, pointing something at her. The gun and her fingers were intact. She coughed on the acrid gas the gun had given off, fired it again. Another ear-ringing detonation. She couldn't believe it was meant to be this noisy. She'd missed again. At least she saw where this shot hit, well above Veppers, near the top of the great circular door of the strong room. She knew these old reaction weapons had significant recoil, but she'd always assumed it happened after the bullet left the barrel, on its way to wherever it had been aimed. Maybe it didn't work that way. Veppers turned and ran, crashing through the doors to the stairs. She set off after him. When she got to the doors, she kicked them open in case he was hiding, just behind them. The stairwell was a little dimmer than the corridor, but she could see okay. Bits of a smashed-up torch were strewn across the first landing. On the first step up lay the antique watch Veppers had looked at in Ambassador Huon's office. She ran on up, seeing and hearing Veppers a handful of flights above. Running along the corridor, she saw him hesitate in the courtyard, staring frantically about. Then he ran off through the main archway, and not running quite perfectly, limping. Outside, once she'd exited the tall archway, she stopped for a moment, taken aback by the sheer apocalyptic scale of the fiery, roaring chaos swirling around the mansion. A ragged, tearing wind that seemed to have come out of nowhere howled beneath a cauldron of night-black, sky-obliterating smoke. Manically leaping, furiously rolling flames spilled everywhere. The air was full of whirling, burning debris, numerous as leaves in the first storm of autumn. The shock was almost physical, the heat on her face from the ubiquitous flames, as strong as that from an equatorial sun. She slowed to a trot without realizing. She shook herself out of it, quickly looked round. For a moment, she thought she'd lost him. Then she saw him half running, half staggering in the direction of the water maze. He was silhouetted against flames for a moment, and she aimed at him, nearly fired, but then decided he was too far away. The gun was for close range, and she was anyway no marksman. 8 shots left. Down a grassed bank, clattering against a chain-link fence hidden from the mansion by the slope, running along the path, making for the gates that led to the network of channels around the lakes. The gates! The fucking gates! What if they were closed? Locked? Then he saw something ahead, glinting in the flames, and running towards it, found a crash-landed flyer, one of the estate's runabouts, snouted into the path in the fence at one end of a trough of ploughed-up earth. The fence had tipped, fallen, lay flat on the ground just beyond the crumpled nose of the craft.
He leapt onto the flyer's stubby front canard, jumped over the fractured nose, and was in the battleship ground, pumping and wheezing along the internal path between the towers and arches of the raised system of canals. The sheds where the ships were kept were on the far side of the grounds, away from the mansion, near the trees. Crazy, crazy, crazy! What was he doing? The fucking sheds would be locked. But maybe not. There were people there a lot of the time, and he'd been planning a battleship tournament in a few days, so the engineers and technicians would have been working on the vessels, testing them, readying them. It hadn't been night when all this chaos had kicked off, even though it felt like midnight now. It had been afternoon. People would have been in and around the ships and sheds, and what were the odds, in the midst of all this mayhem, that they'd carefully packed everything away and locked up everything they were meant to lock up? Not a chance. See? He'd been vindicated. This had been the right place to come. His instinct had been smack on the money. He, not this mad bitch running after him with a miniature cannon, would come out of this ahead. He'd survive. He'd win. He was the winner. He had the history of success. He was the one who knew how to triumph. Fuck. If it really was her, he'd already killed her once. What did that tell you? A burning tree, stories high, already half uprooted, was slowly falling 30 meters ahead of him. It came thudding through the fence, crashing and rolling off a flying buttress in a storm of sparks and splashing into a watery channel, smothering the path with flame. The buttress seemed to hesitate, then started to crumple and fall, crashing down in a welter of stone and water, creating billows of steam. The way ahead was blocked. He ran instead for the nearest wading point, leading to the first of the islands. He could see the layout of the lakes and channels in his head, knew it better than the hedge maze, because he'd looked down on it so many times. The wading points, surfaced with mesh-covered slabs into the water, were located in the middle of each island's shoreline. They stretched as far as one island away from the pool in front of the maintenance area and the sheds. He could wade through the mud-bottomed pool, or even swim the rest. She saw him leap into the water maze over the front of the crashed flyer, saw the great tree fall. She followed, vaulting the buckled nose of the flyer, catching up as he took, splashing to the water, wading from the mainland to the nearest island. Burning embers and curtains of smoke were blowing across the water maze, darkening and lighting the miniature landscape alternately, revealing and concealing the running, limping figure ahead of her, as he headed for who knew where. Maybe he was thinking of the sheds where the ships were kept. Perhaps he saw himself jumping into one and firing all its pretend little guns at her. She followed via the wading point, the water in the channel cold round her legs, dragging at her, slowing her. It was like trying to run in a dream. In the centre of the channel, the water reached as far as her hips before shallowing again. Veppers had crossed the island beyond and was wading the next channel to one of the larger islands by the time she hauled her protesting legs out of the water. He disappeared as a dark, rolling cloud of smoke flowed between them. When it cleared, he'd gone. She ran, panting, across the island, splashed across the next wading point, and went stumbling up onto the next island. She looked all about, terrified that she'd lost him or that he might be lying in wait for her. She had to wave, burning, floating scraps of twigs and leaves away from her face. A copse of trees 40 meters away suddenly caught and flamed, casting a fierce yellow-orange glow over the whole low humpback island. Something glinted, down and to one side, in the reed bed close to her, and she turned. He'd fallen, slipping on something as his knee had given way, and his foot went out from under him, sending him skidding and plunging down the muddy slope into the reeds that lined the island. Wading the channels had taken the last of the strength from his legs. He doubted he'd be able to stand, let alone run any more. His back had hit some solid ground just before his feet and legs splashed into the dark water, and he was half-winded, bouncing from the impact, and turned onto his side. Behind, he saw a wall of black smoke just clearing, and realized it had been between him and her as he'd slipped. She might not have seen him fall. For an instant there he'd despaired, thinking he'd never get to where he was going and she'd catch him. But now he thought, no, I can use this to my advantage. She's the one who has to watch out. I'm going to win here, not her. Even upsets and what looked like misfortune could be turned to advantage if you had the right mindset, the right attitude, if the universe was somehow always subtly on your side just because you fitted it better than anybody else, knew its true and secret workings better than anybody else. He lay, partially concealed by the reeds around him, waiting for her. He dug inside his jacket, where the knives were, pulling one of them out of its sheath. When she came stumbling up onto the island, panting and dripping, he could see that she had lost him. He had his advantage. He raised himself up a little on one elbow, threw the knife with all his might. Knife-throwing wasn't one of his skills, and the knives weren't throwing knives anyway. The weapon somersaulted a couple of times, flashing in the orange light from the fires that raged all around them. She must have caught a glimpse of it coming at her, because she started to duck and instinctively began to raise the hand nearest the knife's trajectory to fend it off. The handle of the knife caught her hard on one temple, grazing her, and the hand she'd raised to try and protect herself, the hand holding the gun, went on up past her head. An instant after the knife struck her head, the gun roared, flashing in the night, its detonation flatter and less sharp than it had been in the tunnel beneath the house. He saw the gun fly from her hand as she staggered, stumbled, and started to fall. He'd seen where the gun had landed, though it had disappeared again after bouncing into some longer grass over the other side of the island. Still, he knew where it must be. He scrambled to his knees, then his feet, finding renewed strength from somewhere, hands clawing at the mud and grass and earth until he was in a crouch, most of the way upright, and could throw himself across the grass as the girl pirouetted nearby, staggering like a drunk, staring at him as he limped and hopped past a few meters away, heading for where the gun must be. He should have just knifed her, he realized. He had the other knife. He'd fixated on getting a gun, but that wasn't really what was important. What mattered was killing her before she killed him. The gun hadn't really mattered at all. What had he been thinking of? He was an idiot. Then he saw the gun, lying at the edge of the reed bed, a hand's breadth from the dark, glinting water. He dived, hand outstretched, thudding into the ground, hand closing round the barrel of the gun, desperately slapping at it and trying to turn it as he brought his other hand up, finally grasping it properly. He rolled over, expecting to find her running towards him, leaping on top of him, clutching the knife he'd thrown at her, or just with her clawed hands reaching for his throat. She'd gone. He sat up as quickly as he could, legs quivering, chest heaving, breath whistling to and fro inside his throat. He stood, shakily, and saw her, down by the reeds a little way off, just starting to pull herself back out onto dry land. Off to one side, more trees were catching fire, sending flames leaping and boiling into the darkness. They lit up the sheds where the miniature battleships were kept. He could see some of the vessels themselves, one on a wheeled cradle on the dockside, another floating in the water by the quay. Some of the sheds were surrounded by burning grass and fallen branches, flames starting to lick up their metal walls and curl over their shallow pitched roofs. A burning bough fell from a tree and crashed through the roof of the nearest shed in a shower of sparks. He walked, slowly, legs shaking, breath raw and ragged in the warm, fire-parched air, to where the girl was trying to pull herself out of the mud and the crushed, flattened reeds. Blood was running down her face from where the knife had hit her. Part of him wanted to tell her he still didn't believe that she was who she said she was. But even if it was true, well, tough. Winners won. The successful succeeded. Aggression and predation and ruthlessness tended to win out. What a surprise. Just the way life was. Nothing personal. Well, actually, everything fucking personal. But he didn't really have the breath for any of it. "Fuck you," he said at her, as she crawled in front of him, and he stood over her, pointing the gun at her straggle-haired head. He said it as loud as he could, but it still came out as more of a wheeze than anything else. She swung at him, one arm and hand whirling round. She'd found the knife he'd thrown at her, had gone into the reed bed to find it. The blade whacked into his leg, into the calf just below his good knee, sending pain darting up his leg and spine and detonating in his head. He screamed, staggered back, held the gun in both hands and nearly fell as the girl collapsed to one side, unbalanced by the need to wield the knife that was now sticking out of his leg. "Fucking little—" he shrieked at her. He steadied, straightening despite the pain, aimed the gun at her and squeezed the trigger. The trigger was stuck. He heaved at it, tried again to pull it, but it just wasn't moving. Felt like his finger couldn't move. He tried to move the gun to the other hand, but even that was difficult. It was as though his hands were so cold they weren't obeying orders. He heard himself make a mewling, whimpering noise. He glanced at the side of the gun, looking for a safety catch, but it was already off. He tried the gun again, but it just wasn't happening. He tried to throw it away, but then it was as though it had stuck to his hand. Finally, it sailed off into the darkness. He fumbled in his jacket for the second knife, then staggering, feeling like he was about to black out, realized he could pull out the one sticking into his leg. The girl was still on the ground near his feet. She seemed to be trying to get up again, then she collapsed back, thudding down onto her rump, one arm going behind to steady herself. He found the second knife inside his jacket pocket, pulled it from its sheath. Somewhere off to one side, there were lots of little explosions like fireworks. Light flickered everywhere. Stuff was whining and zipping overhead. He took a step towards her as she looked woozily up at him. Then he was caught, steadied by something that wasn't him, rooted to the ground, unable to move, as though every part of him had seized up. Muscles, skeleton, everything. The girl looked up at him, and something changed in her face. It seemed to relax, and her shoulders and chest shook once, almost as though she was laughing. "Ah," she said, and got her legs beneath her, pushing herself up until she was kneeling. She felt at the side of her head where the blood was, looked at the darkness of it on her hand in the flickering orange light. She looked back to him. He couldn't move. He simply could not move. He wasn't paralyzed. He could feel his muscles straining, trying to move him. But he was stuck, as though enchanted, utterly immobile. "Look at your hands, Veppers," the girl told him, over the noise of more explosions. Stuttering light flared against her mud-streaked face and wet, bedraggled hair. He could still move his eyes. He looked down at his hands. They were covered in fine silver lines, glinting in the firelight. Where had... "Aye, aye," said a male voice nearby. "Pleasant evening for it, what?" A tall, too-thin male in pale, loose clothes strolled past. When he glanced back, he saw that it was Demyson. The Avatar spared him a glance, then went to stand by the girl. "You okay?" "Never better. I thought you'd left." "Yep, that was the idea. Need a hand up?" "Give me a moment." "Happily." The man turned and looked at Veppers, folding his arms. "This isn't her doing this," he told him. "It's me." Veppers couldn't get his mouth or jaw to work. Even his breathing was difficult. Then 1,000 tiny, fierce pains sprang up, as though hundreds of hair-fine wires were wrapping every centimetre of him and were starting to shrink, cutting into every part of his body. A bubbling, wheezing whine escaped his mouth. The man glanced down at the girl again. "Unless you want to finish him, of course," he said to her. He looked back at Veppers, frowning a little. "I wouldn't, though. Conscience can be a terrible thing." He smiled. "So I hear." He shrugged. "Unless you're something like me, of course," he murmured. "I don't give a fuck." The girl looked up into Veppers' eyes as the wires of the tattoo device cut slowly into him. He had never known such pain, never guessed that anything could hurt so much. "Quickly," she said, and coughed as more smoke and burning embers sailed past the three of them. "What?" the Avatar said. "Quickly," she said. "Don't draw it out. Just—" The Avatar gazed into Veppers' eyes and nodded down at the girl. "See?" he said. "Good kid, really." The pain, already intolerable, increased wildly, just around his neck and head. The coup de grace was Veppers' head twisting right round, an almost comical expression filling his already blood-flecked face as the tattoo lines flicked into a spiral, rose up and shrank inwards all at once, so that his head seemed to crumple and shrink into itself, becoming a far too thin, tall cylinder that disappeared in a spray of blood. Ladeja had to look away. She heard what sounded like a whole big bowlful of rotten fruit being emptied onto the ground, then heard and felt the body thump into the grass beside her a moment later. She opened her eyes to see it twitch a couple of times, blood still pumping from the garroted, twisted open neck. She felt she was going to faint. She put both arms out behind her. "Neat trick," she said, watching the arcs of flame and little sprays of fire burst from the miniature docks and the sheds where the model battleships were kept, as they burned and blew up, shells and rockets whizzing everywhere. "It moved over from you to him when you tried to strangle the fucker in Ambassador Huon's office," Demyson told her, going over to kick the body once as though testing it was real. "Left you with nothing but a glorified suntan." She coughed again, looked around at the sheer lunatic devastation going on all around them. "Other ships," she said. "Soon. Need to—" "No, we don't," Demyson said, stretching and yawning. "No second wave. None left." He stooped, plucking the knife out of the leg of the headless body, which had stopped twitching now. "Left the last handful for the planetary defense guys, to give them something to feel heroic about." he told her as he inspected the knife, weighing it in his hand, twirling it a couple of times. A furious whizzing noise, barely following a flash of light, was a shell from one of the stricken, fire-consumed battleships. The Avatar's arm moved blurringly fast, and he batted it away from his face without even looking, still admiring the knife. The fizzing shell slapped into the nearest reed bed and blew up in a tall fountain of water, orange-tinged white on grubby black. "I did think of letting just one through, or even stomping the relevant targets myself, just for the heck of it," Demyson said, "and pretending. But in the end I thought not. Better to leave more of the evidence on the ground. Plus, some of the hells have only gone dormant, still storing personalities. Might be able to save some, if there's anything sane left to save." The Avatar held one arm straight out, and the tattoo, glinting, pristine, uncurled itself from Veppa's body, spiralling lazily up into the air like a twister wind in a stubble field, and wrapping itself round the Avatar's hand like spun mercury, disappearing as it flowed over his skin and up his arm. "Was that thing alive all the time?" she asked. "Yep, not just alive, intelligent. So fucking smart it's even got a name." She held up one hand while he was drawing his next breath. "I'm sure it has," she said, "but spare me." Demyson grinned. "Slap drone, personal protection, weapon, all of the above," he said, stretching again, as though the tattoo had spread itself all over him and he was testing how it fitted his body. He looked down at her. "You ready to go back? If you're coming back." She sat, arms out behind her, blood in one eye, aching everywhere, feeling like shit. She nodded. "I suppose." "Want this?" offering her the knife, handle first. "Better," she said, taking it, then struggling to her feet, helped by his other hand. "Family heirloom." She looked at the Avatar, frowning. "There were two," she said. He shook his head, tusked, stooped, and pulled the other knife from where it had stuck in the ground. He took the double sheath from Veppa's jacket, presenting it and both blades to her with a bow. A scale model battleship, still tied up to its quayside, on fire from stem to stern, lifted suddenly in the middle, breaking its back as it blew up, dispensing fire and flames, debris and shrapnel, and angrily buzzing and whining shells and rockets all about. The first keel-sundering gout of fire briefly lit up two silvery ovoids, stood on their ends on a small low island nearby, before they vanished, almost as quickly as they had appeared. Dramatis Personae. Ambassador Huon jumped before she was pushed, as was traditional. Even the very limited amount of interfering she'd suggested and sanctioned was somewhat more than was strictly allowable in the circumstances. She resigned her post, went home, spent the next few years raising her son, and the following couple of centuries not regretting what she'd done at all. The Abominator-class picket ship, falling outside the normal moral constraints, manifested at the Board of Inquiry into the recent events around the Sitchultian enablement as a fabulously tattooed limping albino dwarf with a speech impediment and double incontinence. Quickly cleared of all but the most allowable and, for an Abominator class, expected malfeasance, it returned to its usual standby task of punctuated loneliness, sitting, generally, in the middle of cold nowhere, waiting for stuff to happen, and trying not to be too disappointed when nothing did. It received from its fellow Abominator class and other SC ships precisely the sort of congratulations and plaudits it might have expected for its actions around Tsung and Quinn, all deeply tinged with envy. It treasured them almost as much as the exquisitely rendered recordings of the engagements. It spent quite a lot of time in or around the larger classes of GSVs just for the company. Its avatar Demyson continued to behave appallingly. Joyla Veppa's reputation survived more or less intact for a few weeks, but then as the weeks became months, and the months years, it all fell apart as stories of his cruelty, greed and selfishness, and the extent of his callousness towards his own people and even his own planet became clear. It was over a decade before the first revisionist right-wing historian attempted to restore his reputation, and even then to no lasting effect. Iain M really had been an SC plant, deep within Quietus, for all that time, even if in a sense she hadn't known it herself after she'd both agreed to be so and then consented to have the memory of that agreement deleted. In any event, Given that even in one of the most successful specialist agencies-led interventions in recent centuries, she had been largely relegated to a supporting role, she resigned from the quietudinal service, more in frustration than disgust, but she resigned all the same. She returned to her adopted home Orbital and began a successful political career, starting with the position of emergency drill supervisor on her home plate and eventually becoming the representative for the entire Orbital. As with all hierarchic positions within the culture, it was almost entirely an honorary figurehead role, but she found the achievement highly satisfying all the same. Her personal life ended up consisting of a sort of cycle of being neuter, female, and male in turn, each for a decade or so. She found that she was able to establish tender, meaningful relationships with an agreeable physical component when she was not neuter at every stage, but would have been the first to admit that real passion and true love, if there was such a thing, always eluded her. The ex-Limited Offensive Unit, Me, I'm Counting, returned briefly to the forgotten GSV Total Internal Reflection, then resumed a life of galactic tramping. It found new hobbies. Hibin Yaskin served some time in prison for his complicity in a few of his late master's better publicised crimes, though his efforts to pick up survivors from the firestorm around the Aspersia mansion and his full cooperation with the authorities helped reduce his final sentence. On his release, he became a security consultant and successful businessman, living relatively modestly and contributing most of what he earned to charitable causes, especially those concerned with orphaned and disadvantaged children. He was instrumental in the Wheel Halo 7 being turned into a mobile holiday home for the dependents of the bankrupt and destitute, and was an ardent supporter of the moves, eventually successful, to end the practice of indented intagliation. The GCU Bodhisattva, its mind rehoused in a new-build escarpment class, remained attached to the Creator section, but subsequently spent a lot of time investigating, very carefully, fallen and unfallen Bulbicians, thinking to present a paper on the entities at some point in the future. Ayupi Unstril was reunited with a revented, slightly changed Lanyaris Tessetia. It didn't last long. Legislator Admiral Bettelskroy Bisp Bleespin III came very close indeed to abject denunciation, demotion and utter ruin, both personal and familial, as the GFCF tried to decide whether all that had transpired regarding events within the Sechultian enablement in general, and the Sungarial Disk in particular, had been basically a thoroughgoing and unmitigated catastrophe, or a sort of subtle triumph. On the one hand, the GFCF had lost influence and credibility. The culture didn't want to be their friend anymore. They had been humiliated in an unexpectedly and appallingly one-sided naval encounter. They'd had to hand back the supervisory role in the disk, to the culture of all people, and they had been informed in no uncertain terms by the NR that a close eye was going to be kept on them in future. On the other hand, it could have been worse, and arguably one way of making it worse would be to admit just how badly things had actually gone. Bettelskroy Bisp Bleespin III was duly promoted to Prime Legislator Grand Admiral of the Combined Fleets, and presented with several terribly impressive medals. He was put in charge of finding new ways to impress, reassure, and, ultimately, imitate the culture. Cheali's Hifforn's daughter, saved from hell and torment after many subjective decades and the best part of 2 lifetimes, found herself rescued from the dormant remains of one of the hells that had existed beneath the trackways of the Aspersium estate on Sichult, and placed into a temporary recuperative afterlife in a substrate on her home planet of Pavel. She met Prin twice thereafter, the first time when he came to see her during her convalescence, and once much later. She had discovered that she had no desire to come back to the real. She had become whatever the virtual equivalent of institutionalized was, and there could be no returning. Another Che already lived in the real, who had never been through all that she had, and in many ways that person was the real Che. She herself had become something entirely different. She still felt something for Prin, and wished him well, but she had no need to be part of his life. Prin eventually established a happy, lasting relationship with Representative Philin, and Che was glad that he was content. By then, she'd found her new role. She would remain a creature of ending and release in the virtual, the angel of death who came for people who lived in happy, congenial afterlives and who, tired even of their many lifetimes lived after biological death, were ready to dissolve themselves into the generality of consciousness that underlay heaven, or who were ready simply to cease to be altogether. That was when she met Prynne for the second time, subjective centuries later. They barely recognized one another. Surprisingly quickly, given the bizarre and volatile variety of peoples, beings, and endemic moralities involved, the culture of hells, already irredeemably reduced following the events on Sychelt and the testimony of people like Prynne, became something of an anathema pretty much throughout the civilized galaxy, and indeed, within a single average biogeneration, their very absence became accepted, almost without question, as part of what constituted being civilized in the first place. This made the culture very happy. Lidegia Ibrek, Quinn Sichultza Lidegia Samwaf Ibrek Dispersium, to give her the full name she assumed on becoming a properly established culture citizen, took up residence first on the GSV Sense Amid Madness, Wit Amidst Folly, on what was in effect an extended cruise to see the galaxy, then, 20 years later, settled on the orbital called Hersklip, where, in her middle to old age, she built, largely by hand, a full-size replica of the battleship grounds that she had known as the Water Maze, complete with working miniature battleships. They could be human-powered, but each incorporated a well-armoured survival pod, which kept their occupants safe no matter what. The feature became an enduring tourist attraction. She never did return to Sychelt, or meet Jaskin again, though he tried to get in touch. She had 5 children by as many different fathers, and ended up with over 30 great-great-grandchildren, which by culture standards was almost disgraceful. Epilogue. Vatoy, revented once more, and back to using what he liked to think of as his original name, even though it wasn't, sipped his aperitif on the restaurant terrace. He watched the sun set across the dark lake and listened to the crick and chirp of insects hidden in the bushes and vines nearby. He checked the time. She was late, as usual. What was it about poets? What a long, terrible war that had been, he thought idly. He really had been a traitor, of course. He'd been planted in the anti-hell side long ago by those who wished to see the hells continue forever, a cause he'd supported at the time, partly out of sheer contrarianism, and partly out of that despair he felt sometimes, periodically, during his long, long life, at the sheer, self-hurtful idiocy and destructiveness of so many types of sentient life, especially the metatype known as pan-human, to which he had always had the dubious honour of belonging. You want suffering, pain, and horror? I'll give you suffering, pain, and horror. But then over time, fighting away again and again, yet again, he'd changed his mind. Cruelty and the urge to dominate and oppress started to seem childish and pathetic once more, the way he'd accepted they were long ago, but had somehow turned away from in the meantime. So he'd spilled all the beans, implicated all those he knew about who deserved to be implicated, and had been quite pleased to see so much of what he'd pledged to fight for crumble away into disgraced and piecemeal nothing. Hell mend them. There would be people who would never forgive him for betraying them, but that was just too bad. They ought to have guessed, of course, but people never did. That was the thing about traitors. They were people who'd already changed their minds at least once. He made a mental note never again to insist on working his way up through the ranks. He'd finally convinced himself he'd learned all the relevant lessons already, probably many times over, and the process was starting to smack too much of outright masochism. The sun brightened slowly as it settled against the horizon, subsiding beneath a long, sinuous line of intervening cloud to blaze through a channel of clear air with a languid, dying glory, hazy orange-red against a thin yellow arc of sky. He watched the star's disk as it started to fall behind a line of dark, distant hills far across the plains. Closer to him, fringed by its still hush of trees, the lake had gone dark as ink. He drank in the sunlight's slow dwindling. From the first glint of dawn, and for the rest of the day, the sun was too bright to look at, he thought. You could only gaze steadily upon it, only truly see it, regard it, inspect and properly admire it, when it was at its most filtered, half hidden by the thickness of the atmosphere with its cargo of the day's dust, and just about to slip away altogether. He must have experienced this on 100 planets, but was only really noticing it now. He wondered if this counted as a poetic insight. Probably not. Or, if it did, it had already occurred to countless poets. Still, he'd mention it to her when she arrived. Likely she'd snort, though it would depend on her mood. Instead, She might assume that wry, amused expression that told him he was impinging, clumsily if charmingly, upon her territory. Tiny crinkles of skin formed under her eyes when she had that look. It would be worth it for that alone. He heard steps. The maitre d' crossed the terrace, arrived at his side, bowed fractionally, and clicked his heels. "Your table is ready, Mr. Zakalwe." This has been Surface Detail, written by Iain M. Banks, and read by Peter Kenny.